Chapter 1. The Zombie Onslaught. The Wronged Ones Assemble. My name is Xing Tian, a second-year student in the Department of Physical Education at Haicheng University. Today marks the 15th day since I was betrayed. However, the woman who betrayed me now stands before me in an extraordinarily seductive JK uniform, her twin ponytails swaying as she stands barefoot. Gazing at that once irresistible and charming silhouette, my eyes widened in astonishment. This is the university, a place bustling with people. What is this woman trying to achieve with such a spectacle? I couldn't help but wonder to myself if something so dirty could still be consumed. Before I could prepare myself mentally, she sprinted toward me in an odd manner. Watching her awkward running style, I feared she might topple over and injure herself. Lu Jiao, please don't do this. I just finished training and my back is a bit off today. This is a public space, I said, taking a couple of symbolic steps back. She drew closer, 5 meters, 3 meters, and when she reached 2 meters, I was shocked to discover that her mouth was covered in blood. A masquerade ball? After spending half a month with that rich second-generation heir, has she turned so wild? Is this the new norm? Lu Jiao didn't give me time to ponder further before she reached me. She spread her arms wide. Seeing her, who had been lost for 15 days, I gently opened my arms in return. Then, an unparalleled embrace ensued. What the hell? Who does she think she is, treating me like this? Am I merely a punching bag? A professional drain cleaner? After spinning around twice from my blow, Lu Jiao finally collapsed onto the ground. Did I strike too hard? Why did she spin twice? The crucial point is, if you're going to spin, at least let your body follow suit. Just spinning your head seems a bit excessive, doesn't it? I realized I was doomed. I had committed murder. My future was ruined, my life destroyed, and the law would not spare me. My first instinct was to flee, but where could I possibly run? With surveillance technology, so advanced now, I'd feel the chilling grip of helplessness in no time. My second thought was to dispose of the body, but that was even less feasible. I was studying unrestricted combat, not anatomy. I was painfully aware of my limitations. In a state of panic, I trembled as I reached for a cigarette to calm my nerves, but Lu Jiao, like a little spinning top, surprisingly stood up again. My mouth dropped open, allowing the cigarette to fall as I stared in disbelief at the unfolding scene. The girl who was once my moonlight, my sweet darling, my precious treasure. Now, she was using her back to support her head, making a strange clucking sound and once again extending her delicate fingers towards me. This gesture seemed oddly familiar. I numbly raised my hand, interlocking our fingers. Before I could retrieve my phone, Lu Jiao lunged at me, tightly embracing my body, her head dangling behind her, swaying left and right as she struggled to raise it, but was utterly powerless. I was astonished. She had once claimed to be as fluid as water, and I had indeed savored that delicate, boneless body. But she never informed me of her condition as a person with osteogenesis imperfecta. Did she? As I fumbled for my phone and connected the call, before I could utter a word, the anxious voice of my dorm leader echoed in my ear. Old 3. Where are you? I'm at the gym entrance. Brother, I have a bit of a situation here. Can you have old 6 bring you some lubricant? I replied. My dorm leader, Zhang Chong, a prodigy of magic flute-chasing souls, had an unusually peculiar, thrill-seeking disposition. No one knew what thoughts occupied his mind at that moment. Even watching a video of a man galloping on a tall horse would send him racing uncontrollably to the restroom. Zombie virus? I glanced down at my 2 elder brothers, once so familiar, and the grotesque sight of a bloodthirsty mouth. Damn, Lu Jiao can't be. No wonder she's dressed like this. She's definitely up to something. But this woman was now incredibly strong despite my attempts to push her away. She wouldn't budge. Just as I was at a loss for what to do, a voice behind me caused my heart to race. Third brother, don't be afraid. I'm coming. Old 6, Wu Gang, towering at 1.96 meters with dark, shiny skin and explosive muscles. Yet, when he spoke, he resembled an elderly matron, most fond of lifting weights with a delicate grip. In a flash, Old 6 grabbed a garbage bin anchored to the cement ground, yelling as he rushed over. In a moment of distraction, I heard a loud thud, and Lu Jiao's head rolled to the ground, coming to a halt nearby. The arms that had been tightly clinging to me slackened. As I beheld the scene before me, memories flashed through my mind like a movie reel. The shyness of our first hand-holding, the excitement of our first kiss, the wild abandon of our first time together. Grief surged within me, and I fell to the ground helplessly, "Jiao Jiao. You damn it, take this." Before I could express my love and longing, an overly excited voice interrupted me, shoving a javelin into my hand. Dorm mate old 4, Zhang Yunfeng, an absolute oddity, dressed daily like a Taoist priest. His waist-length hair was tied into a bun with a wooden stick inserted, and he either researched talismans or how to create magical artifacts. "Old 4, you gave this to me, but what will you use?" I asked, noticing his empty hands. "I possess profound abilities. I cannot rely on the weapons of mere mortals." "This is exhilarating. You two follow me and witness me vanquish demons and slay monsters." I was petrified. The warmth in my heart that had just risen turned icy cold in an instant. "Where did you get that?" I glanced up at the gleaming green dragon crescent blade, confusion clouding my mind as I looked at old 6. Just now, I was having dinner with old 4, and we ordered a spicy hot pot. It was quite good, though they skimped on the lotus root. "You know I love lotus root." Stop, stop, stop. Don't say another word. What you're saying is making me uncomfortable." I urgently interrupted him. Following old 4's lead, we pressed forward, with old 6 chattering incessantly beside me. "Third brother, you have no idea," clanging and banging. It was terrifying. Blood was spraying everywhere, clanging and banging. Thankfully, the thing moved slowly, or we wouldn't have made it out, clanging and banging. Old 4 insisted on taking it to the martial arts club, saying he was looking for suitable weapons, clanging and banging. "Couldn't you just throw that damn garbage bin away?" Clanging and banging. "You'll attract all the zombies." I snapped in exasperation. "Oh," old 6 sheepishly tossed it aside, and the heavy garbage bin arced gracefully before landing in the nearby thicket. Damn it, what a huge fuss. A scrawny figure emerged from the woods, jumping out while adjusting his pants and cursing. "Second brother?" I exclaimed in surprise. Dorm mate old 2, Wang Ruixin, whom I suspected was either brain dead or had his brain and scrotum reversed. His first thought every morning was which girl he would hook up with that day. As expected, after old 2 emerged, a fair-skinned, beautiful girl in a floral dress followed him out of the woods. Though the girl appeared unscathed, the lipstick on her lips indicated that there had indeed been a fierce battle moments ago. "Old 3? Old 6? What are you two idiots up to? Why are you destroying that perfectly good garbage bin?" "Second brother, it's not like that." I attempted to explain, but before I could finish, old 4 dashed past us with the green dragon crescent blade in hand, like a gust of wind. Look, what's there to see? Hurry up and run." For there were hundreds of zombies swiftly approaching us. Chapter 2. The School Bell Waves. 4 men and 1 woman raced forward, encountering a few stray zombies along the way. To his credit, old 4 wielded the green dragon crescent blade with surprising skill, despite its heft. However, its lethality was somewhat lacking. It couldn't achieve a one-hit kill. "Monsters! What?" In his excitement, old 4 began to shout. But after his outburst, he ceased his bravado, turning to flee as the surrounding zombies were drawn to him. Thus, we found ourselves led in circles around the university, eventually arriving at the dormitory building. It was around 8 in the evening on a university campus, a time when hormones and pheromones surged. At this hour, the area in front of the building was typically crowded with couples, indulging in their affection, and today was no exception. Yet, the air below had lost its usual sweetness. Instead, it was filled with a nauseating stench of blood. The chaos could only be described as a scene of carnage, with bodies strewn about, a sight too gruesome to bear. Groups of zombies feasted on various victims. Hundreds of zombies lurked around the entrance of the dormitory, slowly closing in, spurred on by the cries of despair echoing from within. "What do we do?" The dormitory door seems locked. Old 6, tall and imposing, anxiously stomped his feet after surveying the situation. "Even if we get inside, it won't solve anything. Who knows how many zombies are lurking in the hallway?" I assessed. "Should we run outside the school?" Old 2 proposed. "The school has only a few thousand people, and look at the mess it's in. It's bound to be even more chaotic outside." Old 4 muttered softly, leaning against the wall, momentarily subdued. "Let us circumvent the situation. The boss is in the dormitory, which is located on the 2nd floor. We should request him to open the window, allowing us to climb inside." My suggestion received unanimous agreement. Fortunately, we managed to stealthily make our way to the rear building without incident. However, it was unfortunate that the back of the dormitory was also teeming with zombies, likely numbering in the dozens. Keeping a safe distance, I took out my phone and dialed the boss number. Several pairs of eyes were fixed intently on the window of our dormitory, hoping the boss wouldn't act recklessly and venture out. "Hello," a soft voice greeted us, and our hearts collectively eased. "How's it going inside, big brother?" I inquired quietly. It was chaotic earlier, but now it's silent. They've probably all been dispatched. We're at the back building. Think of a way to divert the zombies below. "All right, I'll leap down and offer myself as a sacrifice for you guys," the boss replied with a solemn tone. "Come on, don't jest at a time like this," I muttered in a hushed reprimand. "Weren't you the one who first made light of the situation? How am I supposed to come up with a plan?" The boss retorted, though he refrained from raising his voice. Holding the phone, I found myself momentarily at a loss, my anxiety evident as I tugged at my hair in frustration. Suddenly, my second brother snatched the phone from me. "Big brother, I have some treasured bottles of liquor under my bed. Throw them far away." At his words, a spark of inspiration ignited within me. Could it be that my second brother had finally come to his senses? Even the boss on the other end of the line was astonished, praising, "Wow, second bro, you've finally regained your wits. Hurry it up, let's make this quick. I'm about to burst." Hearing this, the others cast admiring glances at my second brother. I couldn't help but feel a sense of respect for the formidable second brother. In such a heart-pounding moment, he was still concerned about his bodily functions. What a remarkable mindset. We concealed ourselves beside an old red building near the front, approximately 30 to 50 meters away from the dormitory window. As everyone readied themselves, we awaited the boss cue. Before long, the dormitory window was cautiously opened. We watched as the boss stealthily peered out, shivering slightly, before he picked up a bottle of liquor from beside him. "Wait!" The boss was about to toss it when the sixth brother suddenly intervened. The boss, unable to control himself, accidentally let the bottle slip from his grasp, sending it plummeting to the ground. "Damn it, sixth brother, are you trying to get us killed?" The boss' voice echoed through the phone. We all broke into a cold sweat, hastily gazing towards the dormitory building. The previously scattered horde of zombies was now drawn to the sound of shattering glass, looking up in confusion at the building. "What the hell are you doing?" I scolded. "Third brother, look over there at the girls' dormitory. Someone on the second floor is waving at us," the sixth brother pointed out. "Do you still have the time to worry about others? She's at least inside, while we are out here, you fool," the fourth brother hissed, lowering his voice. I followed the sixth brother's gesture, and although it was dark, I could faintly make out the figure right was the campus belle, Mu Qingxue. Upon noticing that we had seen her, Mu Qingxue began waving her arms more frantically, as if afraid we might overlook her. To be honest, I'm not the type to be overly compassionate in such dire straits who would still care about the campus belle. Yet, I genuinely recognized Mu Qingxue. She was the manager of our school team, and during one competition, when an old injury flared up and my right shoulder dislocated, she helped me massage it for a solid half hour without pause, even after I managed to reset it myself. She only left when Lu Jiao arrived. Given her kindness, I could not stand idly by and watch her perish. "Third brother, stop being so soft-hearted. The position she's in is likely the washroom. There's water there. She won't die. Let's focus on our safety first and find a way to rescue her later," my second brother chided, effectively snapping me back to reality. However, Mu Qingxue seemed to think we had abandoned her, and her rapidly waving arms gradually slowed to a halt. I didn't wish to look in her direction, but my eyes betrayed me. When I looked again at Mu Qingxue leaning against the window, she had her head bowed, tears streaming down her face. The expression of utter despair on her face tugged at my heartstrings. Before long, the boss peeked out once more. Upon noticing that the zombies below had turned their attention away from the building, he picked up another bottle and hurled it into the distance with great force. The distance was unprecedented, but watching the bottle shatter into pieces before us left us all wide-eyed. "Boss, what the hell are you doing throwing it this way?" As the zombies began to converge towards the sound, drawing closer with each passing moment, we gripped our weapons tightly, preparing for a fight to the death. Finally, the boss seemed to have a stroke of clarity. He changed direction and tossed another bottle. With a resounding crash, the bottle shattered, causing the nearby zombies to pivot and rush off in another direction. Seeing the horde retreating further away, we darted from our hiding spot, racing towards the dormitory below. In that 30 to 50 meter stretch, we ran with bated breath, treading carefully to avoid making even the slightest noise. Yet, midway through my sprint, I unexpectedly veered towards the girls' dormitory. Chapter 3. Rescuing Mu Qingxue. In that moment, the sudden divergence of paths left everyone present momentarily stunned. Old 3, are you trying to get yourself killed? Old 4 bellowed. I heard Old 4's roar. Yet I disregarded it, rushing towards Mu Qingxue's window with all the speed I could muster. Even as I ran, I gestured at her to open the window. Without hesitation, Mu Qingxue pulled it open. But she hesitated at the height of 2 stories. Jump, hurry. I'll catch you, I whispered urgently. Yet, this foolish girl stood at the window, momentarily at a loss. My heart raced with anxiety. If it were anyone else, I would have undoubtedly cursed them out and walked away. But when it came to Mu Qingxue, I couldn't bring myself to utter a word of reproach. I could only glare at her and softly implore. You silly girl, hurry and jump. Stop dawdling. Mu Qingxue was taken aback by my words, likely never having imagined I would scold her. However, before she could react, a voice beside me suddenly piped up, Come on, sis, jump into my arms, it's fine. I'll catch you. Seeing Old 6 standing next to me, I felt a rush of gratitude. Despite the discomfort, I appreciated his support. At this point, Mu Qingxue likely understood that if she didn't leave with me now, there would be little hope left. Fortunately, the horde of zombies showed no signs of counterattacking, and even the leader on the second floor began to perform tricks, tossing bottles that had the zombies swaying left and right. Stop dawdling. Hurry up. Do you want to live or die? I pointed towards Old 6's embrace as a reminder. I intended for her to leap into Old 6's waiting arms, confident that he could catch her without issue. However, to my utter disbelief, the campus beauty aimed for me and leapt down in that fleeting moment. As I beheld her delicate form descending, I finally understood her hesitation. The girl wasn't wearing any pants. I was momentarily dazed, my mind clouded as those 2 long, snow-white legs split apart, heading straight for my face. At that instant, I saw everything. The pink lace-trimmed underwear, the pristine hem of her shorts. And, oh my goodness, with a gasp, I was left in darkness, collapsing to the ground as a searing pain shot through the back of my head. I inwardly cursed. Is this silly girl deaf to human speech? Wasn't my gesture towards Old 6 clear enough? Yet, I must admit, her aim was impeccable. I suspected she couldn't replicate such precision even if she tried again. For now, she was firmly seated on my face. And I felt an entirely new sensation. My mind jolted back to clarity as I shouted, Let us go. Thankfully, Old 6 and I were in sync, and without needing my words, he swiftly scooped up the blushing Mu Qingxue and dashed away. After giving my still dazed head a pat, I glanced at the retreating figures of Old 6 and the second in command, who was already on the windowsill. I felt a wave of relief wash over me. But before I could revel in the moment, a horde of zombies surged towards the front of the building, likely drawn by my earlier exclamation. Not daring to linger, I scrambled to my feet and sprinted away. Waving my hands at Old 4 and Old 6 below, I wanted to shout, You 2, hurry and leave without me. But to my surprise, these 2 fools stood below, forming a heart shape with their hands. Seeing those 2 idiots in the distance, I turned my gaze back to the approaching zombies, my impatience mounting. You fools, hurry up and get inside. The zombies are coming. I bellowed. It was this very shout that caught the attention of the zombies chasing the bottles, and they turned to fix their hungry gazes on me. Old 4 and Old 6, recognizing the impending danger, wasted no time and began climbing up the railings of the first-floor window towards the second floor. In a crucial moment, as I reached the bottom floor, the zombies had already blocked my path. In the face of desperate glances from above, I pivoted sharply and ran in the opposite direction. As I fled, I snatched the spear I had propped against the wall. Mu Qingxue, standing at the second-floor window, attempted to shout, but the leader covered her mouth. In this apocalyptic scenario, no one knew whether the zombies could climb. It wasn't that the leader wanted to abandon me. Rather, he didn't want to lose more lives due to reckless actions. In the face of the apocalypse, with over 100 zombies pursuing me, I felt as though I was on the brink of death. Thankfully, the zombies' speed was still lacking, and the overall numbers across the campus hadn't yet reached the point of overwhelming despair. Otherwise, I might have already given up. With the horde growing behind me, I stumbled into the school gate, and seeing the iron door ajar, I took a few precious seconds to close it tightly. Then, I locked it with a hefty padlock. As the zombies drew near once more, I seized my chance and sprinted away, aiming for the sports field where there was ample space. The key was a small iron gate that only allowed one person through, and I planned to lure the zombies inside before slipping out through that gate, thus evading the horde. My relentless escape drained my energy, and my steps slowed. Yet the zombies behind me showed no signs of slowing down. Just as they closed the distance, I nearly considered giving up. However, as I passed the first cafeteria, someone burst out from inside. It was Old Lou, the cafeteria chef, short and stout, suddenly unleashing an astonishing burst of speed as he dashed away. Witnessing this, a surge of competitive spirit ignited within me. After all, I was a standout athlete in the sports department. How could I let him outpace me? If word got out, my reputation would be irreparably tarnished. Gritting my teeth, I surged forward, widening the gap between me and the zombies while catching up to old Liu. As he noticed me closing in, Old Lou shot me a grateful glance. "Xing Tian, you better keep your distance," he exclaimed. "What is going on? You didn't act like this when you borrowed my cigarettes." I yelled back, "Let us split up. You go left, and I'll go right." "To hell with that. The left is a dead end," Old Lou retorted. "You know it's a dead end. Then where do you expect me to go?" Chapter 4. Rebirth after calamity. Ultimately, Old Lou's age caught up with him. Perhaps he had his strengths when it came to bursts of speed, but in terms of endurance, he was lagging behind. Not long after, his steps began to falter, and his body swayed. I was about to mock him for being out of shape when I suddenly noticed something was amiss in his gaze. I hurriedly ran a couple of steps to his side and discovered his left shoulder was already a bloody mess. "Damn it, you've been bitten. Why didn't you say something sooner?" I shouted, then quickened my pace to create distance between us. Old Lou seemed to take it as a challenge. Seeing me speed up, he matched my pace. "Don't leave me behind, Xing Tian. I don't want to die." I was on the verge of breaking down. This wasn't a matter of wanting to live or die. It was about survival. If he transformed, I would be his first target. In a moment of desperation, my mind, long unused, began to race. "Old Lou, give me the kitchen knife. It's heavy for you." "Let me help you lighten the load," I suggested. Perhaps caught in the limbo between transformation and humanity, Old Lou handed me the knife without hesitation. I took it and casually tossed it aside. He momentarily stared in confusion, and in that split second, I kicked his legs out from under him. Old Lou didn't even have time to stumble. He collapsed to the ground. "Xing Tian, you bastard." His voice was soon drowned out by the gnawing sounds of the zombies. I felt no guilt. After all, self-preservation was paramount, especially with someone on the brink of turning. "Old Lou, for the past year and a half, you've borrowed 375 cigarettes from me. Consider this your repayment. If fate allows, we'll meet again in the next life." I spoke without regard for the volume of my voice. Sending someone off to their fate must be done with some semblance of dignity. Some might wonder why I didn't just trip him outright. Why go through the trouble of requesting the knife? To that, I say, I genuinely feared he might throw it at me in anger. A single misstep, and that knife could very well cost me my life. With Old Lou's sacrifice, the pursuing horde of zombies fell behind me. When I finally reached the sports field, I realized how naive and inexperienced I truly was. There were at least 300 to 500 zombies wandering around the field. Cursing under my breath, I charged inside. My only hope lay in the empty stands. As long as the zombies didn't surround me, I might still find a way out. Without hesitation, as I burst through the entrance of the sports field, the nearby zombies spotted me. They lurched toward me in a disorganized frenzy, arms flailing. Without a moment's pause, I skipped the stairs and leaped straight up onto the 2-meter-high barrier of the stands. Standing atop the viewing platform, gazing down at the helpless horde of zombies below, I exhaled heavily in relief. However, as I watched the seemingly aimless zombies begin to ascend the stairs, I cursed under my breath. Panic surged within me, and I took off running. This time, I had truly overstepped. Although the number of zombies making their way up to the platform was not substantial, the sheer volume of those below was daunting. Especially considering that the small door I intended to escape through was situated right beneath me. In the face of life and death, hesitation was not an option. I pushed myself to the limit, striving to increase my speed, creating distance between myself and the relentless undead. The zombies on the platform pursued closely behind, while those below trailed me along the corner of the railing. The only consolation was that these creatures, fixated solely on me, were oblivious to their own surroundings. Some crashed directly into walls, others were met with the railing, resulting in broken limbs, and a few even tumbled off the platform, causing chaos among the throng below. I continued to circle the platform, nearing the small doors opening. Yet, as fate would have it, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Upon leaping off the platform and rushing toward the small door, I discovered it had been secured from the outside after a century of neglect. With no time to ponder, I desperately reached over the railing, attempting to dislodge the door's bolt, but no matter how I strained, it remained just out of reach. In mere seconds, the chilling screams of my fellow survivors echoed from behind the doorway. I knew then I was finished. There was no escaping now, only a collision with the advancing horde. Resigned, I refused to succumb to the prospect of being bitten, not solely due to the pain it would entail, but because the thought alone made my stomach churn. In a moment of despair, I pressed the spear against my throat, contemplating that if I were to die, it would not be as a victim of the undead. As the roars of the horde grew nearer, I reflected on many things in those fleeting moments. I thought of my grandmother, who had raised me, and my parents, who had abandoned me after their divorce. I felt a surge of hatred towards them, and in my final moments, I envisioned becoming a zombie myself, intent on biting them and devouring their offspring. In the depths of despair, I tightened my grip on the spear. Farewell, wretched world. I am coming to find you, Grandma. Just then, as the zombies surged through the doorway, at the very instant I was about to pierce my own throat, the iron door behind me creaked open. Movies often portray the last moments of survival with heightened emotion, but let me tell you, in that instant, you can hardly muster any feeling. You simply rush through the small door, latch it behind you, and collapse onto the ground, gasping for breath. Are you all right, third brother? A voice echoed. I lifted my gaze to see Lao Wu. What are you doing here? I asked, glancing around. Nearby, I spotted two corpses with their skulls crushed, and it dawned on me who had secured the small door. It was Lao Wu, the fool, who had been preoccupied with a girl and had feared interruptions. Chapter 5. Dormitory. Lao Wu, damn, you nearly got me killed, I exclaimed. Having narrowly escaped, I lay on the ground, trying to alleviate my racing heart. After a moment, I got to my feet. Big brother called you. But you didn't, he answered. I was busy. It's normal not to answer the phone. Lao Wu shrugged. I pointed to the half-naked female corpse and the male corpse on the ground. What happened here? Don't even mention it. I almost lost my mind. I was in the middle of a project when her boyfriend barged in. Before I could explain, he turned, bit her, and then tried to bite me. I had to take care of both of them. Lao Wu gestured to the blood on his hands and pants, his face twisted in disgust. Impressive, third brother. So it was you in that video circulating in the group? What video? I inquired, puzzled. Lao Wu pulled out his phone and played a video for me. It was clearly shot from a high-rise window, likely from the 5th or 6th floor. The footage showed me leading hundreds of zombies in a macabre marathon. The video was brief. I passed by in a blur, while the person filming lamented about the chaos outside, clearly a sports major, still going for a night run amidst the madness. With Lao Wu in tow, we made our discreet return. As we traversed the area, I couldn't help but admire my own resourcefulness. Remarkably, there were no large groups of zombies left in the vicinity, only the occasional small clusters. For me, they were mere trifles. I had once been a champion in unrestricted youth combat in the province. Had it not been for my shoulder injury that led to frequent dislocations, I might not have had to retire and return to campus life. With swift efficiency, I dispatched the zombies that needed to be dealt with using my spear, and we headed to the supermarket. Thankfully, the power remained intact, illuminating the store. Perhaps everyone was too busy fleeing at the time? Astonishingly, there wasn't a single zombie inside. After an extensive search, I finally located two large woven sacks in the storage area. I instructed Lao Wu to gather high-calorie, filling items, and quickly began to pack. In no time, we exited the supermarket with 2 hefty bags of food. However, we hadn't gone far when we encountered a familiar face around the corner of a classroom building. It was none other than Lu Shu, whom I had previously tripped at that moment. Lu Shu looked ghastly. His abdomen was torn open, inside spilling out, a portion of his intestines dangling down to his knees. His right arm was missing, and half of his face had been chewed off, exposing stark white bone. To my horror, Lu Shu appeared to recognize me from a distance, hobbling toward me. Lao Wu jumped back in fright. That old Lu's death is too gruesome. My expression darkened. Hearing Lao Wu's words struck a nerve. After all, Lu Shu's condition was a direct consequence of my actions. I initially intended to confront him, but Lao Wu's comment made it difficult to proceed. Lu Shu, don't make me do this, I said, tossing the food to the ground and raising my spear. Why attempts at reasoning were futile. Lu Shu, despite his injury, drew closer. I sighed heavily and aimed for his head, plunging the spear into it. The sickening sound of shattering bone echoed. Yet, just a few steps away, I paused, hearing Lu Shu murmuring on the ground. Confused, I wondered how someone who had sustained such a fatal blow could still speak. As I listened closely, I realized he was indeed muttering. When I finally discerned what Lu Shu was saying, I slowly rose to my feet and crushed his remaining skull beneath my foot. I couldn't comprehend how a being transformed into a zombie could still articulate human speech, nor could I understand why he remembered my name. This revelation left me bewildered. Could it be that remnants of a person's memory linger after becoming a zombie? I pondered quietly. If that were true, it would explain Lu Jiao's presence at the gym entrance, as she had waited for me there every night after training for over a year. With several zombies still lurking in front of the building, I dared not disturb them and chose to circumvent them to the back of the building. I called Big Brother. Hello? Third. Are you all right? The call connected quickly, and Big Brother's voice was filled with relief. If I were dead, who would deliver lubricant to the restroom? I replied with a smile. You nearly scared me to death. Lao Lu interjected from the background. Get lost, you fool. Grab Mu Qingxue and run. Don't you see I'm still alive? I hushed my voice, scolding him. I understood what Big Brother meant. It was certainly related to the video circulating in the school group. I dismissed the thought and said to Big Brother, please open the window and lower some ropes. I've brought back some food that needs to be transported upstairs. There are still a few zombies downstairs. Big Brother whispered from the window ledge, then glanced at me with surprise. You found Lao Wu? Is he all right? He is fine. If it weren't for him, I might not have made it. That is good to hear. Chapter 6. Safe return to the dormitory. Behind the dormitory, I had just lured away all the zombies, but now, a dozen had mysteriously appeared. Big Brother wanted to employ the same tactic again, but I declined. I couldn't be sure if the horde in front of the building had been drawn by my exclamation or the glass bottles. Just as I hesitated, Lao C's voice came through the phone. Don't worry, Third. We'll take care of these nuisances together. Lao Lu chimed in with determination. I was genuinely touched by the willingness of my brothers to risk themselves for my sake. Without further ado, I gave the command, and the dormitory windows opened in unison. Lao Si was the first to leap out, clutching his meticulously crafted peachwood sword, and with a snap of his fingers, he struck a pose, ready to face the zombies below. The zombies, surprisingly courteous, charged towards the fourth brother one by one. The first experiment concluded, confirming our suspicion that zombies are incapable of climbing stairs. Faced with the fourth brother, who was posing alluringly on the second-floor windowsill, the horde of zombies could only emit guttural sounds, their hands reaching out helplessly towards the empty air. Meanwhile, the fifth brother and I sprang into action, stealthily approaching with our javelins in hand. After silently dispatching 3 zombies, the others finally noticed my presence. With no intention of lingering, I turned and fled, attempting to lead a dozen or so zombies away from the ground floor. Seizing the opportunity, the fifth brother arrived at the window with 2 woven bags in tow. Standing atop the railing on the first floor, the sixth brother successfully received the items before jumping down beside the fourth brother. Brother 5, why is there so much blood on your pants? The sixth brother inquired, surveying the fifth brother. It's from the zombies, came the reply. The sixth brother merely acknowledged this with an "oh," picked up a Qinglong Yinyue knife from the ground, and, following the fourth brother, charged towards me. I must admit, with his physique and the weapon in hand, the sixth brother did exude an aura reminiscent of a formidable warrior, capable of holding off a multitude. However, I couldn't help but notice that as he ran, his ample posterior wobbled awkwardly. You scoundrel, take this. The fourth brother seized an opportunity and plunged his peachwood sword through a zombie's skull. After retracting his weapon, he wore a look of exhilaration, exclaiming, "Is my talisman truly effective? A sword without an edge can still harm the enemy. I must be exceptionally gifted." Enough of your musings, you fool. The zombie's bones are brittle. You can pierce them with chopsticks, I muttered under my breath. Compared to this imbecile, my sixth brother was far more reliable, wielding his large knife with precision. Not only could he sever heads, but he could also bisect a body with a single stroke. The three of us retreated while battling, and as we neared the window, only 5 zombies remained standing. Crap, the fourth brother exclaimed. The sixth and I exchanged puzzled glances, only to see that the fourth brother's peachwood sword had lodged itself in a zombie's eye socket, refusing to budge no matter how hard the fourth brother pulled. It remained stuck, eliciting pained cries from the zombie. Eventually, the creature succumbed to the strain and collapsed. With his foot planted on the zombie's chest, the fourth brother exerted force, breaking his sword in the process. Holding only the hilt, he wore a look of disbelief. You've ruined my talisman, you little brat. Just wait. With that, he showed no intention of assisting us further, swiftly climbing atop the first-floor railing with astonishing speed and agility, a sight unlike any I had ever witnessed. Without a weapon, he was of little use to us anyway, so he left. Yet, as fate would have it, the ancient adage that misfortunes never come alone proved scientifically accurate. Just as the fourth brother ascended, the sixth brother, true to his nature, swung the Qinglong Yinyuan knife with such force that it snapped in half. Given that the martial arts club's weapons were merely props for demonstration, they were hardly robust enough to withstand our brutal handling. Brother 3, I'm so sorry, he lamented. Upon hearing this, I knew my predicament was dire, but I held no grudge against him. What could be more precious than one's own life? Damn it, sixth brother. Before I could complete my mental self-reassurance, I suddenly felt my feet leave the ground, and the world began to spin. That fool, the sixth brother, had actually lifted me, twirling me around in a whirlwind of affection. I felt my feet collide with various objects, causing sharp pain in my shins. After a minute of dizzying motion, I finally steadied myself against the wall, only to find that the 4 remaining zombies had been dispatched. Sixth brother, did you ever consider that they could bite my legs? I retched as I scolded him. The sixth brother gently patted my back, then suddenly exclaimed, Oh no, I forgot in my haste. Get lost. I don't want to see you again today. I retched again in frustration. Looking up, I noticed the large figure I had seen earlier. Hey, they went up first, brother 3. You should hurry, 2 more are coming. The sixth brother pointed into the distance. Before the 2 zombies could reach us, I had already positioned myself atop the first-floor railing. Watching the 2 creatures futilely attempt to reach me while making guttural noises, I raised my javelin and struck each of them down. Ultimately, we had to descend. I had no desire to leave 2 watchful guards at my feet. Finally, I stepped into my long-lost dormitory. Before I could even sit down to relish my survival, a delicate figure rushed into my embrace. Tear-streaked and sobbing, enjoying the softness pressing against my chest, my previously exhausted body suddenly felt invigorated. The situation grew somewhat awkward, and I glanced at my dormitory brothers. The fourth brother, without hesitation, sat in his seat, scrutinizing his talisman. The others pretended not to notice, except for the sixth brother, who shot me a resentful look. However, when I raised my middle finger at him, he shot me a disdainful glare before turning away. All right, sister, now is not the time to cry. This apocalypse has only just begun. I wanted to comfort Mu Qingxue, but after pondering for a while, I realized I didn't know how to begin. Suddenly, I recalled something. Mu Qingxue might still be wandering around in just her underwear. If that were the case, it would be quite embarrassing. I quickly glanced down and felt relieved to see that she was wearing my combat shorts. Her slender, fair legs glistened with health, leaving me swallowing hard. After a moment of observation, I noticed the differences in physique between males and females. Mu Qingxue, standing at over 1.7 meters tall, was not that different from my own height of 1.82 meters. However, the shorts I wore on her resembled a skirt. All right, third brother and fifth brother, you two go wash off the blood on you. And fifth brother, are you sure you're not injured? Why does it seem like the blood on your pants is fresh? The eldest brother spoke up. The elder brother's words made me realize the issue at hand. I needed to check if I had been bitten during the whirlwind of affection the sixth brother had put me through. After reassuring Mu Qingxue, I headed to the shower room for a cold rinse. Though it was called a shower room, unless students installed a water heater themselves, there was no hot water available. Thankfully, after scrubbing the blood off my body, I found no wounds. Years of combat training had given me a physique beyond the ordinary. I didn't even have any bruises as I emerged from the washroom. Refreshed, I was met with the sight of the fifth brother being tied to a chair by the eldest brother and others. "What's going on?" I asked, perplexed. "Third brother," the fifth brother cried, his face a mask of sorrow. Tears streaming down. "Damn it, just look." The eldest brother pointed at the white towel draped over the fifth brother's legs. Upon the eldest brother's reminder, I realized the fifth brother's pants had been stripped away. Curiosity piqued, I lifted the towel covering the fifth brother's legs. One glance was all it took for me to exclaim, "What the hell?" He had been bitten. Couldn't he have just booked a room? Why did he have to engage in wild antics? "This is just great," the second brother scolded, exasperated. Upon hearing this, the fourth brother, the sixth brother, and I all looked at him with admiration. I wondered who had been smashed out of the bushes by the sixth brother's trash can earlier. He had the audacity to chastise the fifth brother. "What do we do now?" I looked around, but no one spoke, and they all deliberately avoided my gaze. Seeing their reactions, I shook my head in resignation. Using a towel to cushion my hand, I poked at the blood-soaked button, asking the fifth brother, "Does it hurt?" The fifth brother, tears streaming down his face, shook his head. "It doesn't hurt." Third brother, "I don't want to die." "It's all right. Don't worry, I won't let you die. But you need to hold on. I've seen in movies that if you get bitten on the arm, you have to cut it off quickly to stop the virus from spreading." There might still be hope. I began rummaging through drawers, searching for the watermelon knife. But after a long search, I found nothing. "What the hell do I cut?" "There's hardly anything left," the second brother yelled. "Shut up," I glared at him. "Third brother, stop looking. It's futile." The eldest brother pointed at the fifth brother behind me. Though the fifth brother still had some awareness, his eyes now resembled those of the other zombies. "Third brother, please, don't kill me." The fifth brother's words became slurred, as if he were in immense pain, twisting his neck. The sound of his vertebrae cracking filled the air. I realized it was too late. Utterly too late. The fifth brother, once a hopeful young man aspiring to be the king of affection, had finally earned the title today after a year and a half of unrequited love for the renowned beauty of the school. The fifth brother often said that to be a dog, one must lick one person. To be a wolf, one must lick 100. To become the king of dogs, one must lick the Sea King. Today, on what would be his last day as a human, he achieved his goal, but in the final moment, he lost his life to a zombie bite. How tragic, how lamentable, how commendable. His life had been one of diligence and brilliance, unmatched by others. At 10 o'clock in the evening, our dormitory was well stocked with food, and even the second brother had 2 boxes of white liquor. To commemorate our fallen dog king, the fifth brother, and in memory of his glorious past, the brothers gathered around. The 2 girls, frightened of the fifth brother, stayed on the upper bunk, nibbling on pig's feet and bread. The fifth brother, a true man, had lost his life but still managed to bring us supplies with his remaining strength. The eldest brother raised a cup in tribute. A gulp, gulp. The fifth brother, now a zombie, attempted to roar but was silenced as the second brother shoved a bottle of liquor into his mouth, pouring half of it down his throat. "To you, fifth brother, for your deeds shall be remembered throughout history," the fourth brother declared, downing a cup of liquor in one gulp. Fifth brother, gulp, gulp. The second brother set the bottle down, now a third less full. "Brother 5, I won't say much. It's all in the liquor," the second brother said, downing the remaining liquor in his cup. Before old 5 could utter a word, old 2 poured the entire contents of the wine bottle into old 5's mouth. Have you ever witnessed a zombie belching from alcohol? I certainly have. It was akin to the sound of a loud belch that filled the room with the scent of liquor, as if white spirits had been spilled everywhere. Old 6 hastily ran to the window to open it, hoping to let in some fresh air, only to exclaim in a hushed tone, "Third brother, didn't you kill old Lou? Why does this figure below look so familiar?" I responded with a perplexed hum, and stood up to peer out the window for a closer look. "What the hell, old Lou? This defies all logic," I gasped in astonishment. Below us stood old Lou, the very man whose skull I had shattered. He was left with only half a head, yet that lone, clouded eye fixated intently on our dormitory window, never wavering. This is absurd. How can someone live with only half a head? I muttered in disbelief. Catching old Lou's gaze, I could see the resentment and hatred reflected in his eyes. "Do you remember me?" I whispered. "Xing Tian, damn it," Old 3 exclaimed. "You reckless fool. In this darkness, what if something goes awry?" Old 1 grabbed my arm tightly. "This bastard is cursing me." "Let him curse," I retorted. "What we need to consider now is why this zombie, despite its head injury, remains alive and why it remembers you." Old 2 interjected, blocking my path. "This bastard is cursing me," I emphasized. "Third brother, wouldn't it be better to deal with him in the morning when the sun rises?" Old 6 cautiously grasped my arm. "This bastard," before I could finish, a delicate little foot suddenly appeared on my bed, delivering a swift kick to my face. "Damn!" the 4 brothers exclaimed in unison before taking their seats. What baffled me most was that Old 5 even managed to grin and click his tongue. "Are you still smiling?" I scolded him to in this dire situation. "You silly fool. When that wretched creature bit you, didn't you mention your third brother is Xing Tian?" I pointed at Old 5 in reproach. I had a feeling Old 5 understood, for that contemptuous gaze of his was filled with disdain. Chapter 8. A kick without a sound. Gazing into Old 5's scornful eyes, I genuinely contemplated delivering a merciless kick to him. However, having witnessed Lu Jiao's earlier fate, I hesitated. Thoughts of my once beloved flooded my mind, a wave of melancholy enveloping my heart, lingering and refusing to dissipate. How many times had I pleaded for her to wear black stockings when we were together, only for her to refuse? Yet, after just half a month with someone else, she was already donning those alluring tights. It was utterly humiliating, even in death. This truly reflected the old adage. One is reluctant to ride their own bicycle, yet another rides it with fervor. How infuriating! Realizing I had fallen into contemplation, my brothers maintained a respectful silence, refraining from disturbing my thoughts. Presumably, Old 4 and Old 6 had already recounted my situation. Yet, the small foot on my bed offered no respite from my sorrow. I shot another furious glare, only to soften once more. It truly was a kick without a sound. I simply couldn't fathom why this seemed to be a habit of kicking. Even more perplexing was my inexplicable sense of joy after being kicked. Perhaps Old 5 knew that if he were to fall into a drunken stupor, we wouldn't be able to handle him. With a deep look at Old 5, I raised my glass. "Old 5, I want to thank you with words. Though third brother cannot save you, I promise I won't harm you, as long as you're alive." I have no regrets with that. I tilted my head back and downed the contents of my glass. Old 2 opened another bottle and was about to pour it into Old 5's mouth when Old 5 shook his head. Astonishing everyone present. "This bastard has awareness. He knows he can't drink anymore?" Old 4 stood up in surprise. I scoffed. "There's someone downstairs still cursing at me. What is there to be surprised about?" Old 2 remarked. "Isn't this different from how it's depicted in dramas?" Old 2 asked, looking at Old 5 with hopeful eyes. "Old 5, do you still recognize your brothers?" "Nod if you do," Old 1 calmly asked. Observing Old 5. Hearing this, everyone turned their gaze toward Old 5, genuinely hoping he would nod. However, it soon became evident that this was an impossible feat. Old 5 continued to stare at Old 1, opening his mouth wide as if trying to bite the air. "Damn, I thought you had regressed," Old 2 exclaimed, without hesitation shoving the bottle into Old 5's mouth and pouring half of it down his throat. This time, Old 5 complied, lowering his head, his eyes glazed over, appearing half asleep. "Quick, quick, throw this guy into the bathroom. We don't want him throwing up on the floor," Old 1 urged. After tossing Old 5 into the bathroom, the 5 brothers reconvened to discuss our future course of action. Old 1 suggested that the military had established a temporary refuge by the seaside, and we could relocate there. Old 2 countered that the risks were too great. The school was already a small closed space, and it was in chaos. Entering the city would be exponentially more difficult. Old 4 expressed his intention to experiment with Old 5's charms and artifacts, asserting that if successful, he could traverse heaven and earth at will. "Shut up, you bastard. If it weren't for Old 6 quick thinking, I'd have been done for," I interjected before Old 4 could respond. No sooner had I finished speaking than another fragrant little foot kicked me in the face. In foul language came the gentle reprimand from Old 3. "What suggestions do you have?" Old 1 inquired. I recounted that during our escape, I had shut the heavy iron door at school that was seldom used, which would at least temporarily keep the zombies outside. We could use the school as our base. striving to survive before seeking help that I refrained from mentioning the search for a refuge, as it seemed unrealistic. If the military could control the outbreak, they would eventually find us, and if they couldn't, we would have to rely on ourselves to survive. My proposal garnered the support of the majority, especially from Mu Qingxue, who lay nestled in my blankets. With a general direction established, we began devising a survival plan. This time, the other three brothers turned their gaze toward me in unison, which took me by surprise. I was self-aware. Throughout my life, I was capable of physical exertion, but the moment I had to think, I felt drowsy. I had been admitted to this university due to my status as a national athlete, which speaks volumes about my lack of intellectual prowess. "Don't look at me," I exclaimed helplessly. As my words fell, the four of them turned their attention back to Old One. "What the hell are you looking at me for? Am I any better?" Old One pointed at me. "To be honest, comparing myself to him during such a time felt somewhat disheartening, but there was little choice. With so few of us, I was the best among them." Just as Old One finished speaking, all four turned their gazes back to Old Two. Old Two was more straightforward, pointing to his own groin and then to his head. "Don't look at me. I'm a weirdo. Have you forgotten?" The three nodded in agreement. Finally, it was Old Four's turn. As we directed our gaze toward him, Old Four was about to speak when the three of us raised our glasses in unison, bypassing him. It wasn't that we disrespected him. Rather, aside from slaying demons and absorbing the essence of the sun and moon in the dead of night, he was truly incapable. I didn't want to compare myself to him, but in comparison to me, he was indeed lacking, not in intelligence, but rather in mental acuity. Can I speak? Just as we downed a bitter glass of liquor, lamenting the horrors of ignorance, a gentle, delicate voice floated down from above. We four looked up, exclaiming in unison, "What the hell? How could we have forgotten Mu Qingxue?" She was the embodiment of beauty and intelligence. Renowned in the finance department, seeing our expectant gazes directed at her, Mu Qingxue sat up and said, "Now we should consider how to solve our food supply problem. I just took a look. If we ration our food, it should last us a month. But what then?" Mu Qingxue shook her head. "There must be more survivors in the school than just us, right? If there are hundreds or even thousands of people, how long will our supplies last?" Her words left us, the brainless military faction, dumbfounded. This was a significant issue. If not resolved, the school would become a death trap rather than a refuge. Over time, cannibalism could even become a reality. Chapter 9. Planning in the presence of Mu Qingxue, we four had no choice but to acknowledge our own foolishness. Even I, the self-proclaimed strategist of our dormitory, felt utterly inadequate. "Third sister-in-law, please elaborate," Old One said. Invigorated, which left Mu Qingxue's cheeks flushed, I intended to explain on her behalf, but seeing her shy demeanor without a hint of rebuttal, I suddenly felt a spring-like warmth amidst this apocalypse. The school was vast, and we were still unable to control it. I suggested we base our efforts on the building. We must clear the entire dormitory building and gather all surviving students to have any hope of survival. Upon hearing this, we five lowered our heads in contemplation. Mu Qingxue's proposal was undoubtedly an excellent one, but the idea of clearing the entire dormitory building seemed like a pipe dream. No one knew how many zombies were lurking within our dormitory. With just the five of us, in such a confined space, clearing it out would be tantamount to courting death. There was a form on my phone listing the names and dormitory numbers of the living in Dormitory 3. After glancing at it, I gave Mu Qingxue a thumbs up. Old One took the phone and pondered for a moment before suddenly stating, "Let us wait 7 days." Hearing this, we all looked at Old One in surprise. 7 days. What does that truly signify? In a mere week, countless souls may perish from hunger or thirst. The law of the jungle prevails. What era do we inhabit? Have you not contemplated this? Those with the capability shall survive, while the incapable shall be cast aside. Such is the natural order of existence. There is no necessity for us to risk our lives for the sake of these outsiders. The words of our leader silenced any objections I had. Even Mu Qingxue merely opened her mouth to speak before falling silent again. The leader is right. The cleansing of our dormitory is imperative, yet sacrificing our lives to save others, only for them to share in our resources, seems a grave folly. The leader's insight resonates. The hearts of men are inscrutable. Once we save them, they may well turn against us, a sentiment echoed by the second dash command. As cultivators, we ought to, I too concur. Had the leader ventured forth, not only would he have been of no assistance, but he might have also fallen prey himself. Furthermore, in 3 days, due to starvation, the school's supermarket will undoubtedly attract visitors. They are not like Xingtian, well-versed in the ways of the undead, and the supermarket could easily be looted, potentially drawing a horde of zombies, complicating our future quests for sustenance. After a moment of contemplation, the little girl sitting on the bed boldly proclaimed, "Tomorrow, I shall return. I will gather as much as I can. Praying the zombies in the stadium do not run amok," I responded. "We shall all go tomorrow. At the very least to procure provisions for several months. We must endure." Today's gathering was the most disheartening and heavy-hearted repast since my enrollment, for the topics of conversation revolved solely around scheming against the living and dispatching the dead. Yet, I could only find solace atop the bed of the fifth brother. His bed, adjacent to mine, typically serves as our nighttime chat space, with our heads aligned. Today was no exception, though regrettably, the familiar presence above me was absent. However, the scent wafting from above was rather pleasant. "Have you fallen asleep?" came a faint voice from above as the dormitory filled with the sounds of snoring. "What are you afraid of?" I questioned in response to Mu Chengshue's murmurs of fear. "What if the fifth brother cannot emerge?" she replied. "Then you ought to be frightened." Annoyed, I turned away, suggesting, "Count sheep, or come hide under my covers." I was truly exasperated. Let her be chased by hundreds of zombies throughout the school. She would understand the meaning of physical and mental exhaustion. It was late at night, and yet she still indulged in such sentimentalities. Truth be told, I did not intend to be unkind. I was merely fatigued, and her presence was a slight irritation, prompting my offhand remark. However, I was utterly unprepared for her to actually crawl over. Slipping under the covers beside me, I was taken aback, my eyes widening in astonishment as I beheld her delicate features mere inches away. "What do you fear? If the fifth brother emerges, he will bite you first," she said. The darkness of the dormitory obscured my view of her expression, but judging by her tone and the trembling hand at my waist, it was clear that was not her true intention. I recognized that spring had arrived, and in this apocalyptic world, there was no room for politeness. I too embraced her slender waist. The moment I did, I felt her body tense, only to gradually relax once more. "What were you doing in the washroom? Why aren't you wearing pants?" I inquired softly, attempting to ease the awkwardness. "Washing clothes, since I was already at it. I thought I might as well wash my pants too. Who knew it would turn out like this?" she replied with a hint of trepidation. "What a fate. Had you been in the dormitory, you would likely have turned into a zombie by now," I muttered. The fleeting energy I had earlier dissipated, leaving me utterly spent. "Sleep now. With me here, there is nothing to fear," I murmured, closing my eyes. The next morning, amidst this desolate world, I found myself comfortably waking up on my own. Perhaps everyone recognized my exhaustion, for not a single soul stirred me from slumber, not even Mu Chengxue, who remained nestled in my arms. Upon noticing my movement, she opened her enchanting eyes. As she realized the dormitory was awake, she hurriedly withdrew her large hand from her clothing and quickly adjusted her attire before sitting up. The fifth brother had already been dragged out of the restroom by the fourth brother, who was now covered in yellow talismans, experimenting with various tools like chalk lines, vermilion, and bagua mirrors. Chapter 10. Descending the Stairs. Sitting up, I glanced at my phone. It was already past 10 in the morning. My eyes shifted toward the doorway, where the leader was peering through the peephole. "Leader, have you discovered anything?" I asked with curiosity. "It's strange. It's been an entire morning, yet I haven't seen a single zombie," he muttered. "Those creatures typically remain in place unless provoked. Why not knock on the door and see?" I suggested in a hushed tone. "Are you out of your mind?" he retorted, raising a middle finger in my direction. I merely smiled, dismissing his reaction. Jesting is a fine way to alleviate tension. "Xingtian, which one is your toothbrush?" Mu Chengxue emerged from the shower to ask. I pointed to the wardrobe beneath me, indicating that there was a new one inside. The little girl promptly retrieved the toothbrush and dashed into the washroom. However, this situation was unsustainable, and it appeared unlikely that we would have heating this winter. If the pandemic was not controlled effectively, the power supply could vanish at any moment in the Northeast. Without heating, winter could be deadly if possible. It would be wise to gather more blankets and medicines. Considering the number of us in the dormitory, just in case. Lost in thought, I glanced at the fifth and fourth brothers. The former seemed utterly despondent. I sensed that the fifth brother's gaze implored me. Third brother, please do me a favor and end this misery. After a quick trip to the restroom, I washed my face, brushed my teeth, and had breakfast without skipping a beat. Our plan from the previous night was to first procure weapons from the gym before raiding the supermarket. Initially, there was some disagreement regarding which task to prioritize, but ultimately, Mu Qingxue decided we should secure weapons first, reasoning that we must ensure our survival before considering how to improve our lives. Without hesitation, the others agreed with her suggestion, as if under some enchantment. It seemed that anything she proposed was deemed correct due to her academic prowess. As we geared up, we each retrieved the thickest books we could find, binding them to our forearms and calves with tape, hoping they might save our lives in a crucial moment. Following the precedent set by the fifth brother, the second brother took my protective cup from my previous competition, and the other two followed suit, seizing my spare cup. I warned them that wearing such items would hinder their ability to run, yet they remained obstinate. Noticing my lack of protection, Mu Qingxue grew increasingly anxious, insisting that I wear several pairs of pants before descending. Ultimately, the leader was left behind in the dormitory, as he was simply too frail to in an emergency. I worried he might perish on the way. With the fifth brother still in the dormitory, both Mu Qingxue and the second brother, a girl named Feifei, appeared somewhat apprehensive. Thus, rather than burdening ourselves with the leader, it was more prudent for him to remain behind. Ensuring efficient resource utilization, before we departed, the leader poured 4 cups of alcohol, seriously raising a glass to us as a farewell toast. "To hell with this," I muttered, gently pulling open the window. The second brother walked over and downed a cup of the so-called farewell drink, while the fourth brother sipped another, casting a look of disbelief at the leader. The sixth brother, the last to approach the window, pinched the leader with his excessively large eyelids, a gesture that spoke volumes without uttering a word. Mu Qingxue anxiously watched as we 4 jumped down, then turned to the leader, disdainfully huffing before walking away. The leader, still standing in place, held his glass aloft, perplexed. "Hey, third brother, why are you cursing?" "Leader," Mu Shui simply huffed. Feifei chimed in from the second brother's bed, peeking out from behind the curtain. It was clear that her huff was far more cutting than the remarks of the others, so we made our way. We were astonished to discover that during the day, although these zombies were not averse to sunlight, they were significantly slower. It was as if they were in a stupor. As long as we did not create excessive noise to rouse them, we could pass by unnoticed. This revelation instilled us with confidence in the army's ability to control the spread of the pandemic. "Third brother, were you certain you were the last to leave the gym yesterday?" The fourth brother inquired. "I dare not agree," the second brother replied. "What do you mean by that?" I asked, puzzled that I intended to take Feifei to the gym to discuss poetry and prose, but someone beat us to it. The second brother stated seriously. "How disgusting." The sixth brother rolled his eyes disdainfully. As we crouched at the corner of the gym's entrance, I peeked toward the front door. Aside from the corpse of Jiao Jiao, which was already swarming with flies, I saw no other zombies nearby. 1 man and 6 women. The second brother declared decisively. "I remember quite well." I muttered. "Damn it, 1 dragon and 6 phoenixes. What a pinnacle of life. How could I forget?" The second brother's eyes widened with envy. "Perhaps they were merely training," the sixth brother remarked, rolling his eyes at his elder brother. "Training for what? Push-ups, sit-ups, splits, backbends, squats? Enough, enough, enough. I know you possess an array of skills. There's no need to show off," I said. Waving my hand dismissively, I propose that the fourth one takes the initiative to speak. He says, "I wish to set up a formation first, invoking the blessings of Master Zhang." My thoughts drift to my second aunt, and I realize that would be no better than shouting that I am a fool. I curse under my breath, grit my teeth, and turn the corner, pushing open the grand doors of the gymnasium. Chapter 11. The Goddess of Archery. Zhang Er School's gymnasium is not particularly large, consisting merely of 3 basketball courts, 3 volleyball courts, and 2 badminton courts. These areas are immediately discernible upon entry. Although the gym is currently devoid of lighting during the day, the dimness hardly obstructs visibility. The most unpredictable aspect lies in the small rooms on the left side of the second floor, which house wrestling, archery, taekwondo, martial arts, and our free combat training rooms. Each room is quite small, likely exceeding 200 square meters. The 4 of us stealthily enter the gymnasium. I carefully survey the entire first floor court, finding it completely empty, quite satisfactory. The sixth one nods in compliance, but in the next instant, a loud clatter causes my heart to race. I see the sixth one, blushing with embarrassment, holding up a small piece of a broken door lock pull ring. Shaking it at me, I am utterly exasperated. How many times must I tell you, you incompetent fool? Be gentle, be gentle. How many locks have we replaced in our dormitory over the past year and a half? The fourth one rushes over to inspect the lock. At this moment, I feel like dying, truly. Just let me perish. I am exhausted, both physically and mentally, utterly devoid of hope. The third one too. Why couldn't you have let the second brother handle such meticulous work next time? The second brother pats my shoulder to comfort me. Listen, listen. Is locking a door considered meticulous work? I retort in frustration. I feel like I am living a great life, yet am stifled by my circumstances. Had I known that dormitory assignments were based on intelligence, I would have sold my possessions to secure a decent room. Can't open it. Can't open it. Once we gather our weapons, we can just smash the glass door to escape, the second brother suggests. Upon hearing this, the fourth and sixth brothers' expressions brighten, as if they are thinking, what a brilliant idea. Why didn't we think of that? Have you three not considered that shattering the glass would attract a horde of zombies? I growl. If in the future I have a child as foolish as these three, I would undoubtedly strangle him and start anew. Ah, it's my third brother who thinks things through. The sixth one praises me, as if awakened from a dream. Enough chatter. Let us find weapons. There's a low window at the back of the first floor. We can jump out from there, I say, suppressing my simmering rage, and then, spear in hand, I advance cautiously towards the upper floor. Upon reaching the second floor, the long corridor is devoid of even a shadow. Seeing this, I exhale in relief and am just about to inform the three behind me that there are no zombies when a sudden sound of something falling echoes from the end of the corridor. My heart, which had just begun to relax, leaps to my throat, and I peer down the corridor, finding no change. Wrestling, folk dance, archery, the three of them simultaneously provide me with three different answers. I feel dizzy. Struggling to calm my agitated emotions, desperately searching my memory for past recollections. Unfortunately, my sluggish mind fails me, and I can't recall anything. Forget it, I think. The martial arts team's classroom is centrally located. And once we grab what we need, we can leave. Whatever happens inside, happens, I whisper, then hunch over and proceed down the corridor. As I pass by the first few training rooms, I cautiously glance inside. But each time, my trepidation yields nothing of interest. Thus, I grow weary of being so cautious and walk upright, merely glancing as I pass by. The three behind me, emboldened by my apparent fearlessness, grow increasingly reckless. Aside from not shouting loudly, they behave almost as they normally would. The second brother's intel is way off. It's one guy and 6 girls. I scoffed at if that were the case. Wouldn't he be bleeding from the eyes? The sixth one mutters disdainfully, oh, please. Devi said Jiang is a girl with a girlfriend. How could she possibly meet someone in the gym at night for a rendezvous? 6 girls and 1 guy? The fourth one chimes in, before turning to enter the martial arts training room with me. I ignore their foolish banter about Jiang Yi. It has nothing to do with our current predicament. Survival is of utmost importance. Upon entering the martial arts training room, I discard my signature weapon, the spear, and begin searching for a more suitable weapon. After rummaging through various items, I find nothing that suits my fancy. Various weapons, swords, halberds, axes, are far less comfortable to me than my spear. The search grows increasingly tedious, and ultimately, I pick up my spear again. Watching the three as they rummage through boxes, I glare at the fourth one. Put down the Guan Yu blade, I order. Second brother, you old fool, those axes are bigger than you. What do you intend to do with them? I scold the sixth one. You incompetent buffoon, toss the whip aside. And what's in your pocket? Are you planning to use a candle for something? After my tirade, the sixth one finally relinquishes the 2 axes, the second brother takes a steel knife, and the fourth one opts for a long sword. Seeing the suddenly imposing trio before me, I feel unexpectedly relieved. It truly is said that one's attire can greatly influence their demeanor. Third brother, why aren't you taking a weapon? The sixth one queries. This one feels right. I'm not accustomed to others, I reply, turning to exit. However, as I step through the training room door, a dark figure swiftly rushes towards me from my peripheral vision. Instinctively, honed by years of combat training, I jerk my head, With a loud thud, an arrow embeds itself in the open door, still quivering. "Are you human or zombie?" A voice, infused with anger yet tinged with fear, calls out. "Are you blind? Do you think zombies can dodge arrows?" I shout from beside the door. "Who are you, Xingtian?" The girl's voice is filled with surprise. "Who are you? How do you know me?" I ask, still hesitant to reveal myself. "I am Jiang Yi. We sat together on the bus to the university sports meet." She responds, "Jiang Yi? That name sounds incredibly familiar. Isn't she the girl the second brother just mentioned? The cold girl from the bus? Back then, I don't believe I exchanged a single word with her." Chapter 12. Almost killed the living. The implication seems to suggest, see, your second brother's eyes are like measuring sticks. He cannot mistake a beauty upon first sight. The sixth one dismisses the second brother's boast with a roll of his eyes, ignoring him entirely. "What are you doing here? And how many of you are there?" I think to myself, as I do not share the same carefree attitude as my foolish second brother. It is evident that the other party possesses ranged weaponry. If we were to be lured outside, we would be met with a rain of arrows, leading to our immediate demise. I genuinely want to deliver a scathing rebuke to this imbecile comparable to Lu Jiao. Yet, I cannot act upon that impulse, as nominally, he is my second brother. According to the rules, betraying the eldest brother warrants punishment, but I can hardly contain my frustration. I can at least curse him. "Shut up, you fool. We are four, and one of our classmates is injured. You need to help us." Jiang Yi's anxious voice pierces through. "Third brother, what is going on?" The sixth one queries, looking at me with confusion. At such a time, I trust no one I utter, yet internally I am in turmoil. "Xingtian, hurry. She is not going to make it." Jiang Yi's voice pierces through my struggle. "Damn it, if a big man is to die, so be it. Whether heavy or light," I mutter under my breath. "Third brother, that is heavier than Mount Tai or lighter than a feather." The sixth one gently reminds me, I am merely 30 meters away from the classroom at the end of the corridor. But with each step, my heart rises a little more. I am genuinely terrified that a figure might suddenly emerge from that door and shoot an arrow at me without hesitation, sending me to my demise. Fortunately, my fears do not materialize, and I successfully reach the door of Jiang Yi's training room. Inside, chaos reigns. One girl is atop another, fiercely biting her. The girl beneath struggles desperately, yet she is still bitten on the wrist. Jiang Yi and another girl are straining to pull away the girl who has already transformed into a zombie. Understanding the situation, I waste no time rushing in, grabbing Jiang Yi and the other girl by their collars and tossing them aside. Without a moment to think, I deliver a kick that lands squarely on the zombie girl's right cheek. With a loud crack, her face collapses, and her body is sent flying sideways, crashing to the ground. Gripping my spear tightly, I do not wait for the girl to rise again. I thrust the spear's tip into her skull. Witnessing the tragic demise of their companion, Jiang Yi and the other girls cover their eyes and turn away. Having completed my task, I stride towards the girl who has been bitten on my bloodied spear tip nearly touching her forehead. I demand, "Show me your right hand. Xingtian, are you all right?" "She is my classmate," Jiang Yi exclaims anxiously. Noticing my grim expression, I know she is your classmate. "Wasn't he the other one also your classmate?" "It doesn't matter. She just bit you. Hurry up, don't dawdle, or I will kill you." I glare intensely at the girl. Terrified, the girl raises her right hand in a panic. I scrutinize her wrist closely. It is bleeding, indicating that she has indeed been bitten. This girl absolutely cannot be spared. You have been bitten, and now two paths lie before you. One leads to survival, which requires me to sever your right hand, perhaps granting you a slim chance of hope. The other, I may as well escort you to your end. And no sooner had I finished speaking than I felt a sharp blow to the back of my head. Just yesterday, after being trampled by Mu Chengxue, I had already developed a sizable bump, and now this slap had me grimacing in pain. Be more observant. It's clear the young lady is wearing gloves. Old Two's voice rang out, "Third brother, we couldn't bear the thought of leaving you behind, so we followed." Old Six murmured shyly. Warmth flooded my heart at his words, and I intended to express something centered around brotherly camaraderie. Yet, I soon noticed Old Two and Old Four had bypassed me, heading straight for Jiang Yi and her companions. Their overly solicitous demeanor made it painfully clear that I was still too naive. This was not concern for my well-being, but rather fear of my monopolizing the situation. After Old 2 conducted a thorough examination, it was evident that although the girl's wrist had been bitten, her protective gloves had withstood the assault. This indicated that the zombie's teeth had not broken the skin, thus she was relatively unharmed. Upon realizing her safety, the girl shot me a fierce glare. I felt quite embarrassed. After all, I had nearly extinguished the life of a perfectly healthy individual. How could that not be awkward? However, I could hardly be blamed. In times like these, it was better to err on the side of caution, a conclusion we had reached in our discussions the previous night. I briefly informed the three girls about the current situation outside. Although they had prepared themselves to some extent, they were still visibly shaken. I asked Jiangyi how they ended up in this predicament. She explained that their team leader had summoned them, claiming they were to be selected as corps members for the provincial sports games, which is why they had come to the gymnasium. However, as soon as they arrived, the leader began to inappropriately touch them under the pretense of correcting their techniques. Unable to tolerate the harassment, the girls retaliated with punches and kicks. Yet, to their dismay, as they calmed down and prepared to leave, shrieks of terror erupted from outside the gym. Jiangyi furrowed her brow deeply, contemplating for a moment before uncertainly stating that there might have been a few trailing behind, but were not inside the gym. Hearing her account left me momentarily bewildered. How could we effectively engage in battle without knowing our adversaries? From my earlier observations, it seemed there were no zombies present. However, when we eventually departed, we would have to traverse the various courts, which, while open, contained numerous blind spots, such as the changing rooms for the basketball and volleyball teams. Should a horde of zombies suddenly emerge from those corners, we would be in dire straits. Third brother. Perhaps we should break a window, Old 3 suggested. No, think more creatively. Do not let your lower faculties dictate your actions, Old 2 said gently while tending to the injured girl. Old 3, as a practitioner. How about you serve as bait to lure out the zombies? Before Old 4 could finish, I interrupted. Third brother. Just hold on to your double-headed axe and refrain from any foolishness. Chapter 13. The four brothers battle the zombies. After an intense discussion among us, it was unanimously decided that I would become the bait to draw out the zombies. Faced with this outcome, I felt it was only fitting, yet something felt amiss, though I couldn't quite place it. Stop your incessant fidgeting. Do you not realize you are drawing blood? I scolded Old 6, who seemed utterly unfazed by my reprimand and instead appeared quite pleased. Third brother, you must admit, this axe is remarkably effective. It even helped me remove an ingrown nail, he replied cheerfully. Gazing at this clumsy giant, I felt tears welling up, questioning what sins I had committed in my past life to deserve such torment in this one. We proceeded cautiously, yet Jiangyi stealthily approached me, retrieving a pair of claw hooks from her backpack. Here, she exclaimed. My heart soared at the sight of the claw hooks. I had longed to acquire them since joining the martial arts club. Yet they were nowhere to be found. Perhaps due to their lethality, or perhaps because no one in the club knew how to wield them. How did you come by these? I asked excitedly, gently placing my javelin on the ground, relinquishing it for the superior weapon. During the university sports meet, I noticed you were captivated by Wolverine, and even researched claw hooks online, Jiangyi whispered. I shot her a puzzled glance. If my memory served me right, this seemingly icy beauty had either been listening to music or napping at the time. My questioning gaze made her cheeks flush, but she quickly regained her composure. There were none available online. I searched extensively, and eventually commissioned a craftsman to create this pair. A hint of romantic tension hung in the air. Had this been before the apocalypse, I might have been elated beyond measure. But now, amidst the uncertainty of survival, such thoughts seemed trivial. Now adorned with these full-metal claw hooks, I was entranced. Having practiced unrestricted combat since childhood, possessing such a weapon felt like receiving wings in this desolate world. I longed to encounter zombies immediately to test my newfound armament. As I approached the entrance on the first floor, I noticed several zombies roaming the small plaza outside, likely drawn by the noise of our earlier commotion. However, when I glanced back at the courts, they remained ominously silent. This puzzled me. If the zombies outside could hear the ruckus, how could there be none within the same building? Were we truly devoid of any zombies here? Third brother, do not fret. If they dare miss their shot, I'll cleave them. Old 6 raised his axe confidently. Old 4 glared, irritated by the bravado. Old 2 shot a disapproving glance at Old 6, observing these two. I felt a sense of resignation. With such companions, what could I regret? It seemed better to perish sooner than to endure this torment. With determined strides, I entered the arena. To alert the zombies of my presence. I crossed my weapons, creating a cacophony of jarring sounds. I traversed the basketball court, passing the volleyball court, and nearing a small window. The atmosphere remained eerily still. Perhaps I had been overly cautious. I waved reassuringly at my companions. They rushed toward me, but just as they reached halfway, I was left dumbfounded. From the previously silent basketball team's changing room, a horde of towering zombies burst forth, drawn by a faint noise. What in the world is happening? I frantically signaled to the others. They too sensed the shift, glancing back before quickening their pace. Yet, unfortunately, girls are still girls. Despite their endurance, their speed could not match that of the boys. As Jiang Yi and her companions fell behind, I instinctively sprinted to their aid. The confrontation was imminent, and just as the last girl was about to be tackled by a zombie, I lunged forward. With a merciless punch, my claw hook plunged deep into its skull. I fought and retreated gracefully, deftly handling 3 or 4 zombies whose sluggish movements posed no threat to me. Third brother, fear not. I am here. A shadow streaked past me. An old six wielded 2 heavy axes as though they were mere toys. Yet, the sight of the girl awkwardly punching and shoving the zombies back with tiny steps made me cringe with discomfort. What are you doing? Where's that ferocity from yesterday when you were smashing Lu Jiao and swinging at me? I shouted in exasperation. What in the world? Is this when the flowers bloom across the mountains? Suddenly, with a flash of cold light, I swiftly dodged, raising my claw hooks to block. The clang of metal resonated as I incredulously stared at Old Four. Why are you poking me? Sorry, I forgot to wear my contacts. He replied before darting away. I grumbled in disbelief. Just as I was taken aback, I sensed a shadow looming behind me. Instinctively, I rolled forward, and in the next moment, a human head rolled to the ground. Seeing Old Two wielding a steel knife brought me immense relief. In critical moments, I could still rely on my second brother. The commotion inside the gym had attracted the attention of zombies outside, who were now clamoring at the glass doors. We must act swiftly. We cannot afford to delay, I shouted, and no sooner had I spoken than a dull thud echoed. A zombie near me collapsed, an arrow piercing its temple. What excellent marksmanship, I couldn't help but praise, only to hear Jiang Yi mumble, wait, I was aiming for another one. For heaven's sake, be careful. The 4 brothers chorused in unison. Chapter 14. The campus bullies occupy the supermarket now armed with claw hooks. I felt invincible. Every punch and swipe sent the zombies before me to their demise. The only discomfort came from the gruesome aftermath. My clothes were splattered with either rotting flesh or congealed blood. Ugh, after successfully escaping through the small window, I crouched against the wall, retching. Third brother, you aren't feeling ill, are you? Old Six patted my back with concern. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that. Regardless of style, design, or size, I stuffed 2 large bed sheets haphazardly into 2 oversized bags. Just as I was about to leave, I spotted a pair of high-top leather boots hanging on the wall, reminiscent of Jiang Yi's style, and I casually tucked them into my bundle. With the 2 hefty packages slung over the back of my electric scooter, I sped away, leaving the surrounding zombies far behind in my dust. Chapter 16. Apocalypse, spicy hot pot. Riding my pink electric scooter, I approached the scene. Lao Lu was the first to rush over. Third brother, there are numerous zombies downstairs. With so many of us, we can't get up. Upon hearing this, I leaned out to take a glance. Goodness, there weren't this many when I left. How did they suddenly multiply? Did you attract them here? Faced with the trio's foolishness, I couldn't help but inquire further. Who do you think you're looking down on? Lauer retorted, displeased. Are we simpletons? Lao Si shot me a disdainful glare. Just as Lao Lu was about to speak, I quickly interrupted. All right, I get it. I was wrong. I will change. Noticing the eldest in the second-floor dormitory gesturing animatedly, I helplessly pulled out my phone. What are you gesturing about? I asked as the call connected. Listening to the elder's narrative, I fell silent for a few seconds. Elder brother, with so much to say, you might as well gesture until next year. We might not even guess it. Are you suffering from some serious ailment? The elder was not pleased. Am I saying that? What I'm gesturing about is that there are hardly any bottles left in the dormitory. You can't even come up with that. I hopped onto my little motorcycle and boldly dashed out. I rode circles around the zombies, playfully standing on my vehicle and swaying my hips. The zombies were infuriated, and the elder and others looked on in shock, especially Jiang Yi and her friends. Just moments ago, I was a ruthless killer. And now I appeared foolish. How could they accept this transformation? As the zombies followed closely behind my little electric scooter, I leisurely rode towards the supermarket. However, to my surprise, someone in the school group had posted a video titled "Delivery Guy Truly Dedicated." Earning money without fear, bold and unashamed, that I lured all the zombies to the supermarket and twisted the throttle to make my escape. Just around the corner, the zombies ceased their pursuit. With the pressure off my back, I felt liberated and recalled Lao Lu's cafeteria, so I rode over. The third cafeteria, situated away from the campus center, was typically deserted except during meal times. Some might wonder why people would travel so far to eat. The answer is affordability. The same rice dishes served generous portions and were 2 yuan cheaper than those at other cafeterias, making it heaven for students like me from less affluent backgrounds. Vaguely remembering the exit where Lao Lu would emerge, I cautiously entered. After surveying the surroundings, I found no signs of movement aside from a few corpses with chopped-off heads, which reassured me, allowing me to climb into the stall. In the end, I settled on the spicy hot pot stall. After packing the base ingredients and various vegetables from the freezer, I placed them onto my electric scooter. Yet, a school is not solely comprised of this many people. A significant number of zombies must still be trapped in the dormitory. Just how many zombies are lurking in my dormitory building? That remains a mystery, and contemplating the cleansing of the dormitory now seems overwhelmingly daunting. Jiang Yi, with her bow drawn, cautiously watched my surroundings. I merely smiled faintly, not rejecting her vigilance in times like these. Such caution is commendable. As I climbed the stairs, Mu Chengxue attempted to embrace me like yesterday. But upon nearing, she halted, realizing I was in no condition for such familiarity. Waving off the others, I slipped into the bathroom, too lazy to wash my clothes, tossing them straight into the trash. I had initially asked Lao Lu to fetch me a pair of shorts. But instead, it was Mu Chengxue who brought them over. The moment I opened the door, although she acted nonchalantly, I could discern a hint of shyness in her eyes. I truly didn't understand why Lao Lu couldn't simply deliver them too. Why put herself in such an awkward position? Once Mu Chengxue closed the door, I suddenly comprehended. It was likely because of Jiang Yi, a means to assert her place. After my shower, I discovered the dormitory was already bustling with people, particularly Lao Wu, who was overly excited by the crowd. A group of girls huddled together in a corner of the upper bunk, too frightened to move. This only exacerbated the cramped atmosphere in the dormitory. With a few more girls arriving, the eldest was ecstatic, but upon seeing me emerge, his expression immediately turned stern. "Third brother, didn't I mention that the weak are preyed upon by the strong? You enough, elder brother. Before I came out, you were probably drooling all over the floor. Now you're talking about the weak and the strong." I interrupted. "Impossible. When did that happen?" The elder hastily wiped his mouth. "I don't care about free love. But coercion, intimidation, and enticement are unacceptable. We had an agreement. I had to remind him about 2 girls who had come over last night. He likely didn't know. That night, amidst a situation where everyone struggled to stay fed and warm, our dormitory surprisingly prepared spicy hot pot. Under the elder's deliberate orchestration, the aroma wafted throughout the front and back of the building. The elder proclaimed, "Let them drool, let them starve. The more that come out, the better. Not only will it help us eliminate zombies, but it will also assist in clearing the dormitory." Listening to the elder's rhetoric, although I said nothing, I was not particularly in agreement with his sentiments. Our dormitory could stand on its own due to my night-run exploits yesterday, which made me familiar with the zombies' basic habits, coupled with our superior combat skills. However, for a group of ordinary people facing the unknown, emerging was akin to signing their death warrants. Hoping this group would aid us in clearing the dormitory, that was nothing short of a fantasy. It would be a miracle if they didn't create more chaos. Chapter 17. Pre-battle strategy. According to Mu Chengshue's tally, after we left today, 34 people descended from the lower floors, with no survivors. Therefore, there should still be 24 people in our dormitory. Could these 24 become our allies? A heated discussion began among the group, but as the debate ensued, things took an unexpected turn. We, a group of men, could only watch foolishly as Mu Chengxue and Jiang Yi clashed, unable to interject a single word. This wasn't the crux of the matter. The key point was when these two stubbornly arguing beauties couldn't reach a conclusion, they both turned to me simultaneously. I'm full, too tired. I'm going to sleep. I awkwardly stammered, in a way. The two girls replied in unison. I found myself in a bind, stealing a glance at the elder, who, upon catching my gaze, turned and strolled over to the window to smoke. Looking at Lao Si, he hastily rummaged through his pockets, yet after a long while, he failed to produce anything of substance. Lao Er was a lost cause, currently holding Feifei's hand, his face a mask of flirtation with the new girl. As for Lao Lu, the moment my gaze shifted to him, he spoke up, "Third brother, I'll follow your lead." "Fine. How about we all go perish then? It's exhausting. Can't we wait a few days to address this?" Right now, we had no worries about food or drink. If we were frugal, we could last at least another 2 months. That's 2 months. During such a lengthy period, those who were destined to starve would have already perished. And those who couldn't withstand it would have long ventured out and been bitten. Once everything settled, we could make our decisions. Why must it be now? Can't we wait a few days to study this issue? I implored gently. All right. The two girls replied simultaneously, leaving me baffled. What did this mean? In truth, the common folk had already arrived at their conclusions, yet they chose to toy with me. That night, I found no place to sleep. As 5 more people had joined the dormitory, and being able to sleep on the floor was already a blessing. Fortunately, there were enough bedding supplies. Laying down a mat was not an issue. The carefree trio continued to sleep in their beds, while Lao Lu and I lay on the floor. 6 girls could squeeze together, and 2 could share a bed. The key point was that the bickering Mu Chengxue and Jiang Yi somehow ended up sleeping together, which puzzled me greatly. It wasn't until Lao Lu sent me a WeChat message that I understood. The two girls were watching each other intently. Their expressions seemed to convey, if I can't sleep, neither can you. I truly didn't comprehend why they hadn't acted sooner. When I was with Lu Jiao, their absence was somewhat justifiable. However, it had been half a month since my breakup with Lu Jiao. Where had they all been? Now that the apocalypse had arrived, they all suddenly reappeared. What was the purpose of this chaos? Filled with frustration, I found it hard to sleep. While the power and internet were still functioning, I opened Lao Er's computer and logged onto the school forum. The video of my night run had already been pushed down the rankings, replaced by videos of delivery guys, which had also failed to gain traction. Baffled, I clicked on the system's default most popular post. After merely glancing at it, my eyes widened in shock. What the hell? The dormitory occupants all jolted awake. Damn it, I've become the villain, I muttered under my breath. A flurry of confusion ensued as everyone scrambled out of bed, staring at the video on the computer, rendered speechless. Moreover, the video concluded with the phrase, "When the apocalypse arrives, true evil reveals itself." Sports Department sophomore Xing Tian. This guy was undoubtedly from the computer science department and a skilled hacker, capable of breaching the supermarket's computer systems, the elder analyzed, stroking his chin. He also recognized the third and fourth brothers and added a remark. Judging by the angle of the video, it should be the second brother from Dormitory 7 who spoke. What is this? Is it wisdom disguised as foolishness? Playing the madman. Where has the usual foolishness gone? How did 3 Conan suddenly emerge? The most critical point now is that this post has gained significant traction, and I fear that the surviving classmates will unite in their enmity, which would leave us at a disadvantage. Murmured Mu Chengxue with a furrowed brow. It's futile. No matter what you say now, it will be of no avail, sighed Jiang Yi. Most of the zombies on campus have been lured away by you. Those on the second floor can descend at any moment. If they come to wreak havoc or vandalize, it would indeed be troublesome, Mu Chengxue said with difficulty. They should be too afraid. They've been starving for 3 days. Once they emerge, their first thought will likely be food, Jiang Yi interjected. Expanding territory is imperative, Mu Chengxue analyzed. Upon hearing this, I felt dejected and lowered my head. I had just resolved to take it easy for a few days, and in the blink of an eye, that plan had evaporated. Fine, we'll handle it tomorrow, I said weakly. But just as I closed my eyes, I felt the blanket shift, and then a soft body nestled into my embrace. Without needing to open my eyes, just by the scent, I knew it was Mu Chengxue. It's cold on the floor. Are you foolish enough not to sleep on the bed? I mumbled. Sleeping next to my boyfriend doesn't feel cold at all? She retorted before I could respond. Then I felt the blanket shift again, and the next moment, a chilly figure slipped into my other arm. I opened my eyes in surprise to see Jiang Yi nestled against me. Noticing her closed eyes, seemingly on the verge of sleep, I couldn't help but glance incredulously at Mu Chengxue, only to find that she was not angry at all. Instead, she had quietly closed her eyes too. "Third brother, I want in too," came a voice from above, belonging to the sixth brother. "Get out of my bed," I scolded. I heard the sixth brother huff heavily before climbing onto the fifth brother's bed. Holding two stunning beauties, I felt a bit flustered, but it was merely a fleeting panic. Life as it is now can be described as having today but not tomorrow. What's wrong with me living a little carefree? Perhaps these two girls were thinking the same thing. The next morning, I was awakened by the urge to urinate. Two small feet rested on my shins, one on the left and one on the right. At that moment, I suddenly realized that calling Jiangyi the iceberg beauty was not without reason. But no matter how you look at it, she is still a living person. Why are her feet so cold? Looking down at her serene sleeping face, I felt somewhat reassured. Otherwise, I might have thought I was holding a corpse. That would indeed be chilling. Chapter 18. Breaking into the dormitory, I glanced back at the window. It was still dark outside. Slowly pushing aside the two long legs resting on me, I staggered into the bathroom. Squatting there, I lit a cigarette, observing the walls around me, and gently tapped my fingers against them. A hollow sound resonated, which illuminated my thoughts. This indicated that the walls of the bathroom and shower room were not load-bearing. They were made of hollow bricks, quite thin. Indeed, it seems that God does not let the foolish starve. We simple-minded individuals have our own methods. Without encountering zombies in the hallway, we can still expand our range of activities. I had considered smashing the dormitory door and luring the zombies away with my little motorcycle. However, upon further reflection, the risk outweighed the benefits. If the door was gone, the zombies outside could waltz in, which would be even more dangerous. After finishing my cigarette, I was invigorated by my new discovery and felt wide awake. As I stepped out of the bathroom, I spotted the two girls waiting for me with sleepy eyes. I truly hadn't intended to sleep, but there was no turning back now, so I hurriedly dove back under the covers, initiating the sleep companion mode. However, sleep was elusive. My mind was filled with thoughts, and I could only close my eyes, planning how to safely and effectively break through all the dormitory rooms on the second floor. As I pondered, I wrapped my arms around the delicate figure beside me. Suddenly, I realized that there is beauty even in the apocalypse. I see this an unexpected peak in life. I may be someone who can go anywhere, but I shouldn't overthink things. One moment I was brainstorming solutions, and the next, I had fallen asleep. When I opened my eyes again, everyone in the dormitory was already awake. Mu Chengxue was huddled under the covers, watching a video on her laptop. Jiang Yi, on the other hand, was sleeping soundly, looking utterly exhausted and terrified from the previous day's harrowing events. "You're awake. Look, that person from yesterday has started causing trouble again," Mu Chengxue said. Handing me the laptop, I took the computer and noticed that the first post about the expedition had been pushed down. In its place was a post titled "Save Me. I promise your safety, and there will be food and drink." I skimmed through it, seeing that skepticism and inquiries dominated the comments. Some even suggested that as long as he could lure the zombies away from the supermarket, they would come to rescue him. Yet the poster was clearly not foolish. He knew that if he drew the zombies away from the supermarket, no one would come to his aid. Thus, a tug-of-war ensued beneath the post. I looked up at Mu Chengxue. "Should I post something to clear my name?" The little girl shook her head. "No one will believe you now," I sighed. Shaking my head bitterly, "It sounds nice to say that one must look out for oneself. But when faced with the opposition of the people, it feels somewhat disconcerting. Who can truly embody Cao Cao's mindset, choosing to bear the world's disdain rather than let the world disdain him? Those on the lower floors should have all descended by now. I have a feeling that things outside will be quite chaotic today," Mu Chengxue murmured softly. "Third brother, what are you planning to do?" The eldest brother asked me. "Aren't they all hungry?" "I'm giving them a chance," I said with a smile before diving back into the bathroom to wash my face and brush my teeth. At 10 o'clock in the morning, fully equipped, I descended the stairs, hopped onto my beloved little motorcycle, and waved goodbye to everyone upstairs. "Aren't you all eager to come out? Aren't you hungry? Haven't you all said I'm not a good person? Well then, I'll scatter all the zombies throughout the school. Whether you can eat or not depends entirely on your own abilities." Meanwhile, Mu Chengxue also posted a message on the forum titled "Whether you can eat or not depends on your own abilities," signed by me. Given the circumstances, I had no fear of offending anyone. Let whatever happens happen. If you have the guts, come and bite me. With all these additional people, the dormitory felt even more cramped. Then I rode my motorcycle around in search of zombies. Large groups were gone, but there were plenty of zombies in 3s and 5s, plus those hidden within the dormitory. I estimated that the total number of survivors in the entire school was definitely no more than 500. After scattering these zombies throughout the school, I revved the throttle and sped away. TS, not that I'm inhumane, but you all don't treat me as a person. After cursing me, do you still want to benefit from the efforts of those who came before? Not a chance. Once I made up my mind, I took a quick step to the first floor railing. The zombies inside the first floor windows spotted me and began banging against the glass. I couldn't be bothered with them and climbed directly to the second floor. I peeked into the dormitory and found it truly empty. I flipped over and jumped inside. Getting into position, I gently opened the doors to the bathroom and shower room, both of which were completely vacant. Next, I approached the main entrance and looked through the peephole. My view was limited, and I couldn't see anything. Gently pushing the door, I found it securely locked, which reassured me greatly. While I was pondering my next move in the dormitory, a figure suddenly jumped in through the window. What the hell, I was startled. And just as I was about to react, I realized it was the sixth brother. You idiot, were you trying to scare me to death? I cursed under my breath. Third brother, should we smash it now, or wait? The dormitory was simply too crowded. There were too many people, the sixth brother inquired. Before leaving, I shared my plan with everyone, and they were all thrilled. However, we faced a significant question. Would the sound of smashing walls attract the zombies in the hallway to break down the door? If we managed to knock it down in one go, that would be fine. But if we didn't succeed after a long time, wouldn't all the zombies converge at our dormitory door? While I sat there grappling with this dilemma, a loud crash echoed from the bathroom, followed by the sound of collapsing walls and falling bricks. Damn it, I muttered. You fool, did I tell you to smash it? I hurried to the bathroom door to take a look. What the hell? It's the fifth brother. Just a glance left me astonished. I had underestimated the sixth brother's strength. This fool, with both axes swinging, had taken down half the bathroom wall in one fell swoop. Poor fifth brother was still locked in the shower room of our dormitory, and with that single blow, bricks and debris buried him. By the time the two of us managed to dig the fifth brother out, he was already left with a bruised and swollen face, and he couldn't even open his mouth. Chapter 19. The drone. Looking at the fifth brother's miserable state, I kicked the sixth brother in the backside. You idiot! The bathroom here connects to the shower room over there. Didn't you know? You just swung your hand and smashed it? The sixth brother scratched his head sheepishly. I forgot. Forgot? Thank goodness it was the washroom. Look at how the fifth brother turned out. Fine to smash. But he doesn't even know how much it hurts. If someone was in the bathroom, they would have been thrown into the toilet. The bruised fifth brother seemed to understand my words. Raising his head to look at me with a pitiful expression, his gaze was as if to say, Third brother, just end it for me. I've had enough of this life. Oh, don't even mention that little gaze. It was utterly helpless, and my heart ached for him. Infuriated, I jumped up and gave the sixth brother a whack on the head. Just as I was scolding him, the door to the adjacent shower room was cautiously pulled open by the second brother. Wow, look at this. Now it's turned into a one-room apartment. Apartment my foot. Hurry up and clean up. While there's still time, I'll go check out the next dormitory, I said, turning to leave, but I was called back by Mu Chengxue from that room. The sixth brother beside her let out a heavy huff in response. Humph, just wait, and I'll let you smash over there. You better not bury me again. In truth, when I learned that Lao Lu could take down a hollow wall in one fell swoop, I was elated beyond measure. However, when it comes to him, I must not show too much kindness. The moment I give him even a hint of goodwill, that old brat will start scheming against me. As a joke, I currently have 2 girlfriends, and I've yet to make use of either of them. How could I allow you to take the lead? That person spoke again as Mu Chengxue handed over the computer. The individual who posted was not that person, but someone else. He recorded the zombies wandering downstairs. He claimed to have witnessed me spreading zombies throughout the school. The comments below the post were overwhelmingly negative, filled with curses directed at me and wishes for my demise. I paid no heed to such remarks. What troubled me was a particular pinned comment. I possess a method to lure all the zombies in the school to the base of the Xingtian dormitory. As long as you save me, the zombies from the supermarket will also appear at the base of the dormitory. After reading the comments, I found it hard to believe. Not just them. Even I wouldn't dare to roam the school freely at this moment. But in the next instant, I heard a faint sound of propellers whirring outside the window. In that brief moment, my scalp tingled, and I slapped my thigh, hurrying to the window. What a stroke of bad luck. I watched as a small drone, hovering 3 to 4 meters above the ground, slowly turned the corner of the building, and I couldn't help but curse. Lao Er, who was also peering out the window, gritted his teeth in anger, clearly recognizing that it belonged to Lao San, who even knew where our dormitory was located. Jiang Yi, shoot down the drone. I shouted to the room. In the next second, Jiang Yi leaned out with a bow and arrow. After 2 attempts, she released the arrow with full force, but the drone remained unscathed. Its erratic movements made it quite difficult to hit. Lao Lu stood behind me, watching as the drone, laden with countless zombies, slowly passed the corner. Useless, he scoffed, turning to enter the restroom, only to emerge with a half-brick. Third brother, get up. Lao Lu pulled me aside without even glancing, raising his hand to toss the brick. Then, there was nothing more. All I heard was the sound of something crashing to the ground. Stunned, I leaned out the window to take a look. The drone had been completely overwhelmed, trampled by a horde of zombies. What kind of work was this? I gazed incredulously at Lao Lu. Did you forget I'm a discus expert? Lao Lu shot me a shy glance. Oh wow. Lao Lu is impressive. I marveled at Lao Lu's astonishing feat. Nearly ready to kneel in worship, a sudden cheer erupted from the neighboring window. My mind buzzed. Was this really the time for cheering? I hurriedly glanced downstairs. It was over, utterly finished. All the zombies that had been lurking around the corner had now rushed to the base of our building due to that cheer. Seeing the dense mass of zombies, numbering in the hundreds, I plopped onto a chair. My mind was tumultuous, filled with a whirlwind of emotions as I incessantly questioned myself. What was all this effort for? Just for these 4 fools? Hey, don't say anything. I can tell you're not in a good mood. Lao Lu attempted to offer comfort but was interrupted by me. Before long, everyone in the dormitory had gathered around me, silently watching as I chain-smoked one cigarette after another. Life is predetermined, Lao San started. But Lao Si hadn't finished speaking before I glared at him, causing him to shrink back. I got a bit carried away earlier. It's hard to control, Lao San said. How about we look for something in this dormitory that resembles a drone? Finally, someone spoke rationally. Finally, someone was considering their own survival. I looked at Lao Er, who was on the verge of tears. Then you better start searching, I snapped. The dorm was small enough. With over 10 people searching, we ultimately found one useful item. A climbing rope. I glanced at the time. It was still early, not even 3 in the afternoon. Without a second thought, I tied the climbing rope around my waist and handed it to Lao Lu to hold onto me. Lao Lu nodded resolutely. As I stepped onto the windowsill, I drew the attention of all the zombies below, each reaching out with their grimy hands and moaning. To be honest, this perspective was far more shocking than running alongside them at night. Xingtian, maybe you shouldn't go? Mu Qingxue said, pulling me back with concern. I merely smiled. Xingtian, perhaps we should think of another method. Wait until there are fewer zombies before you go. Jiang Yi also clutched my arm. In truth, there was no need to rush to another dormitory. The real issue was that I had pent-up frustration that needed an outlet. I wasn't angry at Lauda, but rather infuriated by that person on the forum. After 3 days of fighting tooth and nail for everything I had, it was all obliterated by a mere drone. How should I put this feeling? To be blunt, it felt like being made a fool of. Deep down, I harbored a sense of indignation. I had narrowly escaped death, while they needed only to lift a finger. The disparity was staggering, and I found it hard to accept. Chapter 20. Saving Lives. Losing lives, I firmly planted my feet on the railing of the first floor while the zombies below desperately reached for my ankles. But there remained a gap of about 30 to 40 centimeters. At that moment, I felt an immense sense of relief, grateful that the basketball team had been dealt with by me the day before. Had they been present, I wouldn't have had a chance. I would have to wash up and sleep it off. Otherwise, I would have to charge out of the dormitory and confront the zombies in the hallway, which would be better than playing Spider-Man here. Gripping the window frame with both hands, I stepped out and landed on the railing of the adjacent first floor. Pushing off with my right foot, I leaped against the wall. Just as my hands grasped the windowsill of the neighboring room, 2 zombies rushed over. I tested my footing for stability and ensured my other hand wouldn't slip. With everything in place, I gently pushed the window, only to find it locked from the inside and utterly unyielding. Watching the two zombies banging against the glass, I made a shushing gesture. Then, under their watchful gaze, I pointed at the latch between the two panes of glass. "You idiots, can you see that? It's right there. If you want to eat me, push that little iron lever up." As I spoke, I gestured to demonstrate the action. The eldest in the neighboring dormitory couldn't squeeze into a position, so he couldn't hear what I was muttering outside. He quickly asked Lao San who I was talking to. "What is there to chat about with zombies?" the eldest questioned, confusion spreading across the faces of the girls in the room. Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! But before the eldest could take a few more steps, Lao Air and Lao Si exclaimed in astonishment, "Holy crap!" The zombie I had tricked into opening the window tumbled down. Another zombie managed to squeeze up but met my claw, which crushed its head. Grabbing the collar of the other, I hurled it down as well. After dealing with the zombies, I was about to leap into the dormitory when I suddenly halted, astonished to find the dormitory door wide open. For a moment, I was caught in a dilemma. If I went in, and a swarm of zombies surged in from outside, I wouldn't have a chance to escape. Yet if I didn't go in, I would waste a chance to expand into a two-bedroom suite. Just then, a male voice called from above. "Xing Tian, it's me." I looked up to see Zhao Kai and Fanbo from our class. I didn't dare speak loudly, merely furrowing my brow and shaking my head at them, using my lips to signal them to keep quiet. "Please save us. We beg you." I was at a loss for words. It seemed these two fools hadn't grasped my gestures. Fearing their voices might attract zombies, I quickly glanced toward the dormitory entrance. Sure enough, two zombies had wandered to the door, now searching for the source of the sound. I pulled the window down with one hand, hunkering down, and raised my head to make a don't speak gesture while pointing inside the dormitory. Only then did they finally understand my meaning and fall silent. Seeing them quiet down, I peeked inside the room once more. The zombies had moved away but certainly wouldn't stray far, likely lingering just outside the door. As a sports student, I began to overexert my mind. Perhaps it was the life and death situation that made my brain resistant to the thought of dying. Suddenly, inspiration struck, and I devised a plan. I looked up at Zhao Kai and Fanbo, speaking in a hushed tone. "You two go bang on the door to lure the zombies upstairs, and then I'll use the rope to rescue you." The first time, they didn't understand what I meant. The second time, I repeated and gestured, and finally, they grasped my idea but hesitated. It was understandable. In the face of an apocalypse, what credibility did anyone have? Especially since my reputation had already been tarnished by that fool on the forum. It was impossible for these two not to be aware of the posts, so their reluctance to trust me was normal. While I was still astonished and Zhao Kai was desperately trying to dissuade me, I, crouched atop the second-floor windowsill, heard loud banging sounds from the third floor. I leaned out to glance toward the dormitory entrance, and at least 30 zombies were rushing from the left toward the stairs. Feeling it was about time, I flipped back into the dormitory, first taking a look at the long-lost hallway before closing the dormitory door. Just as I finished my call with Lao Lu, a loud crash echoed from the bathroom. A group of people emerged from the restroom, and I took the rope from Lao Lu's hands and approached the window, watching the two below. I tossed the rope up. Before long, Fanbo slid down the rope. However, an accident occurred when it came to Zhao Kai. I couldn't tell if it was due to several days of not eating, or if the horde of zombies below had frightened him. But just as he stepped onto the second-floor windowsill, he missed his footing. Before I could reach out to grasp his foot, he unexpectedly released his hold on the rope. Watching a living person plummet into a staircase teeming with zombies, I painfully closed my eyes as the screams echoed from below. I leaned weakly against the window and lit a cigarette. Third brother, we did not wish for this either. It was he who could not bear it any longer, who succumbed to fear. Do not blame yourself. The leader sat down beside me. I remained silent, but quickly regained my composure and stood up. Currently, there were no zombies in the second-floor corridor. I needed to ascertain the status of all the dormitories with open doors, which would facilitate our subsequent actions. I stated as I collected my thoughts. Third brother, I will accompany you. Old Six was the first to step forward. I shook my head. I said nothing, yet resolutely told myself that I could not take these fools out with me. Approaching Fanbo, I observed the gluttonous fellow and asked, "Is anyone on the third floor playing with drones?" Fanbo blankly shook his head. No. The things mentioned on the Xingtian forum are not true. Right? I shook my head helplessly, and if they were, I wouldn't have tossed you the rope earlier. With that, I gently opened the dormitory door and stepped outside. Chapter 21. It matters not whether they exist. As I exited the dormitory, I glanced around. My current position could hardly be deemed central, though it was relatively similar. Each floor housed 18 dormitories, arranged sequentially from west to east, with one row on the south and one on the north, 10 to the south and 8 to the north due to the stairs. My dormitory was on the southern side, and as it stood, there were still 7 dormitories on the south that had not been breached. There were also dormitories on the north side with doors ajar, but I did not inspect them. Why did I not prepare earlier? My apologies. My mind is not functioning well, and I cannot remember so much. After a fleeting glance to the south, I noted that 2 dormitories remained unsealed. Fortunately, one was right next to the east side of my dormitory. Unfortunately, the other was almost not worth considering, as it was located at the far east, adjacent to the washroom, specifically, the dormitory where Mu Chengxue had initially resided. It spanned north and south, housing dozens of faucets, and was quite spacious. Hence, it was where we typically washed bed linens. Realizing this, Old Six understood and shut the current dormitory door. I swiftly made my way to the adjacent dormitory, conducted a thorough inspection, and confirmed the absence of zombies. I should have remained in the dormitory, but the allure of the easternmost dormitory was irresistible. Why? Because controlling that dormitory would allow us to breach the northern 4 dormitories, facilitating a dual-directional escape. My internal struggle lasted but a moment before I exited the dormitory, determined to investigate the easternmost one. However, to my surprise, before I could take 2 steps, I heard a loud clatter from the washroom within the dormitory. Witnessing Old Six emerge from the washroom, I nearly lost my composure. Did I not tell you to wait for my signal before breaking through the wall? Old Six shook his head, indicating he had not. I wanted to continue my reprimand, but upon seeing Jiang Yi subtly shake her head behind Old Six, I fell silent. A torrent of anger surged within me, but I suppressed it entirely. What more could I say? I had failed to communicate clearly. What could I expect from 4 fools to comprehend my intentions? That was truly expecting too much. Glancing at the time, it was already past 5 in the evening. And in just a few minutes, darkness would envelop us. During dinner, everyone began assigning rooms. Initially, I intended for the girls to occupy a dormitory on their own, but they were terrified and adamantly refused. Thus, we had no choice but to scatter the boys, under the pretext of protecting the girls. However, judging by the expressions of the guys, they hardly appeared to be intent on safeguarding anyone. Rather, they seemed more inclined to prey upon the young ladies. Remarkably, despite the zombie-infested era, we managed to enjoy a warm meal of rice. Although the only accompaniments were a salted duck egg and a sausage per person, it was evident that everyone was quite satisfied. After dinner, we gathered to discuss our next course of action. Mu Chengxue, who had been fixated on the internet, announced, "The military has initiated a rescue operation, and we are quite close to the temporary shelter by the seaside. They should reach us soon." This uplifting news, smiles illuminated everyone's faces. However, Jiang Yi delivered a sobering reality check. The success of the rescue operation hinges on whether the power and internet remain intact. If one day we lose power and connectivity, it will signify the complete failure of the rescue effort, and we will have to rely solely on ourselves. Though her words were untimely, they conveyed a grim truth. Instantly, smiles faded, replaced by expressions of concern. Observing the sudden drop in morale, I quickly interjected, "Well, whether we are rescued or not, we have survived for 3 days relying on ourselves. Even if we abandon the hope for rescue, I believe we can continue to live." Yet, as soon as I finished speaking, I could not tell if it was my ill-fated utterance or Jiang Yi's that prompted the dormitory lights to extinguish. Everyone hurriedly pulled out their phones, only to find the signal had vanished. Damn! I cursed aloud that a few girls nearby began to weep softly. I lit a cigarette, inhaling deeply, trust in our country and the military. We will be saved eventually. With that, I turned and walked towards the dormitory assigned to me. Life without electricity or internet was dreary and monotonous. After washing up, I retired early to bed. Despite closing my eyes, the hundreds of zombies below loomed like a sword hanging overhead, compelling me to remain vigilant. Ignore them. That was utterly inconceivable. Who could predict if these creatures might one day evolve to scale the building? Imagine drifting off to sleep, only to have one crash through the window. Such a scenario was absolutely unacceptable. However, After searching several dormitories today, I had found no remote devices. I could not fathom why the small drones could be so readily deployed. In our searches across several dormitories, I had not even located a single remote-controlled toy car. I could not help but curse internally, wondering if the school, while assigning dormitories, assessed not only intelligence but also ensured that the less fortunate were grouped together. While I was in the midst of chastising the school in my mind, a familiar fragrance wafted by. Moments later, I widened my eyes in astonishment as two stunning beauties climbed onto my single bed, settling on either side of me. Despite the cramped conditions, the two ladies chatted amiably while applying lotion to their skin. "Ladies, this is a single bed. Is it truly necessary for three of us to share?" I asked with a grimace. "Do you wish to prefer one over the other?" Mu Chengxue glared at me. "I dare not." I quickly waved my hands in denial. "Then do you seek a new romantic interest?" Jiang Yi asked coldly, regarding me. "Heaven knows I would if I could, but with hundreds downstairs, I dare not," I replied, my face contorted in discomfort. "Then why voice any objections?" Mu Chengxue burrowed under the covers. "No objections," I said aloud, though internally, I was quite troubled. I had never experienced a scenario with one dragon and two phoenixes. It felt awkward, and I was hesitant to make a move. "Have you two conspired to ensure that I never have a moment alone?" I thought to myself, feeling as if it was no different from having no women at all. Move in closer. Jiang Yi gently nudged me, then lay down as well. I found myself squeezed in the middle. While I enjoyed the embrace of two lovely ladies, it was exceedingly uncomfortable, to the point where I struggled to breathe. Just as I was about to resignedly close my eyes and sleep through the night, another familiar scent enveloped my bed with a heavy sigh. "Third brother, aren't you feeling cramped?" The tantalizing aroma filled my nostrils, growing more intoxicating with each moment. I ignored old six, lowering my gaze to the two lovely girls beside me and inquired, "Pray tell, where did you acquire your lotion?" The two girls replied in unison, "From old Six." My vision darkened. This was the scent that, upon inhalation, rendered me devoid of all feeling. Chapter 22. The school structure transforms in the ensuing days. Due to the power and internet outages, we were entirely oblivious to everything happening outside, even within the campus. Although we remained unaware of the outside world, we continued with our tasks. After 6 days of relentless effort, we had breached all the dormitories on the southern side of the second floor. To our astonishment, the easternmost room had evidently belonged to a reclusive male. The dormitory was devoid of anything but instant noodles and soda, from which we uncovered a staggering 12 to 20 boxes. The stones that fell from the walls were stacked into makeshift stoves, while the remaining stones were repurposed by Old Six to take out zombies for fun. One should never underestimate Old Six's capabilities. Over the past few days, he had dispatched no less than 20 zombies using those broken stones. Inspired by Old Six's example, Jiang Yi and her group of archery girls devised a clever strategy. Although their accuracy might have been lacking, volume assured quality. Aside from eating and sleeping, the girls spent their days practicing their aim. Even if they only hit 1 out of 10 shots, they could potentially kill a dozen zombies in a day. By the 6th day, the number of zombies downstairs had diminished by over 100. During these days, there were always individuals who, driven by hunger, dashed out of the dormitory, only to be quickly silenced by a chorus of screams that drowned out their hunger. We could only express our helplessness as we watched them depart for the afterlife, hoping that in their next life, this world would be free from suffering and hunger. Finally, on the 7th day, we arrived at the washroom. After securely locking the washroom door, I felt unafraid of any zombies lurking in the first dormitory on the north side due to the ample space. Once I was prepared for battle, I gestured to the wall, and without hesitation, Old Six swung his axe twice. The hollow brick wall crumbled, and I quickly shoved Old Six aside, fearing he might be foolish enough to be overwhelmed by any zombies that burst forth. However, after waiting for a while, I suddenly realized that there was not a single sound. Filled with confusion, I was about to cautiously step inside when Lao Lu patted my shoulder from behind. He pointed to my foot, which was about to touch the ground, and exclaimed, "You were right. There's indeed someone in the toilet." I glanced down and quickly jumped back, exclaiming in shock, it was indeed a person, his head covered in blood from being crushed by the fallen wall. It seemed he would not survive. Noticing the pants that had slipped down to his ankles, I initially presumed he was in the midst of defecating. However, I soon realized a peculiar contradiction. If he was able to relieve himself? It indicated that he had been living quite well, but as I stepped into their dormitory, it became apparent why this guy had been, I fought back the urge to vomit for quite some time. Looking at the cured meat hanging on the drying rack, I couldn't help but admire this fellow. How had he managed that? I muttered to myself. The method of making cured meat is quite simple. It requires smoking, explained Sang and Lao Lu. I rolled my eyes, thinking I was asking how he managed to eat his classmates, not how to make cured meat. What about that fool Sang? Lao Lu pointed in the direction of the toilet. The entrance to the dormitory, which had once been bustling, now lay desolate. The once vibrant and thriving campus now resembled a hellish nightmare. In just over a week, although it couldn't be described as utterly ruined, it was still a chilling sight. Crowds of crows pecked at the rotten flesh on the ground, and the wild dogs and cats that had once been adored by many now appeared gaunt and listless. Barely able to walk. Lighting a cigarette, I gazed out the window, observing that there wasn't a single zombie to be seen below. I found it perplexing. If there were no zombies downstairs, why would anyone resort to cannibalism? Glancing at the cured meat that Lao Lu had taken from the clothes rack, I couldn't help but wonder why, if there were no zombies, he chose to eat his roommate instead. Had that fool from the forum failed? Were the zombies in the supermarket still around? Or had he succeeded, and now various factions were competing for survival? After a moment's contemplation, I shook my head. With a few hundred people, those resources would only last a few days at best. With this realization, I suddenly understood that, based on my estimates, the current school truly had become a place of cannibalism. In this light, the group of zombies downstairs were not just a burden. They had become our guardians. If they were present, those starving individuals would have rushed upstairs long ago. I informed Zhang Yi and the others to cease firing and gathered everyone together to discuss my recent thoughts. Upon hearing about everything I had discovered in the dormitory, a wave of shock washed over the group. After some deliberation, I resolved to venture down. I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was lurking behind me with a knife. Everyone strongly opposed my descent, yet none could deter me. My friends insisted on accompanying me, but I held them back, reasoning that a larger group would be too conspicuous and would not yield effective reconnaissance. Ultimately, they failed to dissuade me. I donned a mask and, confirming once more that there were indeed no zombies below, I leaped down amidst the anxious gazes of my companions. This journey required not only evading zombies but also avoiding other people. Although I encountered no one, I remained vigilant. In the distance, I spotted the only large supermarket within the school grounds, devoid of zombies but occupied by a few students wielding red-tasseled spears. The fool from the forum had succeeded. He had formed his own faction and successfully occupied the supermarket, denying access to other students. If I was not mistaken, aside from the cafeteria I had emptied, the remaining 5 cafeterias should also be deserted. Damn it, how bleak. I cursed inwardly. At that moment, a few frail students approached, leaning on each other for support. Classmate, let us join you. We just need something to eat, a weak boy pleaded. The chairman said that weaklings like you are a waste of resources. You should be eliminated. Scram. There's plenty to eat outside the school, came the dismissive reply. From a distance, I could see the hatred in the eyes of the boys. Yet, faced with the towering figures wielding weapons, they ultimately dared not charge the supermarket. Observing this, I couldn't help but smirk. I didn't blame them for being hungry, but in this dire situation, they were better off taking a chance. Perhaps there might be a glimmer of hope. Although I disapproved of the chairman's actions, under the current circumstances, his decisions were somewhat justifiable. It all boiled down to one strength. In adverse conditions, survival depended on it. Tio put it bluntly, people were akin to animals choosing mates, with the criteria now favoring physical strength over intelligence. The weaklings, having been ruthlessly eliminated, returned empty-handed, supporting each other as they retreated into the distance. I decided to follow them, for the foolish gatekeeper had mentioned the outside world. This implied that students had begun to venture beyond the school, which was inevitable. Food resources would not regenerate, and to avoid hunger, one must take desperate measures. I trailed them until I reached the easternmost edge of the campus. Beside the perimeter wall, beyond the wall lay an old residential area, with the tallest building barely 6 stories high. This was my first glimpse of the outside world since the zombie outbreak. Compared to the grim reality within the school, the sight outside was even more harrowing. Collapsed buildings, wrecked cars, and human remains littered the area. I even spotted the skeletal remains of a child, its face partially gnawed away. How horrifying! I couldn't help but mutter. Observing the frail boys slipping through a gap in the fence, I followed suit, but upon trying, I realized just how scrawny they were. I could not pass through as the fence snagged on my chest. With no other option, I opted to leap over the wall. It wasn't too high, around 2 meters. Finding a foothold, I took a running leap and jumped over. Once outside, I remained cautious, yet seeing the boys approaching the edge of the building cluster, I felt a sense of relief. Their audacity to venture out so carelessly suggested that the path had been traversed numerous times before, granting them a sense of security. With the pressure lifted, I began to observe my surroundings. Though labeled as residential buildings, the proximity to the school had transformed the ground floors into small shops. Snack stalls and grocery stores were plentiful, yet the tightly shut doors left me feeling perplexed. Logically, if anyone had left the school searching for food, this area should have been the first to be discovered. Why had no one entered the shops for supplies? Curiosity piqued. I approached a small eatery selling fried rice and listened intently. There was not a sound within. Gently rapping on the door with my grappling hook, I was met with a series of guttural growls approaching the entrance. In a wonder, there were zombies inside, deterring anyone from entering. I took a couple of steps back and murmured to myself. Raising my gaze to recheck the eatery's sign, I confirmed it was indeed a fried rice shop, and my interest was awakened. The presence of fried rice implied that rice was in abundance, which would serve as excellent sustenance, especially since our supply was dwindling. Judging by the sounds of the zombies within, there should not be more than 3. Which was manageable for me. One might question why I was so confident in my assessment. To that, I could only respond, what have I been doing lately? Not to mention the ruckus from the creatures downstairs, whose incessant growling had honed my hearing. If I hadn't developed this skill by now, I would have wasted my time. Just as I was preparing to kick down the wooden door and dispatch the zombies, a distant, anguished cry for help reached my ears. I hurriedly concealed myself in the corridor, watching the direction from which the cry originated, precisely where the boys had departed. In the distance, I caught sight of 2 zombies chasing a bespectacled boy. Under normal circumstances, a young man should have no trouble outpacing 2 sluggish zombies unless he was cornered. However, this boy stumbled and faltered, allowing the zombies to close in dangerously. Initially, I had no intention of intervening, but the boy was one of those who had left with the others. With him as the sole survivor, it indicated that the rest were likely in dire straits. Regarding the chairman at school, I knew little, but given the current developments, a confrontation with him was inevitable. Saving this boy, providing him with food, and gleaning information seemed like a viable strategy. Having made up my mind, I sprang into action. The boy was nearing me when he fell to the ground. Just as the zombies prepared to pounce, I seized the moment, darting behind them. Aiming for the back of their heads, I struck one, followed by a quick double thud as they collapsed to the ground. The boy, eyes tightly shut in anticipation of death, found himself waiting in vain for the sensation of being torn apart. After a long pause, he finally opened his eyes in disbelief. Upon seeing me, masked and poised, he froze, unable to comprehend how anyone would come to his rescue in such a dire moment. However, when his gaze fell upon the grappling hook in my hand, the terror in his eyes surpassed that of encountering a horde of zombies. Xing Tian, is that you? The boy stammered. You know me? I gazed at the other person in confusion, perplexed by the fact that I was wearing a mask. Did I inadvertently reveal something? The young man's trembling hand pointed towards my claw-like grip. Raising my hand to inspect it, I suddenly realized the fool from the forum had shared a video of me killing someone. The boy must have seen it. Are you afraid of me? I inquired. The chairman claimed you kill without blinking, that you devour your victims whole. What the hell? Setting aside everything else, those 2 nonsensical phrases alone show that the chairman's intellect is quite limited. Anyone with a modicum of sense wouldn't fall for his tricks. I asked this chairman, the same one from the forum, who incited you all against me. I asked with a smile, tilting my head. My smile seemed to have an effect. The boy hurriedly shifted backward, panic etched on his face. As if I were about to assault him, I removed my mask and shook my head bitterly, approaching him and delivering a swift kick that sent him sprawling to the ground. Fool, use your brain. If I wanted you dead, why would I bother saving you? After my verbal onslaught, the boy finally came to the realization that the true menace within the school was not me. But rather that chairman, I watched as enlightenment washed over him. Akin to a sudden awakening, I nodded in satisfaction, praising the potential for growth in the youth. Xing Tian, could you spare me some food? I know you have plenty. At that moment, I thought that perhaps a single meal could mean the difference between life and death. How many could truly share their life with another? There are many. Why should I give it to you? I did not look at him, fearing I might frighten him further. I couldn't risk scaring him into a panic. That would be a grave misstep. I am useful, truly. I am from the mechanical department. I can fix many things. If you have a generator, we could restore power to the dormitory. Upon hearing about the electricity, my eyes lit up, though I had to conceal my excitement. What good is electricity? You think I don't know that a generator requires diesel? Where would I get that? I know there's a gas station at the school entrance. There are a few zombies around. The boy quickly interjected. Oh, so you mean the chairman's group has already been there? Trying to trick me into confronting them? I stepped back, having pieced together the puzzle. No, they wouldn't know how to use it. Their people are not there, I promise, he insisted anxiously. The boy lowered his head, perhaps grappling with why he should trust me. Fine, follow me in a moment, I declared. Having achieved my objective, there was no need to torment a person already steeped in despair. As my words faded, I delivered a swift kick, causing the door before us to swing open. The two zombies inside were knocked to the ground by my forceful entrance, before they could rise. I dispatched each with my grappling hook, sending them crashing down once more. In his mind, the boy believed that the chairman's group would require at least 2 to 1 odds to handle zombies. Yet I had shattered that misconception, and thus I stood before him as a figure of undeniable strength. Entering the small shop, I surveyed the surroundings, noting the piles of vegetables starting to rot and mold. To my delight, I spotted several bags of rice, each weighing 100 pounds. In the freezer, I discovered a bounty of eggs and sausages, which thrilled me. Just the supplies from this modest store would suffice to feed our group for at least a month. Before I could devise a plan, the boy, having spotted the food, dashed in like a man possessed. He began pouring raw eggs into his mouth, consuming sausages as if they were going out of style. Initially, I refrained from saying anything, but as his wastefulness escalated, I delivered a kick to send him sprawling aside. Eat all you want, but waste any more, and I'll end you. Perhaps having filled his stomach, the boy's mind began to clear. Instead of panicking at my threats, he smiled and said, Xing Tian, I'll follow your lead. Whatever you ask, I shall do. The boy wasted no time, wiping the egg yolk from his mouth and springing to action, searching the room for anything useful. Hearing this made me want to slap him, yet I managed to restrain myself. One person cannot do everything, and I understood. Can you carry 50 pounds of rice? I asked. He nodded firmly. Ultimately, I carried 100 pounds of rice while he managed 50. However, as soon as we re-entered the school, he faltered. Frustrated, yet helpless, I trudged on with my burden of 150 pounds. Upstairs, the others awaited us eagerly, quickly helping us up. Afterward, I took Old 6 and Old 4 back for another trip to clear the shop. Strangely, we encountered no one along the way. I found this surprising. If the chairman controlled the school, surely they wouldn't overlook other areas while focusing solely on the supermarket. However, during dinner, the boy's narrative revealed everything that had transpired recently. Tonight, we truly feasted. We combined white rice, eggs, and sausages, and the aroma was utterly divine. We devoured 10 pounds of rice in one sitting, with Mu Chengxue and Jiang each consuming double their usual portions. After sipping a long-missed cola, the boy burst into tears, sobbing uncontrollably, his heart wrenching. Amidst his tears, he apologized to me while lamenting the chairman's tyranny. It was then that I learned his name was Han Bin, a freshman. According to him, after we became trapped in the dormitory, someone indeed went to rescue the chairman. However, there were far too many zombies in that dormitory for the students to dare enter. Ultimately, the chairman settled for a compromise, agreeing that as long as food was delivered to him via rope each day, he would lure all the zombies away from the supermarket. Upon hearing this, I couldn't help but exclaim, "What the hell? Wasn't that drone of his destroyed by Old 6 brick?" Han Bin chuckled, saying the chairman had many. And then what? I asked weakly. Han Bin explained that the chairman kept his word. The zombies were indeed lured away, and those sent to rescue him also fulfilled their promise of delivering food each day. Initially, the school experienced a brief period of peaceful coexistence. The surviving students, though avoiding contact, developed a tacit understanding. Whoever was hungry would take a bit of food for the day. However, on the third day, guards began appearing at the supermarket. They called themselves the Student Council, and it became clear that the chairman had formed this council, declaring himself the Student Council president. Those who refused to bow to them were driven away, and those who remained were brutes, while refined individuals like the two girls would soon be expelled without a crumb to eat. What about the girls? Are there any girls left? Old Two interjected eagerly. Upon hearing this, Fei and the girl who had been bitten exchanged warning glances with Old Two, yet Old Two remained undeterred, asking persistently whether any girls had survived. The two girls could only seethe in silence. Unable to express their indignation, I, however, was different. Having just exchanged a look of admiration with Old Two, I found myself questioning why he could indulge in such revelry while I was left to uphold my responsibilities. Wasn't this love? Wasn't it the wholehearted care for someone? Why then was I subjected to such harsh treatment? Chapter 25. Finding joy in it all, Han Bin remarked that the surviving girls were few and far between. Nearly a rarity. Yet, any girl present would receive unconditional assistance. Upon hearing this, several boys present erupted in outrage, accusing him of shamelessness and ulterior motives. But before they could fully express their feelings, I cast a puzzled glance at them. Just this small gesture indicated to me that something was amiss, yet I refrained from probing further. Admittedly, I had a slight selfish motive. I wanted to preserve some dignity for the leader. And what happened next? I asked Han Bin. The boys who were turned away from the supermarket banded together to mount an assault. But the disparity in strength led to their downfall. Old Two chimed in. Han Bin lowered his head in embarrassment. Evil must be vanquished, Old Three declared, his expression serious as he looked at me. The righteous path must prevail. We cannot let such scoundrels go unpunished. I see that, right, Old Three? Old Four also turned to me. I agreed with Old Four's assertion. What do you think, Old Three? Old Two asked, stroking his chin, clearly eager for my approval. As I observed the trio's back and forth, I turned to Old Six and asked, "What is your take on this?" Old Six bashfully offered me a delicate gesture, saying, "I'll defer to you, third brother." I then glanced at Fanbo, who seemed to be getting closer to a girl resembling an archer, eager to showcase his masculinity by vowing to crush the opposition. Seeing this, I extinguished my cigarette, took a deep breath, and stood up. Everyone present expected me to rally the troops against the villains. Yet instead, I turned and walked away. A bunch of fools, right, Old Three? I muttered under my breath. What do you think, Old Three? Old Three, Old Three. I'm 3 times your worth. Damn it, they have over 60 people. Do you really think you can take them on in righteousness? I'd rather jump off a cliff than face them. It would ensure a cleaner end than a crematorium. As I walked away, I unleashed a torrent of curses, my voice fading as I moved past a few dormitories. The others exchanged glances, realizing the gravity of the situation. That's it. Old Three has lost it, Old One murmured. We need to find a place to check on him. Otherwise, things could get serious. Old Two stared blankly at the bathroom I had exited, lost in thought. Perhaps he has lost his mind. I should hold a ceremony tomorrow. Lao Si had yet to finish his words when Lao Lu abruptly stood up, casting a fierce glare at the trio. San Gu is right. A bunch of fools. Lao Da looked on in disbelief as the rotund figure of Lao Lu twisted away, muttering under his breath. Has he truly turned against the heavens? The unfilial Lao Er joined in the cursing. With demons reigning and spirits unsettled, Lao Lu has surely fallen into their trap, Lao Si remarked, maintaining a solemn demeanor. He then nudged Fanbo, his companion. What are your thoughts? The trio, initially taken aback, quickly erupted into a torrent of invective. Han Bin, who had just joined, observed the scene before him and despairingly shook his head. Humph! Mu Chengxue and Jiang Yi could no longer contain their disdain and snorted coldly before departing. What did they say? Lao Da asked, astonished as he pointed at the two ladies. They merely huffed in response. Fei rolled her eyes and turned away to freshen up. How unpleasant! Lao Er clutched his chest, feigning deep sorrow. Was it worse than what Lao San said? Lao Da inquired. Lao Si hastily shook his head. Indescribable, their foul language was ceaseless. The girls nearby could no longer endure it, rising one by one in a state of distress. That evening, I lay on the massive double bed that had been pushed together from 2 separate beds. I gazed at the 2 girls nestled in my embrace, shivering from the cold after their chilly shower. A wave of concern washed over me. December was fast approaching, and the northeastern weather was growing increasingly frigid. If this continued, it would truly become untenable. Whether or not to take a hot shower was secondary. The real issue was that once deep winter set in, the survival of our group would inevitably face challenges. The gravest fear during such times was illness. Without proper treatment, even a simple fever or cold could lead to dire consequences. With this in mind, I resolved to take Han Bin out tomorrow. Procuring a generator and diesel fuel was clearly a pressing matter. "What are you pondering?" Mu Qingxue inquired as she noticed my dazed expression. I was considering the meaning behind Nuan and Nana's glances at Lauda. I replied with a smile, "It's none of your concern." Jiang Yi nudged me playfully. Being naturally cold, the delicate girl had become particularly clingy these past few days. Is this an issue of internal unity? That lecherous old scoundrel wouldn't dare make any improper requests of Nuan and Nana, would he? My mind raced with apprehension. My words, the two girls exchanged a knowing smile. That might be a bit excessive. "What is going on?" I asked urgently. The two girls exchanged glances, their cheeks flushed with embarrassment. "Lauda, you're being a bit peculiar." "What is it?" I pressed them for answers. Seeing their bashful demeanor only heightened my suspicion that something was amiss. Finally, in an atmosphere of mutual avoidance, Mu Qingxue leaned in and whispered the details into my ear. Upon hearing the tale, I sat up with a jolt, utterly exasperated. This wretched creature, perhaps I should just cast him aside. They say it's their affair, their intimacy, do you understand? Mu Qingxue chided me lightly. But that is akin to pouring salt on an open wound. Isn't it? I exclaimed. How do you know they aren't enjoying it? Jiang Yi shot me a sidelong glance. Enjoying it? Asking someone to recount such experiences, does that truly count as enjoyment? I stared in disbelief at Jiang Yi. Ignoring my protest, she slipped a cold foot beneath my leg, and I realized that at least they weren't merely existing in name. What is the matter? Are you poking me? I asked. Tio, spare your feelings and avoid any embarrassment. I've been stifling my emotions. I lamented, casting a look of incredulity toward Mu Qingxue, pointing at Jiang Yi. Unexpectedly, Mu Qingxue's cheeks flushed as she summoned the courage to murmur, "Why don't you try it? How do you know we wouldn't be willing?" "Ah? Is that so?" I said in disbelief, glancing at Jiang Yi, who shyly turned away at so. "Am I the fool here?" I muttered, reaching toward Mu Qingxue. Chapter 26. Live in the moment with a racing heart and trembling hands. I had never imagined I would find myself in such a predicament. A destitute soul, parentless and now basking in the glory of an apocalyptic world. I had attained this honor. All I could do was to cherish the moment. For her well-being was intertwined with mine. Life was indeed more beautiful. Hubby. This was the first time Mu Qingxue addressed me as such. I fancied myself quite resilient, capable of sprinting through the night with hundreds of zombies in tow, and thus felt no psychological burden in that regard. After a while, suddenly, Lao Lu, that imbecile, poked his head in from the adjacent room. "Sangu, take care of your health." With a grunt, Lao Lu retreated. An hour later, I faintly heard a girl's voice lamenting, "Just look at how things are for Xing Tian." "Everything all right?" I asked, feeling a pang of concern, for it seemed matters were escalating beyond my expectations. This was university after all. How could it? The two girls sweetly shook their heads. In truth, some things no longer held the significance they once did. Jiang Yi murmured softly. At her words, I fell into contemplation. Indeed, in a world where today might be our last, certain matters had lost their weight. In this moment, experiencing and enjoying the present was of utmost importance. If it weren't for the apocalypse, if we hadn't met, would we be together? I asked gently. I would, Mu Qingxue asserted firmly. Jiang Yi fell silent for a moment. Perhaps not. My nature dictates that I would never take the initiative to pursue anyone. What about the hand claws you ordered? Are you not giving them to me? Jiang Yi nudged my arm playfully. Maybe I will have someone else deliver them. As I lightly massaged the girl's waist, I understood. In times of peace, people often put on airs and suppress their true feelings. Yet when the world order is disrupted, only then do people truly liberate their souls to experience what they once dared not pursue. In the 7th dormitory building, a yoga mat lay spread across the floor. As I engaged in sit-ups, push-ups, and squats, my body glistening with sweat, A man with a cold demeanor slammed the reports of today's leftover supplies and incoming goods onto the table, causing a resounding crash that echoed through the dormitory, stirring the zombies outside into a frenzy. He picked up a steel rod, about the thickness of a pinky finger and over a meter long, and approached the door. The peephole in the door had been reduced to a mere hole, and the newcomer struck the door with force, a bunch of useless fools, out for an entire day and couldn't find a single morsel. As he spoke, the steel rod was thrust forcefully through the hole in the door. "Help me? Do you possess such capability?" He sneered at the group of mindless brutes. Once more, the steel rod swiftly emerged, claiming yet another zombie that had pressed against the door point one day. "I will make you kneel before me, Xing Tian. We shall see." That night, although I felt a lingering desire for more, I couldn't bear to disturb the two sleepy girls beside me. I stayed with them, watching over the fatigued little ones until the sun was high in the sky. Only when the aroma of fried rice wafted through the air did the three of us finally rise from the bed. After breakfast, I settled by the window in the northern dormitory, lighting 2 cigarettes and offering one to Lao Wu. "How are you, Lao Wu? Enjoying the solitude of your own room, taking in the scenery and breathing fresh air, rather than being cooped up in the washroom? Doesn't it feel delightful?" Lao Wu glanced at me, chewing the cigarette in his mouth. "What with that look? Living in a panoramic apartment and still feeling aggrieved?" I shot him a surprised glance. Lao Wu let out a couple of weak sounds, clearly lacking energy. I had noticed that he seemed somewhat listless lately. Occasionally, when I deliberately flicked cigarette butts at them, they merely glanced at me, then continued to meander slowly. Could it be hunger? I pondered. "Lao Wu, are you hungry?" I ventured to ask. Lao Wu opened his mouth and made a couple of sounds before turning to gaze out the window again. "Lao Wu, should I catch you some game? How about wildcats or dogs?" I inquired. I could have sworn I saw a glimmer of light in Lao Wu's eyes. "Could it be that you actually understand what I'm saying?" I looked at him skeptically. Lao Wu turned his head again, making a few more sounds, then resumed staring out the window. Observing Lao Wu, I was filled with doubt. Ultimately, I decided to take Han Bin, Lao Lu, Lao Er, and Fambo with me as we jumped down from the building. Since we headed straight outside the campus, we encountered not a single soul along the way. After scaling the wall, we hadn't walked far when we heard voices behind us. "Let us head into the hallway and hide," I whispered. "Let us see how many people there are. We'll show them the strength of Dorm 204. Lao Er exclaimed with great enthusiasm. I exchanged a glance with Lao Lu, who, like an iron statue, picked up the excited Lao Er and headed into the hallway. Despite Lao Er's protests and kicks, Lao Lu remained steadfast. "Ergu, do you recall that you're the younger brother? When you're out, you should listen to Sangu," Lao Lu advised patiently. Yet, Lao Er continued to struggle, leaving Lao Lu no choice but to raise his powerful left hand and deliver a resounding slap to Lao Er's backside. After a gasp, Lao Er quieted down, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, leaving me astonished. "Goodness, Lao Lu, you won't turn him into a eunuch, will you?" Chapter 27. The gas station. We huddled on the second floor of an old building, and I cautiously peered through the broken window down below. Good heavens, how fortunate we were to have hidden in time. There were a full 30 people below, each brandishing weapons, though there was laughter and chatter among them. To me, they appeared well organized. They were prepared to charge forward and ready to ensure their own survival. While it may seem exaggerated to say they had undergone rigorous training, it was evident they had received guidance from skilled instructors. Upon reaching this point, I found myself inexplicably intrigued by the student council president. Could this fool possibly be a reincarnated character from a novel? Such thoughts crossed my mind. Once the crowd had dispersed, I cautiously emerged from the corridor with a few companions. Observing the departing throng, I gestured to Han Bin, leading the way to the gas station. Upon hearing my words, Han Bin became flustered, struggling for a moment before quietly stating, "Xing Tian, there are at least a dozen zombies wandering inside the gas station. Can we manage?" The second brother was the first to express his discontent, glaring at Han Bin. "What's there to be afraid of? My third brother has managed to escape from hundreds of zombies during nighttime runs. I understand your point, second brother, and no need to remind me. If it comes to it, I can always lead that horde of zombies in a marathon later," replied the third brother. "Don't be modest. Just remember, we are indomitable." I nodded in agreement, fully acknowledging the second brother's remarkable prowess. Although the sixth brother wasn't particularly astute, Even he discerned my sarcasm, as a massive hand was raised. The second brother quickly changed his demeanor. What's the matter? We must act according to our capabilities, right, third brother? I pursed my lips, nodding while lighting a cigarette. Han Bin, you've seen it too. With a group like this? Do you really think survival is feasible? Han Feng nodded without hesitation. It's tough, I smiled faintly. Very well, lead the way. And let us hope that group of student council members doesn't notice us. No problem, Han Bin assured me, indeed living up to my expectations. The route he took was evidently familiar to him, as I didn't encounter a single shadow of a zombie along the way. As we walked, I inquired of Han Bin whether he could estimate how many students remained at our school. He shook his head, indicating his uncertainty. However, he added, even if I don't know, it won't be many. Those on the higher floors can't come down. Either they starve or they get bitten in the corridors. Some have tried to escape using bedsheets or drainage pipes, but as far as I know, no one has succeeded. Either they fell to their deaths or were dragged in by zombies from the lower dormitories. From his brief words, I could envision the tragic scenes within the school over the past few days. When we finally reached the main road, we were met with a post-apocalyptic landscape that left everyone present, myself included, agape and horror. It was dire. Far worse than anything depicted in television shows or films. I quickly composed myself and nudged the second brother beside me. Surprised? Unexpected? This isn't even the worst. The business school next door fared even worse. When the zombie outbreak occurred, it coincided with the school anniversary. I heard from someone who sneaked in that it's a scene of cannibalism inside. Han Bin, whether frightened by the descriptions or simply apprehensive being outside, spoke with a quivering voice. Upon hearing about the cannibalism, I couldn't help but sigh. I genuinely wished to inform Han Bin that our school had experienced similar horrors, but fearing it would terrify this timid fellow, I held my tongue. What do you think the psychological state of that guy who was crushed by the sixth brother was when he resorted to eating his roommate? I mused, unable to fathom it. The main road lay desolate, cars haphazardly strewn across, and the shops along the roadside were no exceptions. All were ravaged. One car had even crashed through a second-floor window. I genuinely wished to inquire if the driver had survived and how he managed to do so. The second brother, upon witnessing the scene, was eager to confront the zombies. Don't kill them. Leave them be. If you take them out, the foolish members of the student council will know someone has been here, I cautioned. The second brother nodded. That makes sense. We've arrived. The gas station is just ahead. There are zombies inside KFC, and about a dozen are lurking outside, Han Bin pointed out. Most of those dozen are students from our school, right? I asked Han Bin. His face darkened as he nodded. We were too hungry and thought we could rush into KFC, but it turned out there were even more inside than outside. We panicked. You're truly finished. It's no wonder the student council eliminated you. The second brother scoffed. I'm just being honest. Weaklings, take note. Allow me to show you how I can single-handedly take them on, the second brother declared, brandishing a steel knife as he dashed around the corner of a wrecked car. Are you kidding me? There are only a dozen? Did your math teacher teach you physical education? The second brother cursed, still reeling from shock. What's wrong? I inquired. What's wrong? The gas station is packed with at least 100 zombies having a party inside. The second brother exclaimed, raising his hand to smack Han Bin on the head. Han Bin lowered his head, not angered but rather perplexed. It can't be. We were just here yesterday. We thought we'd take a chance. As he spoke, Han Bin crouched and peeked around the corner. It was like this yesterday. You have to believe me, Han Bin quickly explained. I patted Han Bin on the shoulder, not expressing disbelief. In this chaotic world, it was entirely normal for others to come and go. I pondered that this was not the school. The number of zombies was relatively fixed. There were only so many. Outside, it was impossible to predict where zombies might be lurking. Luring them away with people was simply out of the question. It would only lead to being surrounded in an instant. With a heart full of doubts, I crouched and took a few steps forward to observe. It turned out to be the group of student council members. I spotted a burly boy controlling a drone, gradually luring the zombies away. Although a few unruly ones turned and charged at him, they were quickly subdued by the spear-wielding members of the group. Chapter 28. Business School. Witnessing everything unfold, I realized it was over. Hamburgers were out of the question. They belonged to the student council now. My only hope was that they wouldn't take the generator with them. Returning to the group, the second brother asked what was happening. Forget about hamburgers. They've been claimed by someone else, I replied helplessly. The student council? The The second brother inquired. I nodded. Let us wait a moment. Perhaps they'll leave the generator for us. Everyone nodded in agreement, falling silent. Gazing at the drones overhead, I felt an overwhelming longing. Possessing such a device would be immensely beneficial. This drone was given to them by the student council president. ITS, the most basic model, only capable of flying a few dozen meters before automatically returning. Hanbin whispered to me. I suddenly understood. Nodding my head, oh that's why that chubby fellow is hovering far behind the zombie horde, trailing them. I realized. He.S. worried about exceeding the control range. That was simple enough. The issue could easily be resolved with car batteries or electric bike batteries. I exclaimed in realization. It takes knowledge to come up with such ideas. If it were left to me, I would never have thought of that. They've begun to take action. Hanbin quietly warned me. They were heading toward the nearby supermarket and the employees' work area at the gas station. This is bad, I muttered. What is going on? The second brother leaned in to ask. Could it be this coincidental? The second brother gripped my shoulder and peered outside. After a glance, he suddenly exclaimed, Hey! And pointed toward the distant buildings of the gas station. Third brother, there's another group coming. Following the second brother's finger, I noticed indeed a group of about 20 people approaching. Upon their arrival, they did not head toward the gas station but straight for the rotund boy controlling the drone. The individuals inside the gas station saw this unfolding scene and, without hesitation, abandoned the gas station to confront the newcomers. The two groups stood facing each other, gesturing animatedly, and it was apparent their conversation was not particularly amicable. If I'm not mistaken, those should be students from the business school, Hanbin whispered. Dio, they have a grudge against the student council? I asked. No. While I can't hear what they're saying, I sense they've come to seize the drone, Hanbin deduced. Just as Hanbin and I were conversing, the two groups unexpectedly clashed. Although both sides were armed, neither seemed intent on harming the living. However, I knew that such tentative skirmishes would not last long. In ordinary brawls, it is all too easy for emotions to flare. The so-called accidental injuries truly exist, as those caught up in the heat of the moment often forget the severity of their actions. Sure enough, when one of the student council members fell to the ground, the conflict escalated. The two factions ceased their probing and began to strike with genuine intent. Although the student council had a numerical advantage, I discovered that the business school students were formidable in combat. Their numerical disadvantage did not hinder their performance. They fought fiercely, equally matched. As the chaos of battle intensified, I sensed an opportunity that could not be missed. Without greeting the few individuals behind me, I dashed forward. The swift movement of troops is invaluable. Opportunities are fleeting, and if not seized now, when would they be? The second brother and sixth brother followed closely behind as I sprinted ahead. While Fanbo and Hanbin hesitated momentarily, I knew I had to locate the generator with utmost urgency, if it indeed existed here. Hanbin had mentioned that gas stations typically had one, and I trusted his word. Sixth brother, go grab a gas can for diesel. Second brother, head to the employee area, but be cautious not to let any zombies lurking inside ambush you, I whispered as we approached the gas station. The two nodded and set off, while I raced toward an independent structure at the side and rear of the gas station. This was likely a storage area for miscellaneous items, and I felt the probability of finding a generator there was greater. With years of combat experience, I instinctively dodged a deadly lunge with a swift shake. Inside the storage room, I didn't even need to look closely. There was a haphazard assortment of items, brooms, mops, shovels, and indeed, a generator. The moment I caught sight of the generator, I was overwhelmed with joy and waved to the already emerged Lao Air. Upon noticing, Lao Air was beside himself with excitement. Turning to glance at Lao Lu, I was taken aback to see him brandishing a hatchet at the diesel refueling station. What the hell are you doing, you fool? I barked. Lao Lu halted his actions, looking at me with a pitiful expression. He isn't refueling. I rushed over, snatching the fuel canister from his grasp while casting a glance at the fierce battle unfolding in the distance. Honestly, even the smallest generator weighs over 100 pounds. At that moment, it felt as light as a feather in Lao Lu's hands. In the midst of speaking, I filled a canister with fuel and, noticing Lau's slender frame, I turned my gaze towards the peering Fanbo. You idiot, come here and take the fuel away. I dared not shout aloud, yet my lips formed the words unmistakably. It was truly a reversal of fortunes for him. As I watched Fanbo carry the fuel canister away, I felt a wave of relief wash over me. I was tempted to grab another canister and leave, but inadvertently, I caught a glimpse of the battlefield. Feel my astonishment. Over 30 members of the student union were being scattered and chased away by merely 20 opponents. Such a scene was like a knife to the rear, opening my eyes to the reality, particularly the plump fellow controlling the drone. Whether out of urgency or fear, he malfunctioned and lost control, causing the drone to autonomously return home. Observing two groups of living people not far from me, the horde of corpses surged forward with frenzied excitement. Lao San and Lao Air, carrying the fuel canister, called out to me that I hesitated for a moment, yet my body remained still. Lao San, are you losing your mind again? This is a matter of life and death. Do you not understand? Lao Air approached and kicked me. Watching the panicking members of the student union and hearing Lao Air's furious curses, I found myself utterly flustered, unsure of how to proceed. Chapter 29. Rescuing people. Lao Air tried to stop me, but in his reach, he could barely graze my clothing. Ultimately, he could only mutter a quiet curse before running back in the direction we had come from. The student union had already been shattered. Some fled, others escaped, and those who remained to fight had little to do with their combat prowess. The few who held their ground were oblivious to their comrades' retreat, completely surrounded by the enemy. While the remaining members of the student union faced relentless attacks, I charged into the fray. It wasn't that I was particularly formidable enough to turn the tide. Rather, it was simply that the opposition had not anticipated anyone daring to rescue this flock of lambs awaiting slaughter. Bursting into the crowd, I showed no mercy, my claw hooks slicing through the thighs of the assailants. Within mere seconds, the majority of the business school's members were uncontrollably kneeling on the ground. Why aren't you running? What are you dawdling for? I bellowed, glancing at the encroaching horde of corpses. With that, I turned and fled. I had done my utmost, and if they chose not to heed my warning, their deaths were no concern of mine. The chubby drone operator was the first to react, swiftly picking up the drone and trailing behind me. The remaining individuals, upon witnessing the plump fellow sprinting away, also took off in pursuit. Are you Xing Tian? The plump man stared at me, his expression filled with terror. You should be thinking about leaving this cursed place, not confirming my identity, I shouted back as I ran. I was astonished to see the plump man vanish and turned to look at the few boys running alongside me. What was that all about? The boys beside me were tall and sturdy, yet not particularly fast. Xianggu had once been a national champion in the 100-meter sprint at the university sports meet. I was taken aback, incredulous at the boy's physique. A national champion in the 100 meters? The boy didn't seem to notice my gaze and mumbled, I got injured later. The medications were filled with hormones, so I gained weight. Damn, is it really just a matter of hormones? Even the feed for chickens doesn't have as much strength. I exclaimed, quickening my pace once more. As I sprinted, nearing the school wall, I caught up with the plump man, who was now gasping for breath, appearing as if he were on the verge of collapse. National champion or not, one's explosive power matters little if endurance is lacking. I leisurely overtook him. He was clearly resentful, gritting his teeth to keep pace, but words eluded him. Even breathing was a struggle. Seeing the plump man catching up, I smiled slightly. Just a few more meters to the school wall. Shall we race? The plump man opened his mouth, producing a sound akin to sandpaper scraping against wood. Fine, if you don't want to race, then don't. Why insult me? I replied, slightly miffed. The plump man froze for a moment, hastily opening his mouth again, unsure of what to say. You old fool, did I give you an inch? And you took a mile? I extended my leg, tripping him. The plump man stumbled and fell to the ground like a massive lead ball, crashing down with a thud. The drone in his arms was crushed beneath him. The group trailing behind me, witnessing my action against the plump man, almost instantly surrounded me. The plump man took a moment to recover before raising his hand to stop those around him, saying, "Don't move, it's a misunderstanding." Upon hearing this, I shot him a furious glance. A misunderstanding? You ungrateful fool. I saved you, and yet you insult me. The plump man, propping himself up, pointed toward the wall ahead and said, "Quick, look over there. Two groups are clashing." I glanced toward the wall and saw it was indeed Lao Lu and Lao Er facing off against the remnants of the student union. Damn it. With that, I dashed away like the wind. The plump man, aided by the crowd, stood up and hurried toward the school wall. Lao Er stood like a war god at the front lines, exuding an aura of unyielding strength. Xing Tian, huh? You're nothing but a joke. Just like our chairman, trapped in the dormitory, unable to come out, shouted a round-faced boy. Lao Er, naturally not one for words, seized his weapon and charged forward. Just then, I sprinted in, leaping over the wall in 2 strides. Stop the noise! Let the business school handle their own mess. Do they still have the face to show up? Lao Sin shouted. I told you not to meddle. Did you see? Just save these fools, and now they're shouting at me. Lao Er roared in anger. I shot him a glare. This guy truly had no fear of trouble, as I spoke. The plump man and a few others also struggled to climb into the school. Are we the cowards? Look at us, all injured. Continuing to fight would only hand them our heads. The round-faced boy protested. To hell with you, Zhang Xuedong. You think I don't know you? You'd love for us all to die so you can become the group leader. The plump man retorted angrily. Fatty, don't spout nonsense. Zhang Xuedong shouted back. The plump man said nothing more, instead leisurely walking up to Zhang Xuedong and putting an arm around his shoulder. Be honest. Dante forced me to take action against you right now. Don't threaten me. I'm not falling for that, Zhang Xuedong scoffed. Watching the two exchange words, I discreetly gestured to Lao Lu behind me. Seeing my signal, Lao Lu quietly withdrew with the generator. Hey, we're all classmates. Is this necessary? I stepped forward to mediate. Who are you to play the Good Samaritan? Zhang Xuedong glared at me, momentarily leaving me speechless. See? Relying on them? Your photo is practically plastered all over the school, and you still don't recognize me? It's pathetic, the plump man muttered to me. Chapter 30. A Battle of Wits. Xing Tian. You saved me today. Rest assured, we've never met, the plump man continued softly. Upon hearing this, I was taken aback. What a thoughtful fellow. He appeared as robust as a bear but had a level of cunning that rivaled my precious Xiaoxue. Before I could further contemplate, the plump man snatched a makeshift spear from someone nearby and swiftly pierced Zhang Xuedong's head. Pulling out the spear, the plump man turned to the remaining defeated members and declared, Whoever has a problem, feel free to voice it. I was dumbfounded. This was far too decisive. This guy was undoubtedly a ruthless character. Today, we sought the generator but found none, encountered the business school members. Zhang Xuedong was killed, and the drone was destroyed. Remember that? The plump man stated, tossing Zhang Xuedong's body over the wall. After completing this, he turned to me and asked, Pretty decent, right? I gave him a thumbs up. Impressive, doing it in front of so many people. Want to be reported? The plump man shrugged dismissively. Report me? Don't make me laugh. These are all my people. That Zhang Xuedong was arrogant, thinking he was above everyone just because he was close to the chairman. IV Long wanted to eliminate him. Suddenly enlightened, I looked at the robust individuals beside the plump man and wondered why not go solo. The plump man was unreserved, smiling slightly. Not yet. That fool still has his uses. I nodded in agreement, my desire for the drone evident. Upon hearing this, the plump man looked at me knowingly. You see through me. I waved my hand dismissively. I'm just a fighter. Don't look to me for strategy. I merely admire how you use the drone to lure away the zombies, and no need to envy. It will all be ours eventually. The plump man grinned slyly. Ours? There's a hidden meaning there? I regarded him with a bemused expression. The plump man clapped a hand around my shoulder and said, Brother, you saved my life today. From now on, we're pals. Once I unify the school, we'll work together. I admire your skills and even more so, Jiang Yi. Upon hearing Jiang Yi's name, my eyes narrowed. You crafty fatso, now I understand. This is a case of ulterior motives. The thoughts of women lingered in my mind, compelling me to this very moment. Given the distance between myself and the hefty fellow, I felt confident in delivering a decisive blow. However, I understood that this was not the time to sever ties. I had to endure. How many women do you have over there? I inquired, casting an amused glance towards the portly man, 31. Once I unify the student council, my brother, you can choose at your leisure, he replied, clapping me on the shoulder with a hearty laugh. You wouldn't be raising women like livestock, would you? I ventured cautiously. Of course not. We are civilized individuals. We advocate for free love, an exceedingly free kind. In this world, they are well aware of what must be done to survive. Are they not? I nodded in agreement. Indeed. I look forward to your good news. The hefty man chuckled. Fear not, it won't be long. For Jiang Yi's sake, I shall hasten my pace, I smiled in response, yet my thoughts were consumed with how to eliminate this foolish, rotund fellow when the time came. The business school had already forged a rivalry with Haicheng University, which, instead of uniting against external threats, was plotting to usurp power. When internal strife met external danger, I would relish in watching the ensuing chaos. I would continue to play the role of an aloof observer, watching from afar as the conflict unfolded, ready to strike when the moment was ripe. Suddenly struck by a thought, I exclaimed in surprise, "Goodness, did my wooden head just come up with a clever idea? Had I not just uttered several idioms?" My venture had a singular purpose. During the recent zombie ambush, I had spotted a zombie dressed as a police officer among the horde. Most crucially, it bore a handgun at its waist, a prized weapon for survival that I had to acquire. Stealing myself? I clenched my teeth and stealthily approached the gas station. A fleeting glance at the 7 or 8 zombies inside the KFC made me dismiss them, and I turned to enter the gas station's convenience store. Upon entering, I was met by the sight of a zombie with its skull cleaved open lying at the entrance. I recognized it as the handiwork of the second in command. The lazy fellow could kill but not bury. Ah, so that's why pushing the door was such a struggle earlier. I muttered under my breath as I walked cautiously inside, casually grabbing a bottle of water and tossing it towards the back of the store. Listening intently, I heard no sounds of zombies moving, which eased my mind. I found a large cloth bag within the store and swiftly cleared the counter of cigarettes, not sparing any meat products either. Socks and underwear were also a necessity. Living with a girl meant maintaining cleanliness. Yesterday's laundry had been a snowy disaster, so today I had to ensure proper arrangements. As I filled the bag, it became evident that one was insufficient. I returned for another. By the time I had nearly emptied the store, 4 sizable cloth bags lay before me. Gazing at them, I scratched my head, pondering whether I could even carry them. If only my little motorcycle were here, I lamented. Then, a light bulb moment struck me. I vaguely recalled a handcart in the self-built house where I had discovered the generator. I dashed over, flinging open the door to the makeshift dwelling, and was elated to find that my memory had served me well, far superior to that of the other 3 fellows. After considerable effort, I managed to extricate the handcart, only to discover its tires were completely deflated. It was a struggle to push, yet better than nothing. I piled the 4 hefty cloth bags onto the cart, but the view ahead was entirely obstructed. Still, I had no intention of abandoning any of the bags. The dilapidated handcart creaked incessantly as I maintained a vigilant watch over my surroundings, fearing the sound might attract any lurking zombies. True to my apprehension, a cacophony of groans soon erupted from behind me. Adrenaline surged as I pushed the cart with fervor, the previously sluggish vehicle kicking up a cloud of dust. The creaking intensified, becoming nearly deafening, leaving only the sound of the cart's wheels as I sprinted forward. Nearly losing my mind. Just moments ago, I had sought the very zombies I now desperately wished to evade. Though not as numerous as before, over 30 dim-witted creatures now threatened to rend me asunder. As the horde closed in, I faced a dire decision. Should I relinquish my precious supplies? Old 3, if you're searching for materials, just say so. How could you possibly carry all this alone? Old 4 whispered urgently. Chapter 31. A dash to the limit. I had no time to ponder further. I shouted towards the bags, urging them to come quickly, hurry and grab a bag. There are zombies behind us. In that instant, Old 6 and the others appeared before me, likely hidden from view by the mountain of bags. Upon turning, they were met with the sight of dozens of zombies. Old 4 and Old 2 bolted without a thought for my safety. Before I could react, a gust of wind rushed past me, and I noticed one of the bags had vanished from the cart. Looking further, I saw the 2 fools dragging a bag, swiftly disappearing around a corner. Observing their retreating figures, I could not help but lament the fickleness of human nature. Ungrateful, capricious, lacking in empathy, lower than beasts in this critical moment, it was my younger brother who came through, hoisting 2 bags onto his shoulders, alleviating much of my burden. Fanbo and Hanbin attempted to imitate Old 4 and Old 2 by lifting a bag, but as Hanbin exerted himself, he tumbled headfirst into the cart. The handcart, already unsteady from my rapid pace, wobbled precariously with his weight, leaving him struggling to regain his footing. Curse you, you weakling! Fanbo, you 2 push the cart and retreat. I'll lure the horde away. I bellowed, relinquishing my grip on the cart. The handcart, propelled by its final inertia, surged forward. "Come on, sons, follow me, and I'll treat you to some meat." I scraped my claws together, deliberately creating noise to draw the zombies' attention. The horde obligingly turned, chasing after me instead of Fanbo and the others. Seeing them distracted, I steadied myself and sprinted in the opposite direction. After dousing nearly $100 worth of gasoline, fearful of igniting the gas station, I seized a nearby fire extinguisher. As the zombies reached the designated spot, I ignited the gasoline. With a roar, flames spread rapidly, engulfing the legs of the zombies in mere moments. Glancing back at the inferno, I felt assured it would not reach the gas station. Once more, I turned and fled. Unfamiliar with the terrain, I dared not venture into the clusters of buildings, opting instead for the main road where visibility was clear, and I could easily identify any lurking zombies. As I sprinted along the thoroughfare, I gradually distanced myself from the pursuing horde, while some zombies collapsed, engulfed by the raging flames, with victory seemingly within reach. Elation surged within me, thinking I could outlast them. Yet, in a fleeting instant, I was met with a chilling sight. From the chaotic crash scene ahead, a throng of no fewer than 100 zombies emerged. Spotting me, this new batch of zombies exhibited no mercy, charging forward with ravenous intent. With foes before and behind me, a sense of despair washed over me. Just last night, I had indulged in a moment of pleasure, and now I faced potential demise. I was unwilling to accept this fate. I contemplated darting between the buildings, but quickly abandoned the idea. Unfamiliar terrain posed the risk of dead ends or further zombie encounters. In the midst of the encroaching horde, I glimpsed a narrow path to survival. If only I could be swift and focused enough. In a moment of desperation, I patted the book strapped to my arm. "Whether living or dead, this time you must help me." With that thought, I pushed off the ground and charged forward. The first two zombies I encountered, a man and a woman, met my assault without mercy as I swiftly dispatched them, using my claws to cleave through their skulls. The second wave consisted of a small group of 5 or 6 zombies, and without hesitation, I plunged into their midst, dodging filthy hands reaching for me. I braced my forearm against one zombie's gnashing jaws and rolled away, narrowly escaping the small cluster. Just beyond lay a limping group of zombies, too many to confront directly. I had no choice but to rely on my speed to circumvent them. Yet, as I veered in a wide arc, I quickly realized that my delay allowed the pursuing undead to close the gap. By the time I dodged the oncoming limping zombies, I had barely managed to escape. Even so, my right forearm bore the marks of a significant bite, stripping away a large portion of the book's pages. Glancing at my arm, I felt an overwhelming sense of relief. Had it not been for the book, I would have succumbed. Having shaken off the zombies behind me, I burst into what seemed like the safest zone. The remaining obstacles were either incapacitated by flames or crawling along the ground. After sprinting a few more steps, my eyes brightened as I spotted my gun. The police zombie, now on the ground, was desperately crawling towards me. I pivoted, aiming my weapon at the zombie, and executed a perfect kick that sent its head flying. In a swift motion, I retrieved the handgun from its waist. To avoid being overwhelmed, I quickly rolled forward. As I did, I anticipated the chaos that would ensue, and my prediction proved correct. Several zombies tumbled over one another in a desperate scramble. Watching the scene unfold behind me sent chills down my spine. This was the very essence of life and death in an instant. "Holy hell!" I shouted, releasing a surge of fear as I sprinted away. The sight of 40 or 50 zombies looming ominously behind me, each one bristling with weapons, knives, guns, and various implements of destruction. I even saw a foolish imbecile carrying a makeshift blood-drip weapon. Damn, it was him just now. He had the audacity to point at me and curse while one of the boys had bandages wrapped around his leg. "You fools from the business school. If you don't want to die, you better scram." I raised the gun in my hand and pulled the trigger towards the sky. But it didn't fire. After a moment of bewilderment, I finally remembered that I hadn't pulled the bolt. Hastily, I racked the slide and aimed at the sky once more. Yet, still no sound. Could it be that I had no bullets? This thought suddenly sprang to mind. This was disastrous. I could flee from the horde of zombies, but how could I face armed individuals without the deterrent of a handgun? Just as I lamented in despair, the group from the business school cursed the fool and scattered in all directions. Chapter 32. The internet is back, though my mind was swirling with thoughts. I couldn't help but feel a tinge of confusion at the sudden departure of the business school crowd. After all, I felt a sense of relief from merely being called a fool. If it were me, facing someone charging at me with a horde of zombies, I would surely trip him and teach him a lesson, aspiring to become a well-rounded individual in my next life. With the obstacles cleared, my pace quickened once again, and the zombie horde behind me began to lag as they lost their target. By the time I sprinted to the school wall, only a few scattered zombies remained in pursuit. I waved at the waiting group, including Lao Lu, and exclaimed, "Get him!" After shouting, I collapsed onto the ground, breathing heavily. Soon, the fighting came to an end, and I gazed at Han Bin, who was elated after slaying a zombie. I genuinely wanted to express my disdain for his ancestors, but alas, I was too exhausted to speak. I opened my mouth, but my throat was so dry that no sound emerged. Lao San proclaimed, "To eradicate evil and uphold justice is our destiny and duty." Lao Si nodded solemnly in agreement. Lao Er's dissenting voice broke through, "Oh, please." Lao San didn't say so much. She merely stated that drones are useless and we should prioritize humanity. Hearing such an interpretation, I opened my mouth again, yet still failed to produce any sound. "What is Lao San saying now?" Lao Lu inquired. Lao San responded, "With great power comes great responsibility." Lao Er looked at me with admiration. It was clear that he was implying we should not speak of it, as it is a responsibility we must bear. Lao Si retorted. Meanwhile, Han Bin observed my condition, his face a mixture of difficulty and determination to voice the truth. Tian Ge doesn't seem to have said it that way. Then what did he say? Lao Er asked, dissatisfied with Han Bin. After a moment of struggle, Han Bin glanced at me, as if seeking my approval. Seeing my nod, he gritted his teeth and translated. Tian Gu said, "You two fools have put me in a precarious situation." The consequences of Han Bin's revelation were predictable, as Lao Er and Lao Si chased him all the way to the dormitory building. When the two of them saw the gaping bite on Han Bin's arm, they were left in tears. Especially Mu Chengxue, who insisted on checking if I had also lost something vital after venturing out. Thankfully, I resisted her insistence, sparing everyone the embarrassment of witnessing my predicament. As night fell, the dimly lit campus grew eerily silent, inducing a sense of unease. Under the guidance of two beautiful teachers, after successfully completing today's assignments, I approached Lao Wu with 2 bags of less than fresh lamb slices. Lao Wu, fresh ones are gone, but the frozen ones are still okay. You'll have to make do. I lit a cigarette. Lao Wu gazed at the lamb slices in my hand with a mix of longing and reluctance. I opened a box and fed him piece by piece, evoking memories of the past. Back when there were no zombies, one night, Lao Wu and I sat side by side on the balcony smoking. Sango, I truly wish we could pause at this moment, watching the sunset and the myriad scenes of life below, savoring a calming smoke. It feels so good that time. I couldn't comprehend Lao Wu's sentiment. But now, I suddenly realized how perfect that world he envisioned was. Lao Wu, Sango is tired. Your 3 brothers equate to fools. If I were gone, you wouldn't even be able to enjoy lamb slices. I muttered. Lao Wu turned to me, seemingly nodding in agreement, as if encouraging me that perseverance leads to victory. I placed the last piece of lamb into Lao Wu's mouth. I felt a sense of relief. Thank goodness you survived. Otherwise, you would have been among those fools. Upon hearing this, Lao Wu shot me a disdainful glance and turned away to gaze at the starry night sky. Noticing his disinterest in conversing, I too fell silent, and we sat harmoniously side by side, braving the cold wind and lost in thought as we gazed at the darkened campus. A faint buzzing of engines broke the tranquility, and several dormitory lights flickered on. Darling, how wonderful! The power is back. Mu Chengxue rushed over to embrace me. I smiled and kissed her forehead, then looked at Han Bin. That was a bit loud, especially at night. Could you lower the volume? At Han Bin's insistence, he shouted for a while. All right, tomorrow I'll toss him into the washroom, and the noise will be reduced. I rolled my eyes. Do I have to use your words? Upon reaching the balcony, I glanced at the excited horde of zombies below and quickly instructed everyone to turn off all the lights. With the lights extinguished, the zombie crowd became less agitated, granting me some peace of mind. Darling, the computer is on, Jiang Yi exclaimed with excitement. What is going on? I asked. The internet is back, she replied enthusiastically. This news filled me with immense joy. Having electricity and internet meant that the entire city wasn't in blackout, but rather, certain areas were experiencing outages for some reason. This also indicated that the military's rescue efforts were not in vain, and there remained hope for us. Quick, let us see what's happening online, I urged. The group gathered in the dormitory, charging their phones and booting them up to check the news. It was confirmed that the zombie virus originated from America. That foolish country just can't stop itself. Once again dabbling in virus research, and now look where we are. At the brink of apocalypse, the leader growled in frustration. What do you understand? If it weren't for Lao San, you'd be dead by now. How can you comprehend them? Lauer glared at him. It seems our country has developed a vaccine to suppress the virus' spread. A girl chimed in. Don't take it at face value, but don't dismiss it either, Lao Si calmly replied. Regardless of its truth, given our current supplies, waiting for rescue is no problem, Han Bin suggested quietly. Your courage is as thin as a needle, Si? Lauer mocked. Big brother, this coward should be sacrificed, Lauer proposed to the leader. After careful consideration, the leader concluded, I've basically figured out how to use the generator. He's not of much use now, so he can be sacrificed. Chapter 33. Clearing the zombies in the building, the two brothers sang in unison, frightening Han Bin, who quickly hid behind me, looking at the two in terror. I thought it was feasible. Grab a bag. If you can manage to carry it to the car, you're truly remarkable, Lao Lu scoffed. Tiangu, save me. Han Bin was nearly in tears. I waved my hand. Enough with the scare tactics. Without him, how would we have such valuable information online? As I spoke, Jiang Yi placed the computer in front of everyone. According to statistics, so far, only some smaller counties have managed to control the outbreak well, and the temporary shelters by the sea are still intact. Why don't we arrange 2 cars to go to the shelter tomorrow? Lauer suggested. That's too far, over 40 kilometers. Any misstep could lead to disaster. Mu Chengxue shook her head. Then how long do we have to wait for rescue? Fambo asked. I've already posted a plea for help online. I estimate the military will see it soon. Mu Chengxue replied. I shook my head. They're struggling to cope as it is. The hope is slim. What then? The leader turned to me. That we wait. We have food and shelter, so why fear if we can hold on? After speaking, I recounted today's events. As it stands, the internal strife at Haicheng University has stabilized. Whether the business school will come looking for trouble remains uncertain. If conflict arises, or the two groups engage in battle, it could work to our advantage. At that point, unifying Haicheng University would mean the entire campus would be ours, and even if we wait for rescue until the end of days, we wouldn't fear. Hearing my explanation, the leader smiled broadly at me. Sangu, you're truly cunning. Isn't that a bit crass? I remarked. That I like it. Lauer chimed in. With the return of electricity, a group of girls finally got to enjoy a hot shower. All thanks to discovering a dormitory equipped with a water heater. A cold shower left me shivering, and I quickly climbed into bed, snuggling under the covers to recover. At last, my phone was charged, and I nestled in the blankets to browse the news. According to reports, the situation domestically has devolved into chaos, and internationally, it has descended into anarchy. The only nation untouched by the zombie virus is North Korea, which remains a sanctuary, isolated from the outside world. Although the style is somewhat outdated, at least I have a change of pajamas. I felt a sense of gratitude, not having perished outside, and now I found a peculiar sense of achievement in my survival. I awaited the two girls, eager for the first chance in a month to use a hairdryer to dry my hair, relishing the thought of no longer being confined to the company of two beautiful women without the option to touch. Before the two girls even made it upstairs, I swiftly leapt from my bed. The two little maidens, bemused, inquired as to my whereabouts. I flashed a knowing smile, as if to say, those in the know understand. Yesterday was a fervent blaze of passion. I had let my guard down, and an occasional lapse is hardly a cause for concern. Yet, in the aftermath, a tinge of regret began to seep in. In this tumultuous time, allowing a girl who deeply loves you to become pregnant is undoubtedly an unwise decision. Given the current state of medical resources, the prospect of pregnancy and childbirth is utterly bleak. There exists even the grim possibility of one of the girls losing her life due to unforeseen emergencies. This urgency is precisely why my comrades are so fervently seeking out those essential supplies for our survival. Upon arriving at the adjacent dormitory, which serves as our storage room, I was taken aback by the array of supplies laid out like a well-stocked supermarket. I found myself at a loss for how to proceed. Hearing my mumblings, Mu Chengxue finally grasped my intentions. After a brief chuckle, she and Jiang Yi embraced each other, giggling uncontrollably. "What is the matter?" I asked, puzzled. "If you can find it, it would be a miracle. By dinner time today, the elder brothers will have already divided everything among themselves," Mu Chengxue replied, playfully biting her lip. "Damn it!" I exclaimed, turning on my heels and rushing out. The dormitory erupted into chaos. My shouts echoing from afar, drawing nearer and then receding. Eventually, the reluctant fool surrendered several boxes of the supplies I needed. In a single night of tumult, I imparted a valuable lesson to those dimwits. No matter where I am, I can seize victory from the jaws of defeat, unstoppable in my quest. Amidst the distant echoes of the girl's reproachful murmurs, I drifted into a satisfied slumber. In the ensuing days, I remained confined to my quarters. Not out of laziness, nor due to being ensnared in a tender embrace, but rather because I had finally begun to cleanse the hallways, with the mechanical genius Han Bin joining our ranks. The task became exhilarating. Though he may be somewhat inexperienced, this very novice fashioned a makeshift wooden wall, standing taller than a man, utilizing the bed's headboard and drawer handles, tailored to the width of the corridor. With this barrier in place and our backs secured against the washroom, we became formidable forces within the hallway. In just 2 days, we had dispatched every last zombie, tossing them into the southern courtyard of the dormitory. Chapter 34. Evolution. With the zombies in the hallway no longer a constraint, we set about cleansing the other dormitories of the undead. Confronting groups of 3 to 5 zombies, or even just 1 or 2, felt akin to a leisurely stroll in the park. During this time, I also discovered Han Bin's remarkable talent for picking locks and prying open doors. Armed with 2 screwdrivers, there was no door he could not breach. On the afternoon of the 6th day, the sun's dying rays filtered through the window, illuminating the westernmost dormitory on the 5th floor. I stood by the window, lighting a cigarette, yearning to howl at the heavens. The freedom to roam the hallways once more was a sensation I had sorely missed. In a flurry of excitement, Mu Chengxue bounded up from behind and wrapped her arms around my waist. "Darling, what are you up to?" she inquired. With my heart racing, I replied, "Just putting on a show." "They're sealing off the main entrance to the dormitory," Mu Chengxue said softly. The little one chuckled. It was Yi's idea. If it weren't for Han Bin stopping him, the 4th brother would have wanted to throw open the doors and welcome the new world. "This big fool. I truly have to hand it to him," I muttered. Now that we had ample wood, I opined that we should not only seal the main entrance, but also board up the 2nd floor windows. Mu Chengxue pondered for a moment before responding. "It's just like my darling to think ahead. Once we have a baby, they'll surely be exceptionally clever," I flattered her, though I wondered which fool had poisoned the girls' minds with the notion of wanting a son or daughter. After much persuasion, I managed to dissuade them from this wicked thought. "Isn't this a jest? To have a child in these times? That would be inviting misery upon ourselves." As we conversed, Mu Chengxue tugged at my hand, leading me downstairs to the 1st floor. By now, the dormitory's main entrance had been effectively sealed off by the elder brothers. "How's it going, 3rd brother?" The eldest brother proudly gestured toward the door. I was about to nod in approval when a different voice chimed in. "What craftsmanship? You stood there yapping instead of lending a hand," the 2nd brother retorted angrily. "Without my direction, could you have managed?" The eldest brother protested. "Step aside. We were following your lead, and if Han Bin hadn't intervened in time, the door would have caved in." Fan Bo shot a disdainful glance at the eldest brother. "Are you spouting nonsense, alarmist?" The eldest brother glared. "Such a petty argument. You'd be better off cooking for everyone." The 4th brother patted the eldest brother's shoulder. The eldest brother looked incredulous at the others. "3rd brother, just let me die. How can I face others when I'm so pitiful in their eyes?" I silently turned and walked away, choosing not to engage. You, the eldest brother pointed at me. Feeling dizzy as night fell, the past few days had taken a toll on us all. We decided to take a day off tomorrow and resume boarding up the 2nd floor windows the day after. However, early the next morning, a figure appeared beneath the northern window. It was the bear-like fellow. His size made climbing to the 2nd floor a challenge, and being unaware of the situation inside, he hesitated to ascend. When I drew back the curtain, the bear-like fellow's eyes widened at the sight of the 5th brother, and he shuddered in fright. He couldn't help but think how fortunate he was not to have come up. Had he done so, he would have been bitten the moment he set foot inside. I leapt down to stand before him. "What brings you here?" The bear-like fellow, propping his feet up, glanced toward the second-floor dormitory. I knew what he was after. He wanted to see Jung-E. Unfortunately, the little girl was still fast asleep, utterly exhausted from the preceding days. I'm gearing up to take action now. Our student council has over 80 members, excluding the girls, with 36 trustworthy underlings and 28 potential turncoats. I need your help to seize the presidency in one fell swoop, the bear-like fellow began. With such a disparity in strength, do I really need to assist? I queried, intrigued. Better safe than sorry. We must prepare for all contingencies. Has anyone from the business school caused us trouble lately? I inquired that a few have come by, but they dared not enter, fearing we might ambush them. He replied. I nodded, understanding the situation. If I were in his shoes, I too would hesitate to enter another school without knowledge of the layout. All right then, let me know when you plan to act. And come seek me out in advance. Though I said this, my mind was racing with thoughts of how I might take down the bear-like fellow at the right moment. How dare he have thoughts of my beloved? If I don't eliminate him, how can I restore peace? The situation had shifted. It seemed today would not be a day of rest. Ascending to the second floor, I patted the fifth brother on the head. He slowly lifted his head, lethargically emitting a sound of exasperation. I tilted my head in confusion. What's wrong? Weren't you fed some expired lamb slices yesterday? Why do you look so lifeless? I had expected the other dimwits to still be asleep, but as I opened the door, I found every occupant of the dormitory peering curiously out the windows. Before I could speak, the sixth brother shouted. "Third brother, look at those zombies. Have they gone mad? They're even tearing each other apart." Huh? With a head full of questions, I joined the sixth brother at the window, peering down. Damn it, the sixth brother was right. The zombies below were indeed engaged in a frenzied battle amongst themselves. The able-bodied were attacking the disabled, while the strong preyed upon the weak. In an instant, the scene below resembled a slaughterhouse. Most bizarrely, those zombies that were torn apart and devoured showed no signs of resistance, calmly allowing the stronger zombies to feast upon their bodies. Darling, I sensed something is amiss. Jung-E, clad in her pajamas and barefoot, hurriedly entered, looking quite anxious. Why aren't you wearing shoes? It's already what month? You'll catch a cold. I quickly scooped her up. Surprisingly, she did not blush at my gentleness. Instead, she looked at me with utmost seriousness. Darling, they are selecting the fittest. If I'm not mistaken, they are preparing for evolution. Chapter 35. He has electricity. Upon hearing the word evolution, my heart skipped a beat. Are you sure? I asked, looking down at Jung-E in my arms. She shook her head, indicating uncertainty, but added, things that seem out of the ordinary often have a hidden agenda. I truly did not wish to think the worst, yet I couldn't shake the feeling that my wife was onto something. What should we do? In an instant, I made my decision. Sweetheart, take your sisters and keep shooting as much as you can, I declared, dashing toward my dormitory while shouting, brothers, quickly seal the windows. This situation is far from normal. There was no time for procrastination. We had to act decisively. If my darling was correct and these wretched creatures were indeed evolving, we couldn't afford to be caught off guard. If they learned to climb, all my efforts over the past month would be in vain. For a whole day, we mobilized the entire dormitory, scouring the building until we located 2 power drills, both of which were smoking by the end. By 10 o'clock that night, we had securely boarded up every window on the second floor. Without pausing, we began transferring supplies to the third floor, ensuring the entrance to the second floor was barricaded with the bed frames. At midnight, I stood at the door of my dormitory on the third floor, smoking a cigarette and gazing downward. The group of fools below had consumed half of their own kind over the course of the day. I even witnessed a fellow with a gaping hole in his abdomen, having eaten too much, with rotting flesh oozing from the wound. It appears that nothing seems to have changed, I muttered. Husband, the entire internet is abuzz with this matter. An expert in evolutionary biology has published a piece asserting that this is a manifestation of evolution. Correctly observed, as Mu Qingxue quietly said while lying on the bed. The military has been tirelessly organizing rescue operations, and they have now begun to deploy drones en masse to attract the zombies, followed by precision strikes. The idea is undoubtedly a good one, but it merely serves to eliminate the zombies on the streets. Once they enter a building, many lives will still be lost, I sighed. The authorities have urged us to eliminate the surrounding zombies as much as possible, within our capabilities, as the precise abilities of the evolved zombies remain uncertain. Zhang Yi remarked, frowning as she held her phone. It sounds easy enough, but we lack long-range weaponry. Right now, even if I had a Molotov cocktail. I paused, realizing, of course, a Molotov cocktail. How could I not have thought of that? The diesel in the dormitory is nearly gone. It seems I'll need to procure some tomorrow. With this thought in mind, I turned and exited the dormitory, kicking open the door to Han Bin's room, where the lad was demonstrating his prowess on the bed. What the hell? When did this happen? Why so quiet? Who's that, Binzi? I exclaimed, stepping inside, causing Han Bin to hurriedly cover the girl's head with a blanket. Damn, are you going to fight me for her? I chided Han Bin. Tiangu, what are you doing so late at night? Han Bin replied with a woeful expression. Can you make a Molotov cocktail? I inquired. Is that all? Han Bin's eyes widened in despair. Just that. You need gasoline, a glass bottle, and some rags. Tiangu, are you joking with me? Do you really need to think to make that? Han Bin was nearly in tears. So simple. What did you expect? All right then, continue. I'll pretend to walk out, I said, feigning disinterest. Nana! I exclaimed in surprise. Nana blushed and called out to me, third brother, does the boss know about this? Nana is the girl I saved at the supermarket. Hasn't she always been close with Big Brother? Why is she now in Han Bin's bed? The boss knows and has particularly blessed us. He's currently pursuing Xiaoyu, she replied, referring to one of the archery girls. This foolish boy, I knew he couldn't remain committed to anyone for long. I muttered. Tiangu, do you have something to say? Don't you feel awkward? Han Bin asked, a tear tracing down his face. I laughed heartily. Take care, brother. Is your core strength sufficient? As I left, I couldn't resist giving Han Bin a hearty pat on the back. Before I could exit the dormitory, I heard a heavy groan emanating from Han Bin behind me. Stepping out, I muttered to myself, did I pat too hard? Can he not control himself? The following morning, I began gathering everyone to collect beverage bottles throughout the entire building. The larger the better, by around 10 o'clock. When we set out, my backpack was filled with empty bottles. This was a critical moment. I left fourth brother, second brother, and big brother behind. Fearing others might steal from us, I took the remaining boys with me. Proceeding cautiously, the gas station was soon within sight, and the zombies on the road had vanished. It seemed they had either evolved or had been led away by those fools from the business school. We arrived at the gas station without incident, and the others began to fill their containers with gasoline and diesel. Meanwhile, I dashed back into the supermarket. However, upon entering, I quickly realized the situation was dire. The shelves were completely bare, not a single item in sight. It appeared the business school students had swept the place clean, perhaps even multiple times. As the saying goes, thieves do not leave empty-handed. Unable to find anything in the front, I ventured into the storeroom. Though it was empty, I was unexpectedly rewarded with 2 massive oil barrels. The barrels bore a weight marking of 50 liters, which was far more useful than those small water bottles. Carrying the 2 barrels outside, I found the 3 others just finishing filling their containers. Yet, as we reached the corner of the building outside the campus, 2 figures approached from a distance. We quickly crouched behind a derelict car to hide. Could it be a trap within a trap? One of them pondered aloud, It shouldn't be. Didn't we just follow the map he gave us? What does the boss say? The boss was also observing, but I sensed he might have an ulterior motive. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sent us to scout. Right now, resources are our primary concern. If Haicheng University wants to stir up trouble, let them. It has nothing to do with us. Are we thinking too small? With 3 universities nearby, our medical school stands on equal footing with us. If we can subdue Haicheng, then the medical school will have to bow down. At that point, we would dominate the resources. What the hell? Is this like the 3 Kingdoms era? What if the medical school decides to intervene? They can't. As of now, they lack electricity and internet, rendering them effectively blind. Watching the 2 boys walk away, I furrowed my brow. Has there been a traitor at Haicheng University? Those 2 mentioned electricity. Besides me, the student council also lacks power, doesn't it? Upon further contemplation, I suddenly widened my eyes. It's that chairman. He has electricity. Chapter 36. Fifth brother. To be honest, when I realized it was that foolish chairman, my worldview and sense of life crumbled. If I hadn't known that the fat bear intended to oppose him, I would genuinely think this second-rate fool was mentally ill. Why would a perfectly good school leader betray his own institution and become someone else's lapdog? What kind of behavior is that? Is he afraid of the opponent? Such cowardice, yet he still established a student council. One remark from Mu Chengxue, however, awakened me. Husband, perhaps that chairman has already learned of the fat bear's plan? Yes, that makes sense. If the student council chairman is aware of the fat bear's scheme, then everything falls into place. You hold a strong military force intending to oppose me, while I am weak, seeking to survive against the odds. So what to do? Seek external aid. If I cannot have it, then neither shall he. This is entirely reasonable. Upon realizing everything, I began to hesitate. I contemplated whether I should inform the fat bear of this situation. Old 3, let us play along, Big Brother reminded me. What do you mean? I asked, confused. Let them fight. If Haiqing wins, it will undoubtedly be a Pyrrhic victory, severely depleting their personnel. We can then seize the opportunity to take control of the school. Second brother said, exhaling smoke with a profound expression. What? I stared in astonishment at these two fools. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Now it depends on whether we can control the situation and ensure both sides suffer. Fourth brother summarized. What the hell? I was utterly shocked, looking at the three brothers before me. Unable to contain myself, I reached out to feel their foreheads, wondering if they had a fever. What are you doing? Big brother swatted my hand away. Presumptuous. Second brother shot me a glare. Don't touch my head. You'll drain my luck. Fourth brother protested vehemently, stunned. I turned to Jiang Yi, asking, didn't the internet say that even previously simple-minded individuals can suddenly evolve? Jiang Yi glanced at me, then at the three brothers, before bursting into a light giggle. Covering her mouth, I asked that a personal attack. Big brother glared at me. Are you trying to provoke trouble? Second brother's expression turned unfriendly. This calamity. It's definitely not old 3's fault. Hold him down while I draw a talisman for him to drink, fourth brother declared. Upon hearing this, I nodded in agreement. Indeed, it was still those three fools. That afternoon, we used the glass bottles collected from the entire dormitory to create dozens of Molotov cocktails. When the first one exploded among the horde of zombies downstairs, I was astonished to discover that these zombies were indeed different from before. They seemed to have developed a sense of pain. When burned, they would suddenly let out heart-wrenching screams. Although the flames wouldn't extinguish, they would run about in panic. Moreover, the zombies that remained unburned would deliberately avoid the flaming ones, instinctively shifting aside to prevent contact. This was markedly different from the ones I had burned at the gas station. I muttered in astonishment. No wonder the authorities urged us to eliminate the existing zombies as much as possible. Should this evolution continue, it would undoubtedly spell disaster for humanity. Han Bin watched the scene below in terror. The group nodded in agreement, and soon, Molotov cocktails began to soar from the various dormitory windows on the third floor. Wait, don't throw them, I shouted urgently. Heads poked out curiously from every window. Looking in my direction, I incredulously pointed at the distance, where a swaying figure appeared. Old 5? How the hell did you get down there? You fool! Upon hearing my call, everyone's expressions turned serious as they anxiously scanned the area for Old 5. When they finally spotted that frail figure on the outskirts of the zombie horde, they couldn't help but curse. Old 5, you idiot, do you want to die? With that pathetic state of yours, you're just delivering warmth to them, Big Brother yelled from the windowsill. After a while, Old 6, with a mournful expression, rushed into my dormitory, holding a clearly bitten rope. Third brother, 5 brother was bitten. Despair washed over me as I turned to look out the window at Old 5, who coincidentally was also gazing back at me. His dull gray eyes showed no emotion, yet I felt as if Old 5 wanted to tell me, I love being outside. I no longer want to be tied down. Perhaps this is what they call a meeting of minds. I lit a cigarette and placed it on the windowsill. Old 5, third brother promised never to kill you. You're free now, do whatever you want. Old 5 stared at me blankly, but when I finished speaking, it seemed he understood, as he abruptly lunged at a female zombie that had lost her legs from the fire. Gazing at the distant figure of Lao Wu, voraciously devouring flesh while methodically eviscerating the belly of the opposing zombie, I felt no revulsion. Rather, an overwhelming sense of comfort washed over me. How should I articulate this? you might perceive him as weak, fearing for his well-being, showering him with tender care. Yet, when you release him, he reveals an unparalleled prowess in battle. You understand that he is capable of thriving, and that thought is sufficient. Before long, Lao Wu had thoroughly extracted the innards of the female zombie. As he slowly rose, his demeanor once again shattered all my preconceived notions about zombies. He did not attack the other injured zombies. Instead, he cast a deep glance at Lao Da and the others who were shouting, then turned away and departed. Lao Lu stood behind me, disbelief evident in his voice. I too was bewildered, my mind blank. Could this signify consciousness? Such a reaction is undoubtedly beyond the capacity of a mere zombie. I blurted out Lao Wu's name, pondering why. If you had gained your own awareness, would you choose to leave? The distant Lao Wu showed no response to my cries, but as I watched his retreating figure, a realization dawned upon me. Indeed, if Lao Wu were truly like any ordinary zombie, upon his liberation, he would not have descended the building. Rather, he would have effortlessly ascended to feast upon us delectable humans. At that moment, we were gleefully hurling Molotov cocktails, with the dormitory door wide open. He could have silently slipped inside, yet he chose to depart. With this thought, I sank onto a chair, not only worried for Lao Wu's future but also reflecting on this incredible bond of brotherhood. Listening to the shouts of Lao Da and the others lamenting Lao Wu's absence from outside the window, I suddenly recognized the joy of surviving alongside these few foolish companions. Chapter 37. The visit of the bear fatty. The fierce flames raging below had burned for nearly 2 hours. The horde of corpses lay in tatters, and the few remaining zombies resembled mere reptiles that night. For the first time, the dormitory was devoid of the high-pitched gasps of girls. I was engulfed in sorrow, particularly in this eerily quiet night that made me unable to forget Lao Wu's departing silhouette. Darling, don't be sad, murmured Mu Chengxue and Jiang Yi, nestled in their thick blankets, gazing at me as I leaned against the windowsill. Hearing them, I hurriedly discarded my cigarette, but and shut the window. Ice it cold. I'll go smoke in the hallway. The two girls remained silent, their gentle gazes filled with concern. I said I was merely checking in, but in truth, I longed to see how the brothers were faring. I was already feeling so miserable. I could only imagine they were not faring much better. The adjacent dormitory was Lao Lu's room, and the door was unlocked, swinging open with a gentle pull. What I beheld upon entering left me in disbelief. What the hell? I exclaimed, seeing Lao Lu alone, meticulously applying makeup while clad in a leopard print pajama set, striking poses before the mirror. Upon noticing my entrance, he flashed an embarrassed smile. Third brother, you finally remembered me, with a slam. I shut the door. It wasn't that I had never seen Lao Lu's antics. I was angry because this fool seemed to lack any sense of urgency. While Lao Wu wandered alone outside, he still had the leisure to indulge in such vanity. At that moment, a realization struck me. Was I truly the only one feeling sorrow? To confirm my thoughts were misguided, I approached the door of Lao Da's room and flung it open. What the hell? Lao Da, wearing headphones, was fixated on his computer screen, while a beautiful girl lay on the bed, gazing at him with a forlorn expression. Even as I slammed the door shut, that fool remained oblivious. Hastily, I made my way to Lao Er's door. Where the lights flickered, I was puzzled. Why hadn't he thought to replace the broken bulb? As I squinted through the dim light, the scene within became clear, revealing how worthless my feelings were. That idiot was only wearing a pair of shorts in the cold, puffing on a cigarette while dancing energetically, with a girl at the door repeatedly flicking the switch. I knew Lao Er was likely drunk. He had been in such a state before. Third brother? The girl at the door called out, noticing my unwelcoming presence. It's fine. You all enjoy yourselves, I said despairingly, turning to leave. As for Lao Si, I held no expectations. That fool would forever remain carefree. However, since I was there, I still wanted to see what he was up to. I pushed open the door to find Lao Si seated at his computer desk, propping his head up with one hand, his back to the door, his trembling shoulders suggesting he was crying. I was taken aback. Truly, the one I thought to be the least sentimental was the most compassionate. That fleeting glimpse of sorrow instantly resonated with me. With reddened eyes, I quietly approached Lao Si from behind and delivered a light smack to his head. I said nothing but inwardly cursed. What the hell are you doing? I want to kill you. And you can't even keep up with the others. At least I hadn't been deceived. You deceived my feelings, my tears. Continue your act, I cursed and turned to leave. From behind me, Lao Si's voice called out. This sinner, occupying Lao San's body. I need to think of a plan. Alone, I headed to the second-floor dormitory where Lao Wu had stayed, now the only room on the second floor with an unsealed window. Lighting a cigarette, I gazed at the desolate campus outside. Halfway through my smoke, I heard heavy, labored breathing emanating from downstairs. Instinctively, I reached for the knife at my waist, cautiously peering down. Bear Fatty? I was astonished to see someone climbing the railing on the first floor. What the hell, Xing Tian, is that you? I exclaimed, relieved that he was there. Otherwise, I would have hesitated to go down. Bear Fatty, as he climbed, chuckled. What a curious sight, and I reached out to pull him up. Why are you wandering around at this hour? Aren't you afraid of getting bitten? I inquired, leading Bear Fatty into the dormitory. It's fine. The horde has been lured to the sports field by that fool. He grinned while peeking around the dorm. Where's Zhang Yi? She's not in this dorm? Bear Fatty asked, rubbing his hands together. Looking anxious, I narrowed my eyes. Wasn't it agreed that we would act after a successful operation? Tomorrow's the day today. I'm just here to give you a heads up. We're set to move at noon tomorrow. I'm dying here. I can't wait another day, itching to find out what Zhang Yi's little feet taste like. Bear Fatty said, striding further into the room, reaching for the dormitory door. Don't open the door. There are zombies in the hallway, I warned him. Bear Fatty jumped, but seeing there was no one else in the room, he gave me a puzzled look. The bathroom's been opened up. I pointed towards it. Great, great, Bear Fatty exclaimed, rushing to check the bathroom, and upon realizing it was indeed open, he dove inside without a second thought. With Bear Fatty in tow, we made our way to the southmost dormitory. A sharp knife pierced through Bear Fatty's neck, and I quickly covered his mouth to stifle any sound. His eyes, filled with rage, despair, and unwillingness, glared at me. Shoo, don't shout. Zhang Yi is asleep. You don't want to wake her. Just relax. It'll be over soon. The more you struggle, the more it hurts, I whispered, pressing close to his ear. Stupid fatso, you should never have had your sights on Zhang Yi. Who do you think you are to touch my woman? I thought, I've wanted to kill you for ages, but there was never an opportunity. Since you've delivered yourself to me, I'll gladly accept with that. I twisted the knife's handle, and Bear Fatty's eyes rolled back as he fell silent. The lifeless weight of Bear Fatty bore down on my legs, and I finally understood what it meant to feel utterly heavy. After several attempts to shove him away, I ultimately had to use both hands and feet to kick him aside. Gazing at the 200-plus-pound mass of flesh, I contemplated delivering another blow to his head to prevent reanimation, but ultimately decided against it. Having completed the task, Bear Fatty's body began to transform, groaning and thrashing. You came to find me. Your people will undoubtedly know. Hanging you here serves as a warning not to disturb me tonight, I said, patting Bear Fatty's head before closing the window. Chapter 38, Deception. As I entered, I found myself sprawled on the second-floor dormitory bed, drenched in blood. Third brother, that bastard really went all out. Lao Lu exclaimed, pushing past the two girls, sliding to his knees beside the bed. Shut your mouth, I groaned, opening my eyes. Lao Lu's sudden shout startled me, causing me to leap back in shock. Bear Fatty has come in. Darling, are you hurt? Zhang Yi asked anxiously. Why didn't you call? Mu Chengxue complained, still shaken. I didn't have my phone. Enough. You all go to sleep. I'll keep watch here tonight. Lao Lu, come replace me in the morning. Waving them away, I lay back and pondered many things. With Bear Fatty dead, his group was essentially leaderless, rendering any plans futile. Yet, upon reflection, I realized something was amiss. Bear Fatty's demise would be known to his subordinates. But the foolish student council president would likely remain unaware. Why now? He probably had already contacted those from the business school. Once they arrived, it would mean handing over Haiqing without a fight. No, this couldn't happen. I had no intention of becoming anyone else's dog. If I were to serve, it would be as a devoted servant to my two wives. So what should I do? Lighting a cigarette, I fell into deep thought. They always said to act freely, but never to make me think. The moment I did, I became drowsy. Unable to devise a plan, I eventually drifted off to sleep. When I opened my eyes again, the sun was already shining brightly. Lao Lu stood by the window, wielding a double-headed axe, engaged in a heated exchange with someone below. Lauda had even secretly brought over 2 petrol bottles. Upon observing the situation, it became evident that the moment the opposing party exhibited even a hint of rebelliousness, they were promptly dispatched to the final station of life. I stretched languidly, sat up to rub my face, and leisurely lit a cigarette, only rising to my feet after nearly finishing it. I delivered a swift kick to Lao Lu's backside. The sharp-tongued Lao Lu, caught off guard, turned to curse at me, calling me incompetent. Upon realizing it was me, he chuckled, "Hey, Sangu, I wasn't cursing you, but rather the people below." I shot him a glare, thinking it rather inappropriate to hurl such insults, especially at those who might truly be incompetent. Approaching the window ledge, I gazed down at the crowd below, armed with bricks and shouting incessantly. I impatiently tapped my ear then, drawing the knife from my waist, I severed the ropes binding Xiong Pongzi. With a thud, the over 200 pounds of Xiong Pongzi crashed to the ground, the sound of his legs breaking sending shivers down one's spine. For a zombie, a broken leg hardly deters the relentless pursuit of sustenance. He began to crawl slowly towards the crowd before him. It was not that I looked down upon the group of students below. How many of them had truly faced a zombie head-on? Their spears were merely toys intended to intimidate fellow students. Were it not for the student council president, they would have long been a feast for the undead. As I observed the retreating students with disdain, I smirked and leaped down. Approaching Xiong Pongzi, I delivered a swift kick that shattered his skull. The resulting splatter of flesh and brain matter showered several individuals on the left, leaving them retching uncontrollably when they finally comprehended what had transpired. I laughed at the scene, squatting atop Xiong Pongzi's corpse, taunting, "Is this all it takes to make you throw up? You prattle on about courage, but do you truly possess any?" A group of over 30 men, visibly shaken by my earlier actions, exchanged terrified glances, especially when they noticed the arrow knocked and ready in Jiang Yi's bow. Any movement would surely result in an arrow piercing through one's skull. Observing their expressions, I smiled contemptuously, knowing my objective had been achieved: to rattle them and make it clear that, in my eyes, the student council meant nothing. Seated upon Xiong Pongzi's rear, I surveyed my surroundings. Contemplating the impending confrontation with the student council, the expressions of the boys around me stiffened noticeably. Did they truly believe they could single-handedly overpower the student council and ascend to the pinnacle of life? I smiled as I regarded them. Confusion etched across their faces as they gazed at me. Sensing their uncertainty, I chuckled sympathetically at their naivety. "Your plans have long been compromised, and the one who leaked the information is none other than your leader." "Impossible!" shouted one boy, his disbelief palpable. I merely cast him a sidelong glance, unconcerned. "You may not believe me, but the supplies at Haicheng University are dwindling, and your leader, in collusion with the student council president, has devised a plan to reduce the population. Their intent is to have you perish in battle, placing the blame squarely on the shoulders of the business school, thereby tightening their grip over you. Brothers, don't believe him. He is definitely deceiving us," the boy cried out. Yet, doubt began to creep into the eyes of those around him. The recent scarcity of food was an undeniable fact. The rations allocated to each individual were alarmingly scant, especially for the women at home, who went unfed daily, barely clinging to life, resembling lifeless fish even when they played. All of this, articulated by an outsider, inevitably sowed seeds of doubt among this group. In truth, I was just as oblivious. I had no idea what resources they possessed or what remained, but often, at such moments, if one gambled correctly, the results were strikingly potent. I observed their reactions, a subtle, enigmatic smile curling at the corners of my mouth. "You may doubt my words, but how about a wager? At 12 o'clock, the business school will appear at your assembly point. If they do not arrive, you may do with me as you wish. What do you say?" I stoked the flames further. Upon hearing this, the crowd fell into stunned silence. Perhaps they had considered me a mere charlatan, but my sudden conviction left these inexperienced students bewildered. "Given your reactions, it seems you agree to this wager," I remarked with a grin. Silence prevailed. An oppressive quiet enveloped the space. Even those on the upper floors fell into stillness. After delivering my challenge, I turned to climb the window railing. "Wait," one boy called out, his tone laced with hostility. "If what you say is true, we are facing a deadlock. Even if our leader dies, we will meet the same fate. What do you propose we do? Is that a sincere request for advice?" I retorted, irritation bubbling beneath the surface. Just then, the leader's voice echoed from above. If this were a critical moment, exposing the existence of our Molotov cocktails would earn you my ire. In the past, I would have scolded the fool for such a blunder, but today, the leader's timely intervention not only revealed our trump card, but also provided the opposing party with a semblance of reassurance. I pointed upward. Did you hear? What I possess can certainly ensure your survival, but only if you agree to follow my lead. The men, hearing this, displayed a mix of elation and apprehension, elated at the prospect of survival, yet worried about what following me might entail. With the backing of my two invaluable advisors, I was no longer the foolish individual I once was. I could anticipate some of their thoughts. I can assure you, with the provisions I have stored, we can sustain ourselves for at least a month. I proclaimed confidently. I could easily ignore you all and survive for half a year without stepping outside. But I refused to let Haiching University become someone else's pawn, feasting on meat while you're left with mere broth. How can we trust you? The boy questioned, suspicion evident in his gaze. I shrugged dismissively. Believe it or not, that is your choice. My words faded. The group above unexpectedly began to eat, each savoring a bowl of fragrant fried rice. Even Lao raised a bottle of erguotu, gesturing toward the crowd below before taking a hearty swig. This was precisely what I desired, though I couldn't help but think their performance was a tad overdone. To my astonishment, the crowd below began to swallow hard, their expressions betraying envy. You're actually eating fried rice? You're living that well? The boy who had been speaking asked, his eyes now devoid of doubt. I recognized that my gambit had largely succeeded, and I chose to ignore him, leisurely ascending the stairs. Upon reaching the second floor, Zhang Yi presented me with a bowl. I took a mouthful of rice, pointing at the individuals below. Listen up, you have 5 minutes. If you do not submit and remain standing there, I will unleash the Molotov cocktails. If you're not friends, then you're foes. No mercy shall be shown. How thrilling! This will be my first time burning someone alive. You must not agree to this. The leader gestured animatedly towards the crowd below. I had no desire to regard them any further and was about to turn away when the boy below suddenly exclaimed, Tian, go. We will follow your lead. Perhaps for the girls, as long as there was no fighting, that would be the best outcome. Sango, how do we get the food down? I finished the last grain of rice in my bowl, once again leaning out the window to bring the fried rice down. Observing the group scramble like dogs for the food, I felt a pang of discomfort in my heart. You may eat, but I have something to say. I strolled about, hands behind my back. Tiangu, what should we do today? The talkative boy inquired, perhaps too eager and choking on his food. Seeing this, I called out, Mu Chengxue, darling, fetch a liter of cola. Let us see if this child can swallow it down. Once each person had a sip of cola, I noticed their gazes towards me shifting remarkably. Admiration, yearning, anticipation, and gratitude flooded their expressions. In the afternoon, I would play along with their plans, eager to see what the self-proclaimed president could conjure. All right, we will heed your advice. The boy replied earnestly. By the way, where are you currently residing? I need to know where to find you. I inquired. I in the gymnasium. Those who escaped from the dormitory have taken refuge there, he replied. I could not help but marvel. How fitting. The gymnasium is where my friends and I fought tooth and nail to clear out, only for it to become a stronghold. Is your president there? I asked after a moment's thought. The boy shook his head. No, the president hasn't left the dormitory. He can't. The 3rd floor is too high. And Zhang Xuedong used to bring him food. I was puzzled. How could he be so confident in eliminating him? Upon hearing this plan, I was rendered speechless, unable to fathom how you could so surreptitiously betray the other party. Should they discover the discrepancy, perched high above, they could easily thwart your ascent with mere benches or planks, and you would have provoked them. Would that not be akin to courting death? Fine, I understand. The boy furrowed his brow, contemplated for a moment, then nodded at me before leading his companions away. Upon returning to the dormitory, I took a shower and then indulged in a brief nap. When I awoke, it was precisely noon, and I instructed the leader and Han Bin to remain vigilant in the dormitory, guarding against any intruders. With the remaining few, I armed each with 2 Molotov cocktails, and we descended. An exhilarating spectacle was about to commence. Today marked the day I would unify Haiching University. Chapter 40. Driven to extremes by the time our group arrived at the periphery of the gymnasium, It was nearly 12:30. I did not allow everyone to enter with me. Instead, I instructed them to conceal themselves, just in case. However, the sixth member objected. Fearing for my safety alone, I glanced at him helplessly, wishing to convey that my own peril would be heightened should I take him along, but I refrained from voicing it. As I staggered into the gymnasium, I coincidentally encountered more than 80 students from the business school, encircling all members of the student council, including the girls. The tall boy from the morning spotted me from a distance and raised his hand to wave, but I shushed him with a gesture. He understood and resumed negotiations with the opposing side. However, it was evident that his tone had shifted from humble to considerably more assertive. Your scheme has been exposed. We are prepared. Do you truly wish to risk mutual destruction? The leader of the business school smirked derisively. Our plan? Spare me the nonsense. We have no plan, merely the intention to consume those from Haiching University. By the way, if it weren't for your president providing us with a detailed map, we would have hesitated to come here. This revelation, nearly all members of the student council displayed expressions of despair. Perhaps they had never anticipated that their own president would ultimately betray them. Do you truly believe that over 60 of us are mere window dressing? The boy was incensed. Yet now they had no choice but to believe it. The opponent had stated it plainly. Upon hearing the mention of over 60 individuals, I, standing at the back of the crowd, was taken aback. Over 60? That doesn't add up. The stout boy mentioned there were over 80 girls, right? Now, counting the girls, there are only 60 left. Where are the remaining 40 or 50? As I pondered, a chill ran down my spine. This was indeed a trap within a trap. That fool was playing a double game. Just as this thought surfaced in my mind, both factions began to shove each other, and soon the business school members resorted to lethal force. One boy from the student council was stabbed in the abdomen, collapsing to the ground, unable to move. Upon seeing the blood, the girls screamed and scattered, leaving only about 30 boys standing in the encirclement. Witnessing the situation deteriorate, one boy could no longer contain himself and shouted at me. Tiangu, they made their move. Are you not going to do anything? My reverie was abruptly interrupted by the shout, and irritation surged within me. I lit a Molotov cocktail and hurled it toward the open ground. With a resounding explosion, flames erupted, leaving the business school members in stunned silence, frozen in place. Enough of this noise. Let me think. I advanced through the crowd, my brow furrowed, my expression menacing. Damn it, it's this idiot. A boy I had previously injured leaped out, cursing at me. However, in my agitated state, I afforded him no opportunity. My knife flashed at my waist, and he clutched his neck, collapsing in a pool of blood. Do you dare to touch my people? The leader of the business school glared menacingly. I didn't even glance at him, merely raising the Molotov cocktail in my hand. If you are unconvinced, step forward and I'll incinerate you, you fool. Why can't you all keep quiet? As I spoke, I approached the members of the student council. How many boys are left? I inquired. Where are the others? I asked. Perplexed. They're gone. I stroked my chin, sensing my brain's CPU nearing the brink of combustion. Suddenly, I pricked my ears. What was that sound? The boy looked at me blankly. There's no noise? No, don't make any more sounds. I kicked the boy who had been stabbed. He winced in pain and promptly sealed his lips. After listening intently again, my head buzzed. It's a drone. Damn it, in that instant, everything clicked. It was indeed the student council president, exhibiting remarkable cunning. This maneuver was not merely a double game but a triple play, executed with finesse. At this moment, I could no longer concern myself with others. I turned and fled. However, upon reaching the gymnasium entrance, I realized it was too late to escape. A horde of zombies, black as a cloud, was rapidly approaching the gymnasium under the guidance of a drone, a mere 30 to 50 meters away. Damn it! I cursed, hastily jamming the nearby fire axe against the doorknob. Stop gawking and come help. Just as I shouted, the zombie horde had arrived at the entrance, violently assaulting the tempered glass door. The people inside the gymnasium trembled in terror at the sight of the zombie army, though some brave souls rushed forward to assist me in holding the door. You hold the door? I'll go to the second floor and throw Molotovs, I yelled, then dashed toward the second floor. However, as I reached the corner of the staircase, I heard a loud bang. The tempered glass door shattered. In an instant, zombies surged into the gymnasium like a flood. The 20 or so individuals bracing against the door were quickly engulfed by the horde, their screams and wails piercing the air. I stood in shock, witnessing the unfolding chaos, but I had no time to lament, as the zombie army clearly had no intention of sparing me. Without a moment's hesitation, I turned and sprinted upstairs, racing to the end of the corridor. Just as I barely evaded the zombies behind me, I slipped into the archery club's room and closed the door. The moment I secured the anti-theft door, the zombies slammed against it with a resounding thud. I staggered back several steps, listening to the incessant pounding on the door. The zombies had truly evolved, not only in speed but also in strength and intelligence. In the past, if I had hidden behind a door and remained silent, the zombies would not have continued to batter it. But now, everything was different. I understood clearly how fragile the school's anti-theft doors were. They were nothing more than shoddy products, and expecting them to withstand the relentless onslaught of zombies was nothing short of a pipe dream. I told myself I had to leave this place quickly. I opened the window and looked down. Jumping from a height of more than 10 meters would either leave me dead or severely injured. Scanning my surroundings, I found no foothold on the smooth walls. Looking up again, the aluminum eaves were thin and flimsy, and whether I could even grip them was another question altogether. It was a dead end. A definite dead end. A pure compulsion to drive me to despair. Chapter 41. Ascending together with you in utter desperation, I listened as the anti-theft door began to emit its final groans. I knew my time was up. In my last moments, I wished to call the two girls. Leaning against the window, I lit a cigarette, and after a prolonged wait, the call finally connected. The moment the call was answered, a cacophony of noise erupted from the other end. I couldn't help but smile bitterly. What a remarkable student council president, indeed a master of 3 birds with 1 stone. Honey, where are you? Mu Chengshua's anxious voice rang out. What's the situation now? I asked calmly, knowing that the Molotov cocktails at home were sufficient. The only exit was that one on the 2nd floor, as long as the leader and Han Bin. Those 2 fools, didn't he act recklessly? The idea of them storming my dormitory was nothing but a fantasy. But what? I furrowed my brow. The 6th and the others have sustained considerable injuries, and Fan Bo is dead, killed by the student council members. Upon hearing this grim news, I slammed my fist against the balcony. Truly ruthless. It was indeed a case of mutual destruction. Fine, very well, student council president. Even if I become a zombie, I will not spare you. Honey, how is it going on your end? The 6th said the gymnasium is surrounded by zombies. They want to fetch Molotovs to save you, Mu Chengshue inquired. Aware that this was not the time for sentimentality, at this moment, one corner of the door had already come loose from the frame, and a zombie's hand was desperately reaching inside. Don't come. What is going on? Where are you? If you can make a call, you must be safe. Hurry and tell me, Mu Chengshue cried, her voice tinged with desperation. It is too late, sweetheart. Listen to me. No, it's not too late. Where exactly are you? It really is too late. Just listen to me. I want to listen. I want to listen, Mu Chengshue wailed. Shue, calm down, listen to me. If I don't speak now, it will truly be too late. It was the first time I had spoken to Mu Chengshue in such a stern tone, my reprimand piercing her heart while causing pain in my own. On the other end of the call, Mu Chengshue was utterly unable to control her emotions. Soon, the phone seemed to be snatched away, and Jiang Yi's trembling voice came through. Honey. I responded gently. Sweetheart, I know you are always calmer than Shue. Listen to me carefully. What I have to say is very important. Yes, I'm listening, Jiang Yi replied, trying hard to maintain her composure. The zombies have truly evolved. Their speed and strength have significantly increased, and their intelligence has also improved. They now know you're inside the room, and they will incessantly pound on the door. Unlike before, when remaining silent allowed you to evade them. Do you understand? Listen. I can scarcely utter a word as I hear Jiang Yi's voice choke with sorrow on the other end of the line. For she has already been subjected to the dreadful howls of the zombies and the sound of them battering the door. Make sure to inform the elder brother that the main entrance on the 1st floor must be reinforced and sealed shut. I declare with urgency, and no sooner had I spoken those words than a sharp crack resounded. Jiang Yi gasped in shock, her cries tearing at my heart. Do not fear, I am unharmed. I hastily reassured her. Yet, it was merely a temporary reprieve. The door to the room had been breached, and the noise I heard was that of the door crashing to the ground. Fortunately, the zombies had not yet poured in, for I had cast a Molotov cocktail to the ground at the entrance. The fierce flames obstructed their advance, allowing me to make a startling discovery. One unfortunate zombie, unable to retract its foot in time, found its leg engulfed in flames, quickly reducing it to charred remains. Darling, the zombies, once evolved, harbor a profound fear of fire. Remember this well, I implored before decisively ending the call. Why such decisiveness? Upon realizing their aversion to fire, I resolved to expend my limited existence to alleviate my loved one's concerns to the greatest extent possible. Seizing the moment while the flames blazed brightly, I hastily gathered all the flammable materials in the room and hurled them into the inferno. Come on, enter if you wish to devour me, I bellowed with fervor. The fire grew ever more intense, and the zombies, gripped by fear, began to retreat. I toppled a table, using it to push the burning pile into the corridor. Then, I leaped out, glancing through an internal window at what had become of the gymnasium, now a den of zombies. Those who were once vibrantly alive now lay disfigured, having been mercilessly devoured. I even caught sight of a girl's half-torn chest, discarded in a corner, ignored and forgotten. Witnessing this scene ignited a searing hatred within me. To be candid, I had never deemed zombies to be detestable. They were merely a different species, each with their own survival instincts, which was understandable. Yet today, in my resolve to face death, I found myself filled with a visceral loathing for them, perhaps rooted in my disdain for the student council president. However, in the final moments of my life, that fool remained unseen and untouchable, leaving me to project my animosity onto the zombies instead. My phone in my pocket rang incessantly, but I had no time to answer. I was teetering on the brink of madness. So you think you're evolved, huh? Let's see how you handle this, I exclaimed, shattering a nearby glass with my elbow and seizing a burning piece of armor to hurl at the massive curtain below. This item, made of pure rubber, ignited fiercely and burned with a sticky persistence. In no time, the towering curtain was engulfed in flames, sending the zombies below into a frantic retreat. Now you know fear. Good, I proclaimed. Today, I shall take you all with me. With that, I began to push the burning pile of debris, leaving a trail of flames in my wake. Particularly as I passed our combat training room and wrestling practice area, I ignited various protective gear, mercilessly tossing them down. The flames below grew ever fiercer, consuming the floor and linoleum. The zombies, though aware of the fire, were perplexingly ignorant of the need to flee outside. The air above became increasingly thin, the smoke suffocating. I could barely keep my eyes open, and breathing became arduous. The room was filled with thick smoke, rendering visibility nearly impossible. Suddenly, I felt myself tackled to the ground, followed by a sharp pain in my shoulder. Instinctively, I plunged my claw into the assailant's skull before succumbing to unconsciousness. Chapter 42. The most painful transformation in the fleeting moment before darkness enveloped me. A faint smile graced my lips as the faces of Mu Chengxue and Jiang Yi flickered in my mind, alongside memories of my brothers. Farewell, my family. This is all I can do. The inferno in the gymnasium continued to blaze, its thick smoke visible for miles. In the dormitory, a group of people clung to the windows, tears streaming down their faces as they gazed towards the gym. Old 3, you're something else, the elder brother choked out. What will we do without you, third brother? Old 6 cried out to the window. Mu Chengxue had long since fainted, while Jiang Yi sat vacantly on the ground, hugging her knees, neither crying nor raising a fuss. Damn it! I'm going to kill that fool, Old 2 shouted, brandishing a knife and preparing to leap down, only to be restrained by Old 4. Acknowledging Old 4's wisdom, Old 2 slumped to the ground. Sobbing helplessly, time slipped by, and the fire on the first floor of the gym roared with intensity in a daze. I caught the scent of burning flesh wafting into my nostrils, followed by a searing pain in my shoulder that jolted me awake. Above me, thick smoke billowed, yet the floor appeared clearer. Thankfully, the window in this room was open. Otherwise, I would have surely succumbed to asphyxiation. Turning my head, I noticed the source of the intense burning sensation on my shoulder. A charred piece of wood had fallen from above, smoldering and searing my wound. I swatted it away and attempted to rise, but I was utterly drained of strength. My head spinning, I contemplated surrendering. Yet the hatred burning within me kept me from yielding. Having been bitten, I would soon become a zombie, and I resolved to kill that wretched individual before my transformation. Struggling, I turned over, aiming to crawl towards the window. For I distinctly remember this classroom belonged to the tug-of-war team, and there must be ropes or something similar. The glance at the zombie that had bitten me startled me. It was unlike any ordinary zombie. This creature was a ghastly green, hairless, with protruding fangs and, most disturbingly, no eyes. Examining it further, I noted it possessed 4 emaciated arms and no discernible genitals. My shock lasted only a brief moment, as a resounding crash from above reminded me that I needed to escape quickly. Otherwise, this place would become my coffin. Summoning every ounce of strength, I crawled to the window and was astonished to find a rope tied to the window frame. Without a second thought, I grasped the rope and managed to flip myself out of the window. However, as I slid down to the second-floor window, my weakened hands caused me to tumble to the ground. Lying there, I felt no joy at having survived. The pain coursing through my body jolted me back to reality. I knew my time was limited, and I had too many things left to accomplish. Stumbling forward, I made my way towards the dormitory, occasionally losing my balance. I shook my head vigorously, urging myself to hold on just a little longer. I retrieved my phone and dialed Jiang Yi. The call connected almost instantly, her incredulous voice echoing through the receiver. "Husband, are you all right? Where are you?" "I'm downstairs," I replied softly. The next moment, windows on the 3rd floor of the dormitory swung open, and everyone inside stood in joyous disbelief, gazing at me, the solitary figure below. "Third brother, wait for me to come up." Old Six shouted excitedly, "Don't move." I called out urgently. The others stared at me in confusion. Uncertain of my meaning, my words, the occupants above burst into tears. I patted my hazy head, straining to focus on their faces. "Where's Xiaoxue?" I asked Jiang Yi over the phone. "Xiaoxue, Xiaoxue. He wants to see Xiaoxue." Jiang Yi cried out. Old Six rushed inside and soon emerged with the unconscious Mu Qingxue in his arms. Seeing her pale, paper-like face, my heart twisted painfully. "Darling, evolved zombies cannot climb stairs and are extremely sensitive to fire. When searching for supplies, always carry torches and Molotov cocktails, and be sure to stay safe. Live well for me, and when you see me next, tell them to grant me a swift end." With that, I decisively ended the call, gently placing my claw on the ground. I had to rid myself of the claw. If I transformed while still possessing it, I would undoubtedly become a significant threat to those in the dormitory. "I am leaving. Do not mourn for me," I shouted, waving goodbye to the people above before turning and stumbling away. The fog clouding my vision deepened, and my remaining consciousness began to fade. I told myself that I could not transform yet. I needed a little more time, for the wretched person was still alive. To keep myself awake, I drew my knife and made a deep cut across my chest. The searing pain jolted my mind back to clarity. Identifying the direction, I headed straight for dormitory number 7. Along the way, I encountered numerous zombies scattered across the campus. Initially, despair washed over me. Was this the so-called scourge that lived for 1,000 years? Did fate protect it from death? Yet, I pressed onward, determined that even if I could not kill the student council president, I would at least take down a few more zombies to provide my brothers with a sliver of a chance. To my astonishment, the zombies paid me no mind. Seemingly ignoring my presence entirely, I was baffled. The only explanation I could fathom was that the zombies now perceived me as one of their own. Caught in the limbo between transformation, I gazed upon dormitory number 7. My previously muddled thoughts sharpened with a fierce clarity fueled by hatred. Calculating the position of that fool's window, I tugged at the drainage pipe by the window, confirming its sturdiness before shedding my jacket and tying it securely around my waist on the other side. I maneuvered around the drainage ditch, biting down hard, utilizing both my hands and feet to ascend towards the 3rd floor. Chapter 43. The Chairman, My Former Love. The 3rd floor, merely the 3rd floor. Under normal circumstances, with my formidable core strength and the sturdy drainage channel, I could reach it in less than 3 minutes. However, today, in an exceptionally poor state, I struggled for a full 10 minutes using all 4 limbs before finally arriving at the window I sought. Tightening my grip on the fabric in my mouth, I had initially intended to shatter the glass with a punch, but refrained, not wishing to alert the unsuspecting. Gently pushing, I was relieved to find the window unlocked. With the lightest force, I slowly opened it. There was no time to fully grasp the interior scene as I propelled myself forward, leaping through the opening. Everything in the dormitory unfolded before my eyes in an instant. My already chaotic mind froze upon witnessing the sight within. The student council's foolish chairman, the target of my relentless thoughts, was seated before her computer, utterly engrossed. "Lu Yi!" I exclaimed in astonishment. Lu Ye's expression transformed to one of sheer terror as she beheld my sudden appearance. Retreating several steps in haste, a striking beauty of the physical education department, specializing in Taekwondo, Lu Ye's allure stemmed not merely from her stunning features, but from her perfectly sculpted physique. I describe her thus not to diminish her looks, but rather to emphasize that, compared to her beauty, her figure was undoubtedly more impressive. Though you comprehend how arduous it is for a girl to possess chiseled abdominal muscles and a peach-like posterior. Staring incredulously at Lu Yi before me, my initial thought was that I might have entered the wrong room. Yet, upon surveying the surroundings and noticing several brand new drones on the other beds, I confirmed my presence was indeed correct. The very person I sought was the striking figure of Lu Yi. Why? Why must this occur? If it were anyone else, I would unhesitatingly strike, extinguishing their life. Yet with Lu Yi, I found myself unable to proceed. For she was my first target of affection upon entering university. Lu Yi was acutely aware of her predicament. Upon seeing the knife in my hand, her shock morphed into a chilling demeanor. "Why must you do this? You men are all a pack of mongrels," Lu Yi roared. Her furious outburst sent a wave of dizziness crashing over me once more. I slapped my head vigorously. But the confusion persisted. Ripping off my t-shirt revealed my defined muscles, and I raised the dagger to carve another cut across my chest. The pain jolted my senses, clearing my blurred vision once again. Witnessing my actions, Lu Yi was overcome with dread, especially upon spotting the bite marks on my shoulder, her expression shifting to one of disbelief. "You were bitten. You endured all this just to kill me? Am I truly so deserving of death?" Lu Yi grasped a steel needle from the bedside, my body swayed slightly. Yes, I had been bitten, all thanks to her. "You too know fear? Today, the number of lives lost due to your schemes exceeds 100. Have you questioned them? They all deserve to die. With the order I established, they could have lived on, yet they chose to resist. Rather than this, it is better for them to die swiftly, leaving valuable resources for those who are worthy." I retorted as Lu Yi pointed the steel needle at me. Gazing at the one I once cherished, now rendered mute before me, I suddenly felt a sense of release. I cast the dagger to the ground and leaned against the bed, lighting a cigarette. After taking a deep drag, I turned to Lu Yi. "You live, many will perish. If that is the case, let us die together." With that, I lunged forward. Lu Yi was indeed a master of Taekwondo. But in the realm of unrestricted combat, her skills amounted to mere decorative gestures. With the steel needle piercing my shoulder, I forcefully tackled Lu Yi to the ground. This was not a fighting arena but solid concrete. After one throw, she curled up, eyes tightly shut, unable to utter a word of pain. I frantically searched for something to bind her with. Before she could recover, I secured her hands and feet, tossing her onto a chair. After completing this, I slumped to the floor, utterly drained. To maintain my clarity, I lit another cigarette. "Lu Yi, I cannot bring myself to kill you. Let us await the transformation into the undead," I said with a bitter smile. Gripping the steel needle embedded in my shoulder, gritting my teeth as I yanked it out. "You think you're something special, pretending to be affectionate. You're just a heartless bastard," Lu Yi spat, struggling against her bindings. Yet, I found myself too weary to engage in further dialogue, chain-smoking as I lost track of which cigarette might be my last. "Say whatever you wish. All I can assert is that my feelings for you back then were sincere." Upon hearing this, Lu Yi laughed derisively. "You claim sincerity? You're nothing but a scoundrel, a thoroughgoing cad. Call me whatever you want, but labeling me a scoundrel is unacceptable. I was devoted, remarkably so. You were the one who ignored me all those years. How dare you call me a scoundrel?" I shot back defiantly. Lu Ye's emotions flared even more. "Ignored you? Xingqian, let me tell you, stop making excuses for yourself. You are a dog, a lapdog that any woman can lead away. To hell with you." I could no longer contain myself, rising abruptly to confront Lu Yi. "You dare insult me? The world is ending, yet you are trapped in the men's dormitory. Do you think you are something special? You are nothing but a despicable wretch. And no sooner had my words left my lips than despair clouded Lu Ye's expression. Her gaze towards me filled with venom in my eyes. You are even less than a mongrel. You are merely a piece of excrement. My heart twisted painfully at her words, but the dignity of a man urged me to stand firm. If I softened now, I would be defeated. All right, I am excrement. Then? Well, I am excrement that is about to transform into a zombie. With that, I found an unexpected surge of strength, dragging Lu Yi towards the window. Chapter 44. I change, yet remain the same. I yanked open the window, throwing Lu Ye's upper body onto the sill. What are you doing, you mongrel, trash, bastard, scoundrel? Ignoring her tirade, I stared vacantly at the dim sky outside. You called me a mongrel, a scoundrel, did you not? Today, I shall fulfill your wish and show you what a scoundrel truly is. You wretched creature. My vision blurred further. Even my speech became slurred. Yet, I understood. I was determined to defy the heavens before me, to dismantle this school, to obliterate all discontent within my heart, and to overthrow this world. Lu Ye's screams echoed throughout the campus, drawing countless zombies to gather below, extending their withered hands towards the figure of Lu Yi on the windowsill. A volcano, after all, will erupt. It is just a matter of time. As I lost all consciousness, I cast aside my final thread of obsession. I staggered back 2 steps, collapsing to the ground. In that last moment, I roared inwardly, to hell with this world, to hell with survival. To hell with zombies, to hell with Haicheng University, once the most beautiful university in Lanshur. Nestled in a picturesque coastal city, the campus was lush with trees and filled with the songs of birds. Resembling a paradise, however, after today's battle, it could no longer be described as anything but a wreck, riddled with scars. The fire raging in the gymnasium showed no signs of abating, its flames licking the air like a ferocious beast, consuming everything in its path. Its wrath could no longer be contained, beginning to spread outward, engulfing the surrounding thickets in this haze of smoke. By deep night, as December's winter brought heavy snow, the inferno began to diminish. Albeit slowly. They say that for every joy, there is a corresponding sorrow. In the clash between the School of Business and Haicheng University, it was the medical school that ultimately reaped the benefits. Inside the medical school's gymnasium, laughter and cheer filled the air as they celebrated the departure of Haicheng University and the School of Business from the historical stage. Yuan Ji, have we established contact with rescue services? Inquired a bespectacled man with a smile. No, the line remains busy. Even without rescue, we can survive well enough with our own strength, replied Yuan Ji, a boy of merely 1.7 meters, standing beside the tall Mu Chengxue, who was over 1.7 meters, or even beside the 1.68-meter Jiang Yi. He felt dwarfed. Those two are mere fools. We need not lift a finger against them. Tomorrow, we'll send classmates to gather supplies extensively, said Peng Fei, unable to hide his amusement. Understood. It's all thanks to you, Peng Fei. That rotund fool is nothing more than a minor character, yet you've managed to exploit him to the fullest. Yuan Ji flattered. Utilize everything to its fullest. In this world, no matter how small a character, they still serve a purpose, Peng Fei replied proudly, gazing up at the stars. Yuan Ji nodded in agreement. There must still be stragglers from the School of Business and Haicheng University. What if we encounter them while searching for supplies tomorrow? Upon hearing those words, Peng Fei, who had just moments ago worn a gentle expression, suddenly revealed a fierce countenance, informing his classmates that the southern district of Lan City would henceforth belong to their medical college. As long as we encounter any living being, we must kill. Only in this way can we ensure the survival of our more than 500 comrades until the military comes to our rescue. Observing Peng Fei's demeanor, Yuan Ji felt a surge of trepidation. He never anticipated that a typically refined and scholarly individual could transform into a cold-blooded tyrant in the face of an apocalyptic crisis. The following day, the rising sun gleamed like a brilliant jewel, casting its dazzling light across the land cloaked in silver. Its rays pierced through the shroud of darkness like a sword, illuminating the snow-covered ground. 2 charming young ladies, clad in nearly identical knee-high boots, crunched through the snow. 4 delicate hands, unperturbed by the biting cold, gently stirred the surface of the snow. Before long, a pair of clawed hands was cradled in their embrace. In that moment, the 2 ladies wept bitterly, collapsing into the snow. If the third were still here, he would surely not tolerate this sight. came the heavy voice of the eldest from behind Mu Chengxue and Jiang Yi. "Eldest, we want to find him," Mu Chengxue said softly, her eyes glistening with tears. The third said to live on for him. "Have you forgotten?" The second chimed in, approaching. The sixth, who had been wiping his tears nearby, moved to the two girls and gently embraced them. "Fear not. I shall protect you well on behalf of the third." Candles, incense, and talismans were all prepared as the fourth muttered incantations. The peachwood sword in his hand occasionally stabbed and swung as he cast talismans into the sky, one after another. "You know nothing of this. I am summoning souls. Though the third has departed, his spirit remains with us." The fourth glared at the eldest. "Then you stay here with him." "We can ascend," the second retorted dismissively, seeing that the two girls had already climbed up the stairs, a group of mere mortals. "After this ritual, the third shall attain immortality," the fourth grumbled, ignoring the second. The sixth, the last to reach the balcony, paused upon hearing the fourth's words. "Fourth brother, immortality is not a term from Taoism. It belongs to Christianity." I in room 7. After a night had passed, nothing had changed within. I lay sprawled in the center of the dormitory, while Lu Yi curled up by the window, shivering. Yet, Lu Ye's tremors were not from fear, but from the cold. The open window had allowed countless snowflakes to drift inside, covering even Lu Ye's smooth thighs. At that moment, her gaze was vacant, fixated on two crimson plum blossoms on the floor. Her pants, which had slipped down to her knees, remained untouched. The scene was akin to a still painting until my body stirred. Breaking the immobilizing spell, I slowly opened my eyes. Though my head throbbed painfully, I could clearly discern everything before me. I in disbelief. I raised my hands to examine them. They had not turned to a shadowy hue. Although pale, they still bore the hue of humanity. I attempted to move, only to be met with excruciating pain throughout my body, particularly in my chest and shoulders. "Yes, I was bitten yesterday," I recalled. Tio remained conscious. "I had inflicted several wounds upon myself. Had I not perished, and I had not transformed into a zombie? How could this be?" Chapter 45. The student council president is dead with a face full of confusion. I struggled to sit up. When I caught sight of Lu Yi by the window, memories flooded back of my actions before losing consciousness. Clutching my chest, I made my way to Lu Ye's side. Taking a step at a time, I reached out my hand. Lu Yi instinctively recoiled to the corner like a startled rabbit. I could only shake my head in resignation. Perhaps she believed I had already transformed into a corpse. Glancing out the window, the snow lay thick, and beneath the open window, Lu Ye's lovely legs appeared to be turning purple from the cold. I hurried to embrace her, but she resisted, shrinking further into the corner. In that movement, I caught sight of the two small red plum blossoms on the ground, and my eyes widened in shock as disbelief washed over me. Tio confirmed my suspicions were unfounded. I crouched down to take a closer look. Was this her first time? How could she be here in the boys' dormitory? In that instant, my heart felt entangled in a web of confusion, unable to unravel. "Lu Yi." We yearned to speak yet remained silent. Startled, Lu Yi looked up at me in disbelief, her eyes seeming to ask, "Didn't you get bitten? Why haven't you transformed?" I was beyond caring for the details, enduring the sharp pain in my shoulder and chest. I scooped up the nearly frozen Lu Yi and placed her on the bed. Repeating the action until her thighs began to regain color, I then gathered every blanket in the dormitory and covered her. As I untied the bindings around her, guilt overwhelmed me. It is too late for words now. "What has done is done. If you feel wronged, just kill me." I wanted to retaliate with that. I picked up the dagger from the floor and placed it beside Lu Ye's pillow, offering my neck in surrender. Lu Yi, her face barely visible, regarded me with a complex expression but did not reach for the knife. Seeing her reluctance, I jumped off the bed. "I want to leave. I'll stay here. When you come to terms with it, you can kill me at any time." Arranging the chairs in the room into a long line, I lay down with great difficulty. My already weak body felt increasingly dizzy after the exertion. I glanced at the clothes and belts that had bound Lu Yi and climbed up again, binding my own hands and feet. I spoke without looking up. "Lu Yi, I don't know when I will change. I'm tying myself up now. If you notice anything amiss, don't hesitate." After a moment, I added, "If I turn into a zombie, fire will be my demise. The drain outside your window is sturdy. You should be able to climb down without issue." Lu Yi remained silent, motionless. Having said my piece, I lay back on the chair, resigning myself to fate, and my words cast the dormitory into a deep silence, as if death itself had settled in a haze. I fell asleep, or perhaps I merely drifted in and out of consciousness. My thoughts jumbled in that moment. I saw many things. A laboratory I had never visited, with numerous individuals in white coats bustling about. The scene shifted, and I found myself fleeing into the wilderness, entering a farm where I devoured all the cattle and horses, and then the farmer himself. Then, I was in an airplane's cargo hold, surrounded by small animals that spared me from hunger's grasp. "You don't want me dead?" After a long silence, Lu Ye's voice interrupted my half-slumber. I blinked awake, realizing that the student council president had died yesterday. Now, only Lu Yi and a half-corpse remained. "The president is dead," I stated, and once again, silence enveloped the room. "Why didn't you save me?" Lu Yi suddenly asked. Confusion washed over my face. "What do you mean, save you?" I posted numerous pleas for help on the campus forum. "Why didn't you respond?" Lu Yi questioned, her emotions rising. "I didn't see them," I protested, bewildered. "Then why did you take the risk to save Jiang Yi?" Lu Yi pressed. That was merely a coincidence. We needed weapons and supplies, so I went to the gym and happened to run into Jiang Yi," I explained. Once I finished, the dormitory fell into an endless silence again. I had no words to offer, merely remaining mute. "If you had seen my pleas, would you have come to rescue me?" Time passed before Lu Yi spoke again. "You loved me, didn't you?" "Love doesn't simply mean being with Lu Jiao." As she spoke, she suddenly sat up, and I, lying on the chair, felt a jolt of realization. Sitting up abruptly, "Damn Lu Jiao," I muttered between clenched teeth. In contrast to my agitation, Lu Yi seemed remarkably composed. "Oh," I said, quickly using my teeth to loosen the bindings on my clothes. "Wait here. I'll go find you something to eat." "No need. There's instant noodles in the bedside cabinet," she replied. "Oh," I exclaimed, rising to retrieve it. When I opened the cabinet, I was astonished to find hundreds of bags of instant noodles of various flavors neatly arranged inside. I couldn't comprehend how Lu Yi had managed to acquire so many without ever leaving the building. On the day the virus broke out, I came to this dormitory to find someone to sign my scholarship application, but that person wasn't there, so I waited a bit. "You were so harsh to me yesterday." I was quite upset. I handed her a bag of instant noodles. "I'm sorry, Lu Yi. You know my state was poor yesterday. It wasn't intentional." Yes, she looked at the noodles I offered. Lu Yi raised her gaze to me. "Can't you cook noodles?" I paused. "Well, I can, but there's no electricity." "This room has electricity." Chapter 46. To bite or not to bite? Give me a clear answer upon hearing this. I suddenly recalled what Han Bin had said about the president being able to charge drones. While rummaging for a pot to boil the noodles, I asked, "How do you have access to such high-tech equipment when others are without power?" "It wasn't me. I don't know. There's always been power here," Lu Yi replied. Looking at me, I was at a loss for words, marveling at Lu Yi's good fortune. "I want to eat 3 bags. Seeing as you've only taken one, I remind you," she said. Surprised by Lu Yi's appetite, I didn't inquire further and simply took 2 more bags. After cooking the noodles, I handed them over to Lu Yi and proceeded to bind my own hands and feet. The aroma of instant noodles wafting through the room made my stomach grumble uncontrollably. This puzzled me. Even on the brink of becoming a zombie, how could I still have an appetite for instant noodles? Watching Lu Yi devour the noodles voraciously, I couldn't help but swallow hard. Just as my cravings were about to overwhelm me, Lu Yi suddenly pushed the small pot away, declaring he couldn't eat anymore, and said, "Here, take it." In that moment, I finally understood that Lu Yi was not simply a hearty eater. He had cooked extra noodles because of me. I hurriedly used my mouth to free myself from the bindings in order to grab the noodles. "Stop binding me. The transformation might happen soon anyway. Besides, even if it does, I wouldn't dare to lay a finger on you." Lu Yi shivered as he burrowed deeper into the covers. His words stirred something deep within me, a wave of tenderness flooding my heart. That one phrase, "I wouldn't dare," made it clear to me that the love we once shared had not been in vain, but rather had taken a wrong turn. "Do you have a fever? Why are you trembling so violently?" I asked softly. "It's nothing. A good sleep will fix it." I quickly stood up and felt Lu Yi's forehead, which was alarmingly hot. With no time to spare for noodles, I began rummaging through drawers for medicine. Don't bother looking. There's none here. It's been a month. I know what's in this dorm. Lily's airy voice floated over to me. Wait here. I'll go find some in another dorm. With that, I picked up a dagger and prepared to leave. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Lily exclaimed urgently. When I arrived yesterday, the zombies treated me like one of their own. None of them bit me. We're all dead anyway. I might as well take the risk to at least cure your illness. Without waiting for Lily to respond, I opened the door and stepped outside. As soon as I exited, I was taken aback by the sight before me. A mountain of zombie corpses piled up at the dorm entrance. If the door hadn't swung inward, I might not have been able to push it open at all. The mound of bodies must have consisted of at least dozens, each one with a gaping hole in its forehead, without exception. The third-floor corridor was devoid of any zombies at that moment, and I cautiously tiptoed, fearful of making the slightest sound. Just because the zombies had ignored me yesterday didn't guarantee they would do so today. I was not without a sense of caution. I refrained from rushing to open any other dorm doors and instead stealthily approached the few that were ajar in the distance. After searching the first dorm without success, I felt a surge of frustration in the second as the noise I made seemed to grow louder. I glanced fearfully toward the door when I heard footsteps approaching. Sure enough, the next moment, a zombie appeared at the dorm entrance. Its dull eyes were scanning the area for something. I held my breath, readying myself for a confrontation. However, it seemed oblivious to my presence. After a brief survey, it returned to its aimless wandering. Seeing this, I let out a sigh of relief. It appeared I could still maintain my status as one of them, at least for now. With this realization, a bitter smile crept onto my face as I exhaled deeply to alleviate my inner turmoil. But in the next instant, the zombie at the door seemed to snap out of its stupor, turning its head and lunging at me with outstretched claws. After this unsettling encounter, I stood up in confusion. After pondering for a long time, I concluded that if the zombie could detect me, I needed to be more cautious. I couldn't afford to meet my end before finding the medicine. I continued to search the dorm, finding only some anti-inflammatory medication. Lee was clearly suffering from a cold, and the anti-inflammatory pills would be of no use. Just as I was about to discard the medicine, it suddenly hit me. Given my current condition, shouldn't I be taking the anti-inflammatory medication as well? With that thought in mind, I swallowed 2 pills dry, the bitter taste overwhelming my senses, yet somehow sharpening my focus. Peeking out cautiously from the dorm, just as I was about to turn and head to the next dorm, I once again heard footsteps behind me. My heart raced with anxiety as I held my breath, remaining perfectly still. The footsteps were slow. From the sound, I could tell the zombie had yet to notice me. But how could that be? I was a living person standing right here. Was it blind? Filled with doubt, I slowly turned my head to look. To my horror, it wasn't just one zombie. There were at least a dozen of them appearing at the stairwell corner, presumably drawn by the noise from earlier. Without a second thought, I bolted, making my way toward the next open dorm. As I ran, the horde seemed to receive some sort of signal and began chasing after me with alarming speed. Far beyond my own capabilities, upon bursting into the dorm, I barely managed to shut the door behind me before the zombies flooded in like a tide. Holding my breath, I retreated a few steps to the window. Just then, an astonishing scene unfolded. The very zombies that had been relentlessly pursuing me began to wander aimlessly throughout the dorm, seemingly having lost their target. What is happening? I was utterly perplexed. Silently, I crouched down, barely daring to breathe as the zombies drew closer. Yet, astonishingly, they acted as if I were invisible, even brushing against me without a hint of interest. Realizing that death was inevitable regardless, I decided to take a chance and maneuvered my way through the gaps in the horde, inching toward the exit. Once I reached the door, I finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Good grief. Will this never end? This constant fright is enough to kill me. I slammed the door shut, trapping the dozen or so zombies inside. Why is it that one moment I see them, and the next I don't? What's the difference? I pondered deeply, but the loud banging on the door interrupted my thoughts. Moments later, another group of zombies rushed up the stairs, charging toward my direction. Chapter 47. That wretched Lu Jiao once again. I found myself cornered by zombies in the dorm. Pressed against the window, I contemplated jumping to my demise. What on earth is going on? It felt like a cruel joke, like a slap followed by a sweet treat. Were they mocking me? As those gaping maws approached, I resigned myself to fate. If I had to die, then so be it. To brace myself for the pain of being bitten, I gritted my teeth and curled up, cradling my head. But after what felt like an eternity, the expected bites never came, and death eluded me. Looking at the zombies around me, searching for prey, I felt a surge of anger. I too have my limits. And I wouldn't allow myself to be toyed with like this. This time, instead of running away, I stood tall and plunged my knife into the temple of one of the zombies. It collapsed at my feet, and I struck again and again, the remaining zombies failing to retaliate, standing there like fools as I dispatched them. What the hell is happening? I muttered in bewilderment as soon as I uttered those words. The remaining zombies locked onto me and charged. With little time to react, I closed my eyes as their hands grasped at me. But then, in a twist of fate, their grip was suddenly yanked away. I opened my eyes in disbelief. It dawned on me that as long as I didn't breathe, they couldn't see me. I couldn't help but wonder, was this a privilege reserved for me? Half human, half zombie, or did it apply to everyone? If it were the latter, then wouldn't the zombie apocalypse be over? Such a major flaw in their design would be a cakewalk for the military. With this newfound advantage, I wasted no time. My knife flashed as I dispatched one zombie after another, reveling in the exhilarating feeling of invincibility. But just as quickly as my excitement surged, it plummeted again. What good is invincibility if it can change at any moment? With this incredible ability, the tasks ahead became significantly easier. I sauntered through the corridor, leaving a trail of corpses in my wake. However, after clearing an entire floor, I recognized the limitations of my newfound skill. How long can one hold their breath, especially while swinging a knife? To be frank, not long at all, if there are too many zombies. And I run out of breath before finishing them off. I would face a storm of attacks. That is precisely what had happened earlier when I was pursued by dozens of zombies. Gasping for air, the harder it is to catch my breath, the quicker I run out of it. Such is the paradox of this flaw within a flaw. Having learned my lesson, I no longer acted recklessly. I carefully gauged the maximum number of zombies I could take down in one breath. After some trials, I found that with my current condition, I could manage around 13 or 14 at most. This figure satisfied me. At this rate, if I remained cautious, I could clear out the entire building within a day. Unfortunately, my stamina was dwindling, and Louis was still unwell as I raised my hand to knock on the door. It swung open from within. Seeing me unharmed at the threshold, Louis rushed into my embrace, crying. The intimacy of the moment left me momentarily flustered, but I quickly came to terms with it, after all. I had just forcefully consumed someone last night. What's wrong with a hug today? Don't cry. I'm fine. Those foolish zombies genuinely believed I was one of them. They didn't bite me at all. Quickly, go inside and take your medicine, I reassured him while guiding Louis back into the room. After ensuring he took his medication, my own stomach began to growl with hunger. The noodles have fully soaked. Chillingly cold, yet I am indifferent, seizing them for a hearty feast. Xingtian. Having just finished my meal, I intended to wash the small pot when Louis's voice drifted down from above. What's wrong? Still feeling unwell? I asked with concern. I'm cold, Louis murmured. All right, I'll fetch you a blanket, I replied, turning to retrieve a few blankets from another dormitory. Before I could pivot, Louis grasped my shoulder, joining me. Huh? But, I stammered, feeling conflicted. You've taken away my most precious belongings. Do you mean to deny it? Louis said weakly. No, the key issue is that I don't know when I might change. If I do, it will be the end for you, I replied bitterly. Change? Let it be. Let us change together. Spending a lifetime in this dormitory with you wouldn't be so be it. In my eyes, Louis has always been the epitome of a fierce girl, yet at this moment, her gaze was so frail that I found it impossible to refuse. What was that saying? Something about true feelings being irreplaceable. I couldn't quite recall, only remembering to hastily remove my clothes when the benefits arrived. Swiftly shedding my garments, I climbed onto the bed and nestled into Louis's quilt. Help me undress. I lacked the strength. Louis opened her arms within the covers. What was I waiting for? As a normal man, if you can't undress a woman quickly, it suggests you're still inexperienced. When that exquisite form was left with but a sliver of fabric, I halted. It wasn't that I was particularly virtuous, but warming someone with your body while removing their bra and underwear felt somewhat inappropriate. Just as I prepared to embrace Louis, her voice resonated in my arms. Undress me. I'm uncomfortable, I responded with a soft oh, acknowledging her request, not as a coercion, though it suited me perfectly. I am not one to feign innocence. After groping for what felt like an eternity, I still couldn't decipher the mechanism of the buttons on Li's back. I leaned in for a closer look, and upon merely glimpsing it, I was taken aback. On Li's smooth and delicate right scapula, there lay a small angelic wing tattoo, identical to the one on my left shoulder. "When did you get this?" I inquired. "After you wrote me your first love letter," Li whispered, gazing at her sickly yet bashful face. My brow furrowed deeper. "Lu Jiao, that wretched person, damn her," I muttered. Li remained silent, instead lifting her head to silence my impending curses with her cherry lips. This kiss, though awkward, was sweet and imbued with an unparalleled affection. Xingtian, had I known all this beforehand, everything that transpired afterward would never have happened. I'm sorry. Chapter 48. Li said it felt good. Li, nestled in my arms, slept like a little kitten, soft and tender. I dared not succumb to slumber, fearing that in my dreams I might transform into a zombie, which would undoubtedly cost Li her life. To summon all my energy, I continuously rubbed Li's smooth back with one hand, and my intentions were purely to stay alert. "Please, spare me your assumptions." Yet, as warmth began to radiate and beads of sweat formed, I nodded in satisfaction, believing such technique should be revered and celebrated by the world. Alas, I was mistaken. The fever-reducing medication was merely taking effect. It was stiflingly hot under the covers, and with Li's fragrant sweat, the quilt became almost unbearable. I attempted to extend a foot out for relief, but Li's long leg pressed down firmly, rendering me immobile. Ultimately, in utter exasperation, I turned over to adopt a different position, yet Li seemed displeased, her brow furrowing in her sleep. Her petite, delicate nose nudged against my cheek as she mumbled, "Xingtian, I won't hold anything against you for whatever you do to me. But you mustn't think of me as a bad woman." I stammered, eager to explain, only to realize upon lowering my head that Li was merely talking in her sleep, gently kissing her forehead. I recalled my excessive actions from the previous night and Li's heart-wrenching cries from the windowsill. I felt an overwhelming shame, wishing to slap myself twice, yet my hands were bound. However, as I pondered, a mysterious smile crept onto my face, for yesterday had indeed been exhilarating, especially when Li ceased her curses and struggles, even releasing soft gasps. The sensation of gazing skyward, as if challenging the heavens, captivated me. A man, even if half a corpse, remains a man. At that moment, I found myself stirred. Li, nestled against me, seemed dissatisfied, pushing the object beneath her leg aside. This further heightened my senses. After several moments of restraint, gazing at Li's pale face, I managed to hold back. To alleviate my surging emotions, I began to indulge in errant thoughts. Initially, I contemplated how I would resolve my predicament without involving Li, should I retain consciousness before my transformation. As my thoughts drifted, I recalled the morning's dreamlike experience and the unfamiliar farm and its owner. What a jest! 2 foreigners, how could I possibly know them? They were clearly Europeans. Yet, I vividly remembered the insatiable hunger I felt, the yearning for their flesh and blood. Suddenly, I recalled the creature from the gymnasium, which hardly resembled a zombie. The result of zombie mutation and evolution? Surely not. It was evidently a different species altogether. If I were to articulate it now, I would describe that being as an extraterrestrial entity. Could it be that the dream from this morning was a memory of that monster? Wasn't he that a bit far-fetched? After contemplating for a while, I shook my head in bitter resignation. It was far too convoluted for my simple mind to grasp. Once my mind settled, a sudden thrill coursed through me. This ability should not go to waste. Yes, that is the plan. Once Li's health improves, I shall relocate her. So I pondered this. A smile more grotesque than a cry emerged on my face. With my injuries and the zombie poison coursing through me, I wondered how many more tasks I could manage. Glancing at my chest, I noted that the self-inflicted wound, though not deep, was already scabbed over. Upon inspecting the shoulder that Li had pierced, it too had scabbed. This seemed amiss. Although the wound was small, it was a penetrating injury. How could it heal so swiftly? Raising my gaze to the bite on my shoulder, the charred area offered no clarity. Yet, when I killed the zombies earlier, I genuinely felt no significant pain in that shoulder. It appeared to be healing as well. Could it be that I was about to turn into a zombie, losing sensitivity to pain? There was indeed a possibility. I concluded. Checking the time, I noticed Lily had been asleep for nearly 3 hours. Gently patting her serene face, she did not stir. I kissed her snow-white forehead. Still, no response. Good heavens, could she be in a coma? I bolted upright, alarmed. With a soft puff, Lily covered her face and burst into laughter, utterly unconcerned with her state of undress. "You scared me to death," I exclaimed, hastily covering her with the blanket and checking her forehead. Thankfully, her fever had subsided, I murmured. The little girl laughed for a while before embracing my waist. "I knew you were worried." "That's sweet. If you know I'm worried, why are you playing tricks?" I glared at her. Lily giggled. "I'm hungry," I responded gently, then leaped off the bed. My own clothes were tattered beyond wear, so I rummaged through the drawers for a suitable outfit. Surprisingly, the previous occupant of this dorm had good taste. "Still eating noodles? How about some egg-fried rice?" I suddenly asked, recalling the thought. Upon hearing egg-fried rice, Lily's eyes lit up with excitement. "Where are you going?" she suddenly called out. "I'll make you some egg-fried rice." "Of course. Don't worry, the zombies won't bite me. My safety is absolutely assured," I assured her with an okay gesture. Lily nodded, though her eyes reflected fear. Having received my promise, Lily smiled sweetly and whispered something in my ear that sent my blood racing before shyly retreating into the quilt. Reflecting on Lily's words, I felt an overwhelming exhilaration as I stepped outside, muttering to myself, "What a peak in life. Even if I turn into a zombie, I accept it." For Lily had said that she actually felt wonderful and comfortable yesterday. It was only because I had thought of her as that sort of woman in my dying moments that she felt despair. What is this? It was clearly a hint, suggesting that I could still gaze skyward and challenge the heavens. The more I thought, the more thrilled I became. Had Lily been in better health, I would have been eager to confront the heavens immediately. Strolling leisurely out of the dormitory building, I glanced up at the structure and couldn't help but marvel at my current prowess. Climbing stairs? Who needs that? I confidently descended the stairs. Look at that foolish zombie beside me. With a swift motion, it's done for. Would it dare resist? It would surely wear an expression of enjoyment. Chapter 49. Why are you such a braggart? Fortunately, the tricycle I used last time was still available. With it, I began to collect rice, flour, oil, and eggs from door to door. These were hidden resources I had previously hesitated to enter, for none could ascertain the conditions within. What if I opened a door and stumbled upon a nudist gathering? In that narrow hallway, it would surely be a hellish baptism. But now, things were different. Armed with my extraordinary skills, I feared nothing. Not even a mere nudist party, let alone a pyramid scheme hideout. Trained by Han Bin, I wielded 2 screwdrivers as I traversed the streets, prying open doors, forcing locks, rummaging through cupboards, an unyielding thief. In summary, within a mere 2 hours, I had thoroughly ransacked several residential buildings outside our school, during which I also managed to pilfer a mobile phone, 2 laptops, and a box of condoms. Struggling with a tricycle piled high like a small mountain, I clutched the stolen phone from someone else's home and dialed Lao Lu. Perhaps he found it peculiar to receive a call from an unfamiliar number. After what felt like an eternity, he finally answered. "Hello, Lao Lu," he replied, his voice trembling. "Good day, sir. We are from the program Chrysanthemums Blooming on the Mountain. May I inquire if you have recently experienced any itching?" I chuckled, modulating my voice. "Sango? Have you not turned into a zombie?" Lao Lu shouted through the phone. "Can you really discern that?" I muttered in disappointment. Soon, I could hear a cacophony of footsteps on the other end, followed by voices clamoring for the phone. "Hello, darling. Is that you?" Mu Chengxue asked anxiously. "Of course it's me. Aren't you pleased to hear I'm still alive?" Surprised, perhaps, I laughed. However, what was intended as a jest quickly turned to regret as I was met with heart-wrenching sobs on the line. There was no need to ask who it was. I recognized Mu Chengshue's voice, along with Zhang Yi and Lao Lu. All right, we'll be there shortly," Lao Lu shouted from the other end before abruptly hanging up. To my astonishment, Mu Chengxue also ended the call. I stood there, dumbfounded, questioning whether love could truly vanish. Not long after, merely 10 minutes later, I leaned against the railing of the school wall, spotting 5 or 6 individuals sprinting towards me. As anticipated, Mu Chengxue and Jiang Yi had disregarded my warnings and followed. What I did not expect, however, was that they were being trailed by nearly 20 zombies. Seeing this, I had no time to ponder. I leapt into the school and sprinted towards them. Head towards the east wall. I'll draw the zombies away, I shouted. Without hesitation, the four of them dashed forward, but Mu Chengxue and Jiang Yi ran toward me instead. At that moment, I had no time for sentimentality. I swiftly shoved both girls into the snow beside me and shouted to attract the zombies. Though they fell to the ground, they bore no anger. For they understood I was protecting them. Tears streamed down their faces as they watched my retreating figure. Estimating that I had already run beyond the girls' reach, I abruptly halted and held my breath. With a single breath, I dispatched 6 or 7 zombies before hastily fleeing, gasping for AI art. As the remaining zombies caught up, I held my breath again. Methodically, I took down all 20 zombies in short order. Injured and now fatigued from the continuous battle and frantic running, I collapsed atop a zombie's belly and lit a cigarette. From the moment, I drew the zombies away to killing them and then leisurely smoking. At least a dozen minutes had elapsed. Particularly, Jiang Yi had her bow drawn taut, ready to release at any moment. Dragging my weary legs, I hurried closer. I initially thought my sought-after supplies had been stolen. However, upon nearing, I discovered that everything had already been moved inside the wall, which eased my mind considerably. Haven't they all been moved in? I asked, bewildered. The boss said they were worried about them climbing over the wall to chase Jiang Yi. Mu Chengxue replied softly, casting a glance at me. You can't run fast while carrying supplies. If they climb over, it would be even more troublesome. I approached the boss and took the Molotov cocktail from his hands without a word, igniting it and tossing it over. The bottle traced a graceful arc, landing amidst a group of a dozen people across the way. With a loud explosion, flames erupted, engulfing 2 unfortunate souls in the inferno. A chorus of wails filled the air as those on fire reached out to their peers for assistance. Yet, the once close classmates now recoiled in terror, retreating to avoid them. It was only when the 2 could no longer endure the searing pain that they collapsed to the ground. And the remaining onlookers turned to me with expressions of shock and fear. Lao Lu, take the supplies and your wives and retreat. Today, I want to see who dares to enter our Haicheng University. I bellowed at the crowd. Once I saw Lao Lu and the others retreating, I called out, Big brother, second brother, fourth brother, you should also go, in a way. The eldest protested. I knew he wanted to say that I couldn't possibly withstand an assault from so many, yet he held his tongue. Hearing this, I pulled back my shirt, revealing the bite mark on my shoulder. I've been bitten. It's only a matter of time before I turn. Why death is inconsequential. You must survive. The eldest wanted to say something more, but was interrupted by the second brother whispering in his ear. After a few moments, the 3 reluctantly turned to leave. As I watched them depart, I couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement within me. Second brother, you've finally returned to normal. You can understand my meaning. In truth, when I revealed my bite, it was all for their benefit. I aimed to convey that I was now fearless, unafraid of death, and dared them to come. I held the flaming bottle aloft and shot them a scornful glance. Dare you climb the wall? Fire will consume you. All right, you're quite bold. Just wait. A boy on the opposite side, supported by others, shouted at me. Still shouting at me? Don't believe it? Try it. Once you leave, let us see if I dare to lure zombies to your school. I stepped forward, asserting my dominance. Fine. I concede. I'm too lazy to waste words on a man on the brink of death. We're leaving. So I watched them turn away. I couldn't resist a parting taunt. Just roll out already. No need for idle chatter. When the crowd saw me round the corner, they all charged towards me in unison. However, I raised my hand to stop them. Don't come any closer. I might turn at any moment. Zombies are no longer biting me. It's dangerous. Upon hearing this, the crowd halted, but Mu Chengxue and Jiang Yi continued to press forward. Lao Lu, I yelled. Lao Lu understood immediately. Rushing to embrace both of my sisters-in-law, securing them under his arms, listen to me. Go upstairs. Let me see you up close, I urged gently. After much persuasion, the 2 girls reluctantly ascended to the second floor. Husband, where did you spend the night in that heavy snow yesterday? Mu Chengxue sobbed, her heart aching. At her words, I felt a wave of embarrassment wash over me, yet I knew I couldn't speak the truth. The student council president made me do it. I spent the night in his dorm. Who exactly was it? Do you know them? Jiang Yi asked, her voice choked with emotion. I don't know. Who knows that department? I've never seen them, I fabricated. Third brother, are you hungry? The eldest called from the third floor. His voice jolted me back to my task, and I nodded vigorously. Yes, I want to eat Nana's fried rice. Husband, didn't you see it wrong? If you were truly bitten, how come you're still fine after a whole night? Mu Chengxue cried. Being bitten is certain, but after I fainted yesterday, a burning stick fell on my wound. I suspect it had some disinfectant effect, I pondered. Third brother, that is possible. You said evolved zombies fear fire. It might really relate to that, the second brother shouted from the third floor. I contemplated this explanation, realizing it could indeed hold water. Perhaps the second brother was correct. Who knows? But today, I discovered that zombies no longer bit me. I suspected I was in a state of transformation. As soon as I spoke these words, I regretted it, for the two girls began to cry even more profusely. If it weren't for Lao Lu holding them back, they would have leaped down by now. Upon receiving the fried rice, I opened the container, marveling at the generous portion. Third brother, here are some cigarettes. The fourth brother tossed down an entire pack of my usual brand. Picking up the cigarettes from the ground, warmth flooded my heart. I was truly grateful for family, always thinking of me. However, before I could fully appreciate it, the fourth brother cautioned, if you can smoke, make sure to smoke a few more. You never know when you won't be able to anymore. As the fourth brother finished, I heard the eldest's voice resound in the dormitory. You really can't expect pearls from a dog's mouth. I should have tied you to the window as a sacrifice. I'm afraid I cannot assist with that. On the 7th day of the experiment, the subjects exhibited symptoms of irritability, brutality, and bloodlust, among others. By the 14th day, the subjects began to show signs of lethargy due to a lack of food and water. On the 30th day, an alarming realization dawned upon us. They were undergoing rapid evolution, compelling us to consider drastic measures for their annihilation. On the 31st day, the scene was no longer one of sterile white coats. The laboratory lay in ruins, the footage remained static, and I lost track of time until a greenish shadow flickered past. Stunned beyond belief, I nodded vacantly. I had to be shocked, for the entity in the video was none other than the creature that had bitten me. The critical question loomed. If the video was authentic, then this laboratory must be located in some European country. Why then did this creature appear in Lawn City? And why did it suddenly attack me? Was it motivated by greed, hatred, the perversion of humanity, or a moral decline? This line of thought led me back to that surreal experience from the morning. Was it a dream? The airplane cargo hold? No way, I shouted internally. This video had been leaked by a hacker, claiming it was footage from an American laboratory, but America had promptly dismissed the rumors, accusing us of fabricating stories. I insisted. This is true. I am certain of it. The one that bit me is that very creature. Lawn City, being an international metropolis, sees countless international flights daily, and yet this specimen somehow made its way to our shores. Lu Yi muttered in astonishment. Am I to believe I was bitten by the very progenitor of the virus? Is there even a chance of survival? I gazed at Lu Yi with a mournful expression. Lu Yi cupped my face, soothing me with gentle reassurances. Xing Tian, you must remember. This matter must never be disclosed. Absolutely not. If others learn of it, researchers from around the world will flock to study you. Perhaps even dissect you. Do you understand? Lu Yi looked deeply into my eyes. I nodded, albeit in a daze, failing to grasp the gravity of Lu Ye's words. Yet, being the woman I trusted, I believed her without question. Observing my clueless expression, Lu Yi understood I was oblivious to the seriousness of the situation. According to the video, there were a total of 7 subjects, and no one knew how many had escaped. So long as you remain vigilant, no one will suspect, Lu Yi continued. I numbly uttered an acknowledgement. To be honest, I felt no sense of urgency regarding Lu Ye's concerns. My only fixation was on how. Moments ago, I had been affectionately calling her my dear wife, yet now I was reduced to Xing Tian. I rolled over and embraced the girl, calling her my dear wife. You rogue! Can you focus on the crux of the conversation? I nodded in agreement, my focus solely on calling her my dear wife. The following morning, Lu Yi could not accompany me to the gym. Why? Because my sleep was poor, but my physical strength remained robust, and my energy was high. Whistling cheerfully, I strolled outside. Gazing at the blue sky and snowy ground, I stretched lazily, reveling in the fact that I had survived another day. At that moment, I was oblivious to the concept of adversaries. having dispatched dozens of zombies along the way. However, upon arriving at the gym, I felt that my dear Lu Yi had perhaps overreacted. Not only was there no progenitor of the virus, but the gym itself had been reduced to rubble. Do you understand the meaning of leveled to the ground? That was precisely the case. The entire gym, save for some twisted steel structures, had been reduced to ashes. I shook my head in bitter disbelief, regretting that Lu Yi had spent the night explaining why I could not disclose my being bitten. Truthfully, I had understood all along. My heart simply hadn't been in it. Since I had lived another day, it seemed prudent to gather more supplies for my family. After a moment's thought, I retrieved my phone and called Lao Lu, instructing him to await my message. After the call, I leapt out of the school. Possessing formidable skills, I was no longer content with scavenging residential buildings. I distinctly recalled a large delivery station over 20 kilometers from the school, where substantial supplies awaited my retrieval. Chapter 53. I want to learn to drive. Upon reaching the street, I initially sought an electric bike. However, I quickly reconsidered. In this apocalypse, how could I not know how to drive? Not only would that waste existing resources, but it would also be somewhat shameful. With smooth roads and an abundance of vehicles, crashing a car would incur no emotional cost, and colliding with zombies would not require compensation. If not now, when? To be honest, I had never been particularly interested in cars, knowing full well that I might never afford one in my lifetime. Thus, I could not distinguish between luxury vehicles and junkers. Taking a deep breath, I flung open a car door, dispatched the zombie within with a swift strike, and pulled it out with practiced ease. Brimming with enthusiasm, I settled into the driver's seat of what was now my vehicle. As I surveyed the unfamiliar steering wheel and dashboard, I realized I did not even know how to start the engine. Pulling out my phone, I watched tutorial videos online, and the car roared to life. I jubilantly cheered, only for my excitement to be cut short when my initial acceleration resulted in a catastrophic crash. The deafening impact attracted a horde of zombies. Holding my breath, I sprinted a considerable distance before pausing to catch my breath. Undeterred, I found another vehicle, but after struggling for some time, I ended up breaking the gear lever. It was only then that I discovered it was an automatic. Feeling utterly humiliated, I refused to be discouraged. After wrecking 3 or 4 more cars, I finally managed to drive an old electric vehicle out in a straight line. Is there anyone else? Anyone? I shouted in exhilaration, pounding the steering wheel. The sound of my vehicle stirred many zombies to life along the roadside. I pressed the accelerator to the floor, gradually shaking off the horde. Overjoyed, I turned on the radio, eager to listen to some upbeat music to bolster my bravado. However, as I fiddled with the dials, one song after another, a fully uncensored version of an inappropriate track abruptly silenced my ecstatic mind. Upon reaching the 8th track, I cursed under my breath and drove into a nearby restaurant. What kind of taste is that? Did the elderly turn bad, or did the bad turn old? I huffed as I walked a considerable distance. Glancing at the roadside, I spotted a pickup truck and approached it with a grin. Relying on my memory, I drove at a steady 30 miles per hour, swiftly reaching the desired delivery station. Without hesitation, I crashed through the large iron gates and drove inside. However, before I could park the vehicle, over 30 individuals wielding various weapons surrounded me, banging on my car. In this post-apocalyptic world, I knew well that the living were far more terrifying than the undead. I dared not stop, instead circling the expansive yard. I sought an opportunity to escape, but alas, my driving skills left much to be desired. It was then I discovered I could not even reverse. As the armed individuals advanced towards me, I pointed behind them, exclaiming, "Behind you!" Upon noticing the horde of zombies flooding into the yard, I finally comprehended just how slowly my driving was, allowing this motley crew to catch up. Initially oblivious to the danger, the delivery station's occupants only realized their peril when they heard the screams behind them. Perhaps they would never understand how they met their doom, having lived without enmity towards me, only to be unexpectedly annihilated. Faced with the overwhelming tide of the undead, I found myself at a loss. Relying on my abilities and the sacrificial delivery station personnel to frantically search for an escape route, it wasn't that I wished to flee. The sheer scale of the horde left me breathless, unable to break free from the encirclement. Just then, a spark of inspiration struck me. I spotted a large truck several meters away, brimming with bananas. Without a moment's hesitation, I dashed toward it. The moment I jumped onto the truck, the horde closed in. I quickly held my breath, and as the zombies lost their target, I began to inspect the vehicle. Fortunately, the keys were in the ignition, but alas, how to operate this contraption? Staring at the myriad of gears, my mind turned to mush. Flushing with embarrassment and frustration, I took a few deep breaths before searching online for a tutorial. After several tense minutes, the delivery truck was surrounded by zombies. Yet, the engine roared to life. I barreled through the horde, crushing and leaping over them, as I sped out of the compound with an entire truckload of bananas. This time, I had learned my lesson. Thanks to my improved driving skills, I successfully outran the zombies at a speed of 50 to 60 miles per hour. I parked the truck against the wall of the medical college and climbed onto the cab. Observing the students from the medical college approaching me, good heavens, I muttered to myself, taken aback by their numbers. How many are there? A few hundred. What was the medical and business college even doing? They seemed entirely uninterested in us. Just by looking at the remaining crowd, I couldn't help but reflect on the undeniable prowess of the leader of the medical college. You again? Wait, weren't you bitten? How are you still unchanged? The boy from yesterday called out to me. Standing on the truck, I sheepishly replied. I might have been too tense to realize. It seems I wasn't bitten after all. You fool, how can you not tell whether you've been bitten? The boy retorted. Jibo, show some manners. A well-mannered young man stepped forward from the crowd. Zhao Pengfei, the leader of the medical college. Jibo? Quite a name you have there, I remarked, chuckling as I glanced at the men and women in the yard. Jibo was about to scold me again when Zhao Pengfei intervened, casting a frigid glare in my direction. What is the meaning of your presence here today? I found myself seated in a vehicle, deliberately ignoring the throngs of fierce, clawing zombies numbering between 50 and 60 gathered below. As I lit a cigarette, I mused to myself. Firstly, I came to make an acquaintance, and secondly, I wish to convey a message to everyone. Haicheng University remains formidable, its heritage intact. Let us not overstep, shall we, Jibo? Infuriated, Jibo cursed and attempted to charge forward, only to be restrained by Yuan Ji beside him. As I spoke, I rose, dusted off my trousers, and leaped into the cargo hold. Furthermore, I admitted, my impulsiveness led to the accidental demise of 2 of your comrades yesterday. And today, I bring a token of compensation. With that, I hoisted a box of bananas and tossed it into the courtyard of the medical college. The inhabitants of the medical college remained motionless, all furrowing their brows at me, entirely at a loss as to my intentions. Was it a warning? A display of power? An affront? Never did it occur to them that I genuinely came bearing gifts. In truth, I was indeed here to offer a gift. Presently, near the southern part of the city, there exists a substantial organized force, with the medical college holding a dominant position. Under such circumstances, antagonizing the medical college would undoubtedly be unwise. Besides, we had more than enough bananas on our end that would go to waste. Thus, I thought it prudent to extend a courtesy, while also gauging their strength. Having hurled over a dozen boxes with no response from them, I grew weary of using my hands and began to kick them down instead. Whether they fell inside or outside the walls mattered little. I had shown them respect, and whether they accepted it was their choice. Chapter 54. A warning to the medical college. It appeared that the medical college recognized my genuine intent, devoid of ulterior motives. Zhao Pengfei exchanged a knowing glance with those beside him. The young men nodded in agreement, and with a single command, dozens of spear-wielding students advanced to the wall's edge. They began clanging their weapons against the railings, successfully diverting the zombies away from the truck. Observing the highly organized and disciplined formation before me, I couldn't help but admire their cohesion. Indeed, they were the true guardians in white coats. Given their unity, was it inappropriate for an anesthesiologist to engage in a private discussion prior to surgery? Shouldn't one express gratitude? Accepting a small token of appreciation seemed entirely reasonable. In less than a minute, the throng of zombies was thoroughly dispatched. Zhao Pengfei signaled again, and 5 or 6 young men climbed atop the vehicle. I felt no apprehension. Instead, I strolled to the side, lit another cigarette, and settled down to smoke. Aren't you afraid I'll have them kill you? Zhao Pengfei inquired, lighting his own cigarette and observing me with keen interest. Report, Senior. I am from the Physical Education Department, specializing in free combat, and I have consecutively won the Youth Unrestricted Fighting Championship in Liaoning Province 3 times. I replied nonchalantly, a smile creeping across my face. To me, an ordinary person is merely a target. Armed with weapons, even 10 or 8 would not intimidate me, though. So you are fearless, Zhao Pingfei chuckled, but his expression soon turned serious. What if I were to have them all come at you? At that, I furrowed my brow, contemplating the situation with a thoughtful demeanor. Well, taking down 100 or so shouldn't pose a problem. However, such an endeavor would not be wise. Senior, I trust you wouldn't resort to murder simply because someone extends a gesture of goodwill. I leaned against the truck, peering down with a playful grin. Zhao Pingfei paused, then nodded, reflecting on the stereotype of those in the physical education department lacking intelligence. Perhaps it wasn't entirely accurate. Hey, we can't make such sweeping generalizations. Just because the physical education department struggles academically doesn't mean they lack intelligence. Those are two distinct notions. All right, my friend, my people still need to eat, I continued. Even if we can't consume half of what we have left. I must maintain the appearance of abundance. I need you at the medical college to remain uncertain about how many of us at Haicheng University are still capable of eating. Zhao Pingfei shot me a sidelong glance. Around 100 of us. It's only a matter of days. So it seems the battle with the business school was a resounding success? Zhao Pingfei observed, amusement dancing in his eyes. He had long dispatched individuals to secretly scout Haicheng, where zombies roamed freely and people were nowhere to be seen. The chaos outside had everyone hiding in their dormitories, and only after clearing out some zombies did they venture out to search for supplies. Who can't put on a show? Trying to engage in sophisticated tactics with me? Please, when you're worn out on the battlefield, my friend. I've seen it all. As the large truck rolled away, Yuanji approached Zhao Pingfei. Pingfei, this guy is smooth-talking. We can't trust him. Zhao Pingfei nodded, cautioning his peers, everyone, do not act rashly regarding Haicheng. Facing someone bold enough to venture alone to the supply station is not worth the trouble. Achoo! I sneezed heavily. Damn it, who just insulted me? It had to be Zhao Pingfei. As I cursed, I dialed Lao Lu. When the call connected, before I could utter a word, Lao Lu's voice boomed through the line. Third brother, didn't you take care of the student council president? Drones have been buzzing around the school for an hour. I nodded in acknowledgement of Lao Lu's words. Indeed, I had dealt with the student council president. But this was not the same case, and no need to panic. The president is dead, but can I not destroy a drone? It's Lu Yi operating them. Who? Lu Yi? Is she the one you desire but cannot have? Lao Lu exclaimed, his voice straining. Without needing to look, I could already imagine him striking a flamboyant pose. His loud exclamation triggered a chain reaction among those nearby. The phone erupted with noise, followed by the voice of Xiao Shui. Who is Lu Yi, and what do you mean by desire but cannot have? The phone buzzed again, and Jiang Yi's voice chimed in. Lu Yi is not dead. Has she been with the student council all along? Was she bullied? Upon hearing Jiang Yi's concerned words, I recalled that she and Lu Yi seemed to share a good rapport. She hasn't been bullied. I fabricated a reason to deflect the inquiries. Eventually, it was Lao Lu who answered the call, instructing everyone to gather by the wall. The truck roared to life, attracting a fresh wave of zombies as it neared the school's perimeter. With the combined efforts of my comrades and myself, dispatching them was not overly burdensome. Ultimately, it was Xiao Shui's ingenious idea that proved most effective. Using the plastic tarpaulin from the truck, we set it on the ground, leveraging the snow's slickness to pull the boxes along, making it a matter of mere minutes to move dozens at a time. Mu Chengxue turned to me with hopeful eyes. Truthfully, I felt a pang of reluctance. After all the effort I had invested in gathering my people and establishing our resources, to have it all jeopardized by my own actions would leave me with nowhere to lament. However, upon reflection, I realized it was not insurmountable. I could simply refrain from sharing a dormitory for the time being and stabilize my position before proceeding. Look at you, hopping about yesterday. Turns out Lu Yi was waiting for you. I remarked. Upon uttering this, my expression darkened. Damn it, do you need to explain? Do you need to educate me? Knowing full well your words lack substance. Couldn't you just keep quiet? Noticing the murderous glint in my eyes, Lao Si handed me a banana with a sheepish grin. Third brother, open wide. Let fourth brother give you a thorough feeding. Go hell with you. I retorted, springing to my feet. Lao Si took off running, and I chased him, the skirmish concluding with him ending up with snow stuffed in his pants, I in the midst of Xiao Shui and Jiang Yi's reproachful glares. I departed. Yet, I had scarcely taken a few steps when I heard the two girls shout from behind. No jumping. With a thud, I fell face first into the snow. Was I that obvious? No, I was certain I hadn't jumped. Finally managing to rise, I caught sight of the two girls at the second-floor window, stifling their laughter with hands over their mouths. I realized then that I had been tricked. Chapter 55. The current state of the shelter the following morning. As I awoke from a restful slumber, I was convinced that I had not succumbed to zombification. After all, who could remain unturned 3 days post-bite while still exhibiting vitality and vigor, especially in certain aspects? I felt an unyielding energy, though it had undoubtedly taken a toll on little Lu Yi, who had steadfastly supported me until the end. After embracing Lu Yi, I took stock of our circumstances. The individuals at home harbored deep-seated animosity toward the student council president. While this was not a matter of great consequence, it would certainly affect internal unity. Before leading the young girl away, I resolved to clear out the current dormitory building. I understood the wisdom of having multiple safe havens. Having a secondary or tertiary fallback was essential. After an hour's labor, I had ensured that all locked dorms were cleared. Grasping Lu Yi's small hand, we exited the dormitory. It was her first time descending since the outbreak began, and the little girl was understandably excited, even shedding tears. Holding her, which was akin to embracing someone of my own height, I cooed gently until she broke into a smile. Due to the zombies on campus being redirected to the sports field by Lu Yi, the two of us strolled through the eerily silent, snow-laden campus. The atmosphere was rather pleasant, to say the least. As we passed, I took care to lock the sports field gate once more. We must deal with these zombies first, I murmured. Why? Lu Yi inquired. Her brow furrowed in confusion. In the current situation, keeping some zombies around could serve as allies. I regarded the approaching zombies with a frown. This latest evolution has improved their speed, strength, and even intelligence. I shudder to think what the next stage might bring. If they learned to climb, we would be in grave peril. Lu Yi pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Then let us have everyone handle it tomorrow. Not in a hurry. Those we can control with drones are still useful. Upon returning to the dormitory, I introduced Lu Yi to the others. To my surprise, Mu Chengxue showed no signs of resentment and quickly warmed to Lu Yi. I shared my thoughts with the group, only to be met with unanimous opposition. However, my resolve is unwavering. I must go, regardless of the consequences. This determination incites a group of my comrades to gnash their teeth in frustration. Wishing they could bind me, I am left pondering how long I can sustain this ability. I truly do not know. I must take advantage of my current capability to accomplish something meaningful. I implore earnestly. What if, amidst a horde of corpses, my abilities were to suddenly vanish? Lao Si exclaimed, cursing. Lao Da, who had just sipped his tea, found himself spraying a mouthful directly onto Lao Lu's face upon hearing this. Oh no, my foundation? Lao Lu lamented, clearly unhappy. What does that have to do with me? Lao Da retorted, feeling wronged. If you didn't spew nonsense, would he have been disgusted? Lao Lu replied defiantly. Damn it, I surrender. You all are impressive. Lao Si said, turning away to light a cigarette, conveying his current despondency. Lao San, ergo, I'll accompany you, Lauer suddenly declared after a long silence, discarding his cigarette but with an air of resignation. All right, I acquiesced. Lauer was taken aback, speechless for quite some time, and seeing that no one attempted to dissuade him, he grew anxious. Damn it, is there not a single person to pull me back? I stifled a laugh. Ergo, you are so noble. Am I noble? I was merely careless. Lauer trembled, his hands shaking. Observing his despondent demeanor, nobody continued to tease him, especially not me, as I laughed so hard that I fell off my stool. At noon, I was forcibly equipped to the teeth by 3 girls. The groin guard, which I hadn't worn in ages, was also forcibly strapped onto me. Is this really necessary? I lamented, my face a mask of despair. Wear it or else you are not allowed to go to Lu Yi. They glared at me. I conceded, nodding in submission. Darling, you really shouldn't go. The military has not sent any news for many days. I fear it bodes ill, Mu Chengxue urged, her persistence unwavering. I shook my head. Even if we were to fall, I must see for myself how we should proceed, as our future is closely intertwined with theirs. I cannot dissuade you, but please be cautious. Zhang Yi gently adjusted my collar. Surrounded by a group of people, I was just about to leap from the second floor when Han Bin's voice echoed from the dormitory. Sangu, wait. Take this with you. What the hell, are you looking for trouble? I'm not dead yet. What is this for? I shouted back. Unfazed by my outburst, Han Bin draped a messenger bag over my neck. Sangu, Considering your current abilities, I thought of this. This oxygen mask is connected to a 20-meter tube. In a critical moment, throw out the tube, and at least you can take a few breaths. I opened my waist bag and glanced inside. Sure enough, neatly coiled transparent rubber tubes awaited me. I shot Hanbin a surprised look. You really are clever. This is all I can do, Sango. But I don't know if it will work. When you go out, it's best to find a zombie to test it. Hanbin scratched his head, a hint of embarrassment on his face. With that, I leapt down and vanished around the corner of our building. Their faces were etched with panic and despair, their eyes betraying a yearning for life and a fear of death. Yet, on the front lines of battle, there remained a group of individuals, fiercely guarding the sanctity behind them. Commander, the evolved zombies, just as that netizen said, exhibit a profound fear of flames, a soldier reported. The military commander furrowed his brow. How many incendiary rounds and flamethrowers do we have left for the second line of defense? Not many, came the reluctant response. What do you mean, not many? Are my soldiers unaware of how much ammunition they possess? The officer bellowed. Commander, those things aren't like bullets. There's a quota for each unit. A soldier grimaced. Deploy an assault team to find the nearest gas station. Tell them to procure gasoline at all costs. We need fuel. Chapter 56. The zombie battle at the refuge. The rescue station in Lon City was besieged by zombies, and the military found itself in a quandary. As a military entity, the primary intention of establishing a refuge was to rescue and shelter civilians. However, they had not anticipated that as the influx of people increased, so too did the number of zombies. This was to be expected, as zombies follow the living, and the populace, overwhelmed, paid little heed to the undead trailing behind. Moreover, some civilians, bitten in their desperate bid for survival, concealed the truth of their affliction. This led to the current chaotic and dilapidated state of the refuge. The only consolation for the military commander was that the two teams responsible for restoring power and communication had executed their tasks flawlessly. Meanwhile, I was in high spirits, for I was driving a fuel tanker designated for transporting gasoline. When the time comes, it would not be merely a few hundred from the medical school. Even if thousands were to storm our dormitory, that would be a mere fantasy. According to the location provided by Mu Chengxue, I should be less than 10 kilometers away from the refuge. However, to my astonishment, after driving for quite some time, I had not encountered a single zombie on the main road. I couldn't help but wonder if the military had cleared them all. If that were the case, it would undoubtedly be a good thing. But how could that possibly be? I maintained a skeptical attitude. During my drive, Louis called to inquire about my progress. I relayed everything I had seen to the three girls. After a prolonged silence, my three advisors concluded that the refuge had likely fallen, and my mind struggled to comprehend how these three had arrived at such an analysis. However, Louis cautioned me that if I discovered the perimeter of the refuge swarming with zombies, then there would be no need to proceed further. Just as I was processing Louis's meaning, I slammed on the brakes of the tanker. What the hell, I gasped, my eyes wide in disbelief as I beheld the ocean of zombies before me. Damn it, ignoring my wife's advice has led me into trouble. Let us go, goodbye. I spun the vehicle around, preparing to flee, when suddenly the distant sound of gunfire erupted. Watching the flames erupting from the explosions in the distance, my heart began to wrestle with itself. To help or not to help, this dilemma played out in my mind. But after struggling for a moment, I realized I might be overthinking it. I am not Superman. Nor am I the protagonist with a system from a novel. They have guns and cannons. How could I possibly contend? With that thought, I bitterly smiled, running over two oblivious zombies and accelerating away. Yet, after only a few meters, I found myself slamming on the brakes again. Faced with ordinary people, I could steel myself against rescuing them, for saving them would mean they would consume my resources and might even betray me. But when it came to the soldiers who fought for their country and the people, I couldn't bear to turn away. I glanced at the steering wheel, my hesitation gradually transforming into resolve. Damn it, I'm such a coward, I muttered, once again pivoting the vehicle towards the sea of zombies. The second line of defense at the rescue station, the makeshift barricade had been torn open by the zombies. While most of the encroaching undead were dealt with swiftly, a few still lunged at the soldiers in the trenches. The soldiers of Huaxia, determined to fight to the death, refused to retreat a single step. Some even bore the wounds of bites, continuing to fire fiercely into the throng. Once the remaining zombies were eradicated, One soldier smiled faintly before taking his own life with his pistol. Others, upon realizing they had been bitten, discarded their rifles, grabbing grenades instead and charging into the horde. As the battle raged on, the soldiers witnessed their comrades fall one after another, their eyes filled with fury. Unfortunately, the sheer number of zombies was overwhelming. The breach that had just been sealed was once again under siege. Xiao Wang, hand me the C4. The 5th squad leader shouted, his eyes ablaze. Squad leader, let us try again, Xiao Wang cried. Try again? My entire unit will be wiped out. The 5th squad leader yelled, a tear slipping down his cheek. Xiao Wang, observing his leader, gradually calmed, saluted him solemnly, and then dashed toward the ammunition box. Laden with explosives, Xiao Wang stood atop the trench, ready to cover me. Brothers, let us be comrades in our next life, he declared before leaping into the horde. Wait, Xiao Wang. A comrade nearby grasped his tactical vest, preventing him from charging forward. Given his already slight build, the sudden pull sent Xiao Wang sprawling. Noticing the zombie assault was notably weakening, the 5th squad leader queried in confusion. The machine gunner above hurriedly shouted down, Squad leader, there's a fuel tanker barreling through the horde. At this news, the 5th squad leader was taken aback. He knew that only someone extraordinary would have the audacity to do such a thing. Could it be reinforcements sent by the military? Yet, after considering it, the 5th squad leader dismissed that notion. All units were currently engaged in battle, and even the Air Force had suffered significant losses. Who would have the capacity to assist them? Pondering it all, the 5th squad leader felt the tide of zombies begin to recede. He hastily grabbed his binoculars and climbed onto the heavy machine gun platform. One person? What is he doing from such a distance? He could not discern my face, but he could vaguely see that I was alone. At that moment, my heart was a tumult of emotions. When I charged in, I had opened the fuel tank's valve. My reckless driving was intended to spread gasoline as widely as possible. Unfortunately, as the number of zombies around the vehicle increased, I discovered that something seemed to be lodged in my front wheels. The truck was now in a state of spinning its wheels without gaining much ground. As the vehicle's speed began to diminish, an ever-growing horde of zombies closed in around me, and it became apparent that my fate was to be trapped and perish in this dreadful place. Frantically glancing around, I couldn't help but berate myself for my foolishness. At that moment, I found myself at the very epicenter of a sea of zombies. Looking at the situation, no matter which direction I faced, I held my breath, knowing that escape was utterly impossible. Chapter 57. Han Bin's divine artifact resignation is not in my nature. Since I was stuck moving forward, I would reverse instead. Indeed, this tactic proved effective. With the massive fuel tank behind me adding considerable force, as I barreled through, zombies either collided with my vehicle or were sent flying. However, this success brought forth its own set of challenges. As I crushed one or two zombies, the weight of the tank was manageable. Yet, as the number of zombies I crushed increased, the vehicle began to bounce uncontrollably, and the frequency of these jarring movements escalated, causing the height of my jumps to soar. On several occasions, while seated in the driver's seat, I felt myself being launched into the air. Had I not clutched the steering wheel tightly, my head would have surely struck the roof. I realized that if this continued, a rollover was inevitable. Hastily, I peered through the rearview mirror. After my recent maneuvers, I was still at least 40 to 50 meters from the edge of the zombie throng. I knew this was untenable. There was no way to escape at that distance, for the density of the zombies was overwhelming. Resolving myself, I gritted my teeth and shouted, if I am to die, then so be it. I pressed the accelerator to the floor, disregarding whether the bouncing fuel tank would flip. My only hope was to get a little closer to the edge of the zombie sea, even if just by a few meters, thus slightly increasing my chances of survival. After experiencing the thrill of this makeshift bumper car once more, the fuel tank finally tipped over. The surrounding zombies quickly converged upon me. I climbed out through the driver's side window and onto the roof of the vehicle. The zombies surged toward me like a relentless tide, their emaciated hands grasping at the air beneath my legs, sending chills down my spine. Light it up, you idiots, I yelled, pulling out the oxygen mask from my backpack while shouting toward the sanctuary several hundred meters away. Inside the sanctuary, the platoon leader of the 5th Company, perplexed, glanced at the heavy machine gunner above. What is he shouting, Commander? He wants us to ignite it. Upon hearing this, The platoon leader's expression turned serious, and his admiration for my audacity was palpable. What a kid! Such a sense of national duty. If only everyone were like him, the eradication of the virus would be imminent, he muttered. Meanwhile, I remained oblivious to the growing admiration directed my way. All I knew was that if they did not ignite the flames soon, my chance of escape would vanish as the zombies were gradually closing in. The nearest edge was now at least 10 meters farther away, filled with the relentless undead. Damn it, I am truly at my wit's end. I should never have meddled in your affairs, I thought, lighting a cigarette. After taking a deep drag, I flicked the burning end away as the cigarette flew. I turned and sprinted toward the rear of the vehicle. Fastening the oxygen mask as I ran, I hurled the coiled tubing away with force, then exhaled heavily into the mask, watching intently for the zombies' reactions. 1 second, 2 seconds. No response. They still targeted me, and despair washed over me. 3 seconds, 4 seconds, at last. The zombies began to appear disoriented, and I saw a glimmer of hope. 5 seconds, 6 seconds. The flames had already engulfed the fuel tank, and I had no choice but to plunge into the mass of corpses. I did not land on the ground but rather found myself atop a female zombie. The density of the horde below was unimaginable. As my human projectile toppled her over, I expected her to lunge at me. Yet she paid me no heed, instead scrambling towards the end of the rubber hose. Holy crap, Han Bin is incredible, I thought, rising and dragging the hose as I ran in the sanctuary. When the 5th Company commander witnessed my leap, his eyes widened in surprise. What a kid! I'll remember you. Though you may have reached the end of your journey, your deeds will be immortalized. Everyone, we must not let the flames die out. Grab whatever you can that burns and follow me, the 5th Company commander bellowed as he jumped down from the platform. Meanwhile, I relied on the rubber hose, running several meters. The hose twisted and turned through the legs of the zombies. Though it was a strenuous task to pull, I found joy in it. Yet, as I continued, I suddenly noticed the resistance from the hose had vanished. With each breath, I inhaled the acrid scent of burning rubber, causing me to stifle a cough, fearing it would attract the zombies' attention. However, upon glancing back, I was startled. It was no wonder the resistance had lessened. The hose had ignited in a fierce blaze. Aside from the 2 to 3 meters I held, the remainder that had touched the ground was ablaze. Oh no, I forgot. The ground is soaked in gasoline. Although I have none beneath my feet, the area around the fuel tank is saturated. I glanced at the fuel tank, now engulfed in flames, and I was struck dumb. I incessantly questioned myself. How much fuel was left inside? Would it explode? Was I at a safe distance? Would I be propelled into the air? Well, I was airborne, clutching onto a zombie that had also been launched into the air. My makeshift cushion. Moments later, the head of my fleshly cushion shattered upon impact, akin to a watermelon dropped from a height. Despite the protection afforded by my zombie cushion, I was still thrown about, disoriented in my stupor. I spotted a military vehicle speeding toward me. The doors swung open, and someone aboard effortlessly yanked me inside, tossing me in like a sack of potatoes. How is it possible that this kid is unscathed? The newcomer murmured in disbelief. I shook my head, wanting to curse at him. What the hell? Can't you speak properly? However, as I opened my mouth, I realized that my vocal cords and tongue seemed unresponsive. Hey, kid, are you all right? He asked, patting my face. Damn it, asking if I'm all right and slapping me in the process? I muttered begrudgingly. Hey, this kid has quite the temper. The newcomer chuckled. Could someone stop the swaying of this vehicle? I'm feeling dizzy, I complained, eyes closed in discomfort. You've been blasted. Let me tell you, next time there's an explosion. Next time? I'd rather keep my distance. I must be out of my mind to be in this situation, I interrupted, irritated. The 2 individuals in the vehicle burst into laughter at my words, finding amusement rather than offense. Time passed, and gradually I regained my senses, finally opening my eyes to survey the outside world. What in the world is going on? I exclaimed involuntarily. The rear of the vehicle trailed a massive fireball. Circling around the horde of zombies, after observing for a moment, I finally comprehended. Oh, it's like a sheepdog herding sheep. Chapter 58. Fool. Upon hearing my exclamation, those around me erupted in laughter, patting me on the back. You quite clever, brave and resourceful. How about joining my team? Handguns, rifles, grenade launchers, rocket launchers. Take your pick. Come on, what nonsense. I have 3 beautiful wives waiting for me. Why would I waste my time with your shabby weapons? I replied dismissively. Unfamiliar with military ranks, I had no idea how high up this person was. Thus, I felt no pressure in our conversation. Just a company commander? I thought you were someone of significance. I mumbled, "Oh, quite the bold one, I see. But I like it." The 5th Company Commander's spirits lifted as he observed the dwindling zombie horde. It really that impressive? It's essential. Outside, we're not just fending off zombies. We recontending with other humans. People will do anything for resources. Upon hearing this, the 5th Company Commander initially intended to deliver a stern lecture, but after a moment's reflection, he chose to remain silent. The chaos outside was evident, and it was clear that restoring order would require addressing the pressing issue of the viral outbreak. Discussing laws and humanity at this juncture seemed rather superfluous. The 5th Company Commander chuckled softly, gesturing toward a vehicle engulfed in flames. "I asked that what you were referring to. What the hell? How did it catch fire like that?" I exclaimed, my eyes wide in disbelief. "My Bentley. You're quite the foolish one. It's a miracle you survived. Do you realize that if you had been just a bit unlucky, you would have been either blown up or burned alive?" The 5th Company Commander shook his head, smiling wryly. "What are you talking about? I don't understand," I replied, bewildered. "The explosion of the fuel tank is more than just a simple blast. It also involves the splattering of burning gasoline. Just a drop can ignite you," he explained. The more I listened, the more horrified I became. I realized I had acted recklessly. It was not merely foolishness but sheer madness. After managing to acquire 3 wives, I had barely begun to enjoy the fruits of my labor before nearly bringing about my own demise. As the zombies outside were gradually subdued, the vehicle came to a halt. I jumped out, eager to leave, but the 5th Company Commander called me back. "What now?" I asked impatiently. With a smile, the 5th Company Commander tossed me a small backpack, .2 handguns, and 100 rounds of ammunition. "I hope you will use them to protect yourself rather than harm innocents." "Are you serious? You're giving me this?" I opened the backpack, peering inside, grumbling. The 5th Company Commander chuckled and shook his head. "You willing to risk your life for strangers? You can't be all that bad." I nodded resolutely. "Next time, I won't be so reckless." "What's your name, brother?" Xingtian. The captain of the 5th Squad chuckled lightly as he recalled Haicheng University and the legendary figure of Xingtian. I noted it down, bid farewell, and reminded myself that the muzzle of a firearm should never be directed at a person, for it could lead to an accidental discharge. I watched the military vehicles recede into the distance. I couldn't help but smirk at the absurdity of it all. Did they really think I was unaware of the dangers of a misfire? Glancing down at the handgun nestled in my backpack, I ambled towards the nearest vehicle, murmuring to myself, "A misfire? What does that even mean?" A Chang'an Binbin weaved through the streets, its serpentine movements swaying towards the city center. My gaze was drawn to the 2 handguns resting in the passenger seat. The more firearms, the better. Far safer than a blade meeting flesh. I pressed the accelerator, heading straight for the Special Police Unit in the southern district of Lon City. Why? What boy doesn't have a fascination with guns? I may not have had any before, but now that I possessed 2, my heart raced with a childlike eagerness for more. Ideally, I yearned for a couple of sniper rifles to play with. By 2 o'clock in the afternoon, I arrived at the entrance of the Special Police Unit. Sitting in the car, I lit a cigarette, observing 2 zombies relentlessly tapping on my window. I rolled it down. An impulse to extend the firearm and test my aim on these fools crossed my mind. However, I knew that such an act would only attract more zombies, so instead, I drew my dagger and dispatched one of them with a swift thrust. Watching the 2 zombies collapse to the ground, I felt a sense of satisfaction wash over me. Yet, at that moment, I spotted a peculiar zombie pushing a shopping cart filled with various items. Predominantly chips and bread. I couldn't help but chuckle as I swung open the car door, preparing to escort this simpleton to his final destination. However, as the door creaked open, the pushing zombie startled and jumped. I too flinched, leaning against the car door. We locked eyes for what felt like an eternity, and suddenly, the zombie spoke. "Brother, have you seen Mommy?" I was taken aback, stunned into silence, questioning my very existence. Had a zombie just spoken? Was this a sign of the apocalypse? My curiosity piqued. I stood 2 meters away, exhaling slowly while tightening my grip on the dagger. If this creature lunged at me, I was confident in my ability to end it swiftly. Yet, it did not dot a man who appeared to be in his 30s, pouting and stamping his feet, repeated, "Brother, I want mommy. Take me to find mommy." In that moment, realization struck me. He was not a zombie, but a simpleton. Yet, what perplexed me most was how someone with such limited intellect and sluggish movements had managed to survive until now. As I scrutinized his attire, I frowned. In December in the Northeast, while the weather may not be bone-chilling, one would still need a warm coat. Yet, this fool wore only thin clothing and canvas shoes, exposing his cold, curled toes. My heart ached inexplicably. I knew I could not simply disregard someone in such a state. After a brief silence, I said, "Brother, I don't know where mommy is, but I can help you find her." Upon hearing this, the simpleton jumped for joy, but as he did, his body began to shiver uncontrollably. Possibly due to the excitement, I ushered him into the car, leaving the engine running and the heater on just right. As he settled in, feeling the long-lost warmth, he danced with delight. This scene didn't annoy me. Rather, it brought a sense of spring to this apocalyptic paradise, as if the world bloomed anew with his happiness. When I mentioned my departure, the simpleton appeared anxious, gripping my arm with a terrified gaze. In that moment, I understood. His mother was likely in grave danger. This further confounded me. How had he managed to survive alone for over a month? Like a child, he nodded vigorously. Seeing this, I felt both pity and helplessness. I didn't want to carry an anchor in this dog-eat-dog world, yet my heart wouldn't allow me to abandon him. In him, I saw reflections of my own childhood. My parents divorced when I was 3, leaving me in a world devoid of parental love. By the time I grasped the gravity of my situation, they had already formed new families, doting on their new children. At 11 or 12, I felt like the most superfluous person on earth. Had it not been for my grandmother's unwavering affection, I might have succumbed to despair. In time, I turned to fighting, battling anyone, classmates, local delinquents, even the thugs of the entire county. My reckless style made me a formidable opponent until I faced my martial arts instructor and was soundly defeated. That loss humbled me and set me on a path towards professional combat. In contrast, I felt the simpleton was luckier than I. At least his mother had the chance to whisper a comforting lie before her demise. A flicker of hope for a child. As for me, I hadn't received a single call, and all this time, I felt an intense, unquenchable rage, an enduring resentment that had festered since childhood. Having reassured the simpleton in the car, I turned towards the Special Police Unit's courtyard. The electric gate was firmly closed, but for me, it was merely a matter of a running start. I vaulted over the gate. The simpleton inside the car cheered, clapping his hands. I couldn't hear him clearly, but I could faintly make out his excited exclamations of "Brother, you're amazing." If my dorm mates had seen that, I would have received scornful glares, yet I was more concerned about not frightening the simpleton. Seeing my antics only made him more jubilant. Bouncing around the car, I gingerly approached the imposing building before me. Logically, a well-armed special police force should have been able to handle any zombie incursion swiftly, preventing a scene of carnage. However, what I encountered was shocking. Upon entering the main hall, I was struck by the sight of decaying, dismembered corpses littering the floor. I barely gave a glance to the few wandering zombies. Dispatching them with little effort, I had no intention of exploring this place. My sole focus was locating the armory. After a fruitless search, frustration mounted within me. Just as I was about to give up and leave, I heard a faint gunshot echoing from the back of the building. Are there still survivors? I was momentarily taken aback. Scanning my surroundings for any alerted zombies, I cautiously descended the stairs and made my way around the main building. Behind the main structure lay a training ground with a 400-meter track, complete with various training facilities. Yet, to my surprise, I encountered not a single zombie within the training area. In the distance, a small, cage-like courtyard was visible, enclosed by 2-meter-tall iron fencing, which had been pushed to one corner by countless zombies, all stumbling towards the courtyard. Seeing this, I felt torn, grappling with my conscience. I wanted to walk away, yet I couldn't ignore their plight. "Hey, you fools!" I shouted, cupping my hands to amplify my voice. The outer perimeter of zombies turned in unison to face me, so I began to sway my hips provocatively. Nearly 100 zombies surged toward me. With about 10 meters between us, I inhaled deeply and took off to the side. The zombies, having lost their target, stood confused, looking around aimlessly. Once I felt it was time, I took another deep breath. A handful of more perceptive ones began lurching in my direction. Employing the same strategy, I successfully scattered the horde, marveling at my own lung capacity while my face flushed crimson from exertion. One by one, I dispatched them, and after more than half an hour, I had cleared the area completely. Exhausted and gasping for air, I collapsed onto the ground. "You're the biggest fool in the world." Without a doubt, I scolded myself, delivering a self-inflicted slap as I cursed. Looking back at the small courtyard, I couldn't help but smile ruefully. I had just helped eliminate nearly 100 zombies, leaving only a handful behind. They still had firearms at their disposal, yet the battle remained unresolved. Were they truly toying with me? Driven by curiosity, I approached the courtyard step by step. It was small, housing only a single modest building, akin to the guardhouse at the entrance. However, the entrance door was blocked by several zombies, obscuring my view of the situation inside. With a heavy sigh, I approached and dispatched the zombies at the door. Finally standing at the threshold to see what lay within. Inside were 5 individuals, 5 zombies. The reason for the blockage at the door became clear. A robust special police officer had been using his body to hold the door frame shut. Yet, at that moment, his back was already in tatters, exposing the white of his spine through his bulletproof vest. Within the confines of the room, 5 individuals, 3 men and 2 women, exuded a palpable sense of desperation, akin to a bowstring that had lost its tension. Each person lay pinned to the ground by the relentless grip of the zombies, utterly incapable of mounting a meaningful resistance. It was evident, even to me, that they were starved, and the conditions within the room suggested that the gunshot I had just heard must have been their last bullet. The man closest to me, upon noticing my presence at the doorway, cried out for help. I turned to face him and, to my surprise, he was rather handsome, with a fair complexion reminiscent of a youthful celebrity. His loud exclamation caught the attention of the others in the room, and another man urgently insisted that we save the women first. Before I could make a decision, the handsome young man shouted again, pleading for his own rescue, asserting that he had not been bitten. Unlike the others, his words elicited a collective look of incredulity from the remaining individuals. I had no desire to entangle myself in their emotional turmoil. For me, it mattered little whom I saved first. I swiftly approached the handsome man and plunged my knife into the skull of a nearby zombie. Dark, viscous blood sprayed across him, drenching his face and even finding its way into his mouth. I paid no heed to his discomfort and, after dispatching the remaining 4 zombies, I intended to leave in this harsh world. My act of saving them was already a significant gesture of mercy. As the saying goes, the less you meddle, the fewer troubles you invite. Yet, a woman halted me, pleading for food, claiming they were too weak to search for sustenance themselves and beseeching me to see it through to the end. With my back turned to them, I furrowed my brow. Refusal felt impossible. Acceptance felt like an unwarranted obligation. Resources were scarce, and I questioned why I should share with them. I had already extended my mercy. After uttering this, I turned to leave. The handsome young man, having just expelled a mouthful of foul blood, stretched out his hand, insisting he would pay any price for food. He offered me his red Ferrari parked at the door, stating it was mine if I provided him with sustenance. I turned away, my frustration mounting. I had not yet found a gun, and the effort of dispatching so many zombies only fueled my irritation further. Now, encountering such a character, I scoffed. Was he really trying to bribe me with money? True, I was short on cash, but that was a past concern. In this dire situation, what good was money? As I exited the small room, I had barely taken a few steps when a woman's piercing scream echoed behind me. Unable to suppress my curiosity, I turned back, and my heart sank as I realized the black giant at the door had vanished. How could I have forgotten? That man had been bitten. He was destined to transform. The remaining 2 men stood resolutely in front of the 2 women, desperately kicking at the giant. By unfortunate coincidence, the retreating giant lunged at the fleeing handsome young man, and a horrific scream pierced the air as the giant bit into the flesh of his neck, blood spraying like a gushing fountain against the ceiling. One of the women shrieked the name Howren. This name, what a cliché, as if he were a rich heir named by a naming service charging exorbitant fees. Observing the chaos before me, I felt no emotional turmoil. He was not my friend, and his death was inconsequential. I approached and swiftly ended the giantess' life. Even the writhing Howren, clutching his neck, was not spared. A single strike alleviated his suffering. Are you insane? Why did you kill him? The girl who had previously screamed demanded. I glanced at her. While not conventionally beautiful, she was certainly presentable. If I hadn't killed him, he would have risen to bite you first. You naive girl, I noted the two male officers, one of whom had already been bitten on the forearm. That moment, he was desperately tying a belt around his elbow. Is Zhu really going to do this? The other officer asked, anguish etched on his face. Zhu nodded. If we don't act, we won't survive. If we do, perhaps there's a chance. Witnessing this, I silently cheered for Zhu, albeit perplexed. Why was I cheering for him? Suddenly, I realized I was lost in thought. Maybe we don't need to, I interjected. The four of them gazed at me in astonishment. I had no desire to explain myself. Instead, I tore strips of cloth from the handsome young man, ignited them with my lighter, and prepared to cauterize. I had been bitten before and, by sheer chance, had been singed by fire without transforming. I didn't know for certain if it would work, but it seemed a more prudent option than severing a limb. At this critical juncture, if they didn't trust me, whom could they trust? Without further ado, I pressed the flaming cloth against Zhu's wound. He gritted his teeth, refusing to move. Enduring the searing pain as I watched the wound sizzle and emit smoke. I recalled the day I discovered my own wound being burned. The resemblance was uncanny. My actions were partly experimental, to ascertain whether fire truly had a connection to the transformation. When the entire room began to smell of roasting flesh, I gently removed the burning cloth. Before you transform, you will feel disoriented, your speech will falter. During that time, do not sleep. It is best to silently recite the incantation, I instructed. What incantation? The previously silent girl asked eagerly. Upon hearing my words, the four individuals fixated their gazes upon me, their expressions akin to that of incredulity. What's with those looks? I recited it silently myself. It's called learning from others' mistakes. What? Don't believe me? I retorted innocently. The others remained silent, but Zhu smiled at me. The incantation is paramount. What you describe is likely a form of conviction. I understand. In response, I refrained from elaborating further. What conviction? I had yet to disclose the most critical step. That is a closely guarded secret, not to be shared. Ultimately, whether one lives or dies hinges on their own fate. You three had better secure him, I advised before preparing to leave. Little brother Zhu, came a feeble call from behind. Little brother, I implore you to take my 3 team members with you, Zhu beseeched with eyes full of desperation. We are not related. They are a burden. Can you offer me a compelling reason to assist? I replied coldly. Upon hearing this, Zhu fell silent, his head bowed in defeat. Captain, stop begging him. I've had enough of this life. Let us take our chances outside. Another team member shouted. Sunjung, it is precisely in times like this that we cannot give up. You are a special police officer. You must remember your mission, Zhu admonished fiercely. Captain, there's no police station left. What mission matters now? The girl, infatuated with the rich air, lamented. Observing the scene before me, I felt a spark of curiosity and lit a cigarette, squatting to watch the unfolding drama. Care for a smoke? I inquired. Holding out the cigarette pack, I discerned the internal struggle in Zhu's eyes, so without further ado, I tossed the pack over to him. He caught it, managing a bittersweet smile. I've been off cigarettes for 10 years, but it seems I cannot escape. His words carried layers of meaning, yet resignation prevailed among them. Zhu lit a cigarette and took a deep drag. Leaning back against the bed for the first time, visibly relaxed. Observing his demeanor, I glanced at the cigarette in my hand, pondering whether it contained marijuana. Was the potency truly that strong? Just as I was lost in thought, the previously reticent female officer picked up the cigarette pack and lit one. It was evident she was a novice smoker, as she began to cough violently after just a few puffs. We have guns, ammunition, and equipment. If you can save us, I can lead you to them, the female officer spoke after her coughing fit. Ime, Zhu's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Liu Ime. Captain, in this world, it's like this cigarette. You know it's harmful, yet you must accept it, for it may become your regret in the next moment, Liu Ime stated earnestly. gazing intently at Zil. Ah, fortune favors the bold. This is quite fortuitous, I assentied. I thought, elated, though I feigned indifference. I have a gun too, I said, drawing my pistol from my waistband. You might not fully grasp the current situation. Firing a gun is futile. It will only attract more zombies, I continued. And what about the truly dangerous individuals? What if your supplies are stolen? Lu Yimei asked me, her tone calm that I couldn't deny her point. And it did pique my interest. Our captain is a top marksman in the province, and we are no slouches either. You wouldn't be at a disadvantage, Lu Yimei asserted, her eyes brimming with sincerity. Very well, lead me to the guns, I replied, directing my gaze at Lu Yimei. I can't walk, she said, lowering her head. What a hassle, I muttered, turning to exit the small room. I hadn't taken many steps before my spirits lifted. And I skipped out of the squad-s compound. I smiled at her and rummaged through the shopping cart that the fool had pushed earlier. I found a bottle of liquor, 5 bags of bread, and a bunch of useless items and snacks. The fool nodded vigorously, and I shook my head in amusement before re-entering the squad compound. Observing a few individuals devouring their food without regard for their image truly evokes a sense of pity. Now that we are comrades in arms, shouldn't we introduce ourselves? As they indulged in their meal, I inquired. Through our introductions, I learned that the captain's name is Shen Ziwu, Sun Zheng is the sharpshooter, and the chatty girl is called Liao Tingde, as for Lu Yimei. My understanding of her remains rather superficial. The scale hidden beneath her tactical vest is something I have neither heard of nor seen before. I cannot ascertain whether it is genuine or merely a facade. After the 4 of them had consumed some food and sipped on a bit of alcohol, they finally regained a semblance of strength. And thus I no longer needed to go alone. Lu Yimei appeared to be a novice when it came to alcohol. After just 1 sip of the foreign liquor, her delicate face flushed a deep crimson. Her enchanting eyes, now hazy with intoxication, exuded an alluring charm, and she stood at an impressive height of over 170 centimeters with a figure that could rival that of a model. Suddenly, a chill ran down my spine, and I admonished myself to avert my gaze. This girl is dangerous, possessing an innate charm that could easily lead me astray if I continued to look. Upon arriving at the training ground, the sight of the dismembered zombie bodies strewn about left them all in a state of shock. Did you do all this? Lu Yimei asked incredulously. Heeding my wife's advice, I knew I must not reveal my capabilities. So I merely responded with a non-committal sound. How is that possible? Our entire squad was overwhelmed, yet you single-handedly dispatched so many? Sun Zheng exclaimed in disbelief. When the pandemic first began, everyone was in a daze. It was reasonable for so many to perish. But now, more than a month has passed. Surely there must be some strategy involved? What strategy? Lu Yimei inquired. Extend the front lines and eliminate them one by one. I exclaimed, my eyes wide with feigned enthusiasm. Perhaps having been cooped up in that small room for over a month had rendered them gullible, as they seemed to accept my explanation without question. I found this amusing, as I preferred not to elaborate further. The 4 of us proceeded to the main hall, where the sight of the zombie corpses no longer fazed them. I genuinely wished to express that I had already searched this area. But the direction Lu Yimei led me in was indeed uncharted territory for me. After all, I hadn't ventured there. The armory is located in the basement, and I hardly had the opportunity to explore. Fortunately, there were no zombies along the way. Upon opening the armory door, even my ability to feign composure waned as I was overwhelmed with emotion. It was magnificent. Guns, all manner of firearms, lined the walls. Chapter 62. Zombies Don't Bite Fools. 3 large bags containing thousands of rounds of various ammunition. With a jubilant expression, I flung my arms, shouldering 2 hefty bags and preparing to leave. The remaining bag was entrusted to Sun Zheng. Though he appeared utterly drained, I couldn't help but muse, is this it? And yet they still proclaim a sense of mission. Starving to this extent and still daring to venture out for a fight. What audacity! What shamelessness, however! I failed to notice how the gazes of the other 3 began to shift in my direction. Ignoring the handguns, the rifles and shotguns weighed at least 8 to 9 pounds. If not more. The combined weight of the 2 bags I carried easily exceeded 200 to 300 pounds, yet I bore them effortlessly, without even breaking a sweat. How could this not lead the remaining 3 to question whether I was still human? In truth, even I was oblivious to the changes in my body. I merely felt that the 2 bags were manageable, neither too light nor too heavy, accompanied by the puzzled expressions of my companions. We exited the building. Just as we reached the gate, I spotted 5 or 6 individuals forcibly dragging a fool from a vehicle. What the hell? A bear of a man. Are they daring to bully me? I jogged over, demanding, what is going on? Is there a problem? If not, get lost. I tossed the gun bags to the ground and shouted as I leaped through the gate. Who are you? A man turned to me. Addressing me unfriendly, I scoffed, drawing my sidearm and pointing it at him. Can you leave? You dare to question me? What are you trying to do with that piece of junk? You think you can scare anyone with that? Aren't you afraid of attracting zombies? The man sneered, maintaining his bravado even with a gun aimed at his forehead. I was taken aback. This world has become so insane that a mouse dares to act as a bridesmaid for a cat? With a resounding bang, the gun discharged, and the man fell lifeless to the ground. Look at me. If you keep staring, I'll eat you, I said cheerfully, taking the opportunity to fire a few shots at their feet. You didn't need to kill him, Lu Yimei lamented behind me. Her words. Lu Yimei and the others fell silent, particularly Ziwu, whose state appeared rather poor, his gaze somewhat dazed. Approaching the side of a vehicle, I suddenly felt a headache coming on. With this many people and the guns, there was no way to fit everything inside. Moments later, a police special operations vehicle crashed through the electric gate. Seeing this, I felt a thrill. In a normal world, an ordinary person would never have the chance to ride in such a vehicle. What a delight! Are you a student? Lu Yimei asked, astonished, gazing at the wall of Haicheng University as we disembarked. Ah, so I could also be a criminal? I replied impatiently. I knew what they were thinking. Someone ruthless, striking with lethal precision, killing without a second thought, and yet he turns out to be a student. Such a stark contrast was difficult to accept, but context matters. That saying, welcome to a world where humans devour each other, was not mere bravado as I watched the others climb over the school wall. I took the time to snatch the gun from Liao Ting's hands. Hey, hey, hey! I slapped Ziwu's face a few times. Don't hit him, Liao Ting shouted from inside the wall. Ignoring her, I continued to slap Ziwu's face. Do you want to live or die? Sleep now, and when you wake, you might become a zombie. Ziwu opened his mouth, mumbling something I couldn't catch. What did you say? I leaned in closer, upon hearing his words. I couldn't help but smile. What did the captain say? Lu Yimei asked anxiously, clutching the railing. I shook my head, chuckling, nothing, just reciting a mantra. What mantra? The group was momentarily taken aback, but after a brief pause, Lu Yimei shot me a glare and turned to assist Sun Zheng in lifting a gun. What mantra? The one I just mentioned. I cursed inwardly. Hey, where's the fool? After a quick scan, I noticed the fool was nowhere to be seen, causing a wave of anxiety to wash over me. Setting Ziwu down against the wall, I shouted, Fool! I was completely unconcerned about attracting zombies. I had already cleared the area of zombies in front and behind the building, so it would be difficult to draw any more in. I'm here. I'm here. The fool poked his head out from a third-floor window. What on earth? Did you bring something out? I approached impatiently. Little brother? The fool grinned foolishly. Little brother? I was momentarily confused, but as I got closer to take the package, I finally understood the fool's meaning. What the hell? I recoiled in shock. It truly was a little brother. But this little brother was baring his teeth at me, glaring with fury, the baby zombie. I had never encountered one before, yet it did not strike me as particularly strange. What intrigued me was why this little one wasn't biting the fool. Moreover, when the fool carried him down, he appeared to be quite docile. The fool tenderly cradled the baby, even resting its head against his chest for a gentle rub. Witnessing this scene left me utterly astounded. Was this not another experiment? One misstep, and the fool could find himself in grave danger. While I couldn't blame myself for being ruthless, I felt powerless to intervene. I had long been questioning how a fool could survive until now. But reality had imparted a lesson. The baby didn't cry, didn't cause a fuss, and didn't bite anyone. Aside from its somewhat discolored face, the little one was charming enough to melt hearts. Why? Why doesn't that zombie baby bite the fool? At that moment, I finally understood why those individuals were so desperate to claim the fool for themselves. Initially, the fool appeared somewhat bewildered, but he quickly grasped the situation. The child was innocent. However, This era had birthed all manner of wrongs, and people were often powerless to act. The fool, reluctant to let go, leaned out from the third floor, gazing at me, under different circumstances. I might have nodded in agreement, but that child was something we could not accept. Chapter 63. Each offering their opinions. Perhaps Ziwu and Sun Zheng would never know that their entry into the dormitory was due to the favor of Liao Ting and Lu Yimei. I felt powerless in this regard. Although they had brought an abundance of firearms and ammunition as a greeting, it was hardly enough to convince those three dimwits to lower their guard. Were it not for Lu Yimei, Liao Ting, and the others, I would genuinely question whether I had made a grave mistake. For now, all I could do was tie Ziwu to a bed in one of the dorm rooms and watch as he muttered to himself. "Can you not see who I am?" After a series of slaps to his face, I asked. Xing Tian, a student of Haiqing University, I heard Ziwu's muffled voice, and I smiled with satisfaction. Though it was merely a brief exchange, it was enough to indicate that he still retained some semblance of consciousness. Whether he lived or died would be revealed by morning. "Hang in there," I said before turning to leave the dormitory. By now, it was past 6 in the evening, and the aroma of fried rice wafted throughout the room. Everyone had gathered, each with a hearty bowl of food. This sight left Lu Yimei and the others momentarily dazed. In such a dire environment, being able to enjoy fried rice was indeed a point of pride. "We should all be acquainted by now, shouldn't we?" I inquired. Their gazes were filled with a hunger that seemed to suggest they wished to consume one another right then and there. I held no strong opinions on the matter. I understood my comrades well enough to know that they belonged to the category of those with thieving hearts but lacking the courage to act. As for strength, they would never dare. Moreover, in my view, Lu Yimei, with her background as a special police officer, should have no trouble handling those three. If these three individuals dare to entertain any nefarious thoughts, they shall have no one to blame when they find themselves incapacitated. The fool, oblivious to the scheming around him, devours his fried rice with abandon, his eyes darting about in vigilance, as though he fears we might snatch it from him. It seems he must have endured some psychological trauma in the past. In front of the crowd, I recounted the events of our visit to the shelter in their entirety. Upon hearing the grim realities of life in the shelter, a heavy silence fell over the assembly. There were two options. The first was to venture together to the shelter, where sustenance would be provided by the military, facing only the threat of zombies. I spoke calmly to the crowd. The second was to remain here, relying on our own resources, while the adversaries we would confront in the future would be far more formidable than mere zombies. Observing the silence enveloping the crowd, I lit a cigarette, stating, "You must choose. The minority shall yield to the majority." After a moment of hushed deliberation, Mu Chengxue was the first to speak. "I believe we need not leave just yet. Given the enclosed environment of the school, the zombies are still within our control. There is no need to subject ourselves to the constraints of the shelter." Lu Yi nodded in agreement that I concur with Xiaoshua's assessment. As my husband described, the shelter is indeed a place fraught with peril. Leaving the comfort of our home for a place of constant fear seems counterproductive. Our supplies are currently ample, even if sourcing more becomes challenging. What remains is sufficient for our needs for several months, Zhang Yi added. Our only concern is the potential evolution of the zombies. If they gain the ability to climb, we would be at a disadvantage. Han Bin remarked. Online sources suggest that zombies fear fire, but this fear may not last, as the virus will inevitably seek to optimize its deficiencies, Mu Chengxue noted, placing her delicate feet upon my lap. Understanding her intent, I quickly wrapped her feet in my clothing, resting them against my abdomen. It appears that none wish to depart, so we shall remain, deciding our future course based on circumstances. After sharing the peculiarities I had observed about the fool, the group regarded him with incredulity. The fool, munching on a banana, felt the weight of their gazes, hastily stuffing the remaining banana into his mouth as though fearing it might be seized. "I'll check online to see if similar occurrences have been reported," Zhang Yi said, darting out of the dormitory. Observing the fool's pitiable demeanor, it was clear he had often been bullied by that crowd. I took a whole plate of bananas and thrust it into the fool's embrace. "It's all right, there's plenty." The fool grinned at me, his simple smile radiating innocence. "You should take a warm shower. You're starting to smell," I teased, noticing the grime on his face. "But my mother used to wash me," he lamented. Old Six, eager to offer assistance, was about to speak when I interrupted. "From now on, you must learn to bathe yourself. No one will be able to help you." The fool lowered his head. Intimidated by my serious expression, "By the way, what is your name?" Old Four inquired, patting the fool on the shoulder. "I'm Xing Xian. My mother calls me Shaosan," the fool replied with a silly grin. "Wow, Old Three, you have a relative here. What a coincidence," Old Two exclaimed in surprise. "You know, there is indeed a resemblance," Old One remarked, scrutinizing the fool. "Get out of here. Just sharing the same surname doesn't mean you're related." I retorted angrily. "Upon closer inspection, this foolish fellow does resemble Old Three quite a bit," Old Four observed, a hint of seriousness in his tone. "Enough. No need for me to speak," the two girls simultaneously admonished him. According to online analyses, the zombie virus selectively chooses its hosts. In simpler terms, the virus deems you unworthy and refrains from converting you into its minion, as this would dilute its superior genetics. "Is that why the fool is foolish?" I exclaimed in astonishment. "That seems to be the implication. We do not fully understand the virus, but it appears to fear inferior genetics leading to lower mutations." Jiang Yi affirmed in disbelief. I pointed at the four before me. "That is illogical. Why would it bite them?" "Damn it," Old One exclaimed, pushing my finger away. "This situation is becoming increasingly audacious," Old Two lamented, struggling to light a cigarette with trembling hands. Old Four assisted him in igniting his smoke. "Last night, I received a revelation from the Master. To hasten the end of this pandemic, we must sacrifice a formidable beast. I think this one will do." After the meeting, I led the fool to the only dormitory equipped with a hot water heater. Standing at the door, I instructed the fool to undress and wash himself. Old Six entered, carrying some borrowed clothes and shoes. "Three, brother, he's just a child. Pressuring him is not the solution," Old Six said, his voice softened at the sight of the fool's tears. "What time does this world leave you? What time does it leave him? Do you think the world revolves around him? If he cannot even master the basics, how will he survive without us in the future?" I crossed my arms, shooting Old Six a stern look. Listening to Old Six murmurs from a distance, I furrowed my brow. I understood that in today's world, kindness is the least valuable trait. Yet, witnessing the fool's plight, I could not bear it. That crowd, relying on him to scavenge for supplies, why could they not ensure he was well fed and clothed? How had human hearts soured so? Teaching him step by step, yet I had never taken the initiative. The fool, aware of my reluctance to assist, could only learn gradually. When the fool emerged, having shaved, I was taken aback. He looked surprisingly handsome, albeit his disheveled hair detracted from his appearance. Fetching a clipper from Old Six, I gave the fool a buzz cut, and he instantly appeared more imposing. The fool shrank back, hiding behind me, and I felt an inexplicable irritation, torn between frustration at his lack of progress and concern for his future. "From now on, walk with your head held high. A true man must stand tall," I admonished, casting a stern gaze at the timid fool. He nodded shyly but continued to avert his eyes, cowering behind me. Disappointed, I sighed and stepped outside. Chapter 64. Saving one's heart. That night, I sat in my dormitory, smoking. Three girls huddled under a single blanket, their 6 curious eyes studying me with concern. "What are you thinking about, dear?" Mu Chengshua whispered. "It seems you must be pondering the size of Sister Yi's bosom." Lu Yi chimed in, nodding knowingly. "No, he wouldn't be able to comprehend that. He can't even discern our ages," Jiang Yi remarked, rolling over and placing her icy feet on Lu Ye's calf. "Ah, you're like an ice cube. So cold," Lu Yi exclaimed, shivering from the chill. Extinguishing my cigarette, I looked at the 3 girls. I was thinking. Before I could finish, Mu Chengshua interjected, "You're wondering if we should assist those living outside. A pure heart is best, just like the fool. Protecting them from malice is acceptable," Jiang Yi added. "This is a complex matter, as human nature is the easiest to conceal," Lu Yi remarked, handing Jiang Yi a hot water bottle. "How do you know this?" I asked, incredulous. The 3 girls exchanged glances, rolling their eyes at my naivety. "As soon as you lift your butt, I know exactly what you're about to do," Mu Chengshua quipped. "Such vulgarity," I retorted. "Your thoughts are practically written on your face," Lu Yi teased. I touched my face. Bewildered. What am I? A liquid crystal display? Moreover, there is something you may not have considered. Thus far, nearly all our supplies have come from you. With more people, can you sustain this alone? Jiang Yi said, snuggling into the warmth of the hot water bottle. Her large eyes closing in comfort, though her words struck deep. This truly posed a dilemma. Relying solely on myself for so many people would not suffice. While you may pity others, perhaps you should spare some sympathy for your own baby. Her feet are like ice blocks, Lu Yi suggested. This simply won't do, I exclaimed, springing onto the bed. However, the imagined cozy scenario did not unfold. Instead, I became a human foot warmer. The three girls slept upright, leaving me sprawled at the bottom. Just as I began to warm the blankets, 6 small feet burrowed under. Resting upon me, I donned my clothes and, bleary-eyed, stepped out of the dormitory. The moment I opened the door, 3 figures startled me. What are you 3 doing? It's barely dawn, standing at someone else's door to frighten them. We were waiting for you. We need to see Captain Lu Yimei, one of them said solemnly. Then go by yourselves. What, are you afraid? I shrugged it off, walking ahead. The trio remained silent, their footsteps heavy behind me. Were they afraid of becoming zombies and being unable to fight back? Or was it the thought of seeing their friends transformed into the undead that they could not bear? Though they remained quiet, I could see the answer in Lu Yimei's eyes. There was reluctance, sorrow, and an inability to accept. Among the 6 of us in the dormitory, Old 5 had succumbed during the first wave of the zombie onslaught. Transformed into one of them, we had kept him in the dormitory, but as the zombies mutated, did you know what became of Old 5? The trio shook their heads, uncertain. Old 5 had the chance to bite us, but as a zombie, he left the dormitory. From that day forward, I realized that zombies were not the true terror. The true horror lay in the human heart. With that, I pushed open the door to Zawushi's dormitory. As the door creaked open, Zawushi, bound to the bed, began to thrash about, emitting a series of muffled cries. Upon witnessing the scene, I entered the dormitory with a bitter smile, gazing at Jiwoo, who was agitated and meeting my eyes with defiance. A wave of helplessness surged within me. Yet, I felt that my reluctance to change had little to do with the events of that day involving Lui. I couldn't hold on any longer. I had done all I could for my friend. Draping my coat over my shoulders, I lit a cigarette and cautiously placed it in Jiwoo's mouth. Unlike the old Wu from the past, Jiwoo did not consume the cigarette. Instead, he inhaled deeply, his face reflecting sheer enjoyment. Perhaps it was his final obsession in life, to smoke one last cigarette. Smoke away. Once you've had your fill, it's time to depart. With that thought, I sat down on a chair, calmly awaiting the conclusion of Jiwoo's last smoke. The span of a cigarette lasts just over a minute. I tightened my coat and rose, asking, "Shall I go? Or will you?" The 3 of them looked at me, none uttering a word. I sighed. It's always like this. I'm always the villain. With that, I drew a dagger from my waist, intending to end Jiwoo's life. But then, Xingtian and Lu Yimei called out to stop me. I truly hadn't anticipated that Lu Yimei would be the one to intervene. I handed over the dagger, saying, "Come on, aim for the head." Swift and sure. He should not suffer. Upon seeing the dagger I presented, Lu Yimei frantically waved her hands, exclaiming, "No, no, no. I didn't mean I would do it. I just wanted to say, let him smoke a few more cigarettes." Stunned, I stood there, dumbfounded, unable to articulate a single word for quite some time. My astonishment did not stem from her request causing a sense of disillusionment, but rather from their behavior being closely tied to my thoughts before sleep. In the current world, saving lives is crucial, yet when those you save become a burden, the act of saving loses its significance. Thus, I believe that saving someone should not merely be about keeping them alive. It must also empower them to face this world head-on. If that cannot be achieved, then their eventual demise at the hands of this world is merely a matter of time. With this realization, I lost interest in the trio of special police officers. I placed the dagger and cigarette on the chair and turned to leave. You all must confront this day sooner or later. If you can't even handle this hurdle, it would be better to perish early, lest your compassion endanger the lives of others. Though I said that, I did not truly depart but stood at the door of the adjacent dormitory. Lighting a cigarette, on Jiwoo's side, the others continued to whisper, their words too indistinct for me to catch. I was unsure how much time had passed when a scream erupted from the other room. I swiftly tore off my coat and rushed inside. Within the room, Jiwoo was on the floor, pinning Liao Ting beneath him. Had it not been for Lu Yimei and Sun Zheng desperately holding him back, Jiwoo might have already bitten into Liao Ting by now. I was genuinely exasperated. Hadn't the 3 of them thought things through? I approached but did not extend a hand to help. Xing Tian, help! Lu Yimei gritted her teeth, struggling to restrain the now zombie Jiwu. Shaking my head in disbelief, I stepped in to replace Lu Yimei and Sun Jing. I pinned Jiwu's arms firmly behind his back. Liao Ting, trapped beneath him, was pale as a ghost from sheer fright. You too. If you don't act now, he'll break his arms, and Liao Ting will be lost. I possessed the ability to end this with a single blow. Yet I refrained, choosing instead to demonstrate to the three of them the stark reality of our world. Sun Zheng struggled, while Lu Yimei, still in shock, picked up the dagger. Observing everything unfold, I nodded in satisfaction. I'll count to 3. If you don't act, I will release my grip. Point 1, 2, Chapter 65. They arrived under my persistent urging. Lu Yimei's complexion turned exceedingly pale, her lips quivering as if she wished to speak but found herself unable to do so. My patience waned, and just as I was about to scold this foolish girl, she sprang into action. Clean, precise, a headshot, without hesitation. Witnessing this, I callously tossed Jiwu's lifeless body out the window as if it were mere refuse. This is what you cannot accept. After the outbreak of the zombie virus, I had witnessed classmates driven to murder over trivial scraps of food and even seen roommates turned into jerky for sustenance. I squatted down, looking into Lu Yimei's eyes. Comrade Special Police, this is reality. If you can play the game, survive. If not, it's the 3rd floor, the window is there. Send yourself off with that. I walked out of the dormitory. Under the admiring gazes of the onlookers, the leader gave me a thumbs up. Old 3, impressive. You made the big brother hard. With a thud, I stumbled, my earlier imposing demeanor shattered. Old 3, to be honest, if you used that move to woo a girl, you'd definitely have her in bed in no time. Old 2 nodded in agreement. I wanted to curse them, but I held my tongue. Overall, this act was commendable. I would give it an 80. Old 4, stroking his chin, analyzed it critically. Old 3. I interrupted Old 6, swallowing hard. All right, Old 6, Old 3 knows what you're getting at. No, Old 3, what else could Old 6 possibly want to say? But I still did not grant him the opportunity. Understood. Old 3 fully comprehends. Oh dear. Old 3, that's not it. I meant to say, just now, dozens of cars burst into our school. Old 6 exclaimed, stamping his foot in frustration. Why didn't you say so earlier? I stood and rushed toward the 2nd floor, watching my retreating figure. Old 6 glanced around at the others, feeling thwarted. If I hadn't said anything, it's clearly Old 3 who wasn't listening. Upon reaching the 2nd floor dormitory, I found Han Bin and Lily peering out the window. Who are they? I inquired as I stepped in. Did they come here? I pressed. Lily shook his head. They were just passing through in their vehicle, flaunting it, and brought along quite a few zombies. Did you see what weapons they had? I probed further. Lily shook his head again. Those in the pickup were wielding machetes. I didn't see what was inside the cars. What are they here for? I murmured in confusion. Not for supplies, then it's for women, came the voice of the leader from behind. Look at their demeanor. They must be here for the student girls. Old 2 casually handed me a shotgun. What for? I asked, bewildered as I accepted the weapon. To deal with them. What else? Old 2 shot me an incredulous look. I rolled my eyes back at him. What if I can't find anyone and they just leave? Is it amusing to bring disaster upon ourselves? That makes sense. Old 4 nodded in agreement. What about those 3 still dawdling upstairs? I pointed upward. The leader nodded. Yeah, they're still dawdling. You're the one dawdling. Just as the leader finished speaking, Lu Yimei and the others entered. Each carrying a rifle. I feigned surprise, exclaiming, "Oh, impressive adaptability. Look, Old 3, this is what professionalism looks like." The leader and Old 2 chimed in unison, lavishing praise. Yet, regrettably, the 2 received nothing but my disdainful glare in return. Amidst our conversation, the campus fell silent, suddenly pierced by a series of gunshots. Why the sound of it? It's mostly handguns. They must have raided a police station. Lu Yimei observed quietly. My eyes widened in disbelief as I looked at Lu Yimei, thinking to myself how remarkably professional she was. They coming. The moment those words escaped her lips, everyone heightened their vigilance, and Lu Yimei instinctively pressed closer to the wall beside me. This could hardly be blamed on her. After all, she was the professional, seeking cover upon spotting the enemy. It was entirely normal, however. She seemed to have forgotten that I was still standing there. The wall, already narrow, became even more cramped with two people pressed against it, forcing us to press closely together. Liu Yimei's height was comparable to Mu Chengxue and Lui, and standing before my 1.82-meter frame, she completely obstructed my view. I stood on tiptoe, attempting to peek down to assess the situation. Oh, has that cowardly demeanor vanished? You can actually glare at someone now. I couldn't help but ponder whether I had inadvertently shown her kindness. Had this girl become a bit too full of herself? Leader, this building, every window and door has been sealed. There must be people inside. Just as I was still feeling extreme dissatisfaction with Liu Yimei's demeanor, a sharp voice emanated from downstairs. Go take a look, said a raspy voice. To be honest, hearing this man speak made me want to clear my throat. His voice was grating. Liu, noticing my contorted expression, looked at me with concern. I shook my head and pointed at my throat. Liu immediately understood, realizing that my discomfort stemmed from that person's voice, and he smiled while rolling his eyes at me. Leader, the first-floor dormitory is pristine. Not a single zombie on the second floor. Only one window lacks wooden planks. But the curtains are drawn, so there must be someone living inside. The raspy voice nodded. Find two brothers, go up and take a look. Kill all the men and bring the women down. The mere 3 words he had spoken had already left me feeling utterly vexed. Now he was blabbering on incessantly, driving me to the brink of insanity. I shoved past Liu Yimei, who hadn't yet reacted when she grabbed my arm. I had already pulled back the curtain. Oh, please, don't say anything. Your voice is making my throat itch. As I revealed my head, dozens of people below gasped in shock. Subsequently, a dozen handguns were raised above their heads, aimed at me. Kid, I'll give you a chance. Hand over your supplies and girls, and I might let you go, the raspy voice said, disdainfully eyeing me. Mimicking him, I lazily lit a cigarette. After taking a puff, I nodded. Just wait. I'll be right down. Turning around, I snatched the 95 rifle from Liu Yimei's hands, pulled the bolt back, and grinned at the crowd behind me. Then, I spun around and unleashed a barrage of gunfire downward. The accuracy was dismally low. Out of dozens of individuals, only a scant few had fallen, and it seemed they had not struck vital areas, a handful of wretched handguns. Who do you think you are? Hurry and leave, if you don't. Believe me, I'll unleash a barrage upon you. Chapter 66. The Prison? I couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy for the gangsters downstairs, who had gone silent, particularly that raspy-voiced one, unfortunately for him. Under my indiscriminate assault, he had been hit in the thigh and was now trembling as he crawled towards the rear of a vehicle. The leader and his companions stared at me, their expressions frozen, as I changed my demeanor faster than one could flip a page. Third siblings. What were you up to last night? It was evident that the third had been caught off guard. The leader gaped at me in disbelief. The 3 girls shot daggers at the leader, refusing to acknowledge him. According to Taoist beliefs, the third must have been ensnared by some malevolent force, and among these 3 girls, undoubtedly, there was a captivating enchantress. The fourth narrowed his eyes, observing Mu Chengxue and her companions. The trio of girls couldn't be bothered to look at him, but the second reacted more vigorously, delivering a kick to the fourth's backside. Are you out of your mind? Even if you are, you shouldn't say it out loud. Be careful, or the third might shoot you. I was oblivious to everything unfolding behind me. At that moment, I replaced the magazine and intently focused on the group of armed individuals below. I had but one thought. Should anyone dare to retaliate, I would undoubtedly raise my rifle and pick them off one by one. Now, I offer you a chance. Throw down your weapons and scram. If I catch anyone hiding firearms, I assure you, with over 100 people in my dormitory and dozens of rifles, you won't even make it to your vehicle. See? I told you so. The third is definitely off. He never boasted before, and look at him now, rambling endlessly, the fourth remarked, pointing at me. Shut your mouth. Do you understand tactics? Is this boasting? The leader retorted. What tactics? The fourth queried, perplexed. Tactics mean one must boast at this very moment, the second interjected with a sidelong glance at the fourth. Standing beside me, Liu Yimei, ever vigilant, silently clicked her tongue and muttered, Is the dormitory allocation based on IQ at your school? What did you say? Are you insulting me, or them? I shot Liu Yimei a glance. Upon hearing my words, she nodded, realizing her comment had inadvertently veered towards veiled criticism. Still no movement, Is there? Very well. I shall count to 3, 1, I shouted. Don't count, don't count, we urged, our voices rising in unison. The moment he spoke, I felt a scratch in my throat. I turned the gun towards the raspy-voiced 1S vehicle and fired several shots, all striking the body of the car. Shut up. Don't you know that when you speak, I get phlegm? I exclaimed, before firing a few more rounds into the ground beside him. All right, I want to say a word, the raspy-voiced one said, terrified as he extended an arm from behind the vehicle. Still talking, are we? Quickly, throw down your guns now. I was thoroughly exasperated. I, in a society governed by law, acting like a thug was one thing. But in what felt like the apocalypse, continuing to act like one was absurd. Did they believe they could stand tall? Who would indulge them? Such a bunch of fools. With a furious shout from me, a slew of handguns were tossed out from behind the vehicle. A quick glance revealed around a dozen of them. I paid little mind to it, instead quietly inquiring Liu Yimei, how far can the most distant drone fly? Enough! I shall let you off this time. While I haven't changed my mind yet, hurry and leave, I shouted. The raspy-voiced one didn't dare stand, instead encouraging those around him to raise their hands first. Upon seeing that one of his subordinates had climbed into a vehicle, I refrained from firing, allowing the raspy-voiced one to be assisted by 2 others as he hurriedly entered the car. The convoy swiftly departed from Haicheng University, and shortly thereafter, a drone shot up into the sky, heading straight for the vehicle convoy. In the dormitory, a group of individuals gathered around Liu Yi, watching the mobile phone linked to the remote control. The drone hovered above, surveying the convoy, and as it observed the place where the convoy finally halted, a collective gasp of shock escaped from the group. The prison? Liu Yimei exclaimed in astonishment. What about the prison? The leader and his companions inquired, puzzled. Liu Yimei cast a glance at me, her expression becoming grave as she remarked, ruthlessly vicious criminals, coupled with the guards' weaponry. She fell silent, but everyone understood the danger posed by a group of armed, ruthless individuals. What about retaliation? The second asked. Out of prison. At least several hundred of them, the leader murmured. Your third brother is indestructible. He can effortlessly turn the tide and restore order to the city in no time. I joked. Is this fellow insane? The fourth remarked, astonished by my cheerful demeanor. Insane? Not at all. I'm just about to teach them a lesson, I said, striding towards my dormitory. What are you planning to do? Darling? Mu Chengxue anxiously chased after me. At 10 in the morning, under the incredulous gazes of the crowd, I leapt from the dormitory with the fool in tow. Just as I turned to leave, I heard someone land behind me. What are you doing? I asked. I'm coming with you, Liu Yimei replied, stepping past me. I'm not heading into a fight. Your presence is unnecessary. In a combat team, comprehensive coverage is essential for unforeseen circumstances, Liu Yimei asserted. Hearing this, I opened my mouth to dispute her, but upon reflection, I realized her reasoning was quite sound, so I chose to remain silent. 18 noon. I parked the SWAT armored vehicle at a large factory yard, a considerable distance from the prison. After instructing the fool to open all the factory doors, I drove away. We scoured 7 or 8 factories, employing the same method, and Liu Yimei, seated beside me, gazed at me in confusion. What exactly are you trying to accomplish? I smiled. 1,000 troops responding to a single call. What nonsense is this? Liu Yimei frowned. Dear SWAT comrades, we are outnumbered. A direct confrontation is futile, but we have a fool. This is akin to having 1,000 troops at our disposal. Are you attempting to incite a zombie assault on the prison? That is impossible. The zombies can't get in. I nodded, not intending to let them in. I merely wish to trap them. Liu Yimei furrowed her brow, pondering, then looked at me. Trapping them? Occupying their territory? Her words shifted my perception of this seemingly large-chested woman. Who said that those with ample bosoms lacked intelligence? This was a clear exception. A group of ruffians could brazenly storm in. A school is certainly not a suitable long-term refuge. Only high walls and secure compounds are the best choices. Yuri not guarding against zombies. Correct, I'm guarding against people. Chapter 67. Are you capable? If not, I'll take over 7 factories worth of zombies simply would not suffice for my plan. Thus, we proceeded to raid several elementary and middle schools. Using the same tactic, I had the fool enter, unlock the doors, and then, after he climbed into the vehicle, I honked the horn incessantly. Now, who dares to say I've merely picked up a freeloading fool? This is a treasure, offensive when needed, defensive when necessary, an unparalleled asset. With flamboyant maneuvering, I gathered zombies from several schools and factories, taking over 3 hours to amass them at the prison's main gate amidst a hail of gunfire. Gunfire? I was driving an armored SWAT vehicle. The glass was bulletproof. What could they do to me? If only the opposing marksmen were a tad less skilled, I would have leapt atop the vehicle to mock those fools in the guard towers. Can't he hit me? Ha! You can't. With a triumphant mood, I drove away in the armored vehicle, the vibrant music accompanying my jubilant mood as I swayed to the rhythm with the fool. What a boon! At this moment, the value of the fool far surpassed that of an entire regiment, even a division. Lu Yimei, seated in the passenger seat, observed my elation, her expression a mix of hesitation and curiosity. If you have something to ask, just ask. Why the coyness? I chuckled. Lu Yimei blinked, rolling her eyes. What s with that coyness? Can it even be applied here? How should I describe it? Playing hard to get. I suggested. If your language skills are lacking, just speak plainly. Lu Yimei sighed. Rubbing her temples, I laughed heartily. Are you trying to say that with so many armed individuals and such high walls, surrounding them with zombies is utterly ineffective? Lu Yimei nodded, confirming my interpretation. I grinned widely. I'm not foolish. They have so many people and weapons. A direct confrontation won't work. I aim to exhaust their resources. Even if I can waste their ammunition, that's a win. And then? I pouted. I hadn't thought that far. Lu Yimei, frustrated, turned away, likely pondering how she had ended up on the same boat as a group of fools. No wonder she felt this way. After hours of effort, it seemed all I had done was create a minor inconvenience for the other side. The entire situation felt absurd, as if we were merely playing a prank. I parked the vehicle in front of a well-known mega supermarket in Launcher. Intending to disembark with the fool. I'm coming too, Lu Yimei exclaimed. What for? Delivering a delightful afternoon tea to the zombies. I shot her a glance as I closed the vehicle door. Not bringing her along was not due to doubting her abilities, but rather, I didn't want outsiders to discern my capabilities, at least not to the SWAT team. Even during my conversation with Lu Yimei, I had simply feigned ignorance. Did they truly believe I was aimlessly concocting plans? After exerting considerable effort for several hours, I was fully aware that retaliation from the other side was an inevitability. A group of ruthless individuals would never tolerate such an affront. Yet a head-on clash was absolutely out of the question. Amidst the gunfire, there would surely be casualties. That was the last thing I wished to witness. I must secure time for myself, time to devise a plan, and time to seek additional supplies. Near the first prison of Launcher, due to the presence of these lawless criminals, I am certain that no one dares to scavenge for resources in this vicinity. Moreover, that group of inmates seems too intimidated to enter enclosed spaces, lacking the capability to do so. The military has utilized drones to eradicate most of the zombies within the urban area, yet those lurking in the buildings remained in confined spaces, if one does not possess abilities akin to mine or that of a fool. Even entering with a rocket launcher would be tantamount to courting death. This thought. I suddenly realized I needed to visit the temporary shelter. I must inform them not to foolishly draw attention by fleeing at the sight of zombies in the streets. Otherwise, all my efforts over the past several hours would be in vain. After all, my actions could be seen as a service to the public. I regretted not having retained the phone number of that company commander, forcing me to make this trip myself. Accompanied by the fool, I cautiously entered the supermarket. The interior was shrouded in darkness, with the occasional low moan of zombies piercing the silence. Holding my breath, I led the fool up to the second floor via the elevator. Upon arrival, I was immediately struck by a headache. It was too dark, and visibility was severely impaired within the depths of the supermarket. There were far too many zombies. Within the limited area I could see, no fewer than 20 zombies were aimlessly wandering about. Fool, go up and bring down 2 zombies at a time. Do you understand? I instructed. The fool gave a silly smile and nodded in acknowledgement. Coordinating with him, we managed to eliminate all the zombies on the second floor in just over half an hour. After another 2 hours, we began transferring supplies to the vehicle. However, feeling our efficiency was woefully inadequate, I decided to drive the armored vehicle directly into the mall, positioning it at the elevator entrance. Fortunately, the armored vehicle was spacious enough to accommodate bags of rice, flour, and barrels of oil. We loaded every vacuum-sealed food item without exception. Had it not been for the prolonged power outage causing the meat and fish to spoil, I felt we could have made several more trips. Exiting the supermarket, we sang joyously along the way, stopping to refuel the vehicle. Glancing at the ample space inside, I also filled 2 large barrels with gasoline. Just as I started the engine, the passenger door swung open, startling me. Seeing Liu Yimei settle in beside me, I couldn't help but feel exasperated. "Why are you everywhere?" I inquired. "Since I'm part of the team now, I must contribute. I cannot simply indulge in idle comforts." Liu Yimei retorted, her expression far from amiable. I chose not to argue with her. If all future recruits possessed such determination, it would indeed be a positive development. After nearly an hour of frenetic driving, I was utterly dumbfounded upon reaching the outskirts of the shelter. Gazing at the distant sea of writhing zombies, I lit a cigarette and took a deep drag. The absence of gunfire indicated a lack of resistance. It appeared the area had succumbed. "It seems they must have fallen," Liu Yimei lamented. "I had intended to notify them here not to concern themselves with the zombies at the prison. Now, it seemed we truly had to rely on our own wits." Discarding the cigarette butt, I turned the vehicle around. "Quick, quick, quick." Suddenly, Liu Yimei cried out. "Quick, quick, quick," she urged, gripping my shoulder anxiously. Glancing down at my torn clothing, I stared blankly at Liu Yimei. "Are special police so eager? Must everything be resolved immediately? At least give me a moment to acclimate. Quick, 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 can you handle it? If not, I'll take over." The vehicle began to slow, and Liu Yimei seemed desperate to pull me closer to her. "Can I manage?" "Do you really think so?" That single remark pierced my pride. I must make her realize her own limitations. While I could tolerate her questioning my character, I could not abide her doubts regarding my capabilities in that regard. Before I could assert my prowess, Liu Yimei climbed over from the passenger seat, pressing her foot firmly onto the one I had on the accelerator. The car surged forward with a jolt. I was momentarily stunned. What was happening? If she wished to use me as a cushion, I had no objection. But must she be so forceful? Chapter 68. Desperate Madness. Boom, boom. Just as I was on the verge of losing control and dealing with Liu Yimei on the spot, a series of deafening explosions erupted from behind the vehicle. Struggling to peer out the window, I saw the distant landscape engulfed in flames, the sky illuminated in an orange hue. Damn. I couldn't help but widen my eyes in astonishment. "You nearly got us killed. I told you to hurry," Liu Yimei scolded, exasperated. "How was I to know you meant to speed up?" I replied innocently. With a huff, Liu Yimei pulled the car to the side. Her cheeks flushed as she turned away, resting her chin on her hand. "What's wrong, darling?" I asked, attempting to charm her. "Look at Liu Yi," she replied, her face clouded with displeasure. Bewildered, I took the phone she handed me. Why did she look so upset? Had I done something wrong? With a heart full of questions, I glanced at the phone screen, which displayed footage from a drone's perspective. Watching the video, my expression gradually soured. "When was this filmed?" I inquired. "Half an hour ago. I wanted to verify if those individuals were up to anything. And this is what I discovered," Liu Yi replied, stomping her foot in frustration. "What's wrong?" I asked, as the last of the supplies were brought upstairs, and Liu Yimei jumped through the window. I handed the phone to Liu Yimei, who was aghast at the sight. "These people are utterly deranged. They actually forcing the living to flee in order to distract the zombies at the prison gate." Upon hearing this, Liu Yimei furrowed her brow. The footage depicted inmates hurling a woman over a high wall to scatter the horde of zombies. Watching the scene of the injured woman being devoured by the undead, Liu Yimei could no longer bear it. "This is unacceptable. We cannot permit such disregard for human life. Let us focus on our own survival for now," I suggested. Sensing their approach, I nodded in agreement with Liu Yi. Time was of the essence, and we could not predict when those fiends might retaliate. Without further ado, I leaped out the window, landing on the ground from the second floor without any assistance. Upon landing, I was astonished by my own agility. To appear even more formidable, I feigned nonchalance, brushing the dust off my trousers. The others stared at me as if I were a specter. "What are you gawking at?" I glared at them, then pulled the fool along towards the adjacent dormitory building. "Something feels off," the leader murmured. "This is not merely off. It's downright bizarre. Try leaping from the second floor and landing lightly like that." The second in command exclaimed. "This fellow must have summoned a guardian spirit." The fourth chimed in with jealousy. Whose guardian spirit? The leader asked. Spider-Man, Iron Man, Thor, the Hulk, the sixth replied, rolling his eyes as he followed me. Is this kid asking for a beating? The leader pointed at the retreating sixth. As the eldest, you have the authority. You should deal with him, the second insisted. Exploding him is not an option. He must not bear any psychological burden. He must cooperate fully, the leader asserted. Be brave. Fight like a man, the fourth incited. You should find your guardian spirit. Perhaps they mistook you for someone else. The leader shot a glare at the fourth before heading in my direction. Before sunset, we cleared out the zombies from the opposite dormitory building. In the process, we also addressed the nearby building where Mu Chengxue resided, much to her delight. For this alone, I felt my exhaustion was worthwhile. That evening, we gathered together to enjoy hand-pulled noodles with egg sauce while discussing our strategy. Everyone contributed their thoughts, yet the five of us from the dormitory, along with the fool, remained silent, focused on our meal. The leader had once mentioned that when confronted with individuals more intelligent than ourselves, it was prudent to speak less, for too many words could lead to unnecessary criticism. Initially, a few young ladies would occasionally reach out to us. Yet our stance was unequivocal. You hold the reins, whatever you decide, we shall execute. As time progressed, these young women grasped the futility of soliciting our opinions and, consequently, began to disregard us entirely, which brought a sense of relief to my companions and me. 3 days later, in accordance with their plans, everything was in place, merely awaiting the adversary's descent into the trap. They mobilized, with a convoy of over a dozen vehicles and at least 100 individuals storming the dormitory. Clamoring loudly, Chapter 69. The medical school in Parajiangyi had previously questioned whether such brazen reconnaissance and surveillance would go unnoticed by the opposition. However, after deliberation among a few individuals, they ultimately acquiesced to my perspective. The aim was to let them know that their every action was under our watchful gaze, testing their audacity to engage us. The convoy sped along, heading directly to our school. While others wore expressions of gravity, I merely smiled and instructed everyone to take their positions, preparing to receive the guests. This time, my dormitory brothers refrained from jesting and complied with the plan. Departing without protest, drones hovered above, trailing us, while I had already positioned myself atop the roof of the adjacent dormitory. Although this plan appeared flawless, the potential for unforeseen variables loomed large. Are you truly at ease with this? Lu Yimei whispered beside me. I paused, acknowledging her concern. Of course I trust you. Why would I doubt your judgment? I countered with a smile. After a moment of silence, Lu Yimei shook her head and remarked, as a leader, you are indeed unqualified, yet remarkably competent. How contradictory, I chuckled. Lu Yimei nodded, explaining that while a leader requires charisma, which I lacked, when it came to mutual trust, I had succeeded. Regarding Lu Yimei's assessment, I remained non-committal. Perhaps I could accept it, albeit reluctantly, if I were to rebut. I truly could not pinpoint any flaws in her words. If it were you, what would you do? I retorted. Lu Yimei fell silent once more. Contemplating, perhaps I would act similarly. Hearing this, I nodded with satisfaction. Then there is no need for further discussion. I anticipate their arrival. The drone maintained its vigil, yet as we reached the intersection leading to our school, the convoy unexpectedly sped past without decelerating. Darling, it seems their target is not us. Lu Yimei shouted from the opposite building. I was momentarily taken aback, inquiring, where are they headed? Upon hearing medical school, my brow furrowed. That institution housed hundreds of students, with nearly 200 being young women. How could a group armed solely with cold weapons contend against assailants wielding firearms? The memory of the woman who perished in that video gripped my fists tightly. What do we do now? Lu Yimei asked. I pondered briefly, then tucked several magazines into my tactical vest and turned towards the dormitory entrance. You're insane. The first floor is crawling with zombies. How do you plan to get out? Lu Yimei chastised. Upon seeing me jump from the second floor, Lu Yimei and the others anxiously inquired what we should do. When they learned I intended to investigate the medical school, their faces displayed clear reluctance. Yet, observing my retreating figure, they understood that their pleas would be in vain. Just as I leaped over the wall and prepared to quicken my pace, footsteps echoed behind me. I turned to see Lao Er, Lao Si, and Lao Lu, fully armed, following closely. What are you doing? I questioned. Tio share in fortune and misfortune, Lao Lu asserted resolutely. You want to be a hero? You can't leave me out, can you? Lao Er chimed in. Grinning, Tio, vanquish evil and save the world. As is the duty of a cultivator, all right. All right, we interrupted Lao Si in unison. Gazing at the trio, typically unremarkable, my heart swelled with pride. What does it mean to be brothers? This is brotherhood. Understanding the dangers yet still stepping forward to brave the unknown together. A bond that is priceless. Let us move, I declared proudly. The three exchanged knowing smiles, their steps firm and resolute. Watch it, you little rascal. How did big-breasted sister teach you? Don't point the gun at me, Lao Er bellowed after we had run a short distance. Oh, got it. Lao Lu adjusted the gun away. Don't aim it at me either, you fool, Lao Si yelled. Following behind, I felt a wave of helplessness wash over me, regretting my earlier bravado. On the main road, a few scattered zombies posed no threat. I dispatched them without the need for my companions to intervene. Just as we were about to reach the outer wall of the medical school, a series of gunshots erupted from within. The four of us exchanged glances, hastening our pace. This was my first time entering the medical school, and I had no clear idea of what awaited us inside. The only things guiding me were the incessant gunfire and the cries of anguish. We hadn't walked far when I realized the medical school was relatively small, comparable to a high school. It took us less than 10 minutes to reach the scene of the incident. It appeared to be a gymnasium, with a spacious area in front, complete with flower beds and trees. At the far end of the open space stood several statues. We crouched behind one of the statues, peering cautiously. This distance is hard to gauge, Lao Er muttered. Lao Lu, you're taller. Take a look, he suggested. Lao Lu nodded and stood up to climb onto the statue's base. Damn it, I yanked Lao Lu down. What are you thinking? Did I ask you to expose yourself? I scolded furiously. Have you never seen a military film? Do you know what exposure means? Lao Er chided Lao Lu. Exposure means being naked, understand? Lao Si added through gritted teeth. I shot a despairing glance at Lao Si. At this moment, I truly had no desire to correct their foolishness. If I had any lingering thoughts, it was to end my life on the spot. I had had enough. Impatiently, I muttered, taking cover behind the bushes in the flower bed. I slowly crawled forward. When I was about 20 meters from the gymnasium, I reached the end of the flower bed, meaning I could advance no further. Slowly raising my body, I peeked out to survey the scene. Good heavens, at least 100 individuals surrounded the entrance of the gymnasium, each one menacing, and it was clear they were not up to any good. The only solace was that among the throng, most wielded sticks and makeshift weapons, with only a dozen or so brandishing firearms, predominantly handguns. With such poorly equipped foes, we could easily engage them. What are you doing here? Chapter 70. I am cowardly, am I wrong? We're concerned for you, Lao Lu replied in a hushed voice. I genuinely wanted to express my wish to distance myself from these three. I was fine on my own, but with them around, I would inevitably meet my demise. Your expression suggests you think we are acting unnecessarily, Lao Er said, puffing out his cheeks. Exactly, that is precisely what I mean, Lao Si chimed in. Are you certain? I shot back at Lao Si, my frustration boiling over. Just then, Lao Lu gasped softly, interrupting our quarrel. Seeing Lao Lu's pained expression, I quickly leaned out to look outside. At that moment, chaos erupted. The assailants, armed with knives, guns, and clubs, stormed into the gymnasium. However, the crowd inside was soon forced out. The assailants fought and retreated as if following a preordained plan, suddenly scattering. When the assailants finally dispersed, the students who had pursued them were met with a hail of gunfire. I witnessed a brutal massacre as many boys my age were shot down at the entrance. Even more tragically, those who rushed to save their fallen comrades also succumbed to the bloodshed. What fools! Why charge without firearms? Don't they have any sense? Lao Er lamented, pounding the ground in anger. Inside, a voice boomed. We only want the women. Hand over the girls, and we won't harm anyone outside. Damn it. Lao San is going to fight, Lao Er exclaimed, looking at me with excitement, his eyes pleading for my guidance. What are you thinking? What time is it? Lao Er's frustration erupted when I remained silent for too long. Lao San, evil must be eradicated, Lao Si urged, his gaze fixed on me. I'll follow your lead. Lao Lu echoed, looking to me for direction. Seeing the eager expressions on their faces, I silently shook my head. You are being cowardly? Lao Er was taken aback, unable to comprehend that his once invincible brother could feel fear. I kept my head down, refusing to speak. If you want to go, then I will. Lao air, disappointed, prepared to rise. I grasped his shoulder firmly, holding him down. I am cowardly. Is that wrong? Who are they? Do we even know them? Why should we risk our lives for them? I fear losing any one of you. Is it wrong to be afraid? Upon hearing this, the three fell into a heavy silence, their heads bowing in acknowledgement. Perhaps now they understood that this was not a time for reckless bravado. If we were 4 seasoned soldiers, if we could ensure that every bullet fired would take down an enemy, I would charge out without a second thought. But the reality was that we were merely 4 students, and to put it bluntly, after firing a weapon, we wouldn't even know where the bullets would land. The enemy vastly outnumbered us and possessed far superior firepower. One misstep could lead to irreparable consequences. My vehement tone was met with a renewed silence among my brothers. Yet outside, the world was anything but quiet. The incessant crack of gunfire testified to the vibrant, youthful lives slipping away from us. With my eyes closed, I endured the torment within. I awaited the opportune moment, hoping that the man from the medical school, named Peng Fei, would provide me with a reason to venture out. Very well, if you choose to remain hidden, do not blame us. Charge forth, leaving none alive, and strive not to harm the women. With a commanding shout, the man ordered all the criminals present, with those wielding firearms leading the charge towards the entrance of the gymnasium. Bang, bang, bang. Just as those ruthless individuals were about to breach the gymnasium's doors, a barrage of Molotov cocktails was hurled from the second-floor windows. The area before the gym was instantly engulfed in a raging sea of flames. The first wave of prisoners, caught at the forefront, was immediately consumed by the inferno, their anguished cries reverberating through the AIs possessing firearms truly impressive. Dare to advance further, and I shall incinerate you. A male student within the gym shouted defiantly. Hearing this voice steadied my heart. I recognized it well. It belonged to that young man, Peng Fei. As long as he still drew breath, the medical school would not fall so easily. Outside the gym, the prisoners watched helplessly as their comrades were burned alive, seemingly indifferent to their plight. Perhaps they never even considered attempting a rescue. Their demeanor suggested a complete lack of concern. Was this futile resistance truly of any use? Do you not fear that I might attract a horde of zombies to encircle you? The leading prisoner bellowed. The man laughed, a derisive and wild laugh. Dio, you truly believe this is a game? We must exit through the front. With a mere glance at his companions, the man signaled, and the line of prisoners quickly scattered. They grouped in pairs, each 10 or so accompanied by an armed individual, and began their assault on every window. Although the first-floor windows of the gym were barricaded, this group began to scale the railings towards the second-floor windows. Scatter! Old 4 urged me. My eyes were glued to the unfolding chaos as I nodded in agreement. Patience was still required. The time was not yet ripe. How long do you intend to wait? Old 2 asked anxiously. I could not articulate the intricacies of the situation, but I sensed that something was amiss. It was still too precarious to venture out. Soon enough, resistance emerged from the second floor of the gym. Nearly every window had a male student on guard. With unwavering resolve, they thrust their rifles at the approaching prisoners scaling the walls. The gymnasium had transformed into a battleground. Gunfire echoed throughout the premises as students struck down their assailants one by one. The wounded students and the pierced prisoners fell from the heights above. Thus, the grand conflict officially commenced. Observing the initial wave of assailants nearing the second floor, the man at the front gestured to his remaining subordinates. Without hesitation, those few rushed towards the entrance. As they barreled through the doors, the Molotov cocktails finally arrived. Albeit belatedly, it became clear to me that the medical school's forces were already stretched thin, struggling to cope. I finally understood. The leader outside was not merely a reckless brute. The strategy of feinting was executed with masterful finesse. Prisoners continued to suffer casualties, while students defending the upper level faced significant losses as well. This was an inevitable outcome. Against handguns, any exposed head would attract a bullet. Choosing to remain concealed. If you do, you will only allow them to infiltrate through the windows. Once one enters, others will follow, and soon the front and windows will fall. Even if the remaining students are numerous, they cannot withstand armed assailants. Is it not time? Old 2 looked at me. I furrowed my brow and shook my head. Rushing out now would leave us vulnerable to being flanked by the prisoners on either side. Before long, the gym's main entrance was utterly compromised, and the unmistakable sounds of female screams echoed from within. At that moment, I felt a desperate urgency, yet I was powerless. I wanted to seize the advantage, but all I found were unfavorable winds. Chapter 71. A battle of positions. The second-floor windows of the gym began to fall one by one, and I knew that if we did not act soon, any hope of rescue would vanish. I cursed under my breath in frustration. I will take control of the leader. Old 2, you and Old 4 go right, and Old 6, you follow me to the left. Before I could finish speaking, Old 2 and Old 4 shouted and charged out. Staring in disbelief at the two, I felt an urge to curse them, but it was too late. I could only scramble up and follow Old 6 into the fray. You two fools, do you know what stealth means? I shouted in exasperation. The thicket lay just 20 meters from the leader, only a few seconds away. Yet those precious moments were squandered by these two imbeciles. The vigilant leader, leaning against a car and smoking, became acutely aware of the sounds behind him. My heart sank as I realized the peril. Those damned vehicles stood as obstacles between us and the prisoners. We exposed ourselves in the open, but the criminals used the cars as cover. Damn it, concentrate fire on him, quickly. I understood that we had no choice but to act. If we retreated, we would be left in a wide open space, effectively inviting our doom. The only path was forward, to seize control of their leader. If we could capture him, we would command the chaos that would surely ensue. Fortunately, at this critical moment, the unspoken camaraderie among my brothers proved invaluable. Seeing me firing at the leader behind the car, they immediately discarded their previous plan and unleashed a barrage of gunfire at him, forcing him to cower and hide. Thankfully, the leader was unarmed. Otherwise, one of us would surely have been hit. I leaped onto the car's roof and vaulted over, with the remaining 3 following suit. We unleashed a flurry of shots, striking the leader on the right side of his face with the butt of my rifle. And I shouted, "Command them to halt. Anyone who dares to advance will meet their end." I pressed the rifle against the man's forehead, bellowing in fury. The man cast a scornful glance at me. "You little brat, have you ever taken a life? Do you know the sound of a bullet striking bone? Do you dare? I despise this kind of arrogant bravado. Though you think you are the protagonist of some time-traveling novel, leading a band of invincible henchmen, you are sorely mistaken." Before I could unleash a flurry of blows to show him why the flowers bloom as they do, Old 4, that fool, stood up beside me, leveling his rifle at the man's legs and opened fire. "Who dares to approach? One more step and I will end you," Old 4 shouted with bravado. I stared in shock at the man crumpled on the ground, his legs shattered. "What the hell have you done? You've rendered him incapable of threatening anyone." I glared at Old 4 in disbelief. These were merely prisoners. What kind of order could they possibly follow? This foolish leader had risen to power through sheer brute force. Now that Old 4 had incapacitated him, he was no longer a figure of authority in the eyes of the other prisoners. As expected, the surrounding criminals hesitated for only a moment before disregarding Old 4's threats and surged forward once more. "Damn it, you fool! You've brought us to ruin," I shouted, scrambling for cover to fire back. Old 4, closest to me, quickly used the car as a shield, but Old 6 and Old 2 were left exposed. Those two were in dire straits. Had it not been for our focus on armed opponents, they would have surely been taken down. Seeing this, I felt an overwhelming urgency and called out to Old 6, "How are you holding up?" "It's nothing, third brother, just a graze on my thigh. It's not serious." Old 6's response reassured me somewhat, yet the frustration within me remained pent up. I genuinely wished to shoot Old 4 for his foolishness, but I found my weapon drawn instead toward the man with the shattered leg. "This is what you get for your bravado." I pulled the trigger, and the man's cries were swiftly silenced. "What now, third brother?" Old 6 inquired. "We fight. What else is there? If we can't shoot accurately, we'll fire into the crowd. I refuse to believe we can't take them down." As I spoke, the brothers and I guarded our respective angles, using the car as cover, and resumed our fierce exchange of gunfire. Shell casings flew from our weapons, and magazines were depleted one after another. It wasn't until the enemy ceased firing and took cover that I called for a halt. "Damn it, I'm out of bullets." "Old 6, do you have any left?" I shouted hoarsely. Just as Old 6 was about to respond, he caught my intense gaze, and we exchanged a knowing look. Seeing Old 6's growth filled me with pride. Today, He finally stepped out of the shadow of foolishness. I was about to exclaim my pride when Old Four interjected. You two are really wasteful. Look at me. I still have a full magazine. Damn it! I cursed inwardly. I had intended to use our lack of ammunition to lure the enemy into revealing themselves, hoping they would rush us, allowing us to reap a bountiful harvest. But this fool had ruined my perfect plan. I glared at Old Four with a murderous intent. If this scoundrel dares to utter another word, I swear I shall have Lao Lu teach him, right then and there, what it truly means to be confronted by the blooming chrysanthemum. I find myself at a loss, unsure of what to do. Look at my second brother, so clear-headed even in this damp environment. It baffles me how Lao Si, who rises in the middle of the night to absorb the essence of the heavens and earth, has seemingly squandered it all. Just moments ago, I exchanged a knowing glance with Lao Er, only to witness these two knaves seated on the ground, meticulously dividing their ammunition. One for you, one for me. Their division was astonishingly meticulous. I came to a realization. It wasn't that Lao Er understood me, but rather that I had been foolish, failing to discern the true nature of those around me, and unable to comprehend the extent of their intellectual deficiencies. Lao Er, my second brother, did not grasp my intent. He had genuinely run out of all his bullets. Chapter 72. Communicating with the enlightened, the gunfire within the gymnasium ceased abruptly. Moments ago, there had been screams from the girls and the sounds of struggle, yet now an eerie silence enveloped the space. Faced with such a sudden change, my heart raced with anxiety. Glancing at the entrance of the gym, I felt a pang of panic. I genuinely feared that a few prisoners might emerge, dragging a multitude of students with them to threaten me. However, my efforts proved fruitful. I spotted Peng Fei, holding a Molotov cocktail, peering out from the second floor. "What's it like in there?" I inquired, raising my voice. Upon seeing me, Peng Fei hesitated momentarily, but quickly regained his composure. "It's under control. Thanks, man," he replied. Nodding in acknowledgement, I turned my gaze toward the concealed prisoners. "You've already lost. It's not too late to retreat now." They remained silent, seemingly uninterested in my words. "Lao Er, do you see those exposed arms and legs?" I asked. Lao Er nodded. "They came out while practicing their shooting. Let us take them down one by one," I suggested. Lao Er and Lao Si exchanged wicked grins and nodded, preparing to commence their performance. Having instructed the duo, I turned my attention back to Peng Fei. Without uttering a word, I mimed the action of throwing something. It must be said, communicating with the enlightened is truly profound. Had I been conversing with these three fools, who knows what absurdities might have ensued? As ordinary, albeit somewhat foolish, university students, Lao Er and Lao Si truly exemplified the saying. Incapable of achieving anything, yet leaving nothing behind, in a mere few minutes, they had wasted over a dozen rounds of ammunition without landing a single shot on the opponent. I withheld any commentary, for I had never entertained the notion that they could actually hit anyone. My intent in allowing them this indulgence was merely to suppress the adversary, preventing them from making any erratic movements. While relying on Peng Fei and his Molotov cocktails to handle these ruffians, before long, the plan began to yield results. One by one, human fireballs tumbled forth from behind trees or corners, shrieking in agony, their cries resonating with an indescribable discomfort. "Goodness, how brutal," Lauer muttered, peeking out. "If you fall into their hands, the brutality you face will be far worse." I rolled my eyes in response. "What would that look like?" Lao Lu whispered shyly. I shot him a glare. "What a foolish expression. And you think that's attractive?" Lao Lu shyly nudged me, sending me tumbling. "Lao San, these fellows must be out of bullets. They haven't fired a shot this entire time." Lao Si shouted in surprise. I nodded in agreement, though I couldn't discount the possibility that they might be waiting for us to exhaust our ammunition before launching an assault. In a way? "So we're just sitting ducks here?" Lauer exclaimed. Before my words could escape my lips, the opposing side had already begun to stir, perhaps unable to endure the flames any longer. The sound of gunfire erupted, all directed at the second-floor windows of the gymnasium. In an instant, 2 or 3 students were struck, causing them to drop their Molotov cocktails at their feet. Watching the massive flames engulf the gym, I clenched my teeth, trying to endure it. In no time, the gunfire from below ceased. It seemed they truly had run out of ammunition. Reluctantly, they began to charge toward us. "Goodness, they're coming for us." Over 50 of them. What should we do? We can't handle this, Lauer shouted anxiously. Who says we can't? Let them come closer. I replied with a smile as I changed my magazine. Lauer and Lao Si stared at me in shock. You not out of bullets? They exclaimed. When did you hide those? Lauer, Lao Si, you two are so foolish. Lao San is pretending to be out of bullets. He wants them to come closer so he can shoot without needing to say a word. Lao Lu explained. I gave Lao Lu a thumbs up and glanced at the two sides, noting they were nearly even at this moment. They had closed the distance to just 20 meters, at such a range. I could take down dozens even with my eyes closed. Let us go, I shouted, raising my weapon to fire. In mere moments, several adversaries fell to the ground. By the time those at the back realized they had been duped, it was too late. Bullets struck them like peanuts, embedding themselves in their flesh. Lao San, I'm out of bullets, Lao Lu shouted. Having emptied my weapon and taken down another 2 or 3 prisoners, I strapped on my long-forgotten claw hook. I'll handle this side. You 3 take care of that one, I bellowed as I leaped into action. The 3 brothers wasted no time, drawing their blades to meet the incoming foes. Filled with combat fervor, I felt no trepidation facing 5 or 6 men. Rather, I felt a surge of excitement and a mere exchange. My claw hook latched onto one man's neck. Feeling the resistance in my grip, I exerted a slight pull, and his head was wrenched from his body. I was astounded by the result. How could it be? Even with the sharpness of the claw, given the angle and depth of penetration, it should have merely sliced through flesh. How then did his head come off? Did he lack any sinew or bone? After a moment of bewilderment, I quickly grasped the reason why strength had unknowingly reached an astonishing level. Could it be related to that monstrous bite? That was the only conceivable explanation. Dodging a fire axe swung at me, I glanced at Lao Lu and the others. The battle had devolved into a 3-on-2 situation, and it appeared that it wouldn't be long before the fight concluded on our side. After I had decapitated one adversary, the remaining ones seemed to have lost their will to fight. Had I not been relentless in my pursuit, they would have likely fled long ago. Everything appeared to be progressing favorably, and my previously taut nerves began to relax. Yet, as is often the case, just when I had begun to let my guard down, one of my legs was suddenly seized. I looked down in alarm and soon recalled that those who had perished in the earlier battle, whether shot in the head or stabbed, would inevitably rise as zombies. In a moment of distraction, I felt a tightening around my calf. Had it not been for the books strapped to my leg, I would have certainly been bitten again. I dispatched that unfortunate soul with my claw hook, and without a moment to spare, I shouted toward the gym, Peng Fei, quickly organize the survivors. The dead are rising as zombies. Chapter 73. A person needed. Peng Fei reacted swiftly. No sooner had I spoken than many individuals surged forth from the gym, most of whom were girls. It seemed that following this fierce battle, the male students from the medical school had suffered significant losses. Observing that others were already tending to the scene, I leaped into a pickup truck and made a swift U-turn to pursue the fleeing quartet. Who was I chasing? Naturally, the 4 who had taken flight. If the prison were to run amok, we would find ourselves in a precarious position. 2 legs can never outrun 4 wheels. Just around a bend, I spotted those 4 panicked individuals. Without hesitation, I pressed the gas pedal. 2 figures sailed through the air, flying over 10 meters. A truly gruesome sight. I even saw one individual with a severed leg, flailing at 2 meters in length. It must be said, the sensation of running over a person with a vehicle is exhilarating. The remaining 2 did not choose to flee this time but rather charged at me with knives. They weren't foolish. Who doesn't realize they can't outrun a car? You have 2 choices. Tell me how many people and guns are in the prison, and I want to kill you, I declared, positioning myself, ready for their approach. Slow, very slow. Their movement seemed no different from that of a tortoise in my eyes. I could even see the fingers gripping their knife handles. Is this what society has made of you? In this lawful society, you've been coddled, requiring no skills, just shamelessness to be considered part of it. I slashed one man's thigh with my claw hook and casually stepped aside. The injured man grimaced, his face contorted with hatred, rendering it grotesque. What's with that expression? You think you're scarier than a zombie? What era are we in? Stop pretending to be a ruthless killer, I chuckled. You think we want to seize the supplies and women from the medical school? We know exactly who you are, the man growled defiantly. Had he kept quiet, it might have been better. Since he knew my identity, there was no way I could let them go. Watching as I closed in, they exchanged glances and lunged at me simultaneously. Tiomi. They resembled elderly ladies practicing Tai Chi. I effortlessly deflected their weapons and plunged my claw hook into one man's neck. He knelt on the ground. Blood frothing from his mouth, I didn't hurry to withdraw my claw hook. Instead, I slowly lifted it upward, locking eyes with the man, who gazed at me with desperate eyes. Yet, I turned my attention to the other man beside him. Once more, I offer you a chance. How many individuals reside within the prison, and how many firearms are present? Reveal this to me, and I shall grant you your freedom. If you choose silence, I assure you, your fate will be tenfold worse than his. The man's eyes flickered, betraying his internal struggle. I did not press him further. Instead, I tossed the key to the pickup truck onto the ground, approximately 5 or 6 meters away from him. I remained still and said, "Tell me, and then you may take the key and leave." I shrugged my shoulders. The man glanced at me, then at the keys on the ground, and ultimately, with a resigned expression, he dropped the knife he held in his hand. There are over 300 inmates in total, including more than 50 women. The number of firearms is limited. Excluding those used today, there should still be 5 or 6 long guns remaining. Upon hearing this, I scoffed disdainfully and gestured with my hand. You are free to go. Are you truly letting me leave? The man looked at me incredulously. Do you think I am like you? I am a university student, cultured, polite, honest, and trustworthy. His eyes lit up with joy at my words, and without further hesitation, he dashed towards the keys. Bang, 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 bang. 5 shots rang out, all striking him in the back. I strolled over to him, picked up the keys from the ground, and turned to face him. Observing the regret and disbelief in his eyes, I understood the unspoken words. Your integrity? How absurd. I shook my head and remarked, what kind of society are we in, to trust others so easily? No wonder you can only be a thug. With that, I walked away, not forgetting to crush his skull beneath the wheel of the car as I departed. Cursing me? Is that even feasible? Even if the anger is present in your eyes, it matters not. I am utterly unperturbed. Initially, I intended to leave with the trio, but Lao Si informed me that the medical team was attending to Lao Lu's wounds. So I sat in the vehicle for a while. Approaching the car, I was handed a cigarette, and without hesitation, I lit it and took a puff. Xing Tian, thank you. Without you all today, our medical school would have been finished. I shook my head in response. No need for thanks. It was merely a coincidence that I noticed this group of individuals in the prison and paid a bit more attention. They are prisoners? I nodded, recalling that our school had been attacked, which prompted us to seek refuge at your institution. How many of them are still around? Peng Fei inquired. Over 200, armed. You must devise a plan. I cannot guarantee they will not retaliate, I cautioned. This. Peng Fei glanced towards the gymnasium where they had taken refuge. It appears my perspective was too limited. I initially thought we could endure a few months until rescue arrived. But unexpectedly, 3 days prior, I had visited the port shelter, which had transformed into a sea of zombies. I leaned against the car door and spoke softly. Upon hearing this, Peng Fei's face turned ashen, and the cigarette in his hand trembled slightly. Noticing his reaction, I smiled faintly. However, when I left, several missiles struck the horde from the sea, indicating that the military has not abandoned the shelter. Really? Peng Fei's eyes widened with surprise. Given that there are currently few zombies on the main road, you might take your classmates and test your luck. Aren't you going to join us? Peng Fei asked. I shook my head and patted the rifle slung over my shoulder. I have this. I do not require anyone's protection. We can discuss it later. Who knows how the zombies might evolve next? The skilled are daring. No, unity is strength. Just as Peng Fei and I were conversing, Lao Lu limped out of the gymnasium, accompanied by a petite girl with a round face. How are you? I inquired. The wound is somewhat deep. I received 8 stitches and need to rest for a while. The girl spoke first. You performed the stitches? I directed my question towards her. My name is Tian Chi-Chi, a surgical prodigy, Peng Fei introduced. Glancing at Lao Lu's leg, I turned to Tian Chi-Chi. Come with me? You'll have delicious food and drink. You only need to handle our medical needs. Are you up for it? Chapter 74. Life in the medical school was truly harsh. My proposition momentarily stunned Tianji. And even Peng Fei nearby looked taken aback. Third brother, Don't frighten this girl. Lao Lu shot me a reproachful glance. Hearing Lao Lu refer to Tian Qiqi as a sister made my head throb with irritation. This old fool. How can he not see that the girl named Tian Qiqi looks at him with a peculiar gaze? Calling her sister. Does he not realize we are short one surgeon here? I genuinely wished to signal Lao Lu, but with Peng Fei and Tian Qiqi present, any attempt to do so would be akin to throwing myself into a trap. I dare, I exclaimed, astonished at Tian Qiqi's self-confidence. Did she truly believe she could convince Lao Lu to change his mind, despite knowing he was resistant? Peng Fei, could you assist? After recovering from my shock, I turned to Peng Fei. He offered a bitter smile. I'm barely able to save myself. Following you is merely a means of survival. Why not? I'll go gather my things, Tian Qiqi declared before dashing back into the gymnasium. I genuinely wanted to call out to her, to inform her that our Haicheng University lacked nothing, but in Peng Fei's presence, I felt it inappropriate to undermine her dignity. Lao Si had just helped Lao Lu into the vehicle when Tian Qiqi emerged from the gym. 2 other girls in tow, carrying their belongings. What is going on? I asked my classmates, all from the surgical program. Tian Qiqi replied. Looking at me with anticipation, I nodded. Get in the car. Make some room. The remaining space is yours. Peng Fei. Peng Fei gratefully nodded and remained silent. The medical school was not far from Haicheng University, and within minutes, we arrived at the outer wall. A group of people climbed over, but as Lao Lu scaled the wall, the freshly stitched wound tore open once more. Though Lao Lu insisted he was fine, I couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. I'll go with you. Do you know what medicine to bring? Tian Qiqi offered. I considered her words and, realizing their validity, agreed to accompany her towards the infirmary. It had been a long time since I had strolled through the campus like this, and after a while, Tian Qiqi suddenly remarked, I haven't felt this way in ages. Curiously, I asked, how did you manage to sleep in the gym? We slept tightly packed. What does that mean? I inquired. Inside the gym, there are some training mats, but their number is limited, and without blankets, we had no choice but to huddle together for warmth. I chuckled softly, shaking my head. You never thought of clearing out a dormitory? The boys disagreed, saying it was too dangerous. And the girls lacked the capability, Tian Qiqi replied, her lips pursing slightly. I smirked. People act in their own interest. It's only natural. And you? What about your situation? Tian Qiqi asked, looking up at me. We keep it simple. We share both the joys and the burdens. Just like today, when I decided to come and see you all, my 3 brothers insisted on accompanying me out of concern for my safety. Thankfully they did. Otherwise, not only would we have failed to rescue you, but I might have perished as well. I expected that my words would elicit envy, jealousy, or admiration for this bond of brotherhood. Yet after a moment of silence, I was met with a mere, understated, that's nice, that's it? Is that your idea of praise? Doesn't that seem a bit too perfunctory? Upon reaching the infirmary door, I gestured for Tian Qiqi to be silent, then slowly approached. Had it not been for this girl, I wouldn't have had to act like a wolf with a big tail. I could have simply kicked the door open and entered. But alas, I had my secrets to keep. Gently pulling open the infirmary door, I sidled in, and just a minute or 2 later, I emerged and waved at Tian Qiqi. When she entered the infirmary, her expression was one of disbelief as she surveyed the 5 or 6 zombies on the ground. Did you just do this? She asked, astonished. I waved dismissively. Just a basic skill, nothing remarkable. Why do you find zombies so unimpressive? Tian Qiqi still seemed skeptical. In truth, they are quite easy to dispatch. The only reason your school's boys hesitate is fear. After a few encounters, one learns the tricks to eliminate them. What a fabrication. I thought to myself, knowing I couldn't reveal the truth, that I had held my breath and they hadn't seen me, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. I in such a confined space, without my unique abilities. Even 1 or 2 mutated zombies could overwhelm an ordinary person. There was no room to evade. One had to confront them head-on. Tian Qiqi had never witnessed such a scene, making her susceptible to my deception. She believed my words without a second thought. As she rummaged through the cabinets, I realized the advantage of having a doctor nearby. Various medications and equipment I could not name were expertly handled by Tian Qiqi, who explained their uses as she packed them away. Ultimately, the 2 of us nearly emptied the infirmary. I removed my down jacket and handed it to Tian Qiqi, who seemed genuinely cold, and without hesitation, she donned it immediately. You all have dealt with quite a few zombies at school, yet you've gotten so cold. Wouldn't it be better to strip the clothing off the zombies? A chilling wind swept through, causing me to shiver. Those studying medicine tend to be somewhat fastidious, Tian Chichi replied, her nose reddening as she pouted. Still not cold enough? If you were truly freezing, would you still be so particular? I retorted. With a swift turn, I led Tian Chichi to Fat Sister's clothing and lingerie store. We cleared the shelves of all remaining garments in one go. With the large bundle secured on my back, one could only catch glimpses of my feet behind me. You possess astonishing strength, Tian Chichi exclaimed, her eyes wide with surprise. Dear lady, how can you appear as if you have never seen the world before? I am from the sports department, unlike those refined boys. That makes sense. Once again, just 2 words, truly incisive. Tio call her the conversation terminator would not be an exaggeration at all. What's the matter? I approached and inquired. Darling, Lao Lu can't exert any strength in this leg. He can't ascend the stairs, Mu Chengxue said anxiously. I uttered an "oh," then placed the enormous package on my back down on the ground, breaking it into smaller portions, allowing everyone to choose what they desired, before requesting the curtains from below. At this juncture, no one possessed the heart to sift through such items. Each person simply gathered a large handful of clothing and stood aside. I lay down and pointed at the curtain fabric, looking towards Lao Lu. Lao Lu had always been obedient to my commands, and without hesitation, he lay down on top. Have you ever seen how ethnic minorities carry their children? As I jumped into the windowsill with Lao Lu on my back, everyone downstairs gaped, incredulously watching as I disappeared through the window. Chapter 75. Words too extreme. How much does Lao Lu weigh? The eldest brother mumbled, staring blankly at the second-floor window. That's height. His weight must be at least over 200. The second brother, still cradling a pile of bras and women's underwear, looked incredulously at the eldest. Oh, that's how it went up? The eldest brother was skeptical, tilting his head towards the second brother. The second nodded, wiping the sweat from his forehead with the women's underwear in his arms. Lu Yi disdainfully snatched the clothing from the second brother's hands, exclaiming, if it's not done this way, can we still fly up? Lu Yi pondered, wondering what sins her man had committed in his past life to end up with these 3 characters. And there are still outsiders around. Afraid others wouldn't notice the peculiarities of Xing Tian, using you all to make a fuss. Are you trying to make yourselves feel significant? The dissatisfaction in Lu Ye's heart towards the 3 foolish ones quickly transmitted to Mu Chengxue and Jiang A, who were nearby. The 3 girls helped the newcomers, Tian Chichi and the other 3 girls, climb to the second floor. What are they saying? Are they cursing? The eldest brother asked the second brother. It sounds unpleasant. The second brother nodded at a bunch of troublemakers. The changes in the third brother are undoubtedly linked to them. The fourth brother gritted his teeth. 3 of you? Are you planning to spend the night here? Lu Yimei approached with a gun slung over her shoulder. Big-chested sister. Your younger sisters are cursing our eldest, she remarked. Cursing you is well-deserved, replied the big-chested sister. You should help reason, not favor your kin, the second brother asserted sternly. Reason is never on your side. Sister? Don't call me sister. I can't bear that title. I refuse to be your sister. Lu Yimei finished and climbed upstairs. She praised me. And the fourth brother exclaimed excitedly, Did you hear that? It sounds so good. The eldest brother licked his lips. But the wording is debatable, the second brother said with a happy smile. It's dinner time. When Tian Chichi and the other 3 girls took their first bites of ham-fried rice, they unexpectedly burst into tears. Lao Lu, lying in bed receiving 4 fluids, was awakened by their cries. Sitting up suddenly, he asked, What's wrong? What happened to my third brother? It took considerable effort for everyone to calm the 3 girls, but witnessing Tian Chichi so overwhelmed by a bowl of fried rice stirred something profound within me. Gazing at the bright moon in the night sky, my thoughts began to soar, drifting through the inky expanse above. I reflected on many things. My former school days, my classmates, my grandmother who raised me. I even recalled my irresponsible parents. Since the outbreak of the zombie virus, I had not received a single call from them. I would never call them either. I pretended they were already dead. The thought of their demise made my heart twitch momentarily, yet I quickly found solace. With a bitter smile, I mused, I was truly overthinking. They didn't care whether I lived or died, so why should I feel sorrow? In that moment, I suddenly realized something. My parents abandoned me, yet the people beside me did not. Throughout this prolonged pandemic, I had been preoccupied with survival, never once inquiring about everyone's family situation. The more I thought about it, the more puzzled I became. I quickly turned to the crowd and asked, I've been forgetting to ask, haven't you all been in contact with your families? Upon hearing mention of family, many in the room lowered their heads, indicating they had lost contact. However, a few raised their hands, including Mu Qingxue. After further inquiry, I learned that the surviving relatives had mostly arrived at the local shelters in the first batch. A few families, like Lao Lu's parents, had lost contact while rushing to the school, worried about Lao Lu's safety. Third brother, you haven't mentioned your parents since school started. Where are your mom and dad? Lao Lu asked. I have no parents. I was raised by my grandmother, I replied, my expression souring at the mention of those two. Lao Lu wanted to ask more, but was stopped by Tian Qiqi, who was changing her bandages, likely sensing something from my demeanor. Why bring up family all of a sudden? Lu Yimei inquired. I sat down and lit a cigarette. Today's events at the medical school made me realize a truth. In this world, it's not just about having resources to survive well. Power is the hard truth, but where does that power come from? Ultimately, it is derived from people. With just us, we are far from enough. But unfamiliar people are untrustworthy, the eldest brother interjected. I nodded in agreement. That's why I thought of everyone's families. Only relatives are the most reliable. This idea is noble but impractical in a city as chaotic as Lan City. Everyone's living family might be scattered across the world, Lu Yi murmured. Everyone nodded in agreement with Lu Yi's sentiment. There are quite a few people at the medical school, Tian Qiqi suddenly spoke up. Hearing this, I smiled. There are quite a few, but they are useless. Don't you understand the principle of two tigers not residing on the same mountain? With Peng Fei around, there will inevitably be conflicts. The second brother, with a cigarette clenched between his teeth, made a slashing gesture across his neck. Second brother, think about it. If someone takes my place, would you join him? I looked at the second brother in disbelief. He was momentarily stunned by my words, staring at me blankly for a while. In his eyes, I saw a mix of sadness, anger, and despair. Even a willingness to stand against the world. I felt gratified. The second brother would always be my second brother, a good friend for life. After a long gaze, the second brother, devastated, finally spoke. I would. Damn it. Let us disperse. Why are we chatting about strengthening our power with these fools? They've all cleaned up and are waiting to die. He cursed at me while leaving the meeting room. Watching him storm out in anger, the second brother looked at the eldest brother in confusion. Did I say something wrong? The eldest brother patted the second brother's shoulder, offering comfort. Your words might have been too extreme. You should have been more tactful, you fool, came the simultaneous retort from the four girls. Mu Qingxue, Lu Yi, Jiang Yi, and Lu Yimei. After they finished speaking, they turned and left with a stride devoid of familial affection, exiting the dormitory. The eldest brother stood bewildered by this sudden turn of events. Looking at the others, did I say something wrong? Everyone wore expressions of helplessness and then gradually dispersed. Huh? The fourth brother noticed that no one was paying attention to him and turned to the eldest brother again. It's not my fault. Based on my calculations, it shouldn't have been a matter of speech. What's their issue? The eldest brother insisted, pointing at the direction everyone had left. Chapter 76. The Mysterious Annihilation of the Medical School that night. Due to my negative emotions, I had initially intended to vent, but ended up questioning life. 3 hours later, my eyes were complex and vacant. My expression panicked, my hair disheveled, helplessly curled up in the corner of the bed. Gnawing on my fingers, I am finished. Isn't this the end? I slapped myself hard. I'm done for that. It's been 3 hours. I'm human, not livestock, only allowing cattle to till the fields while denying them grass to eat. What am I to do from now on? Considering the decades ahead, what will I do? Serving the people. Mu Qingxue was the first to open her eyes, gazing at me with flirtatious eyes. Darling, don't think too much. It must be because of the immense pressure. I truly wanted to tell this girl to drop it. Pressure alone won't cut it, but am I fine or not? What if we try a different environment? Jiang Yi peeked out, looking at me. It shouldn't be like this. Not long ago, everything was fine. Lu Yi snuggled up beside me under the covers, gently comforting me. What should we do? I helplessly closed my eyes. A tear of despair sliding down. Upon hearing this, the three girls could no longer hold back and burst into laughter. I simply did not understand. How could such a heart be so vast? Is this a good thing? Why are they laughing? However, upon reflection, I suddenly realized that my current state was indeed a good thing for those 3 girls. What could be better than having a steadfast boyfriend who is always available? Crawling into bed, I felt an utter lack of hope and anticipation for the beautiful life ahead. The medical school, Peng Fei, to prevent retaliation from the prison personnel that day, took a group of boys and drove to the main road after we left. Even though the day's fierce battle had resulted in heavy casualties at the medical school, nearly 400 people still remained. This number could not be moved in one go with just a few cars. Therefore, he needed more vehicles. More vehicles. There were indeed a few large buses parked on the main road. However, Peng Fei did not dare to take them, as those buses contained a significant number of zombies. Even those zombies, upon seeing them, desperately pounded on the car windows blocking their path. The force was so great that it terrified the boys from the medical school, fearing that the windows would shatter under the pressure. Even if 5 people shared a car, we would still need at least 60 vehicles. There's still a long way to go. Everyone, hurry up and stay safe, Peng Fei urged. With the energy to secure 60 vehicles, it would be better to visit a few police stations. As long as we have guns, why should we run? We should have gotten guns long ago. Merely hiding in the school, waiting for rescue, was a fundamental mistake. Since the tragic event unfolded today, Peng Fei has noticed a divergence of opinions among the students. Rather than being indifferent, he feels utterly powerless. As a leader, he understands that significant mistakes and losses will inevitably lead to discontent. His current resolution is to minimize the damage as much as possible. Go to the police station? Nonsense. If these individuals had any capability, they wouldn't be crammed in the gymnasium. As long as he can lead the remaining people successfully to the shelter, his mission will be deemed accomplished. What does verbal abuse matter when it comes to the lives of those left behind? I say, Peng Fei, with so many vehicles broken or destroyed, where do you propose we find replacements? Indeed, if we continue this way, we could reach the shelter without any vehicles at all. Upon hearing this, several boys around him stifled their laughter. Peng Fei halted, gazing at those who once cowered before him, feeling an urge to lash out, yet he restrained himself. However, he harbored a deep-seated frustration. He did not wish to evade responsibility. After all, it was he who initially proposed the purge of an entire dormitory building. And what happened next? The very people before him cast their opposing votes, forcing so many to huddle in the gym during the bitter winter. If you believe this course of action is utterly futile, you are free to abstain. Moreover, you could easily procure 2 good vehicles and make a beeline for the shelter. Yet you have not done so. Why? Because you lack the courage to seek the shelter yourselves? Don Tu, you are merely a band of cowardly braggarts. Peng Fei unleashed all his pent-up grievances. Nevertheless, these words, which he had long suppressed, struck a nerve with some. That night, Peng Fei was killed by a group of students in a tragic mishap. They could only claim that they encountered zombies on the way, and Peng Fei was bitten while shielding a few others. In an instant, the medical school was left leaderless, as if their backbone had vanished. However, this only intensified their desire to escape, to reach the shelter. Chaos ensued within the medical school, with boys fighting over a few vehicles while girls huddled in corners, crying helplessly. A brawl erupted that lasted until dawn. The scene is brutal as a battlefield. Some students who perished transformed into zombies, while the injured, unable to move, became prey. The girls, in a state of panic, either fled or succumbed. In a single night, the medical school, the group that had previously boasted the largest number and should have survived, was obliterated. The next morning, I was still asleep when Jiang Yi hastily roused me. Upon seeing the dire state of the medical school through the drone, I was taken aback. Hundreds of lives lost, in my mind. The transformation of the medical school into such a state could only be a result of retaliation by those prisoners. Igniting my wrath, I skipped breakfast and dragged Shinzi away from the school. For an entire day, I managed to procure a bulldozer, luring thousands of zombies using my previous methods, encircling the prison. Gazing at the prison gates so near, I yearned to crash through, yet I restrained myself. I had no knowledge of what lay within the prison, and no one could guarantee an escape if I charged in. Suppressing my fury, I turned the vehicle around and left the prison. They say the city at night shines brighter than the countryside, but when walking down streets devoid of streetlights, one realizes the unimaginable darkness of the city. Shinzi, are you tired? I parked the vehicle by the roadside and lit a cigarette. Not tired, Shinzi replied with a silly grin. How could he not be tired? He simply didn't know what fatigue felt like and couldn't articulate it. Watching Shinsi nod off while resting his head, I affectionately ruffled his hair, secretly resolving to restore order in Lan City. Starting tomorrow, I would ensure that the city's wrongdoers would no longer act with impunity. Chapter 77. A misunderstanding douses the passion. Instantly the dormitory remained brightly lit. The aroma of fried sauce noodles roused Shinsi from his slumber, and he rushed to the corner to devour them voraciously. My bowl was still cradled in Mu Chengshue's embrace. The others gathered around me in silence. Their eyes fixed on me. I lit a cigarette and sat among them, quietly smoking. After finishing a cigarette, I accepted the bowl of rice from Mu Chengshue, picking at the noodles with my chopsticks. Starting tomorrow, 4 of you will accompany me to gather firearms, ammunition, and supplies. I intend to sweep through Lan City, I declared, angrily chewing a mouthful of noodles. Upon hearing my decision, everyone present furrowed their brows in concern. Yet the 4 misfits in the dorm erupted in excited howls. Old 3, you're awesome! The excited shouts rang out. Hey, Old 3, I knew you wouldn't be satisfied with just our little corner of the school. Upholding justice, fighting for righteousness, this is a noble cause, indeed. Old 4 chimed in. Speak plainly, I retorted. Old 3 is formidable, they exclaimed. Satisfied, I nodded. Xing Tian, our numbers are too few, and we have no grasp of the city's current factions. Lu Yimei warned. I nodded in agreement. You were right. Thus, I plan to broaden our search for resources, rescuing some solitary individuals along the way. Such people are more trustworthy. But won't that slow us down? Lu Yi murmured. We need a decisive victory to establish our reputation, so that all survivors in Lan City know there's a group of us fighting against the forces of evil. The prison? Jiang Yi asked. Yes, I must eradicate them to quell my simmering rage, I said after finishing the last bite of noodles. Darling, Mu Chengshue hesitantly called out, her voice trailing off. What is it? I responded. It seems we may have misunderstood, she said bitterly. What misunderstanding? I asked, bewildered. Today, 3 of Chi-Chi's female classmates came to our school, Mu Chengshue replied with a wry smile. Survivors? Really? Where are they? I scanned the room but saw no one. 308, I exclaimed, standing up to head outside for inquiries. However, before I could leave, Lu Yimei grasped my arm. She shook her head, looking equally pained. They're not prisoners. It was an internal conflict within the medical school. What? I nearly shouted, eyes wide as saucers. My mouth agape. My exaggerated expression elicited laughter from everyone present, except for me, who stood frozen in shock. After Jiang Yi briefly recounted the events at the medical school last night, I slumped helplessly into a chair. What a disaster! I spent the whole day under fire, and for what? I lamented, glancing at Shinsi, who had fallen asleep with his bowl in his arms. Darling, human nature is the most unpredictable during these times. Mu Chengshue summarized. After a long pause, my wounded heart slowly began to heal. Were the 3 of them injured? I inquired. They were hurt, but it doesn't appear to be from zombies. It seems more like human-inflicted wounds. Jiang Yi replied. Speaking of which, Old 3, you should reason with second brother. These girls didn't check thoroughly enough, and second brother volunteered, only to be berated by them. Old 2 interjected. Because I know this fool must have done something wrong. Lu Yi blushed, pointing an accusing finger at Old 2. He tried to pull down the girls' pants to check them. Before I could unleash my anger, Old 1 quickly defended him. What's wrong with that? Second brother did nothing wrong. Old 3, you should know that Old 5 is a prime example. Hearing this, I trembled as I lit a cigarette, filled with confusion and helplessness about the future. Poor little 5. Suddenly, Old 4 shouted, startling me. That jolt cleared my mind. I laughed, a genuine, hearty laugh. All right, speaking of little 5, he's got silkworm pupae to munch on. What do the girls have? Can you expect a zombie to munch on watermelon rinds? I exclaimed, feeling overwhelmed. You seem angry again. Why such a temper? I remarked. Point 3 brothers, you can't spoil these men. Otherwise, they'll grow up with issues. Old 1 chuckled. Indeed, Old 3 used to be so amiable and approachable. Look at how you've all turned out. Old 2 tightened his arm around my shoulder. Observing the 2 brothers' fawning expressions, the girls covered their faces in exasperation, unwilling to engage with them. I was merely speaking out of anger. I wouldn't truly suggest splitting up. The brothers in the dormitory were not just brothers. They were closer than blood. I could never abandon them. After a moment of calm, I turned to Lu Yimei and instructed her to isolate those 3 girls. Tomorrow morning, let Shinzi bring them food and see if there are any changes. I nodded in satisfaction. This girl was worth saving. At the very least, my family's security would be ensured after I departed. After contemplating, I announced, the plan remains unchanged. Within a week, I want all the firearms in Lon City. It turned out those 3 girls had been to the shelter, and they were not alone. There had been 40 to 50 girls, trembling as they searched for vehicles to reach the shelter. However, the port was still overrun with zombies. Though they could hear gunfire, they dared not enter. While they were lost, a group of people had drawn a massive horde of zombies straight toward the shelter. The frightened girls hid in their vehicles, too terrified to move. Originally, they believed those were military personnel, prepared to eliminate a large number of zombies in one fell swoop. Had the 3 of them not acted swiftly and hidden beneath the vehicle, they would likely have been captured by now. Contemplating the account of events, I pondered for quite some time. According to this, is someone opposing the military? Who might that be? What advantage could the presence of zombies offer them? Discussing interests during such a tumultuous time seems rather absurd. Aside from personal gain, who could possibly desire a world in chaos? It truly is perplexing. Chapter 78. Capturing a tongue to probe the path the following day? My plan commenced in earnest. For the sake of precaution, I left 3 special police officers at home to guard against any potential intruders. Accompanied by Lu Yi, the Fool, Lao Er, and Han Bin, I set forth on my journey. At the outset, Lao Si expressed his discontent, questioning why he was not included with Han Bin. As he watched Han Bin depart, he fell into a stunned silence. Based on the information provided by Lu Yimei, there are 4 special police squads and 1 headquarters in the entire Lon City. To acquire a significant cache of firearms and ammunition, I chose the headquarters as my first target. Why not aim big? If I'm going to do this, I might as well do it right. Otherwise, I would be doing a disservice to the name I have given myself. What was that saying? If I succeed, I'll be known as General Xing in Dubai. If I fail, I'll be called Criminal Xing when justice is served. How bold of me, however. As the armored vehicle arrived at the headquarters, my spirit sank. This was hardly a special police headquarters. It resembled a large zombie-themed KTV establishment. The main gate was firmly shut, yet several thousand zombies roamed within the courtyard, resembling a horde of princesses awaiting their turn on stage. Upon hearing the sound of our vehicle, the princesses, no, the zombies, charged towards the electric gate, spilling out en masse. I pressed the accelerator and sped away, while Lu Yi in the passenger seat laughed uncontrollably. Silly girl, how can you still find joy in this chaos? I was both amused and exasperated by Lu Ye's reaction. She chuckled and shook her head, saying, it's fine. With you here, I'm not afraid. Are you two all right? Lauer shouted, fixating on the zombies pursuing us. How can we even throw dog food with thousands of zombies chasing us? What's there to fear? They can't catch up, Lu Yi laughed. It seems that after the outbreak, people sought help from the special police. Han Bin calmly analyzed. What do we do now? There are so many zombies, Lauer questioned. Lu Yi grinned. You think I came out for a leisurely outing with my husband? Didn't you see the drone trailing behind us? After evading the horde, we found a relatively concealed spot to park the vehicle, and the drone took to the skies. It took us the entire morning to lure all the zombies away to a distant park. I was too busy laughing to notice Lu Yi casting anxious glances in my direction. When it comes to my precious treasure, I must grant her some privileges. I gently caressed her cheek to offer my reassurance. No, I remember clearly, Han Bin asserted. What should we do? So many vehicles mean there must be plenty of people. We can't take them on, Lauer lamented. After contemplating for a moment, I instructed, you all drive a bit further away. I'll go take a look. No way, that's too dangerous. Lu Yi was the first to voice her opposition. It's all right. I'm not going to confront them head-on. If it gets too risky, I still have you all as backup, I replied with a smile. What backup? There are just 4 of us, plus 1 fool, Lauer quickly interjected. Just as I was about to lecture Lauer, Lu Yi instantly understood my intention. I know, darling. With 1 call, the zombies in the park will definitely arrive within half an hour. Without needing to say much more, I felt a thrill of excitement. After giving Lu Yi a firm kiss on the lips, I opened the car door and jumped out. Cautiously, I pushed open the main entrance of the building and could hear faint footsteps echoing in the corridor. I frowned, the doubts lingering in my mind. Were our movements being monitored? Why did these people choose to arrive just after I had lured the zombies away? I truly hoped it was merely a coincidence. If I were being watched, it would leave me restless. Tio put it plainly. It was a case of the enemy being hidden while I remained exposed. This situation could easily lead to becoming a meal for someone else. Striving to keep my footsteps silent, I reached a corner on the first floor and peeked into the corridor. It was empty. This indicated that the group had already begun their search on the second floor. For if they were on the third, I would not have heard their footsteps so clearly. Louis May once mentioned that the armory of the special police was typically located in the basement, especially at the headquarters, which had 3 heavy doors. If internal personnel did not open them, the only option would be to blow the main door open. Therefore, she had suggested that the plan to raid the headquarters should be postponed. However, she could never have anticipated my greed, as I bypassed the other 3 squads and headed directly to the headquarters. After wandering for a while, I finally located the entrance to the basement. But upon seeing the thick iron door, an overwhelming sense of helplessness washed over me. At this moment, blowing open the door was clearly impractical. Not only would the zombies come running, but so would the people from upstairs. What was I to do? I racked my brains, pacing before the imposing door, when suddenly I froze, having heard footsteps. Had I been discovered? Acting on instinct, I quickly sought refuge behind a wall, pressing myself flat against it. Listening to the relaxed footsteps of the approaching individuals, I felt a wave of relief wash over me. Just as they were about to reach my hiding spot, I leaped out like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey. The man was taken aback by my sudden assault, momentarily stunned. Before he could react, I drew my knife and pressed it against his throat. "Make a move, and you'll lose your life," the man complied, closing his mouth and calmly gazed at me, asking, "Where are you from?" Upon hearing this question, I instantly understood. There were undoubtedly more organizations in Lon City than just our Haicheng University, which had been faring well. "I am just a wolf striving to survive," I replied in a low voice. "With your skills, our boss would definitely value you. Come with us." The man painted a tempting picture, but unfortunately for him, I was not swayed by his words. "Yesterday, we captured a few girls from a certain organization. Those girls claimed to be from the medical school, saying it was a place of mutual slaughter." Upon hearing this, I realized there was no need for further questioning. Their account aligned perfectly with what I knew. This could only mean that the man was not lying. I needed to keep up the act. "How many girls did you capture? Where did you take them from? Aside from you, how many organizations are there in Lon City?" Chapter 79. The guns are gone. Are you truly a lone wolf? You really have no idea of the current landscape in Lon City? The man looked at me in astonishment. "Quit the nonsense and speak quickly." I pressed the knife against him, the tip breaking through his skin. The man reluctantly tilted his head back and hastily replied, "Currently, there are 5 larger organizations in Lon City: the Science Museum, the airport, Jinan Academy, South City Prison, and us." "Are you joking with me? Which organization are you from?" "The airport can be a force now. Shouldn't that place have fallen first?" I growled that we're from the North City Women's Prison. "I'm not messing with you. The airport hasn't fallen. In fact, it has become the largest force in Lon City. I've heard that their leader was bitten but didn't turn. He possesses special abilities," the man explained hurriedly, feeling the knife pressing closer to his throat. When I heard that someone had been bitten and yet remained unchanged, my heart raced. Could there be someone out there like me? If that were the case, did his abilities mirror mine? If so, it would be wise to remain hidden for now, as under equal conditions. His subordinates far outnumbered mine. It would be akin to courting death to challenge them. "How many people are at the airport? How many are you? Also, which organization captured the girls yesterday?" I quickly regained my composure, ready to extract as much information as possible. Perhaps I appeared more like a madman to him, but the man was surprisingly forthcoming, detailing the configurations of each force. The strongest was the airport, currently boasting over 5,000 members, comprising men, women, and children. In terms of average combat effectiveness, they were roughly on par with the other organizations. The weakest of the remaining 4 was the South City Prison, ranking 5th. Next was the Science Museum, which was continuously supplying zombies to the shelters. Moreover, the man revealed that the Science Museum's reputation had fallen below that of the South City Prison, as it housed a group of middle-aged perverts in their 40s and 50s. Any woman who fell into their clutches would suffer an existence worse than death. They were treated merely as tools for their release of desires. Furthermore, once a woman was discovered to be pregnant, Her fate was nearly always sealed with death. Listening to the man's account, I felt a wave of anguish, first for the medical school students who had been captured, and second for my own powerlessness. Before I could finish my psychological self-redemption, the man suddenly exclaimed, "Ah, I forgot to mention one more organization." "What is it?" I inquired. "There's also Haicheng University, but I don't know the exact number of people there." IVE heard their leaders are a group of 5 brutes, known for their aggressive nature. They caused quite a bit of trouble for the South City prison. The man spoke with increasing enthusiasm about Haicheng University. My expression darkened further. I felt an overwhelming urge to plunge my knife into this fool before me. I find it astonishing that no one has ever told you not to speak ill of others behind their backs. You dare to insult me to my face, calling me a fool and a dimwit. How can you expect me to bear such indignity? Spare me your incessant prattle. Do you truly consider yourselves virtuous? Are you not also engaged in the pursuit of women? I expressed my fury vehemently. Who are you trying to deceive? A woman as the leader. Can you truly accept that, believe it or not? I speak nothing but the truth. The men around me seemed to adopt a stance of resignation. Xiao Wu, Xiao Wu. Just as I was about to continue my inquiries, a man's soft call echoed from a distance. One last question. What are you doing here? I seized the man, positioning him in front of me for protection. We need to find weapons. The Science Museum has us in their sights, and war could break out at any moment. We must arm ourselves, the man complied, but I swiftly knocked him unconscious, then took his shotgun and ammunition before departing. I fled from the Special Police headquarters at the fastest pace possible and located Lu Yi and the others in a nearby building complex. As soon as I settled into the vehicle, the second-in-command urgently inquired about the situation. I recounted the information I had just acquired, and the car fell into a profound silence. "Darling, I believe we can afford to wait a bit. If they detonate the armory, the commotion will be substantial. Perhaps we can seize the opportunity," Lu Yi suggested. "Dio, you have a plan?" I asked, turning to Lu Yi. She shyly smiled. "I want to directly lead the zombies towards them. I will merely bring them a little closer, not actively endangering anyone." After contemplation, I shook my head. "I feel they will not resort to using firearms today." "Why?" the second-in-command queried with confusion. "We incapacitated one of their men. If they are willing to harm, they are certainly enemies, not friends. The specifics are unclear, but if they arm themselves now, wouldn't that be tantamount to knowingly walking into an ambush and providing their adversaries with a gift?" "What then?" Lu Yi pressed. "Absolutely not." This time, not only Lu Yi but also the second-in-command and Han Bin began to voice their objections. "Isn't there a chance we could check other teams in the meantime?" The second-in-command muttered. "It appears that the weapons in other divisions have probably been thoroughly plundered," I analyzed. "Given that the Science Museum is to the east, Jianan Academy to the west, and the airport directly to the north, doesn't this make the Special Police headquarters a prime target?" Han Bin murmured. I nodded. "Thus we must secure weapons quickly. Prolonged delays could lead to unforeseen complications. We will accompany you," Lu Yi hastily asserted. "Be good and listen if you are here. I cannot act freely," I jested. But before Lu Yi could finish, I interrupted her, gently stroking her hair, and solemnly declared, "Opportunities must not be missed. They will not come again. Listen to me. Now we know the airport leader possesses abilities similar to mine, and with so many subordinates, we must seize these weapons to have leverage against them." After I appealed to their emotions and reasoned with them, they ultimately agreed to drive away. I did not linger. Instead, seeking a residential building from which I could observe the Special Police headquarters, I arrived at the 3rd floor of a unit. Employing the technique Han Bin had taught me, I held my breath and opened the door. As the door swung open, I was greeted by a little girl in a pink princess dress. She appeared to be about 4 or 5 years old, yet she had transformed into a zombie. Within this room, I dispatched 6 zombies, effectively eliminating the entire family. Once everything was resolved, I settled by the window, barely getting comfortable before I heard faint clattering sounds from the Special Police building, occasionally punctuated by the roars of zombies and the sounds of combat. Really? They are that reckless? I was astonished to rise to my feet. I lost track of time, watching as black bags were carried out from the opposite building, rendering me despondent. My gun was gone. Standing at the window, my heart bled. The zombies were drawn away through our strenuous efforts, only for others to reap the benefits. The most frustrating part was that I could only watch, utterly powerless to resist. gazing at the 20 or so individuals gleefully carrying away my possessions. I slammed my fist against the windowsill. Envy, jealousy, and hatred surged within me. Not only was I envious of their numbers, but I also resented how harmoniously they coexisted. Reflecting on it, the medical school had over 500 students. What a concept! If managed well, it could become a formidable organization. Even in the current circumstances of Lawn City, it would undoubtedly claim a significant position. Yet, alas, human greed leads to downfall, squandering a favorable hand of cards. Thinking of those young men and women, I couldn't help but lament the whims of fate. Once, I thought the medical school would be my greatest adversary. Now, my private sorrow would not halt anyone's progress. The group carrying items would not pause, nor would the subsequent vehicles eye in the blink of an eye. A sudden screech of tires and rapid braking sounded nearby, before I could discern the weapons of the newcomers. Two factions had already engaged in combat. The group carrying items had benefited from upgraded equipment, quickly gaining the upper hand. However, their good fortune was short-lived as the zombies from the higher floors, previously undisturbed, surged down like a gust of wind. Seeing the individuals in the building caught in a precarious situation, I began to stomp my feet in frustration, a group of fools, caught up in their own hubris, knowing there were zombies above. They still opened fire. They could have refrained from shooting and sent the zombies towards the group outside. I cursed internally as if reading my thoughts, the outside group suddenly ceased their attacks. Gunfire continued within the building amidst gasps, screams, pleas for help, and shouts, a cacophony that even reached my ears clearly from afar. To be honest, I began to regret not leaving Luyi behind. Even leaving a drone would have sufficed. Just as that thought crossed my mind, I widened my eyes in disbelief as a drone descended vertically from the sky. What the heck? I cursed under my breath, observing the operator of the drone, who smiled and shook his head at another individual. I realized my folly. How could such an organized group lack drones? I had completely underestimated them. I had just intended to turn and leave when gunfire erupted near my building. Shocked, I quickly crouched down to peer out the window. Below, 30 or so individuals emerged from nowhere, fanned out in formation, and began to shoot at the vehicles within the special police compound. What? A counterattack? I gasped in astonishment. Then, in the next moment, a loud crash resonated as the window of my room shattered. Shards of glass grazed my face, leaving several small cuts. I quickly crouched lower. For heaven's sake, I'm on the 3rd floor. How can someone on the 1st floor shoot me? Their aim is worse than that of our 4th brother. This time, I dared not show my face again, fearing that the shooter below might accidentally hit me. Leaning against the window, I listened as the gunfire gradually receded. Realizing this was my opportunity to charge in and eliminate the enemy. A quick glance confirmed my suspicions. The newcomers had already pushed to the entrance of the courtyard. Both factions had suffered casualties but continued to exchange fire, determined to fight to the bitter end. To be honest, this was far more exhilarating than watching a movie. Real guns, real bullets. The battle had moved beyond my concern, giving me newfound courage to peek out and observe the lively battlefield below. The situation had become a stalemate. The assailants outside could not breach the entrance, while those within could not escape. The key to breaking this deadlock lay with the group inside. If they could eliminate the zombies and execute a pincer maneuver, the occupants of the courtyard would be doomed. Yet, I waited anxiously, desperate for the moment to arrive, contemplating whether I should leap into the fray myself. But that was merely a fleeting thought. Neither faction knew me. In such a scenario, should I rush out, I would undoubtedly be turned into a sieve in an instant. I am not that reckless. Perhaps sensing my impatience, just as I was about to give up on this grand spectacle, the individuals inside finally launched their counteroffensive. As they joined the fray, the previously stagnant situation shifted dramatically in their favor. The courtyard's occupants fell like dominoes, with several collapsing almost instantaneously. Just then, the drone in the courtyard soared upward with remarkable speed. "Take out the people at the gate," someone shouted. With that command, nearly all the weapons turned toward the sky and unleashed a barrage of fire. However, as is often the case, reality did not align with expectations. Despite the dense hail of bullets, not a single shot struck the drone. "Take out the operator of the drone." Again, a command was issued, and the group at the entrance frantically attacked a specific vehicle in the courtyard. "What a thrill!" I exclaimed, exhilarated. Embracing the philosophy that sharing joy is superior to solitary enjoyment, I dialed Mu Chengxue for a video called. The video connected. Several youthful faces crowded the screen. "Darling, how's it going? Why is it so chaotic on your end?" Mu Chengxue asked anxiously. "Sweetheart, let me show you a live broadcast. It's far more thrilling than any Hollywood blockbuster." I turned the camera around to capture the scene. "What on earth? How did it escalate to this?" Several girls exclaimed in unison. "Darling, has the women's prison engaged in conflict with the Science Museum?" Lu Yi asked hurriedly. Before the girls could utter another word, a voice from the entrance of the women's prison shouted about the fuel tank, warning that if the issue was not resolved soon, the zombies would arrive in a split second. Just as the man's words faded, a resounding explosion sent a car soaring over 2 meters high, flames illuminating the entire courtyard. "Goodness, where are you, Lao San? This is exhilarating," came the voice of the leader through the phone. "Isn't it impressive? A drone just flew out, and if my guess is correct, the horde of zombies will make their appearance in a few minutes." Despite my determination, I felt like a mantis stalking a cicada while a yellow oriole lay in wait. I was prepared to be a sparrow in this scenario. With the clashing interests of the clam and the snipe, I was ready to be the old fisherman. The current situation was akin to an elderly fisherman strolling with his sparrow. With everything up for grabs. Chapter 81. Joy, happiness, thrill. One after another, cars in the courtyard exploded in a continuous series of detonations. The people in the courtyard were lifted high into the air by the brilliant flames of the exploding vehicles, performing a difficult 360-degree spin before landing safely on the ground. Those who perished met a fate more gruesome than that of old Lu. The individuals outside hurried towards the main building. At this moment, I could not help but wonder if there would be a twist. Perhaps the newcomers were not allies of those inside. 3 to 5 people emerged from the main building, and judging by their numbers, the earlier zombie battle within was undoubtedly fierce. Alas, I had overthought. They were indeed on the same side. Yet, they were left with no respite, for the violent explosions had captured the attention of the zombie horde. Glancing at the dense mass of corpses in the distance, I looked back at the group at the entrance still engaged in conversation, a subtle smile curling at the corners of my mouth. Who said I could not await an opportunity? Here it comes. Yes, you all keep chatting, just keep on. For in a minute, the zombies will be upon you. I had no idea what they were arguing about at the entrance, but their demeanor suggested it was quite heated. Casting another glance at the approaching zombie horde, I secretly rejoiced that the enemy would arrive in 30 seconds. However, just as my spirits lifted, I noticed the group scattering, each retreating to their respective vehicles. "Wait, don't leave," I whispered anxiously, watching the cars at the entrance start their engines, turn, and maneuver. I glanced back at the encroaching horde, my mind frantically calculating the time differential between both parties. My eyes darted between targets. It's too late now," I murmured excitedly. As I anticipated, before the cars could reach the main entrance, the zombie horde surged into the courtyard. The leading vehicle collided head-on with the mass of zombies. In a panic, the driver slammed on the accelerator, attempting to break free, but unfortunately, he underestimated the sheer number of zombies. After only a few meters, the windshield shattered as the zombies clambered inside. The vehicle began to lose direction, careening wildly before crashing to the ground. The cars behind quickly attempted to reverse, but before they could gain any speed, they were engulfed by the tide of the undead. A dozen cars struggled. Initially, there were no gunshots, but soon the sound of gunfire echoed repeatedly. This indicated that the occupants were beginning a desperate fight for survival. Seeing this, I quietly withdrew. It was a foregone conclusion, and there was no need to watch further. Those people were undoubtedly doomed. I did not rush downstairs, but instead paced around the room several times, recalling the oxygen mask Han Bin had crafted for me. The oxygen mask was certainly no longer available, but even finding a rubber tube would suffice. Remarkably, I did indeed find a rubber tube over 5 meters long, likely left by the homeowner for replacing the gas line. Grabbing the tube, I hurriedly dashed downstairs. Locating a vehicle in another direction, I climbed inside and began waiting for the gunfire to cease. Minutes later, the gunfire stopped, which I knew was a sign that the group had met their end. Whistling a cheerful tune, I approached the courtyard entrance and pressed the horn vigorously. Watching the zombies turn towards me, I grinned, driving the car out 20 to 30 meters before shifting into third gear. Leaping out of the vehicle, Holding my breath, I swiftly ran to the wall and jumped over. Standing in the courtyard, I gazed at the thousands of zombies trailing after the car, a chill running down my spine. I made no sound, merely took a few deep breaths, and the zombies detected my presence. Employing the same tactic, I held my breath again and dashed towards a pickup truck. I distinctly remembered that all the black bags were stored in the back of the truck. Looking inside the truck, I saw 7 or 8 large black bags, but I didn't have time to inspect their contents. I hurriedly circled to the front to check for any occupants. Fearful that someone might turn into a zombie and catch me off guard. To my surprise, the windows were shattered, blood splattered everywhere, yet the occupants were nowhere to be found. Filled with confusion, I scanned the area, noticing severed limbs scattered on the ground. Surely, those must have belonged to the people from the truck. It was a gruesome sight. Climbing into the vehicle, I threaded the rubber tube outside for breathing, carefully inspecting the black bags in the back seat. Upon opening the first one, my eyes sparkled with excitement. Guns? A plethora of weapons, long and short, thick and thin. Everything one could desire. Even several SWAT bulletproof vests lay beside them. Casting a glance at the distant zombies, I chuckled. I had thought starting the car would be simple. However, the vehicle sputtered a few times before falling silent. I inhaled deeply through the rubber tube, causing the zombies to turn and rush toward the other end of the tube. But they merely lunged at the air. Observing these foolish zombies, I smirked disdainfully. I attempted to start the engine several more times. Yet the car refused to cooperate. This predicament left me at a loss. Without a driver's license, I had no understanding of car repairs. Surrounded by so many zombies, I found myself at an impasse. After pondering for a while and cursing under my breath, I lunged at the nearest zombie with a knife. I was acutely aware that I could not linger here, yet this infernal car seemed to conspire against me. Refusing to start, I quickly jumped out, seeking a vehicle that could accommodate the firearms and actually function. Why perseverance bore fruit when I finally found an old, dilapidated pickup truck that sputtered twice before the body began to shake. Excitedly, I nearly leaped with joy, quickly driving it over and beginning to transfer the items. By the time I lifted the last black bag, I was drenched in sweat, but it mattered little, for I felt elated, joyful, and exhilarated. This sensation was akin to waiting for a technician during a spa session. The process was insignificant, but the anticipation while waiting was exhilarating. Those black bags invoked a similar feeling, a tantalizing air of mystery that made me grin foolishly. Just as I placed the last bag of guns down, I perked up at the sound of approaching vehicles. The roar of engines indicated they were not far off. My heart sank. I hurriedly retrieved 2 handguns and several magazines from the bags. Leaping into the vehicle and driving out of the courtyard, as soon as I exited the yard, I saw beams of headlights approaching from my left. The moment they spotted me, they opened fire without hesitation. Fortunately, the distance was considerable. While bullets struck the vehicle, I remained unscathed. With no time to hesitate, I slammed on the accelerator, fleeing at the fastest speed I could muster in the opposite direction of the pursuing vehicles. A chase scene worthy of a Hollywood blockbuster unfolded before me. Chapter 82. Escaped on the not-so-spacious roadway, 7 or 8 vehicles chased after me, their engines roaring, tires screeching, sending sparks flying. These vehicles collided and jostled against each other, resembling a desperate struggle for survival. Gunfire erupted sporadically, adding a heart-stopping intensity to the scene. Having exhausted my handgun's ammunition, I pressed the accelerator hard, maneuvering my vehicle to gain an advantage of a car and a half-length over them. This was crucial to keep their gun barrels from pointing directly at me. Yet, the fact remained that a novice is always at a disadvantage. My driving skills paled in comparison to those seasoned veterans. Before long, sparks flew as my vehicle took hits, bullets ricocheting dangerously close. "Damn it!" I shouted, abandoning all restraint, my right foot practically pressing through the accelerator. The already battered pickup truck roared forward. Surging ahead, I knew that if this continued, my demise was imminent. I had to devise a way to escape, for the grenade that had just been fired had struck my abdomen. Blood bubbled forth like a spring. Gushing uncontrollably, I hastily unbuckled my belt and tightened it around my wound to staunch the bleeding. A glance in the rearview mirror revealed my regret for not keeping those grenades within reach. Had they been with me, I would have made those fools chasing me pay dearly, but regret was futile now. I had to press on. Occasionally, The rear of my vehicle was violently struck, forcing me to regain control, but my speed began to dwindle. The other vehicles, sensing my vulnerability, surged past, aiming to box me in. Yet, they overlooked a crucial fact. The determination of a dying man is unwavering. Stopping meant death. Continuing might offer a glimmer of hope. In the narrow gaps between the cars, I slammed the accelerator, charging forward through the hail of bullets raining down on me. The pursuit continues unabated, and I have not fled towards the school. I have maintained my composure, resolute that even in death, I cannot lead this group of people to the school. However, blindly running forward is not a solution. My heart grows increasingly anxious. Thus, I begin to calmly survey my surroundings and, at last, glimpse a glimmer of hope. Not far ahead lies the horde of corpses I had just drawn away. At this moment, they are meandering around the automobile that has overturned into the ditch. Perhaps it is the roar of the engine or the gunfire from that group of individuals. The horde immediately senses our presence, altering their course and advancing towards us with a determined and synchronized gait. Witnessing this, I finally see the dawn of survival. How does that saying go? Desperate situations breed miraculous outcomes. I drive my vehicle directly into the mass of corpses. As I crush and send countless zombies flying while ensuring I do not flip the car, I slam on the brakes deep within the horde. The pursuers behind me halt abruptly as I plunge into the midst of the zombies, daring not to continue their chase. Perhaps now, all they can see is the top of my pickup truck. Upon seeing me stop among the corpses, they choose not to leave immediately but instead stand at a distance. Engaged in hushed conversation, encircled by the zombies, I remain unfazed. Instead, I hold my breath and gently open the car door. The previously agitated horde quiets as I cease my breathing. I know my time is limited. So I hastily move to the rear of the vehicle and retrieve several grenades from the black bag. Without a moment's hesitation, I pull the pins and, with all my strength, hurl them towards the distant pursuers. In the past, with my strength, a distance of 100 to 180 meters might have posed a challenge. But now, it is different. The first grenade soars high, tracing a graceful arc, and astonishingly detonates in midair before even touching the ground. Demonstrating just how far I threw it, with a thunderous boom, the horde momentarily freezes, then rushes towards the direction of the explosion in a frenzy. Seizing this opportunity, I swiftly toss 2 more grenades. This time, I control the height, and the grenades explode beside the convoy in an instant. Those chasing me are thrown into disarray. I am aware they would never believe that the grenade exploding at their feet was thrown by me. The zombies around me, disturbed by the distant explosions, surge towards that group like a tidal wave. I quickly draw a rifle and leap onto the pickup, speeding away for the fate of those behind me. It matters little now. Having navigated through a series of twists and turns, I call Lao Lu before I reach the school. By the time I arrive at the perimeter of the school, Lauda and the others have been waiting by the wall for quite some time. After an examination by Tian Chichi, it is confirmed that I am not gravely injured. Due to the use of grenades, the force of the bullets is not particularly strong, so the wound is not excessively deep. However, the projectile remains lodged in my flesh, necessitating surgical removal. According to medical standards, surgery must be performed in a sterile environment. Unfortunately, in the current circumstances, such an environment is non-existent. Ultimately, with no other options, Mu Qingxue can only take Zhang Yi and Lu Yi to use a diluted disinfectant to sanitize an empty dormitory before transferring me inside. Yet, just before the operation is about to commence, Tan Chichi informs me that there is no anesthetic available, and I must endure the procedure without it, hoping I can withstand the pain in this regard. I can confidently claim to be quite the tough man. A minor operation. What is there to fear? Summoning my courage, I prepare to face it head-on. Witnessing my resolve, Tian Chichi cannot help but feel a surge of admiration. However, she never anticipated that the moment the scalpel touched my skin, I would let out a howl, startling her and causing the scalpel to slip in a full centimeter deeper. Gazing at the blood flowing from my abdomen, I lost consciousness. When I next opened my eyes, it was already noon the following day. The sweet aroma of egg sauce wafted through the dormitory. "Darling, you're awake?" 3 girls gazed at me with dark circles under their eyes. "Why aren't you sleeping?" I reproached them. "We were scared and couldn't sleep," they chorused. "What is there to be afraid of?" "You're not going to die," I replied with a smile, trying to exude confidence. What do you mean, not going to die? That cry last night nearly blew the roof off, Mu Chengxue said, looking at me with concern. My face turned crimson. I was merely expressing the pain through my voice. Expressing pain? You passed out? Lu Yi chimed in, and my face flushed even deeper. Who said that? I was simply employing tactical measures to avoid the sensation of pain. Not fainting, I was merely asleep. It was akin to Guan Yu's method of treating poison through bone scraping. I believe you, darling. You must have just fallen into a deep sleep, Lao Lu said. Having witnessed how many slaps it took to wake Jiang Yam, my face darkened as I reflected on the burning sensation on my cheeks. Sweethearts, please go eat. Allow me some peace. Chapter 83. The changes of the body, a lifetime of reputation ruined in an instant. Once a man who soared like the wind, now what lofty aspirations can I still hold? A mere surgical scalpel has cast me down to the mortal realm, subjected to the scorn, humiliation, ridicule, and derision of others. Ripping the drip from my arm, I prepare to seek retribution for my torn rectum. No. For my fiery disposition, I sit up abruptly, feeling no trace of pain emanating from my abdomen. I am perplexed. What is this? Am I truly this formidable now? Have I managed to brainwash myself? Is it possible that self-encouragement can also serve as a painkiller? Lifting my shirt, I inspect the 5 to 6 centimeter wound, neatly stitched, with the threads visible. Indeed, this is a surgical site. Why, then, do I feel no pain? Tentatively, I touch it with a finger. Still, there is no discomfort. In a daze, I descend into contemplation. Suddenly, I feel an itch on my abdomen, and instinctively, I reach down to scratch. Upon discovering something falling from my body, I see the threads of flesh from the stitches before my very eyes. What the hell? Am I about to transform again? I exclaim inwardly, alarmed. The absence of pain at the wound site fills me with dread, and I urgently examine my abdomen for any signs of healing. It has healed. My eyes widen in astonishment, and I begin to rub the area repeatedly with my hands in an attempt to ascertain the authenticity of my claim. A bashful voice suddenly breaks the silence at the dormitory door. With an injury? Can't you refrain from being so restless? It's only been one night, and you couldn't help yourself? I glance up to see Lu Yimei at the doorway, her cheeks flushed as if I had wronged her in some manner. I do not cease my actions. One hand continues to rub my wound vigorously beneath the covers. What are you talking about? That makes no sense. Seeing that I remain focused on my task. Lu Yimei quickly turns away, no longer looking at me. 3 girls are clamoring for attention. You ought to use your right hand less, she says, blushing as she walks away. I stare blankly at the door. My expression filled with confusion. Yet in the next moment, realization dawns upon me. Wait, don't think wildly. I'm just examining my wound, not what you're imagining. Jiang Yi softly admonishes me. This matter regarding the wound must not be disclosed. Even if we feign illness, we must maintain the facade for 15 days. Initially, I do not grasp the meaning behind the young girl's words, but I soon nod in agreement. Even if I am not afraid of being captured for experiments now, there is no guarantee that I won't be taken in the future. It is best to keep this matter from outsiders. Yet, the thought feels particularly awkward, based on Lu Yimei's earlier reaction. It is clear she believes I was engaged in some indecorous activity. If I do not clarify, it will only serve to confirm the insinuations. I relay my concerns to Jiang Yi, who merely smiles and walks away. Covering her mouth and chuckling, what is the big deal? Laude aims at something every day. He is already used to it. Upon hearing this, I nod in agreement, yet as I tilt my head, I immediately sense something amiss. Oh no, I do not wish to be equated with that fool. That afternoon, Lu Yimei begins firearm training for everyone in the dormitory, including the girls. The training encompasses disassembling and assembling firearms, as well as aiming and shooting techniques. Perhaps due to some connection between shooting and archery, the first to master the shooting fundamentals are surprisingly Jiang Yi and her fellow archers, at a distance of 50 to 60 meters. Each person in the dormitory is allotted 5 bullets. The boys manage to hit the target, but their shots land in less than favorable locations, and the results for others are even more dismal. Especially for Laude, his performance makes me suspect he is deliberately aiming low, as every shot misses the upper body. Only Jiang Yi, that little girl, manages to blow the heads off 3 zombies with her 5 bullets. I am both delighted and astonished by this outcome, I had intended to prove myself as well, but regrettably, the others insisted on using my injury as an excuse, preventing me from participating, which left me feeling restless. At night, nestled in the warm embrace of my blankets, the three girls engage in playful banter. Meanwhile, I lie at the foot of the bed, serving as their foot warmer. Watching the three girls, each possessing equally stunning beauty, I suddenly jolt upright. "What's wrong?" a drowsy Lu Yi asks. Looking up at me, I hear the sound of a vehicle approaching us. I furrow my brow. Upon hearing this, the three girls quickly sit up, straining to listen. "No, darling, are you experiencing tinnitus?" Mu Chengxue gently strokes my forehead, as if to confirm I am not running a fever. "I swear. Didn't you hear it?" I question, bewildered. The three girls shake their heads, indicating that they truly did not hear anything. Upon witnessing the situation, I found myself strangely intrigued, listening intently for a while longer. However, I soon leaped up with unwavering certainty, hastily beginning to don my clothing. Damn it, they are coming, moving swiftly and drawing near. Just as I finished dressing, I turned and exited the dormitory. At that very moment, the three girls also heard the roar of the approaching vehicle. Without a moment to spare, I rushed to the armory, seized 2 rifles along with several magazines, and dashed out of the dormitory, heading straight for the opposite building. To my surprise, as I had just scaled the 2nd floor of the adjacent building, I heard footsteps behind me. "What are you doing?" I exclaimed, astonished to see Lu Yimei, fully armed, climbing up alongside me. "No time for chatter. Let us stick to the plan." Seeing Lu Yimei readying her weapon with vigilance filled me with relief. I wondered if the other fools had finally come to their senses. Lu Yimei didn't even glance my way, retorting, "I saw how you climbed the stairs just now. Your stomach doesn't hurt anymore." "Does it?" "It's fine, just putting up with it," I replied. Lu Yimei shot me a sidelong glance. "You've done the least advisable things. Scaling a staircase should be no trouble, damn. You really misunderstood me this morning," I said with a grimace. No need to explain. In situations like this, what shame could possibly remain between men and women? I can understand. I don't mind. Upon hearing this, my head buzzed. I genuinely wished to lift my shirt to show her my wound, to prove that I was not some hotshot. Compared to being captured, locked away, living on 2 oranges a day, and having blood drawn while they removed a kidney, what pride did I have left? As I pondered, I faintly heard voices nearby. The sounds indicated both men and women, and judging by their unrestrained tones, they were likely not from the Science Museum or the Southern Prison. If they were soldiers coming to attack, they would either sneak in or come in with great fanfare, certainly not acting as casually as if they were strolling down the street. Chapter 84. Women's Prison. Just as Lu Yimei spoke, a group emerged from the eastern side of the dormitory. "What is going on?" I inquired, puzzled. Lu Yimei rolled her eyes. "In military strategy, the first to show themselves is the first to die. That requires understanding oneself and the enemy." I countered that in truth, there was no need to wait for an opportunity. With just a simple glance, I had already discerned their formation, their configuration, and even Lu Yimei's impressive figure. There appeared to be around 15 or 16 of them, a mix of both genders, with the women seemingly in the majority. What astonished me further was that the female members of this group, based on their attire, clearly appeared to be seasoned veterans. Clad in tactical vests, pants, and boots, they resembled a battalion of well-trained female warriors. "Is this the place?" one of the women in the group asked. The woman nodded. It was evident from the orderly footprints in the snow that they were not the work of zombies. "There seems to be quite a few of them," a plump woman remarked, squatting down to analyze the tracks. "Is anyone going to step forward and speak?" "We mean no harm. I am from the Northern Women's Prison." "The Women's Prison?" Lu Yimei's expression hardened. "What about it?" I asked, perplexed that a friend of mine works there. "I don't know if she is still alive," Lu Yimei murmured. "Why not just ask?" I suggested, standing up. Even if Lu Yimei tried to grab me, she was a step too late. It wasn't that I was heartless. I simply knew that they bore no ill intent. Why was I so certain? Because their actions indicated they were not seeking a confrontation. Knowing that both dormitories could potentially harbor individuals, they still dared to stand between the 2 buildings, demonstrating clearly that they had no intention of engaging us in a fight to the death. Hey, what's this?" I leaned on the windowsill and lit a cigarette. The woman turned to look at me. "Are you the leader here?" she asked. I shrugged. "Isn't it obvious? The pickup truck outside is ours." As dusk fell and the moon hung low, I finally got a good look at the woman below. With her hair pulled back in a single ponytail and dressed in tactical gear, she exuded a sharp, competent air. Though not particularly tall, around 5'5", she radiated an undeniable aura of danger. What era are we in? There's no longer yours or ours. Whoever uses it owns it. Surely, you understand that principle? I flicked off the ash from my cigarette nonchalantly. The woman nodded in acknowledgement. You're right, but every time we go on a mission, our truck is equipped with GPS, and this vehicle is on a weapons search. Kid, what are you being so cocky about? Do you have any idea how many people died for these weapons yesterday? A man suddenly shouted, filled with indignation. What am I being cocky about? Just because I have hundreds of guns trained on your heads? Do you think I'm being cocky? People die? Haven't I lost anyone? For this batch of guns, I've seen over 100 perish. I retorted loudly without hesitation. You think you can outshout me? Can you even match me? Even if it's all bluster, I have the means to turn it into reality. Do you have that advantage? Liu Yimei, crouched by the windowsill, was stifling her laughter, murmuring, You really can talk a big game. At her words, I felt an urge to kick her, yet I knew this big-chested sister would undoubtedly hold it against me later. I had no choice but to pretend I hadn't heard her. The woman raised a hand to silence the man, then looked back at me. What I'm saying is, I mean no harm. I just want to convey that we're in a difficult situation. This batch of guns is very important to us, I smiled. At this point, guns are vital for everyone. The woman didn't seem bothered by my sarcasm. I understand the significance of firearms in this period. And I also know you won't part with this batch easily, so I'm here to discuss cooperation. Cooperation? What sort of cooperation? If I collaborate with you, wouldn't that expose all the bravado I just displayed? I thought to myself, realizing I wasn't foolish enough to fall into that trap. I had the upper hand in this negotiation. Kid, you really can talk big. How many people are left at Haicheng University? You think we don't know? The man spoke again, his tone mocking, his expression disdainful, making my teeth grind in irritation. Exposed? Liu Yimei chuckled softly, covering her mouth. I shot her a glare. How could this silly girl equate herself with the other 4 dimwits? Did she not know the difference between a big shot and a small fry? Was there still time to mock me? Had she lost her senses? I lit another cigarette, forcing myself to maintain composure. I am afraid I can't disclose how many people I have. You're not entitled to that information. But I must remind you, when gathering intel, choose a good person. Someone straightforward like this gentleman here. Who would be better off staying home, eating, and waiting for death? Classmate, are you really not interested? All we need is for you to lend us some guns. Once we resolve the crisis with the Science Museum, I guarantee, on my honor, we will return them to you. Classmate, as factions within Launcher, I find it hard to believe you're unaware of the Science Museum's current actions. Have you considered that if our women's prison falls, you won't be able to remain uninvolved? The woman continued to plead. I pondered for a few seconds. I was indeed intrigued by what they said, but in this current era, people had become the most untrustworthy species. I am afraid I've already stated, our forces are strong. The number I can mobilize in a minute could easily exceed 1,000. Don't even mention the Science Museum. Even if a battalion came, I could handle them effortlessly. Upon hearing my declaration, the woman below exhibited no extreme reaction. However, Liu Yimei suddenly burst into laughter, standing up with a hand over her mouth. Hua hua, it's been a while. Chapter 85. Negotiation with rivals. Seeing Liu Yimei's beaming expression, I was momentarily taken aback, thinking, what has gotten into this silly girl? She didn't even glance at me, standing up just to call out to someone. You're alive! The woman leading the group below exclaimed, her beautiful eyes wide with surprise. Realization washed over me. I recognized her, thankful I hadn't cursed earlier, relieved my tongue had been slow. Otherwise, I would have received a barrage of disdain or worse. A flurry of punches, oddly enough. Every time Liu Yimei chased me down for a beating, the others merely stood by with ambiguous smiles, offering no assistance. This left me utterly perplexed. Why couldn't those big men step in when a grown man, couldn't he retaliate? Was there no distinction between who was close and who was not? I nearly died but was saved by him. Liu Yimei pointed at me, observing her mountains, which, despite being constrained by tactical gear, still danced with vitality. I inhaled sharply. You know him? Lu Yimei nodded excitedly. Hua Hua is the friend I mentioned earlier. Peering down, a wave of helplessness washed over me. Was this silly girl truly looking for trouble? Did she have to insist on recognition? Now, with a personal connection established, how could I refuse? Hua Hua, come up. It's too cold down here. Before I could devise a plan, Lu Yimei had already made her move. Pulling me into a dire situation, I could only hope the others displayed some sense and would refrain from accepting the invitation. Unfortunately, I was mistaken. I heard a resounding okay from below as Hua Hua climbed onto the first floor railing. As the remaining members attempted to follow, I quickly coughed, Hey, you shouldn't come up. Don't you know the rule that big figures speak while small fries stand guard? The moment my words fell, the man below glared at me, about to unleash a tirade. For such insignificant characters, I couldn't be bothered to engage. Instead, I turned back to admire the beautiful woman before me. The flower, although named tenderly, possesses a beauty that is undeniably sweet. However, the overall impression she leaves is far from delicate or charming. If Lu Yi embodies the type of girl who merely dazzles with her exterior, then the flower exudes a formidable air of a strong woman from within, which starkly contrasts with her appearance and name. Xing Tian, you ought to know when to stop. Lu Yimei's voice brimmed with a tempered fury. Having not released the flower's hand, I remained oblivious as Lu Yimei called out to me repeatedly, and my actions inevitably led both girls to silently curse me as a rogue. Truth be told, I felt wronged. I was merely lost in thought, analyzing my opponent. After all, who among my family could possibly be less formidable than the flower? Was I really so concerned? My apologies. I did not sleep well last night and momentarily spaced out. Come, it's Sister Hua, right? I said awkwardly while scratching my head. As the three of us settled down, I promptly retrieved my phone and dialed Lao Lu. I resolved to put on a show. Amassing enough capital for the forthcoming negotiations. Lao Lu, make a fire for the brothers downstairs. We can't have our guests freezing. Third brother, Yimei said to minimize the use of lighting devices tonight. It might expose us, Lao Lu replied, struggling with his throat. I'm your third brother. You should listen to me. Listen to her? I felt my pride wounded and growled under my breath, barely containing my anger. A satisfied smile crept onto my face as I realized Lao Lu was complying out of fear of my authority. Yet, in the next moment, Lu Yimei's phone rang. Positioned beside her, I could clearly see that it was Lao Lu calling. With a heart full of curiosity, I leaned in to listen as Lao Lu urgently spoke. Yimei, third brother is getting riled up again. He insists on having a bonfire. Are we doing it or not? Lu Yimei knew I had overheard, evident from my increasingly darkening expression, and she couldn't possibly miss it. Let us go ahead and have one. Give him some face. She stifled a laugh before hanging up. Moments later, Lao Lu's voice echoed through my phone. Of course, I'll do as you say, third brother. I'm going to start the fire now. Get lost, you worthless brat. I don't want to see you today. Don't show your face around me, I shouted in exasperation, and my rage boiled over. I was truly frustrated. My own brother had been swayed and manipulated, while I remained here, foolishly posturing as the big shot. Everything that had just transpired had certainly not escaped the flower's keen observation. She held back laughter, observing my flustered state. Had it not been for Lu Yimei restraining her knee, I was certain she would have collapsed in laughter. Gazing at the flower, her struggle to suppress laughter only fueled my irritation. Nevertheless, in an effort to maintain composure in front of the lady, I cleared my throat. Well, Sister Hua, as you can see, we uphold strict discipline here. With clearly defined roles, we have plenty to eat and drink, and the firewood is ready, igniting a fiery passion. Stop. You, a sports student, are trying to compose poetry? Lu Yimei impatiently interrupted my attempt at eloquence. Yet, the flower continued to smile at me, her eyes glimmering with admiration, giving me the illusion that, were Lu Yimei not present, she might leap into my arms. I felt honored by the adoration of a little fan. Believing myself quite dashing, I tossed my hair back, ready to embrace her outpouring of admiration. However, the flower turned to Lu Yimei with a smile, saying, Yimei, you must be having a hard time with this little fool, right? I was taken aback. Little fool? Who are you referring to? Surely not me. I glanced around the dorm. The others were absent. Was she genuinely speaking of me? What happened to the age-old virtue of not striking a person's face or revealing their flaws? I gazed incredulously at the seemingly delicate yet fiery flower. The flower shot me a glance and said, "Had you said that earlier, I might have believed you, but it seems our investigation yielded accurate results." Before I could erupt in fury, Liu Yimei interjected, "What results?" "The leader at Haicheng University is a complete fool," the flower replied. Liu Yimei burst into laughter at that, her mirth so genuine it caused the flower to tremble with laughter. Infuriated by her words, I sprang to my feet, pointing at the flower, my face flushed with suppressed rage. You dare insult me?" I shouted towards the window. "Third brother, the fire is just starting. What's the matter?" Lao Lu inquired loudly. "What fire? Just throw those idiots downstairs into the flames. That would be more appropriate." I spat in frustration. Lao Lu acknowledged me with a simple "oh," but fell silent thereafter. However, the next moment, a scream echoed from below, followed by a warning that felt like a standoff. Oh no, I thought. Rushing to the window with Liu Yimei and the flower right behind me, I beheld Lao Lu holding the man who had just glared at me, upside down over the bonfire, as if preparing for a sacrificial ceremony. The women from the prison nearby raised their guns, warning Lao Lu not to act recklessly. Meanwhile, from the third-floor windows across from us, individuals armed with rifles aimed at the scene. The most eye-catching was the leader, clad in faded yellow underwear, dancing provocatively on the windowsill while brandishing 2 Molotov cocktails, shouting, "Whoever dares to touch my 6th brother will face my wrath, regardless of gender." Chapter 86. Negotiations collapsed. The absurdity of the scene left me and the 2 women gaping in disbelief. Strong and valiant? The flower pointed at the flamboyant leader on the third-floor windowsill. Looking at me, I too felt a tinge of embarrassment, but I could not allow that to show. I feigned calmness. "Isn't it wild? Isn't it all about the West Coast?" Liu Yimei covered her face, appearing utterly mortified. "You better tell your brother to rein it in quickly," she urged. I understood the wisdom in knowing when to withdraw, yet I hesitated to call out to the leader, for he thrived on attention. The more focus he received, the more reckless he became. "Lao Lu, put him down," I shouted, shaking my head in resignation. "Place him on the ground, but not in the fire." Lao Lu merely replied with an "oh" and complied. As the tension eased, the flower let out a sigh of relief and turned to Liu Yimei, saying, "Come on, let us leave this madness. You could die without even realizing it." "Hey, you silly girl, are you still at it? You called me a fool earlier. I let that slide, and now you're calling us mad. Are you looking for trouble?" I snapped, my anger boiling over. Her face turned cold at my words. "You better watch your tongue. You might just get what's coming to you." "What? I should watch my tongue? You've been cursing us this whole time, and now you want me to be careful with my words? Come on, let us see how I'll get what's coming to me," I retorted, genuinely surprised to discover that the seemingly delicate flower possessed quite the fiery temper. Before I could finish my sentence, the audacious girl dashed forward and delivered a swift kick to my lower back. Caught off guard, I stumbled, nearly toppling over. If I had been merely annoyed moments ago, I was now genuinely furious. Before I could regain my footing, I sensed a rush of wind by my ear as a petite fist narrowly missed me. Denying her any chance to retaliate, I seized the flower's arm. With a swift motion, I aimed to throw her over my shoulder. To my astonishment, this girl had considerable combat experience. She managed to brace her knee against my lower back to counter my throw. Alas, she was mistaken. After all, she was still a woman, and her arms could never match the strength of my thighs. With a mere adjustment of force from my abdomen, I sent the flower flying. A loud crash reverberated through the dorm as she collided with the closed door, falling to the ground in a heap. "Who gave you the audacity to challenge me?" I shouted at the pained flower, my voice filled with indignation. "Xing Tian, that's enough." Liu Yimei, who had been unable to intervene earlier, rushed to the flower's side as soon as we separated. Watching Liu Yimei rush to aid another left a bitter taste in my mouth. What was that feeling? Was I nurturing a thankless wolf? At the critical moment, she chose to side with an outsider? Enough of this. If you think so little of us, then go away with her. Do you really think I'm without temper? The more I pondered, the angrier I became. I had no intention of being reasonable. She had started it. She had thrown the first punch, and now that she was facing the consequences, I was supposed to back down. As the saying goes, the sky is high and the birds can fly. If you can stay, then stay. If not, then leave. Did I really need the likes of them? Lu Yimei helped the flower back to her feet, her gaze towards me filled with unspoken resentment. Get up, E. I refuse to believe I can't take on a college student, the flower proclaimed. Pushing Lu Yimei aside as she prepared to charge at me once more. Flower, stop. You really can't win against him, Lu Yimei insisted, gripping the flower tightly. The flower turned in astonishment towards Lu Yimei. Perplexed by her unwavering confidence in me and doubt towards her, he practices unrestricted combat. He is a professional, Lu Yimei whispered. This revelation. The flower froze, her gaze shifting towards me, filled with a mix of hatred and submission. As if to say, I may not be able to defeat you, but I refuse to accept you. What is that? You refuse? If you think it's unfair for a woman to fight a man, you two can team up. If I lose, I'll willingly self-destruct. If I blink even once, then I'm no man, I taunted. Xing Tian, how long are you going to keep this up? Lu Yimei glared at me. Her reproachful eyes ignited a surge of defiance within me. Am I done? She was the first to insult me, and she was the first to strike. If I don't eliminate her, I suppose it can be considered a courtesy to you. As I always say, if you can stay, then stay. If you cannot, then leave with her. No farewells. After uttering these words, I lost interest in the two women before me. One of them leapt out of the window. As I passed by the campfire, I cast a glance at the group of over a dozen people seated around it, none of whom offered even a semblance of goodwill. Lao Lu, we're leaving. In the opposite dormitory, Lu Yimei pulled Huaduo up, checking to see if she was injured while simultaneously grumbling. Hua, can you not change your temperament? Use your brain when you speak. If he were truly foolish, would he allow those dozens of people to eat and drink well? Him? Eating and drinking well? Huaduo scoffed, delicately rubbing her lower back with a slender hand. Lu Yimei let out a heavy sigh. Can you eat egg fried rice and noodles with fried sauce every day? We can. Upon hearing this, Huaduo turned incredulously to Lu Yimei. Really? Lu Yimei remained silent but nodded emphatically, seeing the other's affirmative nod. Huaduo huffed defiantly. So what? It's just a few bags of rice and eggs. Huaduo's self-assured demeanor amused Lu Yimei. Weren't you quite composed and calm downstairs? Why are you revealing your true self now that we are upstairs? I don't want you to suffer, Huaduo said earnestly. That I never said I was suffering. How did you conclude that I am? Huaduo paused, then stubbornly shook her head. The people from Haicheng University, it's already widely known. The reason Nanqing Prison doesn't deal with you first is because of those 5 brutes. Lu Yimei looked at her friend Hua with amusement. Have you ever considered that this might actually be a form of fear? Lu Yimei's statement left Huaduo momentarily speechless. Indeed. Isn't this a manifestation of fear? Nanqing Prison publicly claims there are a few fools in Haicheng University too lazy to deal with. They even assert that those few are so inept that they could starve without intervention. But is that truly the case? If they were merely fools, would they endure suffering without retaliation? Wouldn't that contradict their claims? Ultimately, it's because they are afraid. Chapter 87. Coming with sincerity, lying on the bed at the entrance of the second-floor dormitory, I rested my hands behind my head, smoking a cigarette. I couldn't be bothered to even glance at the people downstairs. As for whether they left or not, I could discern based solely on the sounds. After a while, I heard the sound of someone climbing up the window railing. When Lu Yimei jumped into the dormitory, I must admit, my mood inexplicably brightened. However, I refrained from voicing any compliments. Weren't you supposed to leave with them? Why didn't you? Lu Yimei ignored me, walking straight to the dormitory door. Seeing her disregard, I became irritated, adjusted my clothes, turned over, and faced away from the door, choosing not to speak further. This is the first and last time. If you dare to tell me to leave again, I'll hit you. I huffed, burrowing deeper into the bed to assert my indifference, signaling that I was sulking. I had thought my actions would drive Lu Yimei away. But to my surprise, she gently sat beside me. Hua is just too straightforward. I didn't expect you to be upset. We usually joke around like this, don't we? At her words, I jolted upright. You are you? And we are us. What kind of relationship do I have with her? That wasn't a joke. It was an insult. Observing my righteous indignation, Lu Yimei smirked, then suddenly wrapped her arms around me, resting her petite face against my shoulder. This embrace left me utterly bewildered. as I struggled to comprehend what this girl meant. Inhaling the faint fragrance emanating from her hair, I fought to maintain my composure, resisting the urge to lose myself in the enchanting atmosphere. Don't start this. Are you trying to get me to help them? Not a chance. Insulting me and expecting assistance? That's a pipe dream, I stated, feeling somewhat lacking in confidence. She is my friend, Lu Yimei spoke softly. She is my friend, Lu Yimei breathed into my ear. Who cares? She's still a friend. I shivered at her words, my tone softening. She is my friend. Lu Yimei kissed my cheek. I gasped, my mind spinning. What friend? You can't use our own resources to help? Don't be angry. She really is one of my very good friends. After saying this, her fragrant lips pressed against mine. The kiss lingered, feeling timeless, and when Lu Yimei finally pulled away, I nodded resolutely. If she is a friend, then I must lend a hand. Standing by idly is not in my nature. Hearing this, Lu Yimei chuckled, her alluring expression igniting a sense of urgency within me. Her delicate arms, as smooth as jade, draped gently around my neck. If you tell me to leave, if you dare to say it again, I'll cut you. Her words startled me, and I quickly crossed my legs, daring to speak again. Let us not go there, but your sudden request today, was it all just a means to get me to help your friend? Before I could process my words, a sharp slap echoed, and I felt a burning heat on my cheek. Say that again. Lu Yimei glared at me. That certainly isn't love. How could it be so sudden? I grimaced. Another slap, this time on the other side of my face, ignited a fiery sensation. I can't comprehend. This is too abrupt. There were no signs at all. My sentence was cut short by yet another slap, and this time I didn't give Lu Yimei a chance to respond. Who doesn't have a bit of temper? If you get used to hitting me, what will I do if you start slapping me for no reason? I flipped over, pinning Lu Yimei onto the bed. I don't care whether you love me or not. At this point, we live as we please. An hour later, a familiar burning sensation returned to my face when I shot Lu Yimei a fierce glare. I noticed she was slightly breathless, as if on the verge of losing consciousness. Realizing I had gone too far, I was about to pinch Lu Yimei's acupoint when I felt a sharp pain in my arm. This girl had bitten me hard. Do you not regard me as a person? After an hour of relentless activity, she hardly seemed like an injured person. I chuckled awkwardly, gently stroking Lu Yimei's abdomen. I couldn't tell you before, but now I can. What was once unspeakable is now shared among us as family. I recounted the secrets I had kept hidden. After hearing my explanation, Lu Yimei struggled to sit up, insisting on checking my injuries to see if I was truly as I claimed. Once she confirmed the truth, she stood there in shock. After a long silence, she accepted the reality and soon began to issue the same repeated warnings that Lu and the others had given me, instructing me not to let this information slip. I had heard the same thing 4 times over, nodding along to appease her. Girl, you aren't really going to sacrifice yourself for a woman, are you? I asked, cradling Lu Yimei's smooth, delicate body. My words earned me a playful slap. Lu Yimei hastily tended to my bleeding nose while recounting her own emotional journey. It turned out that from the moment I saved Lu Yimei, she had begun to harbor feelings for me. However, due to her pride, she resisted sharing a man with others. But today, when I scolded her and told her to leave, she suddenly felt a pang of fear. She realized she was a dispensable person in my life, and that feeling made her anxious. Afraid that I would truly expel her, she finally mustered the courage to act on her feelings after what had transpired. Listening to the special police girl's confession, how should I put it? If I claimed I had no feelings for her, that would be blatant dishonesty. However, I felt I wasn't as desperate as the other guys. Given the relationships I had with the 3 exquisite beauties at home, I was relatively content. Despite having prepared numerous passionate speeches, I found myself lacking any opportunity to deliver them, as I noticed that the 3 girls at home seemed to have known about this all along. Naturally pulling Lu Yimei onto the bed. Just like that, was it all over? Don't you want to hear my prepared speech? I stood at the foot of the bed, dumbfounded. Oh dear, what time is it? Are you going to sleep or not? If not, we're going to sleep, Mu Chengxue complained impatiently. It's a matter of time. Why do you need to prepare a speech? Zhang Yi shot me a glance. Even a fool can see that Mei has feelings for you. Yet you still seem oblivious. Li chimed in, peeking out with just his head. I was stunned. Really? How did I suddenly feel that my world was vastly different from theirs? What on earth was happening? How had I not noticed anything at all? With a puzzled expression, I glanced at Liu Yimei, who had just finished undressing and crawled under the covers. This girl seemed entirely unperturbed by the three girls' presence, only her face slightly flushed, showing no other signs of discomfort. Chapter 88. Capturing the mutant, I was utterly astonished, my mind racing with thoughts. Just as this fleeting notion crossed my mind, the sound of a flushing toilet echoed through the air. Feeling the chill of my thin pajamas, Liu Yimei emerged from the restroom. Upon noticing that I had already sat up, she greeted me with a radiant smile, hurriedly climbing into bed and burrowing under the covers. The icy touch of her delicate body against mine jolted me awake, prompting me to dash to the bathroom, realizing I needed to dress more warmly. The room was air-conditioned, and I had assumed the restroom would maintain a similar temperature. Snuggling closer, Liu Yimei murmured softly, "How about we visit the women's prison together?" She cast a shy glance my way, her demeanor a stark contrast to her usual boldness. I nodded in agreement, but warned, "Sure, but if that silly girl starts rambling, I won't hesitate to put her in her place." I assured her that I wouldn't let the little special police officer bother me. Suppressing the devil of impulse within, I steadied my thoughts. "How do you know?" I inquired. "Because yesterday you were the leader, and today you are my husband." With that, Liu Yimei nestled deeper into the blankets, too bashful to meet my gaze. For someone who had previously exhibited such fierce independence, her sudden shyness filled me with a sense of pride. What did this indicate? It suggested that my efforts from the previous day had been exceptionally fruitful. By 10 in the morning, I took Liu Yimei by the hand, carrying over 20 rifles as we exited the school. A few of my comrades eagerly volunteered to accompany me, but I declined their offers. As we settled into the battered pickup truck, Liu Yimei looked at me, puzzled. "Why aren't we bringing them along? Are you worried about their safety?" she asked. "Not at all. Huahua wouldn't deceive me." I shook my head in response. "Then why not?" She tilted her head. Her curiosity piqued. It was the first time I noticed this endearing side of her. Regaining my focus, I drove steadily, though I disdainfully remarked, "If we were headed to a men's prison today, do you believe those three fools would still be around before we set off?" Upon hearing my words, Liu Yimei instantly grasped the underlying meaning. She stifled a giggle, covering her mouth as she laughed. "Now that you mention it, that seems quite plausible." As the truck continued on its journey, the scenery outside changed incessantly, yet the overwhelming sense of desolation remained unchanged. The coastal refuge, a massive aircraft carrier, was docked in the distance, and the temporary encampment exuded an air of rare tranquility. Squad leader, the streets of Launcher have been largely cleared of zombies. Other counties have begun reorganizing the remaining survivors. Why are we still stationed here? A soldier questioned, chewing on a snack reminiscent of spicy strips. Because of the internet. Reports are circulating that multiple countries are experiencing the emergence of mutated beings, with the common thread being that they were all bitten by an unidentified creature. The squad leader replied, furrowing his brow. The monitoring department had already fallen, and once taboo discussions had inexplicably become trending topics. Meanwhile, in a nation plagued by chaos, a notorious local organization had risen after the outbreak. Led by a mutated individual. However, this organization now found itself besieged by the forces of the Huaxia military. Within the organization, drones were dispatched to manipulate and lure surrounding zombies, attempting to thwart the military's assault. But they were systematically shot down by snipers positioned above. Ultimately, a significant rift emerged within the organization, leading to an internal conflict where the mutated leader was bound and delivered to the Huaxia forces. Simultaneously, similar occurrences unfolded in various countries, with 3 cities witnessing the unnoticed escape of mutated beings. In contrast, Launcher, a city also home to mutated individuals, remained eerily calm and undisturbed. The military remained focused on water, electricity, and communication, lacking any pertinent updates. As I drove slowly, swaying on the road, I could sense Liu Yimei's helpless gaze upon me. "Husband, several mutated beings have been captured by the military." Mu Chengshua's voice came through the phone in a hushed tone. Liu Yimei, seated beside me, suddenly appeared anxious. "According to Liu Ye's analysis, there should be 7 mutated beings like you. Currently, only 5 are left in the world, and the researchers will not give up." I chuckled and shook my head. "I don't care about the mutations. All I know is I need to ensure everyone survives." Seeing my confidence, Liu Yimei felt a sense of reassurance wash over her. Given the current situation, with the entire world hunting mutated beings. Why was there a lack of movement regarding the one at the airport? Lu Yimei furrowed her brows. That's not something for us to ponder. The country must have its own plans. Perhaps negotiations for cooperation are underway? I suggested. She nodded, acknowledging my hypothesis. Huaxia had never been lenient with foreigners, yet showed more tolerance toward its citizens. Such was the nature of the nation. Feeling fortunate that I hadn't rashly expanded my circle, I chuckled at my own wisdom. Otherwise, I would undoubtedly have found myself on the list of those targeted. Lu Yimei, beside me, interjected with a teasing remark, "Is that because of your wisdom? Or simply your laziness to expand?" Her words caught me off guard, causing my cheeks to flush with embarrassment as I eased off the gas pedal. The dilapidated pickup truck seemed to crawl at an agonizingly slow pace. Lu Yimei shot me a reproachful glance. "Husband, I was wrong. Is that enough? At this rate, we won't reach our destination before nightfall." Content with being addressed as such, I nodded, pleased that she recognized her mistake. Men from the sports department possess great physical strength, endurance, and mental acuity. My core strength is unparalleled. As noon approached, Lu Yimei and I finally drove through the open gates of the women's prison in the northern part of the city. Before even stepping out of the vehicle, I noticed the armed personnel stationed in watchtowers surrounding the compound. "Impressive," I muttered, pushing open the car door. I paid no mind to the weapons in the vehicle. Having entered this gate signified my farewell to firearms. I felt no remorse, for hands unburdened by weapons could be employed for other pursuits, such as scaling heights and beholding the grandeur of nature, or playfully teasing the adorable creatures that roamed the mountains, especially those with the most endearing pink noses. I in the distance. Huahua approached with a disapproving expression, upon seeing Lu Yimei clinging to my arm. Her incredulity was palpable, prompting me to wish I could deliver a swift reprimand. "That girl-esque expression is begging for a reprimand," I mused. Lu Yimei, sensing my irritation, nudged my arm with a hint of annoyance. "Let us keep the conversation civil." The unexpected arrival of favorable circumstances lightened my mood considerably. "I'll try to refrain from speaking," I conceded. "That's more like it," Lu Yimei replied with a sweet smile. Without further comment, Huahua hurried over, pulling Lu Yimei aside. "You're not planning to offer your body in exchange for my assistance, are you? If that's the case, I'd rather forego your weapons." Huahua shot me a venomous glare. I dismissed her with indifference, lighting a cigarette while I began to examine the internal layout of the women's prison. Upon closer inspection, I realized it was full of intricacies. Just days prior, I had nearly impulsively driven into the southern prison. Thankfully, I had refrained. Otherwise, I would have been unaware of my own demise. The towering walls were not the final barrier. The intricate network of iron fences within constituted the true last line of defense. Those towering barriers formed a labyrinthine maze, one that would bewilder anyone unfamiliar with the territory. "Husband," Lu Yimei called. "What is it, my dear?" I inquired, rushing over with feigned eagerness. Huahua rolled her eyes at my stark transformation since yesterday. "Is there something wrong with your eyes? Do you need me to correct them?" Her presence irritated me. She was always loud and boisterous. "You're barking up the wrong tree. Asking for those teeth is futile," I retorted defiantly. "You two might as well get along. One is my best friend, the other my husband. Don't you think it puts me in a difficult position?" Lu Yimei lamented, her expression one of exasperation. With a shared sense of camaraderie, both Huahua and I simultaneously let out a huff, turning our backs to one another, refusing to acknowledge the other. Perhaps it was then that Huahua remembered her best friend was nearby. Promptly dragging Lu Yimei deeper into the prison, I genuinely disliked moving, even less so in the company of that noisy girl. However, with my arm being pulled along, I had no choice but to acquiesce. Yet, the further we ventured, the more alarmed I became. The prison's security was undoubtedly on par with the super refuge in the face of an apocalypse. Compared to the layers of defenses here, our school dormitories were mere decorations. This realization ignited an insatiable desire within me to seize control of the southern prison. The three of us arrived at Huahua's office, which was undeniably impressive, a spacious area over 2 meters wide that left me feeling envious. "Come, have some tea," Huahua said, engaging in a tea ceremony in front of me, her leisurely demeanor inciting my irritation. In the midst of chaos, she still found time to fiddle with such trivialities. I can't stand this stuff. "Husband, you drink it." Lu Yimei quickly pushed the teacup toward me. noticing Hua Hua had no intention of serving me. The flowers across the way let out a light hum, muttering in a mocking tone about the trials and tribulations of youth. Calling me a naive child, I shot her a glare and retorted, "Shall I take the gun away? After you lot have had your fun at the Science Museum, I'll return it. Does that count as enduring hardship for future rewards? You, with your tender age, pretending to be wise beyond your years?" My lips curled into a grin. With a loud thud, the flower slammed her hand on the table and stood up, her stance indicating she was ready to throw a punch at any moment. "Are you two done? Can't we set aside personal grudges when our very survival is at stake?" Lu Yimei interjected, her brow furrowed in concern. After a moment of inner turmoil, she finally spoke. "I need to borrow some people." Look at her." The flower pointed an accusing finger at me. "He really doesn't have anyone," Lu Yimei hastily clarified. "Weren't we just discussing our strong and well-equipped forces?" The flower questioned Lu Yimei. Confusion etched on her face. "Didn't we lose over 100 in the last mission? How could there be no one left? Who knows whether you are friend or foe? If I don't boast a little. What if you turn on me?" "What then?" I retorted, my expression impassive as I gazed at the ceiling. Upon hearing my words, the flower deflated like a punctured balloon, slumping back into her chair. "Hua Hua. How many people do you have now? How many do they have? Have you investigated how they plan to retaliate?" Lu Yimei inquired. "Yesterday, both we and the Science Museum lost nearly 50 people each. We re not far apart in numbers." The flower paused, then lit a cigarette, taking a graceful puff. "Go be honest. It was the first time I found a woman smoking to possess a certain allure." "And then?" Lu Yimei pressed. "The problem lies in our gender imbalance in this women's prison. There are over 200 women and just over 60 men, while they have nearly 300 men. 300? I found that hard to believe in these times. Who could speak the truth? It was perfectly normal to leave room for doubt. If they had more than 300 men, then with our nearly foolishly small female contingent, wouldn't we be utterly crushed? Chapter 90. You want me to find a solution? In the office, silence reigned among the three of us, so profound that one could almost hear a pin drop. With a click, I lit a cigarette, the sound shattering the oppressive quiet. The flower across the table glanced at me and then extended a delicate hand toward the desk. I raised an eyebrow in confusion at her beckoning. "Perfectly manicured finger. Cigarette." She shot me an exasperated look. "What? You have your own and still come to me for one?" I thought. Had this girl become like Uncle Lou from the cafeteria? After I remained silent for a while, Lu Yimei took the pack of cigarettes in front of me and handed it over. The flower, without hesitation, took a stick and then casually tossed half a box of Nanjing cigarettes into her desk drawer. I stared in disbelief at what had just transpired. It wasn't that I was being stingy as a man, but this girl was far too brazen. I had seen people share lighters but never cigarettes. "What's with that look? I've given you so many guns. Taking a half box of cigarettes as a big deal, is it?" The flower noticed my incredulous gaze, her expression full of self-righteousness. Her argument, upon first hearing, seemed somewhat valid. I had given away an entire truckload of weapons. After all, I thought I should be the one saying, "I gave you a truck of guns. What's the harm in taking a couple of cigarettes?" That would have been a reasonable exchange, wouldn't it? Just as I opened my mouth to argue, Lu Yimei quickly grasped my hand, her voice sweetly calling me hubby. My bones felt weak, and I nodded vigorously, signaling that I was magnanimous enough not to hold it against her. "Good cigarettes. I've given them all to the folks below, even Hongmei. I wouldn't dare smoke." This statement was directed not at me but at Lu Yimei. Yet, it was obvious to anyone that she was subtly lamenting her plight to me. I didn't care about the box of cigarettes, but having them confiscated meant I had nothing to smoke. So I picked up the white Hongmei in front of her and lit one for myself. "Sweetheart, is this all you've got? Can't even afford a decent smoke, and yet you want to challenge the Science Museum? Are you joking?" I teased, casting a sidelong glance at the flower and then at Lu Yimei. Lu Yimei subtly winked at me, signaling me to refrain from fanning the flames. However, I was unfazed. This wasn't stirring the pot, but rather a veiled message to the flower not to be so self-absorbed. With your group, forget the Science Museum. Even the 20 or so from Haicheng University could wipe the floor with you. Resistance would be futile. Clean yourselves up and perhaps you could call them daddy afterward. And maybe they would show mercy and leave after a bit of fun. The flower, of course, Didn't he grasp my meaning? Perhaps personal feelings clouded her judgment. Suddenly, the box of cigarettes I had was hurled towards my face. But I caught it effortlessly with one hand. How dare you say that? What can you give me? She glared at me. What can I offer? My wife is well-fed and well-dressed. Even her underwear is freshly changed every day. Can you say the same? As we exchanged barbs, Lu Yimei sighed, pinching her delicate forehead, unable to watch the confrontation. The flower, rendered speechless by my retort, hesitated several times before circumnavigating the desk to lift Lu Yimei's shirt. What are you doing? Look at what I'm wearing today. White lace with black trim. What is there not to admire? I said with pride. When the flower actually caught a glimpse of Lu Yimei's underwear, her face fell as if she had just lost a loved one, her expression filled with bitter despair. Hua Hua, stop arguing. Honestly, I'm doing quite well, Lu Yimei mumbled as she adjusted her clothing. Seeing her friend's dejected demeanor, the flower appeared flustered, but had nowhere to vent her frustration. Observing her friend's despondent state, Lu Yimei felt a pang of sympathy and turned to me. Triumphant. Hubby, you're clever. Help Hua Hua think of a way out. Clever. Was this girl suffering from severe myopia? Hearing things? Was she under the impression that I was her dear husband? Or had pregnancy made her a bit forgetful? No, I had only been firing blanks lately, so that couldn't be it. I was puzzled. After living together for so long, hadn't she noticed that whenever it came to brainstorming ideas, it was always Xiaoxue and her two friends doing the talking? Although I knew I had a wooden head and was often groggy when it came to strategy, for the sake of my dignity, I resolutely feigned deep contemplation. I initially thought that if I merely pretended to ponder and then shook my head, declaring it a deadlock, I could extricate myself from this predicament. However, to my surprise, both girls stared at me intently, not blinking as they awaited my suggestion. Realizing I was in deep trouble, I recalled the idiom filling in with a random tune. But I hadn't studied it in detail. I had forgotten that during a solo performance, it was best not to show off, lest I reveal too many flaws. But now, I was cornered. Coming up with something was proving quite challenging. The only course of action was to devise a solution quickly, even if it was riddled with holes. At least it would allow me to scrape by my thoughts raced, my long dormant brain gradually warming up. And suddenly, an idea struck me. The Science Museum, entirely made of glass, was a veritable fortress of vulnerabilities. Initially, I had thought it was easily assailable, but after visiting once, I realized that while it was vulnerable, the expansive view surrounding it, with nearly 1,000 meters of open space, meant that anyone appearing in the vicinity would be spotted from hundreds of meters away. Upon hearing this, I nodded. Such a vast expanse. Not even a single zombie could sneak through. I've tried. When a drone carried a zombie close, the moment it was still hundreds of meters away from the Science Museum, they drove out to intercept it. Shooting down the drone and diverting the zombie elsewhere, the flower replied, exhaling a deep breath. Divert it where? Lu Yimei asked, intrigued. The flower smiled wryly, but I interjected, to the seaside refuge. The group Chi-Chi mentioned, they're the ones from the Science Museum? Lu Yimei's mouth fell slightly agape as she gazed at me. I nodded. A clever tactic to draw fire elsewhere. Hubby, is there truly no solution left? Lu Yimei asked anxiously. I grimaced, my mind racing. And after a moment, I glared at the flower, who was equally awaiting my final answer. Why did you provoke those perverts? Are you simply bored? Chapter 91. Someone is watching in response to my sincere complaint. The flower chose not to counter, but instead fell silent. I could easily surmise the situation without her words. It was clear that she did not wish to confront the Science Museum, but was instead compelled by circumstances. It was evident that the Science Museum had set its sights on their women's prison. Why? Because a prison was undoubtedly far safer than a science museum. Not only was the environment superior, but there were also more women, a veritable paradise for those ruthless old men. Securing the women's prison would mean safety and women, a twofold gain. Have they been here? I inquired. The flower nodded. They've been here for quite some time, but the prison is easy to defend and hard to breach. They couldn't get in, and we escaped a disaster. However, the difficulty lies in the fact that there are nearly 300 people to feed and provide for. Currently, we cannot venture out to procure supplies as there are watchful eyes on us. The moment we make a move, their people will swiftly arrive, Hua Duo expressed with frustration. In a wonder, I nodded. recalling that on the day you acquired firearms, they appeared almost immediately. Hearing this, Hua Duo let out a heavy sigh. At this moment, we can only dare to act at night. Yet, as you are aware, the activity of the zombies increases during the night, posing significant obstacles to our search for supplies. I nodded in agreement once more, but the next moment, a spark of inspiration struck me. Yes, under the cover of darkness, with the moon obscured and the winds howling, we could take advantage of the open visibility to infiltrate the 8th floor. The little zombies will be more energetic and faster. The personnel at the Science Museum are unlikely to be vigilant at that hour. During their most fatigued state, if we could amass 1,000 or 800 zombies, no, let us say 3,000 to 5,000, silently surrounding the Science Museum, wouldn't that be a stroke of genius? Perhaps others might find this impossible, but I certainly could. Let us not forget, we possess an edge. The more I contemplated, the more feasible this plan seemed. Resting my chin on my hand, I delved deeper into my thoughts. Noticing my prolonged silence, Hua Duo was about to call out to me when she was stopped by Lu Yimei beside her. Hua Duo looked on in confusion. Lu Yimei pointed to her head, then made a shushing gesture. Unbeknownst to me, I stood up and began pacing around the office. It's around 3 or 4 in the morning. When people are at their most drowsy, a rubber hose several dozen meters long coupled with 3,000 to 5,000 zombies could indeed accomplish this task. Ideally, we should procure some explosives to detonate the glass walls after my escape, allowing the zombies to surge inside, and then we could deal with the beleaguered prison inmates. Upon this thought, I shook my head. The idea of kicking someone when they are down was too difficult to execute, so it seemed I would have to handle it myself. Am I losing my mind? Hua Duo glanced at Lu Yimei. Lu Yimei shook her head with a slight smile, saying, just hold down the prison. The rest should be manageable. Her words brought a flicker of joy to Hua Duo's face, but it quickly faded into bitterness. Perhaps she thought I had no real solutions for the predicament. Our vehicle, driven by Lu Yimei, had not gone far when the cautious little SWAT officer detected an issue. Honey, someone is following us. Still lost in thought, I was momentarily bewildered. Following? There wasn't a single car on the main road. Are you tailing me in your vehicle? That would be more straightforward than trying to hide. I glanced at the rearview mirror. Puzzled. No one there? Not a car, but a small electric bike, lingering on the side road. Lu Yimei reminded me subtly. Aware that I should not alarm the pursuer, I refrained from looking back directly, instead stealing glances. To my surprise, I spotted a slender man cautiously trailing us on a food delivery electric bike in normal times. Such a feeble attempt at following would have led him to lose his target long ago. But now, it was different. Even with the roar of my engine, he managed to keep up. He must be from the Science Museum, I muttered. What should we do? The little SWAT officer asked, though her hands had already discreetly drawn her sidearm. I chuckled. It's fine. We're in a car. What is there to fear? Let him follow us for a bit. I knew there was no real threat, but what bothered me most was that he knew where we were from. I had no desire to be discovered too early as someone affiliated with Haicheng University in conjunction with the women's prison. Even if everyone would know eventually, that time was not now. My plan was still in its infancy, and I had no intention of allowing it to falter. Driving the old pickup with vigor, we sped towards the refuge. During the journey, I deliberately slowed down several times, ensuring our follower kept up, not wanting him to lose track and fail to recognize us as individuals from the refuge. Honey, I've noticed something, Lu Yimei said with a sweet smile after a while. What is it? I inquired. You are undoubtedly the type to appear foolish while being cunning, a wolf in sheep's clothing. The little SWAT officer giggled, covering her mouth. This remark left me somewhat perplexed, and I gazed at her in confusion. You intend to take him to the refuge, to deceive him into believing we are military personnel, thereby misdirecting the Science Museum into thinking the women's prison has already contacted the military. This way, the Science Museum would hesitate to act hastily and would likely retreat for a time, allowing you to better execute your plan. Am I right? I didn't intend to deceive anyone. Had it not been for the little SWAT officer analyzing my actions, I would have been unaware of the numerous advantages of my approach. In truth, I merely wanted to intimidate the pursuer without overthinking it. However, upon witnessing the admiration in the little SWAT officer's eyes, I decided to play the part, enhancing my stature in my wife's eyes. Actually, there's a third motive, I said with a mysterious glance at the little SWAT officer. What motive? Lu Yimei leaned in, her large eyes fixed on me with curiosity. I wish to ascertain the current state of the military and probe why they have not apprehended the mutants in Launcher. Could they share such information with us? Liu Yimei mumbled. Things are achievable. How can we know without trying? I replied with a smile, fully aware of the pretense I was putting forth. Just then, the two of us arrived at the seaside refuge. The vehicle advanced slowly, yet not a single zombie was in sight. From a distance, I saw two armed soldiers standing before the barrier, signaling us to stop. I did not exit the vehicle immediately, instead glancing at the man lingering far behind us in the rearview mirror. Before slightly curling my lips into a smile and stepping out of the car, upon seeing me approach, the soldier's eyes widened in surprise. It's you? You're still alive? Observing the soldier's exuberance, my expression darkened. Is this what we call the People's Army? I strongly urge the relevant authorities to enhance not only military training, but also the emotional intelligence of individual soldiers. How can they be so tactless? What do you mean? I'm still alive. Shouldn't I be? Are you here for refuge? The soldier excitedly approached, clearly overjoyed to see me. The one who had once saved their lives. It makes sense. With your audacity and shamelessness, it would be hard for you not to survive. The soldier chuckled. Hearing this, I felt an urge to give the fool a chokehold, but I was interrupted by a peal of melodious laughter from Liu Yimei. Comrade, could you take us to meet your leader? We have important matters to report. Regardless of the time, beautiful women are always easier to deal with. The young soldier eagerly nodded. Sure, follow me. I'll report this right away. With that, he turned and dashed towards the military camp, shouting, Squad leader, the tiger who saved us last time is here. As I stumbled to the ground, Liu Yimei was doubled over with laughter. Clutching her stomach, inside the camp, I encountered the long-awaited squad leader. Upon seeing me, the squad leader burst into hearty laughter, throwing an arm around my shoulder and leading me to the roadside. I had intended to address the issue of his soldiers' lack of etiquette, but the squad leader's first words dispelled any desire I had to continue my complaint. Xing Tian, with your audacious spirit, I never imagined you could survive until today. You truly broadened my horizons. The girl beside him attempted to stifle her laughter, but I shot her a fierce glare, quelling it before it could blossom. Squad leader, is this how you treat your lifesaver? I replied, feeling utterly speechless at his lack of decorum. The squad leader laughed heartily, ignoring my resentful gaze as he led me into his command center. Inside, I recounted the misdeeds of the Southern City Prison and the Science Museum to the squad leader. Liu Yimei looked on, puzzled, unable to grasp my intentions. Earlier, we had discussed gathering intelligence, but I had never mentioned sharing it. What gives, squad leader? Aren't you handling this matter? I asked, feigning ignorance while scrutinizing his expression. Xing Tian, it's not that we are neglecting this. The soldiers below have repeatedly petitioned to the higher-ups to clear the city, but as you know, soldiers must obey orders above all else, and the mutants? Other countries have already taken action. Surely you are aware of the situation at the Launcher airport? I finally broached the main topic. Some things I shouldn't disclose to you. They are classified, but for you. It matters little. I nodded, eager to listen. The country has captured Japanese mutants for research to develop a cure for the epidemic, yet we quietly protect our own mutants. Think it over. There's more I cannot divulge. The squad leader spoke in hushed tones. I squinted, analyzing the implications of his words. Is this your personal assessment, or a directive from the state? After a moment of contemplation, I inquired. Of course, it's my personal assessment. The squad leader replied earnestly, yet he winked at me. I understood. The truth dawned upon me, illuminating my mind. I intend to take action against the Southern City Prison and the Science Museum. Will that cause any trouble for me in the future? I raised my gaze towards the squad leader. He handed me a cigarette, waving his hand dismissively. I haven't heard anything. I saw nothing. I can only suggest that you and your subordinates take refuge here. As for everything else, I know nothing. All right, I understand. As long as someone among you knows that I am eliminating harm for the people, that is sufficient. I will handle the other matters. I shall act according to my capabilities. If it proves too difficult, I will run back here. Regarding the issue of leading the zombies from the Science Museum here, I will report it step by step, and I will also provide assistance to you. My squad leader, on a personal level. The squad leader cast a meaningful glance at me. Verbal assistance? Huh? I shot a glare at the squad leader, feeling annoyed. The squad leader grinned and called out to the squad leader outside the tent. After whispering a few words to him, The squad leader nodded firmly and dashed out. I looked at the squad leader in confusion, wondering what this old man was up to. I couldn't decipher his intentions at all. My curiosity was piqued, but in order to maintain my composure, I refrained from investigating personally and instead gestured towards Liu Yimei. The girl understood and moved over to open the bag, revealing her surprise. "Darling, there are so many peanuts and common folk." Listening to Liu Yimei's description of the contents, the squad leader looked astonished at this busty. "No, I should say sister-in-law," he thought to himself, with such knowledgeable words. "This busty? No, sister-in-law is certainly no ordinary person. In the face of the covert exchanges between two individuals who dealt with firearms daily, I felt like a fool. To be honest, I genuinely believed this foolish squad leader had brought me 2 bags of peanuts and common folk. The peanuts were fine, perfect for frying and enjoying with drinks, but what was the purpose of that common folk? Frying it with chili peppers. Before I could approach to examine the peanuts, the squad leader exclaimed in surprise. "Sister-in-law, impressive. Where is this from?" "Reporting, sir, I am Liu Yimei, a marksman from the special police team in the southern part of the city, here to report to you." Liu Yimei saluted the squad leader. The squad leader smiled and returned the salute. "No wonder you're so knowledgeable." Their conversation left me utterly bewildered. What on earth were they discussing? Ultimately, I decided to approach and see what could be so secretive about the items that had them both in a hush. As I stepped closer, Liu Yimei pulled back a corner of the bag for me to take a look. After a brief glance, I shot a flattering look at the squad leader. "The more, the better. Let's have some more." Chapter 93. Undercurrents surging on the way back, I was brimming with excitement, gesticulating animatedly. Although my subsequent attempts to push my luck failed miserably, and I was ultimately scolded out of the military camp by the squad leader, it did nothing to dampen my exhilaration. For heaven's sake, over 1,000 bullets and hundreds of grenades. Essential tools for killing and looting, acquired with little effort. How could I not be elated? Anyone in my position would be grinning from ear to ear. "Darling, this feels like a plot to use someone as a pawn," Liu Yimei remarked, glancing back at the 2 bags on the back seat after we exited the science museum. "True, but the feeling of being used as a weapon is quite unpleasant." Liu Yimei pouted. I chuckled at her innocence. This wave of animosity is something we brought upon ourselves. Honestly, I never expected them to provide us with any assistance. I still couldn't grasp why they were aware of the current state of affairs in the city, yet chose to remain indifferent. Liu Yimei, while checking for any followers outside the car, whispered, "This isn't a matter for us to ponder, but from our earlier conversation, I feel like I can guess a little." I glanced at the little special police officer, deep in thought yet yielding no conclusions. "What? Care to share?" Liu Yimei, resembling a curious child, grasped my arm eagerly. "The mutated individuals in Huaxia are still Huaxia people. Our country wouldn't sacrifice its citizens for drug research. That's the first point. And the second?" She looked at me with wide eyes, eager for knowledge. "The second reason is that I sense the government has a purpose in preserving the mutated individuals. Though I cannot specify what it is. Perhaps what? Perhaps after assessing the abilities of the mutated individuals, they intend to send them to neighboring countries such as Japan, India, Vietnam, and Myanmar to reclaim lost territories?" I shot Liu Yimei a knowing glance. Initially, her furrowed brows began to relax. "Wow. Expanding territories, that's quite a significant purpose." I chuckled. "Well, that doesn't concern me. I'm just an ordinary person. Let those capable handle such matters. No, I have no grand aspirations. Tending to my own small plot of land is enough for me." As I spoke, I turned the steering wheel, steering the vehicle off the main road. "Where to?" Liu Yimei asked. Puzzled. "That direction leads to a villa area. Now that we're here, we can't leave empty-handed. Let's see if we can gather some supplies. Otherwise, my little pickup will have been a wasted trip." In truth, I didn't explicitly state that gathering supplies was secondary. The primary concern was that I was genuinely afraid someone might still be trailing us. The objective was to take you to several locations, leaving you unsure of my true identity. The Science Museum. Before the car even came to a halt, a rider jumped off their bike, letting it fall to the ground without a second glance, and rushed inside. And no doubt about it, "Boss," I observed as the 2 figures emerged from the women's prison and headed straight for the shelter, where the soldiers inside were chatting amicably with them, clearly familiar. Hao Dong frowned, his beard slightly smoothing under his hand. "Boss, I believe we should swiftly take control of the women's prison." A delicate man stepped forward, How so? Hao Dong queried. Currently, the military is stretched thin, struggling to protect themselves. If we can eliminate the women's prison before they arrive, those forces won't bother to send troops for an already irrelevant ally. The delicate man suggested, delicately tapping his lips with his fingers. The second in command makes a valid point, but I still think it's wiser to hold our ground or consider relocating. A stout man with a round face and a gruff voice responded. What's the reason? Hao Dong asked the stout man. Boss, to the military, our 600 men are hardly enough to match a single squad. Even if they are struggling to protect themselves, they can still deploy a squad of troops. The stout man replied. Upon hearing this, the room fell into a deathly silence. A squad consists of over 100 men. Perhaps we might be overestimating them. How can a ragtag group like ours compete against a regular army? Even if they sent half a squad, we would still be hard-pressed to match them. Fifth, what's the word from the southern prison? Hao Dong turned to a man dressed rather elegantly. They have agreed to cooperate. But they refuse to let us occupy the southern prison, the man replied with a fierce tone. Those good-for-nothings should have been dealt with long ago. Hao Dong muttered angrily, Boss, it's not too late even now. The women's prison is managed, but the men's prison is not. If we seize that, we can fortify it. Even if the troops truly come, they would have to consider the significant cost of attacking us. The delicate man proposed once more. This time, before anyone else could speak, Hao Dong's eyes lit up. If everything goes smoothly, we might even be able to use the people from the southern prison as scapegoats at the Science Museum. As he contemplated this, Hao Dong's eyes narrowed in excitement. The seeds of a plan had taken root in his mind. In the coastal villa area of Lan City, the gates that should have been tightly shut were wide open. And within the grounds, not a single zombie could be seen. Following the winding mountain road upwards, the zombies began to increase from a few scattered individuals to a growing horde. Eventually, most of the zombies halted at the hillside, aimlessly wandering with vacant expressions. At the summit, a battered pickup truck was parked in the garden of a villa. Inside the master bedroom on the second floor of the villa, spring blossomed with peach blossoms all around. A massive waterbed swayed gently, and the little special police officer gazed dreamily. Meanwhile, I found myself engulfed in deep self-doubt. What on earth was I to do? I had dedicated myself wholeheartedly to serving the people. Tirelessly and selflessly, glancing down, I realized that if I weren't completely exposed and armed with no other weapons, I would genuinely want to stab myself. What was the difference between having something and having nothing? The moment I pondered this dilemma, I recalled the creature that bit me. It seemed to lack any sexual organs. Could it be? My eyes widened in disbelief as I stared at myself. Darling, how about I? Lu Yimei, regaining her composure, wrapped her arms around my waist. Just as she was about to say something, I interrupted her. Sweetheart, I'm done for, I said, my face a mask of despair. Chapter 94. The Star. Li Weixiao just moments ago. In an effort to escape the pursuit of zombies, I had led Lu Yimei to the mountaintop. After entering the villa and dealing with a family of 4, along with a fully naked maid and a half-naked male owner, I stumbled upon this enormous waterbed. I had never slept on a waterbed before. To ascertain whether it was indeed comfortable, I pulled the little special police officer into the room. An hour and a half later, I was still the same me, with no changes whatsoever, staring at the little special police officer with a sorrowful expression. Sweetheart, I'm finished. It's over for me. Upon seeing my condition, Lu Yimei hurriedly sat up, gently stroking my forehead. What's wrong? Why are you suddenly talking nonsense? Isn't this great? I desperately recounted the details of the creature that had bitten me, particularly emphasizing what it lacked. It could be hermaphroditic or gender-neutral. Perhaps? Lu Yimei pondered for a moment, gazing at me intently. Is that really plausible? You're making me want to cry. Yet, isn't it just speculation at this point? If what you said were true, it shouldn't be like this now. After saying this, the little special police officer shyly pointed at me. Following Lu Yimei's gesture, I glanced at myself and upon reflection, thought, that's true. If something were truly amiss, I wouldn't be reacting this way. Upon contemplating this, my spirits lifted considerably. How did that venerable master Jin Yong phrase it? He is strong as he may be, yet the gentle breeze caresses the mountain ridge. In the past, I focused on self-cultivation. Henceforth, I shall concentrate on nurturing my heart, my friend. Now with 4 wives, I find it hard to believe you can endure such a burden. Letting go of the pain within? I leapt from the bed and began to examine the waterbed beneath me. Why delve into it? Because I wished to take it with me. A tea this size, it could comfortably accommodate 5 people. And even if another 5 joined, it would still be ample. Judging by the special specifications of this waterbed, the previous male occupant must have been a free-spirited individual who relished life in my eyes. As someone who merely drifts through life, he is akin to a deity who accomplishes what mere mortals cannot. Apologies, I seem to have digressed. What are you researching, darling? Lu Yimei asked, wrapped in a thin blanket as she sat on the bed, gazing at me. But there's no drainage hole, I muttered. Upon hearing my words, Lu Yimei instantly grasped my intentions. The petite officer shook her head. Don't bother. The water in the waterbed is specially treated. Not tap watered, huh? I scratched my head, feeling rather exasperated as I stood up. This is medical common knowledge. Medical common knowledge? Isn't this a piece of adult entertainment? I incredulously pointed at the waterbed. Lu Yimei shot me a disdainful glance. The inventor of the waterbed was a doctor. Her statement left me feeling utterly humiliated, but just moments later, I found solace. Regardless of who invented it, the fact that waterbeds are widely used in various themed hotels around the world signifies that people with a similar mindset to mine still comprise the majority. Observing my growing pride, Lu Yimei seemed to comprehend my thoughts and offered a shy smile. It's too large. There's no way to take it with us, but Lu Yimei hesitated. But what? I asked, intrigued. The bed is inanimate. But humans are alive, a simple phrase that jolted my understanding, illuminating my mind. Yet, after some contemplation, I still felt uneasy and shook my head. While the location is indeed favorable, residing here equates to inhabiting a fortress. Should an attack occur, escape would be impossible, lacking the mobility offered by a school. In fact, the school's mobility isn't strong either, and it possesses no advantages whatsoever, Lu Yimei softly remarked. How so? I inquired. Although the second floor is sealed off, it can only withstand one wave of assault. If we were to enter into conflict with any formidable faction, a school would be the last place to seek refuge because the dormitory can be attacked from all sides. And what else, moreover, the entirety of Lan City is aware of the power within Haicheng University. We are essentially a target. Our current safety is merely due to the enemy's lack of knowledge about our capabilities. Lu Yimei's words plunged me into deep contemplation. Indeed, aside from the familiarity with the terrain, the school held no other advantages. Here, however, is different. There is only one entrance, and the only route in and out is a winding mountain road. If one wishes to ascend, they must do so under my watchful gaze. As for the zombies, there is no need to elaborate. I could either leave someone to guard the entrance or set traps along the way. Attempting to approach without alerting me would be a fool's errand. The more I considered it, the more viable this place seemed, and I began to joyfully don my clothes. What are you doing? The exhausted petite officer asked, perplexed by my excitement. Lu Yimei sweetly smiled, though I couldn't discern whether she was touched by my enthusiasm or pleased that I heeded her advice. Exiting the villa, I stood amidst the courtyard adorned with a swimming pool and counted the number of villas atop the mountain. 6 villas stood side by side, facing south, with the main road leading down to the city directly in front. After circling the rear yard of the villa, the vast expanse of the ocean greeted my gaze. Approaching the stone fence, I looked down. The height was approximately 100 to 80 meters, yet it was not overly steep. With the aid of a rope, one could safely descend to the beach below. Not bad. Even in the event of a retreat, this would serve as a rare escape route, I muttered. Frowning, I focused my gaze. A woman appeared, her figure graceful, shockingly clad in only a lace nightgown amidst the cold. Upon noticing me, tears streamed down her face as she clasped her hands, bowing and kneeling before me. Sighing heavily, I thought, another burden, yet I found it hard to turn a blind eye. Waving my hand in resignation, I turned to head toward the front yard. Upon entering the adjacent villa's courtyard, I did not rush to open the door but instead circled to the rear. Glancing up at the third-floor balcony, upon realizing I had truly approached, the woman disregarded the biting cold and stepped out in her spaghetti-strap nightgown. Pulling open the glass door, sir, please, I beg you. Save me. As I drew closer, I could see her clearly. My eyes widened in surprise. In a way, is this not a major celebrity? What was her name? She had starred in numerous dramas, Yes, Li Weixiao. Chapter 95. There are living people, ignorant of the dead. Had this been a different time, encountering a celebrity would have surely thrilled me, but now, forgive me, I have grown numb. What does a celebrity matter in such times? If I rescue you, you will merely be a burden. If I do not, you may either starve or become a meal for the zombies. Do not fault me for my extreme thoughts. It is simply the truth. Are there zombies inside? I asked nonchalantly. Li Weixiao nodded vigorously, her lips trembling as she bit down, her tears making her look even more enchanting. How many? I inquired. For me, the number is inconsequential. Asking merely serves to mask my other abilities. Li Weixiao shivered, hugging her arms, her expression filled with despair. Observing her struggle, I narrowed my eyes, sharply scrutinizing Li Weixiao. How many? Seeing my expression, Li Weixiao, after another moment of hesitation, bit her lip and said, Sir, I do not wish to deceive you. There are at least 20 zombies inside. Upon hearing this number, I was taken aback. In a single villa, even with 3 floors, how could there possibly be over 20? What were they doing? A naked party? Yet I quickly found solace in the realization that this merely indicated the chaotic lifestyle of celebrities. 20 individuals were not all that surprising. Noticing my prolonged silence, Li Weixiao might have thought I was ready to abandon her. Without further ado, she knelt once more, banging her head against the ground, creating a resounding thud. All right, I never said I would not save you. Also, dear girl, in this frigid weather, do you not think to wear some clothing? I said impatiently. There are no clothes in this room. They are all in the wardrobe, Li Weixiao replied, her voice trembling, clearly freezing. Very well, go inside. With that, I waved my hand and proceeded toward the rear courtyard's glass door. As I spoke, 3 or 4 zombies had already gathered at the glass door, desperately pounding against it. I could not afford for them to break it, as it would all soon belong to me. Should one be damaged, repairing it would be a hassle. Approaching the glass door, I examined the doorknob, which appeared to be locked. Drawing from my previous experience of breaking into the dormitory, I began to instruct the zombies on how to open the door. I was uncertain whether the evolved zombies had become more intelligent or if my teaching skills had declined. This time, the lesson did not proceed smoothly. The one inside was utterly oblivious to my intentions, merely sticking out its tongue and licking the glass where I pointed. Damn it, you fool. Get out of the way, you. Yes, the one with glasses, I exclaimed, feeling a bit exasperated as I moved to another zombie and resumed my teaching. Unfortunately, the one who appeared to be distinguished by its glasses was even less competent than the previous one. It not only failed to open the door but also began banging its head against the glass, producing a loud noise. As I watched, 7 or 8 more zombies descended the staircase and charged toward the glass door. Damn it! I inwardly cursed, swiftly retreating a few steps to prepare for holding my breath. Based on my deductions, the speed and weight of these zombies would undoubtedly shatter the glass door upon impact. However, I was soon left dumbfounded. A series of loud thuds echoed as the zombies crashed against the glass door almost simultaneously. One zombie even smashed its forehead against the door, collapsing to the ground in defeat. Yet the glass remained unscathed. What? Is this thing really that sturdy? What now? Grumbling, I took a few steps back and began scanning the villa for any other potential entry points. Sir, all the glass in this building is bulletproof, Li Weixiao reminded me from the 3rd floor balcony, wrapped in a blanket. What? Bulletproof glass? I muttered, astounded. How could it not break if its forehead did? I gazed at the villa in disbelief. Do you remember if that window was open? I looked up and asked. Li Weixiao shook her head. How could she possibly remember? She couldn't even recall how long she had been alone in this zombie-infested villa. I rolled my eyes in exasperation. Then you must let me in. The password for the front door's keypad is 921705539. Hearing this, my mouth fell agape in disbelief. I was astonished by my own foolishness for wasting time teaching zombies how to open a door instead of questioning a living person. Noticing my slack-jawed expression, Li Weixiao's cheeks flushed involuntarily. Perhaps she also thinks that my recent behavior was a bit reckless, but is simply too embarrassed to voice it. Dejected, I once again made my way to the front courtyard of the villa. Holding my breath as I pushed open the grand double doors, 8 or 9 zombies were drawn by the sound, but upon reaching the entrance, they lost their target. Filled with humiliation, I struck without mercy. each blade aimed directly at their foreheads. I would not be satisfied unless I hit my mark. Indeed, there was one zombie that swayed and bobbed, causing me to miss, and just before its demise. I dealt it 2 crushing blows. I spat in disdain and stepped inside. As I walked, I raked my claws against nearby furniture, deliberately creating a cacophony to lure down the zombies from upstairs. After dispatching all the undead within the house, I settled in the living room on the first floor and lit a cigarette, beckoning, "Come down." After a considerable time, Li Wei smiled cautiously as she descended the stairs. Upon seeing her, she did not express gratitude. Instead, she rushed to the kitchen to rummage through the refrigerator for food, evidently starved. "How long have you been trapped in that room?" I inquired curiously. According to Li Wei, that room had no clothing, so how could it possibly contain food? On the day the virus began to spread, she fled here. Subsisting on bread of uncertain freshness, she mumbled, "That can't be right. You should have starved by now." My assistant had stocked that room with ample supplies. Li Wei choked slightly on her food and hastily gulped down some cold water to clear her throat. "What about your assistant?" I asked. Upon glancing toward the glass door in the backyard, tears immediately streamed down her face. Following her gaze, it was all too clear. The one whose forehead had been shattered was indeed Li Wei's assistant. Enough with the tears. This was bound to happen. "Your survival is a testament to your good fortune," I remarked as I stood up, preparing to leave. "Where are you going, sir?" Li Wei, abandoning her meal, rushed a few steps to grasp my arm. Observing the once great star now appearing so timid before me, I felt an inexplicable wave of satisfaction. "I'm heading to the other villas to tidy up," I said, tossing my hair back nonchalantly. Chapter 96. We must move, and swiftly. By the time I had meticulously cleared all 6 villas, it was already past 5 in the evening. In truth, eradicating zombies was not particularly challenging. The difficulty lay in how to enter the villas once they were contained. I said little regarding Li Wei's following me, but as I gazed at the assortment of bags, I halted in my tracks. "What are these?" I inquired. "Clothes, cosmetics." Li Wei enumerated a plethora of names I had never heard before. "Which bag contains the clothes?" I asked. Li Wei pointed to a massive backpack behind her, saying, "This one." I had expected her to hesitate, yet to my surprise, she unceremoniously discarded everything she held without a second thought. Pleased, I nodded in approval. "Decisive enough. For that alone, your chances of survival have increased." Li Wei remained silent but fixed her gaze on me, trailing closely like a devoted shadow. Upon returning to the first villa's room, Lu Yimei was still fast asleep, clearly exhausted from the relentless hour and a half of push-ups. Even the physical prowess of a petite police officer was not immune to fatigue. When the drowsy Lu Yimei noticed an additional person in the room, she jolted awake. "Li Wei?" Upon recognizing her, the petite officer's eyes widened in disbelief. On the return journey, Lu Yimei remained in a state of existential doubt. Surrounded by everyone, I, Lu Yimei, and Li Wei sat in the dormitory, sharing our evening meal, egg dumpling soup. Watching Li Wei eat while tears streamed down her face, I grew irritated and moved to the window with my bowl. These 2 nuisances, just a star, and yet they act as if they own the world. I muttered as San Gu and Lao Si stood beside me, whispering. I shot an incredulous glance at Lao Si. "You'd better call him Lao San. If you call him San Gu, there must be some ulterior motive." "That's preposterous. How can you view your younger brother like that?" Lao Si retorted earnestly. "Speak plainly," I said, swallowing the last morsel of dumpling soup as I glanced at him. Lao Si smiled shyly, casting furtive glances at me and then at San Gu. "Just let it go. Give CD a glimmer of hope for survival." I knew it. I had long suspected that these 3 were cut from the same cloth, and no one could claim to be superior. After shooting a withering glare at Lao Si, I turned and exited the dormitory, intending to wash up before heading to bed. However, just as I stepped outside, Li Wei, abandoning her meal, hurried after me. "Why are you following me?" "Eat your food," I frowned. Glancing back, Li Wei appeared like a child caught in wrongdoing, head down, nervously twisting her clothes, until she finally spoke. "Your 3 classmates are a bit intimidating." As soon as she uttered this, the 3 fools inside the dormitory let out a collective wail. "It's over. The opportunity is gone. Damn it, living suddenly feels pointless." Lao De lamented loudly. "This little brat is reversing the heavens. I ought to give you a slap." How can you speak to your elder brother like that? Lauda shouted. Listening to the banter among the three fools, I shook my head in despair, while Li Wei stifled a giggle behind her hand. Understanding that Li Wei was frightened, I called the four girls out to help her acclimate. Allowing myself a moment of peace, I opened the window, lit a cigarette, and gazed into the inky night sky, beginning to strategize my next steps. The question of whether or not to relocate had been swirling in my mind all afternoon. I understood the reasoning behind it and recognized that moving to a villa district would undoubtedly yield benefits for the future. Yet, I simply could not bear the thought of leaving. Just like that, I was genuinely reluctant, especially to part with this dormitory building that had become my lifeline. Here, I often caught glimpses of Lao Wu. The mere thought of him made me take a deep drag on my cigarette. As I had observed at school, Lao Wu was certainly not around, and I had no clue where he might be now. Darling, what are you thinking about? Mu Qingxue cheerfully bounded in from behind, wrapping her arms around my waist. Sweetheart, will you miss Haiqing when we leave? I asked, and Mu Qingxue smiled sweetly. About moving, Ime told us, I don't think it's a big deal. As a woman, you belong wherever you are. At her words, my gaze softened. Do they feel the same? Mu Qingxue nodded, pretty much. Is a bit reluctant, but she said survival is paramount. I sighed. As long as you all can accept it. That's good. When shall we move? Mu Qingxue asked curiously. There are still a few matters to attend to here. We'll leave once they're settled. The Science and Technology Museum? The little girl's face clouded with concern. Yes, I affirmed. Initially, I didn't want to wade into this murky water, but since Ime's friend is in trouble, I cannot stand idly by, and I feel it's imperative to address the Science and Technology Museum. Why? Mu Qingxue furrowed her brow. Their reach is far too extensive. Had they not pursued me today, I might not have been so resolute, I replied, recalling the day's stalking incident and gritting my teeth. Thankfully, with the vigilant petite officer, we discovered the stalker. Had I gone alone, who knows, they might have already infiltrated Haiqing University. For me, as a single man, it wouldn't matter much. At worst, I'd just die. But what about these girls? The thought of the treatment women received at the Science and Technology Museum sent a chill down my spine. Just as I was conversing with Mu Qingxue, Lu Yi entered with Li Wei, Jiang Yi, and Lu Yimei. What is going on? I asked, perplexed, looking at Lu Yi. There's only one bed in this room, I remarked incredulously at the group of girls. Then just go to another dormitory, Jiang Yi shot back. What? I stared wide-eyed at the girls and at Li Wei, whose face turned crimson. Has love vanished? Are you kicking me out of the house? Did you even ask me? Is this polite? Isn't this a bit premature for the 7-year itch? I had been stifled all afternoon with the petite officer, thinking I would shine at night. Yet here I was, left in the lurch. Ultimately, with the girls pushing and pulling me, I left the dormitory. The moment I stepped out the door, I couldn't help but scream internally, damn it, we absolutely must move. And swiftly. Chapter 97. The pre-battle plan. Rejected the next day, I unexpectedly spent the entire day indoors, remaining in the dormitory to draft a pre-battle plan. Had it been in the past, my gang would have surely interrupted me repeatedly. This disruption wasn't intentional. Often, their unconscious meddling was more infuriating than deliberate chaos. For instance, there was a time when the protective gear I used for a competition broke, and while I was trying to figure out how to fix it, Lao Si snatched it away, insisting that I should just heat it and glue it back together. Before I could protest, this fool had already ignited the gear, leaving me with nothing but ashes. On another occasion, after injuring my ankle, I sat on my bed applying ointment. Yet, as I rubbed it in, I noticed something was off. It became increasingly slippery. Just then, Lauda walked in and asked what I was doing. I replied that I was applying medicine for my injury. He nodded, looking concerned, and left without saying another word. I was baffled. When had Lauda become so caring about my well-being? Did you actually feel pity for me? At that moment, I realized that this foolish person was not concerned about my injuries, but rather about my bottle of medicinal oil. All of this made it clear to me that life is often filled with disappointments, primarily due to a group of foolish roommates. My dear, you have been studying for an entire morning. What exactly have you been researching? Lu Yi and Jiang Yi strolled in hand. The two girls approached with curiosity, leaning on my shoulder to take a look. The large characters at the top of the paper boldly read, on how to shorten the duration of intimacy. What is this? Lu Ye's face flushed with embarrassment as she playfully hit me. The mischievous Jiang pinched my face and gave it a good rub. What is going on? What are your reactions? I asked in confusion. Jiang shot me a glare and playfully bit my cheek, saying, researching this topic, you're likely to be regarded as a rival by 100% of men. Mortified, I hurriedly scribbled over the large characters with my pen. Misunderstanding. This is just the title. I quickly pointed to the small text below, which read, on the safest way to conduct activities in the Science Museum. The two girls exchanged knowing smiles and took the paper to one side to study it. Glancing at the time, I noticed it was almost noon and asked why I hadn't seen those four today. Lao Lu is playing with the fool. Jiang frowned as she looked at the plan. What about the other three? I inquired. They're surrounding Xiao Xiao, Lu Yi replied, simultaneously snatching the pen from my hand and began to doodle on the paper. These three miscreants. I truly had no words. I lit a cigarette and muttered a curse under my breath. Let them make a racket. The dormitory hasn't been this lively in quite a while. Lu Yi said softly. Feeling that my darling had a point, I chose not to respond. With a smug expression, I asked, what do you think? Isn't it flawless? Aren't you thoroughly impressed with your husband? The two girls looked at me, speechless, which puzzled me. I lowered my head to glance at my plan. To my astonishment, a massive cross had obliterated all the text I had written. What is going on? I asked, bewildered. The two girls exchanged glances and rolled their eyes in unison. You set the number of zombies to 3,000, yet the number of zombies on the streets is negligible. Have you investigated how far the nearest community is from the Science Museum? Lu Yi crossed her arms and questioned me. I numbly shook my head, admitting I hadn't conducted any investigation. 6 to 8 kilometers, Jiang added. Such a distance. Bringing 3,000 zombies to the Science Museum would easily attract attention if you drive. How would you get there without a car? Lu Yi pressed. Run, Jiang suggested. Even if the previous plan had worked, how long could you hold your breath amid 3,000 zombies? Lu Yi continued. Not long. It would be certain death, Jiang chimed in. But I noted down a 50-meter-long rubber tube, I retorted. What is the weight of a 50-meter rubber tube? What additional weight does it add when dragged on the ground? What if it gets wrapped around a zombie's leg? Lu Yi looked at me seriously. This time, I remained silent, not shaking my head. Instead, I turned to Baidu Encyclopedia. Jiang, my dear. Upon seeing this, Jiang raised her chin triumphantly. I don't know that I was exasperated, my eyes widening in disbelief. What are you so proud of? You look down on me. If you weren't my wife, I would have given you a guillotine. I was about to speak when Lu Yi tried to continue, but I interrupted her, tearing my plan to shreds and tossing it on the ground, stamping on it twice for good measure. And then spat out in frustration. The two girls burst into laughter at the sight. Dear, next time you have to think through such matters, just leave it to us. Don't burden yourself, Jiang said, gently comforting me as she held my head. I sighed in defeat, feeling immense regret. What have I been doing for so long? To put it mildly, I wasted my youth and limited brain cells. To put it bluntly, I wasted air. Exhausted and disheartened, I was dragged by the two girls to have a late lunch. Outside the dormitory, the sounds of three fools bombarding us with flattery echoed. Soon enough, I saw Li Wei Xiao running in with a beaming smile. What's wrong? I asked, startled. After struggling for a moment amidst the incessant chatter of the three idiots, she finally gritted her teeth and said, These three are so annoyingly bothersome. Having just been intellectually crushed, I felt increasingly ashamed, looking at the three mindless ones with their jubilant expressions, overwhelmed with emotion. These three are truly impressive. They can even provoke a star to utter profanity. Observing Li Wei Xiao before glancing at the three fools still discussing life, I said nothing. After a long sigh, filled with unspoken curses, I weakly stood up and walked out. Perhaps my aura was too overwhelming? After I left, the three fools simultaneously fell silent. Who just insulted me? The eldest asked. What was said? The second one turned to the eldest. It was quite loud. I think they said, Why haven't you died yet? You fool? The eldest asserted. In a way, you heard it differently. The fourth one squinted. What did you hear? The second one asked the fourth. Chapter 98. Unsettled night, however, the outside world does not pause for your footsteps. On this day, the Science Museum and the South City Prison reached a verbal alliance agreement. The premise of the alliance was that the Science Museum must assist the South City Prison in eliminating us. The troublesome group from Haiching University. Surprisingly, the Science Museum did not impose various conditions as before. Instead, they readily accepted and even delivered a substantial amount of weaponry to the South City Prison. This gesture made the inmates at South City Prison positively ecstatic. With such enticing benefits, the South City Prison naturally relaxed its guard. They not only permitted a large number of personnel from the Science Museum to escort the weapons within the prison, but also provided generous provisions to entertain the escorting personnel. The second-in-command from the Science Museum, Lao Jiao, while drinking with the leader of South City Prison, was discreetly signaling to his subordinates. That evening, due to intoxication, the personnel from the Science Museum were unable to leave and stayed overnight. Although the leader of South City Prison remained vigilant, placing 2 guards at each cell door, in the dead of night, the guards were silently dispatched. In the dormitory of Haiching University, everyone had finished dinner and, with nothing better to do, began playing online games. The classic online game, Lua Lu, now had such a long queue for ranked matches that it could take an entire day to secure a game. Yet, in our elite dormitory, we had managed to elevate a bot match to the level of a national finals. Sitting in my room, listening to those carefree fools shouting, I shook my head helplessly and quietly lit a cigarette. Here you go, dear. Not long after, a piece of paper was handed to me. Looking at the brief and concise lines, I was taken aback and lifted my head in shock. Is this a bit hasty? I wrote such a lengthy piece and you're giving me just a few lines. Mu Chengxue rolled her beautiful eyes, stating, your entire lengthy piece is nonsense. What do you mean by that? I looked at the girl, displeased. Xiao Shui's right. There's hardly anything useful in there. The rest is just self-indulgence. Lu Yi nodded in agreement. Is that so? I asked Lu Yi, confused. Lu Yimei beside her nodded and remarked, I've never seen someone write a pre-battle plan while praising themselves to the heavens. Nonsense, that's impossible, I exclaimed in disbelief. What I cannot accept is that someone would include celebratory actions after the mission's success in a pre-battle plan. That's just bizarre. Zhang Yi, who had been silent, crossed her arms, her face filled with confusion. What kind of ridiculousness is this? I was just excited while writing, and my emotions got the better of me. I stubbornly defended. Oh really? Excited? Mu Chengxue teased. Like Ronaldo's celebratory dance? You even included Ronaldo's celebration? Lu Yi affirmed with a nod. And Messi's ear-cupping was heavily crossed out with red pen. Lu Yimei added. After the 3 finished speaking, they all turned to Zhang Yi. Even I looked over. Zhang Yi wore a troubled expression, and after much deliberation, she finally mumbled, But what does it mean when you slide kneel and shout Pikachu? Upon hearing this, all 4 girls turned to me in unison. Yes, dear. What does it mean when you slide kneel and shout Pikachu? My face flushed as I stammered for a long moment, unable to articulate anything meaningful. It was just an outburst of excitement while writing. My emotions were in the moment. The 4 girls stood there, staring at me in a daze for quite a while, before they all turned in unison and began to crawl onto their beds. Watching the 4 of them tremble with suppressed laughter, I quietly stood up to take a look around, thinking that once I left, they could laugh to their heart's content. As expected, not long after I exited the dormitory, a delightful burst of laughter erupted behind me. I felt no disturbance within. What does it matter if my wife mocks me? It simply indicates that I am quite successful in bringing joy to my family. Is it not? Silently, I made my way to our entrance, sitting on the bench where Lao Wu used to linger. Your thoughts are a bit off, I heard a voice and turned, puzzled. Li Wei Xiao? Why aren't you asleep? Once a fierce figure at Haiching University, now, Li Wei Xiao gazed at the sky. Pausing momentarily, I looked at her, confused, waiting for her next words. And now, you, Xingtian, you are the embodiment of Haiching University. This statement is profoundly enigmatic. To be honest, I find myself somewhat bewildered, grappling with a sense of understanding that eludes my grasp, a feeling that gnaws at my very core. I cast a serious glance at the visage that was once only visible on television. A stunning profile, if only you were Lao Lu, I sighed. This time, it was Li Wei Xiao who appeared dazed. She turned her head, tilting it as she looked at me, her large eyes brimming with a thirst for knowledge. If Lao Lu dared to play such depths with me, I would have long since delivered a sharp retort. I gazed calmly up at the starry sky. Li Wei Xiao smiled, a smile far more beautiful than anything on television. She gently tapped my shoulder before turning to leave. As she walked away, She did not forget to inform me that she would be sleeping with Xiaoxue and the others in response to this request. I found myself utterly unable to refute. Who could? After being entangled with the likes of the boss, the second, and the fourth all day, one inevitably feels an overwhelming sense of dread, which is entirely understandable. This night, after all, was one of restlessness and unease, and it was I who had to endure the turmoil. The real disturbance lay within the confines of the Southern City Prison, where the denizens of the Science Museum stirred. As the ancients wisely noted, one can guard against external threats, but guarding against treachery from within is far more challenging. The same sentiment echoed in the words of the corpse of the mountain village, which suggested that the true horror lies not outside, but within. I couldn't help but wonder if those inmates at Southern City Prison had lost their minds. A truth so simple that even a 5-year-old would understand seemed to escape them. Thus, a vivid lesson in societal dynamics unfolded, executed with unreserved fervor by the personnel of the Science Museum. When the 6 high guards of Southern City Prison were silently dealt with, the gates of the prison slowly creaked open. In the blink of an eye, a throng of 500 to 600 silently infiltrated the prison. Chapter 99. The fall of Southern City Prison. The personnel of the Science Museum entered the prison as if they were familiar patrons, each heading to their designated locations without disturbing one another. Their roles were remarkably defined, their intentions sharply focused, and in less than 20 minutes, 100 or so individuals from Southern City Prison were ushered to the square before the prison gates. Zhou Haiying, gazing at the leader of the Science Museum from the high platform, a bald man among the crowd of Southern City Prison, erupted in a fit of rage. Oh, is that not Brother Long? It has been quite some time. Zhou Haiying laughed heartily, clearly in high spirits. You deceitful scoundrel, Brother Long shouted vehemently. Zhou Haiying chuckled, lighting a large cigar and savoring a puff. How amusing it is that a life-sentenced felon dares to call me despicable. What makes you think you are anything of worth? A sanctimonious cur, do you truly believe yourself to be a paragon of virtue, a gardener of the homeland? Were it not for your father shielding you, you would be no different from us, guilty of the same crimes, even without the need for a trial. As Brother Long's words hung in the air, Zhou Haiying's gaze momentarily sharpened. However, that flicker of emotion was quickly suppressed. Taking another puff of his cigar, Zhou Haiying raised his hand to his subordinates below. Upon seeing this, the guards escorting the inmates revealed cruel smiles. Good. They brandished sewing needles and cotton threads in their hands. Moments later, the atmosphere shifted from anguished wails and furious shouts to soft, despairing whimpers. I say this what you wished for. Words of derision? Now you have them. Seeing the mouths of the captives sewn shut, Zhou Haiying laughed maniacally, even collapsing to the ground in fits of laughter, tears streaming down his face. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. This place belongs to me, and I've laid it out for you from the Science Museum. I am simply too kind-hearted to eliminate you completely, Zhou Haiying said, standing up. Brother Long, being the boss, received some special treatment. His mouth was now stitched tightly with cotton threads, so closely that if he dared to open it forcefully, he would likely render it useless. Enough, I know you want to thank me, but let us keep it brief. The vehicle is just outside. No need for a send-off. A send-off? Perhaps you're overthinking it. Gun stocks, flying kicks, electric batons, clubs, dripping wax. No, that was a slip of the tongue. In any case, when the individuals from Southern City Prison were unceremoniously thrown out of the prison gates, they emerged battered, some with bruised faces, others with broken limbs. Given their current state, let alone encountering zombies, even a group of square-dancing Andes would teach them a lesson about what it means to be old and wicked. Reluctance, humiliation, regret. What use is that? Brother Long, having been beaten to a pulp, now bore a face swollen beyond recognition. How could one discuss reluctance or humiliation with a visage that resembled a backside? Those thoughts could only emerge during a surgical procedure for mixed hemorrhoids. Standing in the watchtower, Yin Laojiu turned, smiling coyly. Brother, this strategy of the golden cicada shedding its shell is indeed flawless. Zhou Haiying, hands clasped behind his back, grinned sinisterly as he addressed his subordinates below, saying they should keep a low profile for now. From this point forward, we are Southern City Prison, SO subdued. If this continues for too long, I fear our brothers might have objections, Yin Laojiu whispered. Zhou Haiying frowned but quickly regained his composure. It won't be long. We'll weather this storm and reassess. Upon hearing this, Yin Laojiu chuckled mischievously. The head of the women's prison, you are bound to succeed. Zhou Haiying laughed heartily. That woman? She is certainly qualified to bear my child. After a moment's thought, Yin Laojiu approached Zhou Haiying, speaking in a most discreet tone. I heard that among those still remaining at Haiqing University, there are also beauties. Should we? Oh, is that so? Zhou Haiying knew that every time Yin Laojiu spoke to him in such a manner, it signified an impending surprise. Naturally, the personnel from Southern City Prison were the ones saying this. Yin Laojiu smiled ingratiatingly. Zhou Haiying's eyes flickered, and his internal conflict lasted but a few seconds before a lascivious grin spread across his face. If that is the case, the women's prison must be left untouched for now. Surely, no one will be watching over Haiqing University? Zhou Haiying seemed to inquire, though it felt more like he was musing aloud with a smirk. Wise words, boss. Yin Laojiu grinned wickedly. Then it's settled. But for today, let us send those young ones in the prison to my quarters. Understood, boss. The following morning, I rode my beloved pink electric scooter with the fool, singing joyously as the sun rose in the east. Halfway down the road, I sensed something amiss. There seemed to be an unusually high number of zombies today. Why do I say this? Because I have traversed this route more than 10 times. Ever since the military began employing drones for road cleaning, I had not encountered so many zombies on the road. I thought little of it, assuming it was merely a sign of dwindling supplies. Prompting some people to take action indoors, I passed the largest supermarket in Lansha. I halted my scooter. Watching 2 zombies close in behind me, I handed my dagger to the fool. He took the dagger. Struggling and hesitating, but under my unwavering gaze, he approached the zombies. Without any provocation from the zombies, one managed to break free from the fool's grasp and lunged toward me. I shook my head in disappointment, raising my claw-like hand to swiftly sever the zombie's head from its body. Turning back to the fool, I saw him clinging tightly to the zombie's waist, preventing it from reaching me. Perhaps at that moment, the fool had completely forgotten he was wielding a dagger, and had long since forgotten how we had taught him the art of a swift kill using a blow-up doll. From a distance, I couldn't say I was angry, but watching the fool's performance left me with an undeniable sense of disappointment. I strode over and kicked one of the zombie's legs, causing it to topple. Looking sternly at the fool, I commanded him to act as I had taught him. The fool remained motionless, even hastily hiding the dagger behind him, faced with the pleading look in his eyes. I managed a bitter smile. Xingtian, you are now an adult. Stop expecting others to indulge you. If you do not take action today, then, when I am gone, it will all be over for you. Chapter 100. The zombies have mutated ultimately. The fool did raise the dagger in his hand. Regardless of his angle or strength, he executed the strike perfectly, a testament to my diligent teachings. When the struggling zombie fell with a thud, resembling a heap of mud, the fool collapsed to the ground as well. Yet before he could register the emptiness in his gaze, I kicked him sharply on the shoulder. Xingtian, your indecisiveness today can be forgiven. But if it continues, then you may as well roll away. No one will come to your aid. Perhaps the fool had endured much injustice in the past, far worse than my current actions. However, confronted by my sudden severity, he began to cry. I grasped the collar of the fool's shirt with such force that it seemed I might lift him off the ground. In this world, there is no shortage of tears. I told you, Xingtian, if you do not wish to be mocked as a fool, then stand up and do what you must. Having said that, I turned and entered the supermarket. To be frank, my heart ached, but I had no other choice. The fool's kindness often felt like a bone saw, scraping against my very soul. I did not wish to be heartless, nor to treat lives as if they were mere weeds. But the world had changed. If one does not adapt, one will ultimately be eliminated. That is the LAW. As soon as I stepped onto the second floor of the supermarket, I heard hurried footsteps behind me. The fool made a couple of sounds and followed me. Brother, do you feel angry with me for hitting you? He inquired as he mounted the pink electric scooter. The fool shook his head, saying, it is for your own good. Upon hearing this, I couldn't help but glance sideways, observing the unwavering belief in the fool's eyes, which led me to regret my harshness towards him. At 10 o'clock in the morning, the fool and I arrived at the entrance of the residential community closest to the Science Museum. Gazing at the collapsed gate of the complex, confusion washed over me. Had someone truly paid a visit here? According to the plan devised by Xiaoxue and her companions, The task of luring the zombies attacking the science museum was to be assigned to the fool, who was adorned with bells. Meanwhile, I was to conceal myself near the back entrance of the museum after dark. Once the zombies reached the designated spot, I would use the explosion of a grenade to attract them. Ideally, I would shatter the glass walls of the science museum before making my escape. Following that, the scene would unfold with the zombies rampaging through the museum. However, something felt amiss today. It seemed different from any other day. Though I couldn't quite pinpoint why, with an arrow already knocked, I had no choice but to release it. Filled with uncertainty, I mounted my small electric scooter and pulled the fool along into the community. After briefing the fool, I prepared to embark on my day of prying open doors and picking locks. Yet, before I could even step through the entrance of a building, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Perhaps it was the sound of the electric scooter entering the community, or perhaps I had failed to modulate my voice while speaking to the fool, but suddenly, a cacophony of growls erupted from the building closest to me, sounds only zombies could make. Something was terribly wrong. Fear surged within me as I quickly mounted the scooter. Once I had yanked the fool up onto the scooter, the windows of the second and third floors of the surrounding buildings shattered. One by one, zombies began to leap out, tumbling to the ground. The second-floor zombies fared slightly better, while those from the third floor fared poorly, either breaking bones upon impact or losing limbs. However, I soon realized the second-floor jumpers were worse off. As soon as they hit the ground, they were crushed by the third-floor zombies, creating a gruesome scene that was unbearable to witness. Before long, the wave of jumpers expanded beyond the second and third floors. As zombies from higher levels began to shatter windows and leap into the abyss, my eyes widened in disbelief as I stared at the surrounding high-rise buildings. Feeling my mind falter, zombies poured out of the various entrances like a snake formation. I cursed under my breath, revving the throttle and darting away. How was it possible that no one had warned me about the zombies' second mutation? Plans were now futile. All I could do was run. I dared not gamble with my life. Who knew if my bug would still be effective post-mutation? The scooter sped away like a bolt of lightning, racing back in the direction I had come. Yet, after riding for about 100 meters, I still did not hear the roars of zombies behind me. Filled with confusion, I glanced at the rearview mirror. There, in the mirror, the ocean of zombies had only just emerged from the community gate. As I regained my composure, I finally noticed that the zombies' speed seemed to have diminished. Observing their slow pace, I even doubted they were as fast as they had been when the virus first erupted. Watching them move like elderly individuals in their 70s, I halted the scooter to confirm whether the zombies had truly mutated. I picked up a Molotov cocktail from the scooter's footboard and ignited 2 of them. One was thrown in the path of the zombies, while the other was tossed into a cluster of zombies about 30 meters away. With the sound of shattering glass, flames erupted. The zombies had indeed evolved. No longer disintegrating upon contact with fire, and they no longer exhibited the instinct to evade flames as they once had. However, this presented a dilemma. Isn't evolution supposed to lead to improvements? Why did they seem worse than before? Were they aging and losing strength? The horde drew closer, and without hesitation, I mounted the scooter and turned to flee. I sought to uncover more of the zombies' post-evolution capabilities. As these thoughts raced through my mind, my expression shifted to one of shock, recalling that zombies could now jump out of windows, and even those who broke their legs could swiftly rise again. Were they developing self-healing abilities? Although their speed had lessened, they could quickly recover unless struck in the head, which was rather excessive. And the ability to jump out of windows. Could they also climb? With this thought, I quickly retrieved my phone to call Mu Chengxue. But after several rings, no one answered. A chill ran down my spine. Something must have gone wrong at home. Chapter 101. Surrounding Wei to rescue Zhao, fighting desperately with trouble brewing at home. I couldn't afford to ride around on this electric scooter. In a panic, I scoured the streets for a drivable car, yet the usual abundance of vehicles was conspicuously absent today. Just as I was about to lose hope, my phone in my pocket suddenly vibrated. Startled, I quickly answered the call. On the other end, chaos and confusion erupted. The sound of gunfire assaulted my ears, igniting a sense of urgency within me. Husband, we are under attack. Ime has been shot, and there are many of them. Li's voice was frantic, almost shouting to be heard over the din. What is the situation now? Although I was equally anxious, I knew I had to keep my composure. The front door has been smashed in, and they've entered the building. We're on the second floor, entangled with them, Lily choked out, "Zombies! Zombies!" I barely had the time to say more, but I knew Lily understood my implication. We've already drawn them in. If it weren't for the zombies' help, we wouldn't be able to hold on. How many are there? I shouted impatiently. Over 100, and they are well-equipped. In the midst of frantic thoughts, I finally spotted a car. After hastily switching vehicles, my mind raced once more. Lily mentioned they were well-equipped, which likely meant they weren't from the South City prison. Could they be from the Science Museum? Calculating the possibilities, it seemed most likely they originated from the South City prison. With no time to lose, I decided to take a gamble, regardless of whether my guess was correct. No knew the layout of the dormitory better than us, and even if the enemy breached the hallway, their progress would be anything but swift. My location was not far from South City prison, and without hesitation, I floored the accelerator, sending the dilapidated car speeding forward. I crashed through the gates of several communities, honking the horn to draw attention as I sped through. After experiencing the thrill of the high-rise buildings once more, I attracted a horde of zombies onto the main road. After repeating this process through 6 or 7 communities, the number of zombies trailing behind me had already surpassed 5,000. Watching the sluggish-moving zombies, I felt a pang of anxiety, but I had no choice but to maintain a steady pace of 20 miles per hour. Drawing them along as I neared South City prison, I began to worry again. With this rickety vehicle, how could I possibly damage the prison's gate? It felt like trying to break a stone with an egg. I quickly stopped the car and handed the bell I had found to the fool, instructing him clearly on where to lead the horde. With a rev of the engine, I sped away. Through the rearview mirror, I glanced back at the fool surrounded by zombies, reassured once I confirmed that they were solely interested in the jingling bell in his hands. A sense of relief washed over me as I thought to myself, "Fool, this is your moment of glory. You are undoubtedly the greatest corpse herder in history." Driving the battered vehicle, I charged through the streets, ignoring the noise I was creating and scarcely bothering to check if any zombies were following. After considerable effort, I finally discovered a bulldozer. I settled into the driver's seat. A wave of familiarity washed over me. Had I driven this very bulldozer before? Upon glancing at the shattered windshield, I recalled that this was indeed the same bulldozer I had operated previously. With a stomp on the gas pedal, I let out a roar, releasing the pent-up tension within me. Success or failure hinged on this final gamble. I had to go for it. Initially, I intended to lift the front shovel of the bulldozer to shield myself from incoming bullets. However, as I drove and fumbled with the controls, I found myself incapable of executing any maneuvers. At this point, I had no time to search online for tutorials. If I was to die, I would face it head-on as expected. When the bulldozer approached the prison's firing range, bullets began to clatter against the roof. Sparks flew within the cabin, yet these details mattered little to me now. I had watched enough dramas to know that if my guess was correct, even if I perished inside the prison, at least my family would have a chance to survive. The bulldozer was about to collide with the prison gate. I silently prayed. I hoped the internal layout of South City prison was similar to that of the women's prison. If so, I might have a slim chance of survival. However, in the next moment, I realized I had underestimated the strength of the prison gate. What appeared to be a thin sheet of iron was far more resilient than I had anticipated. My full throttle impact only resulted in a slight deformation of the massive gate. Fortunately, my position meant the guard towers on either side could not directly target me. Otherwise, I would surely have been turned into a sieve in no time. Despair began to creep in, but thoughts of my family spurred me on once more. With 2 grenades strapped to my bulletproof vest, I pulled the pins and tossed them toward the edge of the prison gate. As the safety delay ticked down, I began to reverse furiously. Just a few meters out, the colossal explosion ahead, coupled with the incessant gunfire from the guard tower, stimulated all my senses, and I let out a frenzied roar. I retreated a good 50 to 60 meters, glancing sideways to see the zombies, foolishly led to their designated positions, already surging towards me, with a formidable gate before me and the undead behind. I found myself once again in a dire predicament, my heart devoid of the earlier sentiments. With a resolute gaze, I lowered my head to inspect the bullet holes on my body. Some were bleeding, others smoldering, but none of that mattered anymore. I slammed the accelerator, revving the bulldozer to 8,000 RPM, experiencing the exhilarating thrust akin to a top-tier sports car. With a thunderous crash, I rammed the prison gate. Yet it remained steadfast, unyielding. The bullets continued to rain down without pause, and amidst the cacophony of gunfire, I could even discern the sound of several drones taking flight. Once again, I was struck in the shoulder, arm, and thigh, yet I laughed maniacally. Drones? You fools, it's too late. Do they possess greater allure than the sound of gunfire? Or even the impact of my assault on the gate? Fueled by rage, I charged forward once more. Chapter 102. Chaos. The gate collapsed, the battered iron doors crashing to the ground. An orange bulldozer playfully bounced into the prison. Facing me was a hailstorm of bullets. I instinctively dipped my head slightly inside the cab to avoid being struck in the head. Do you know what it's like to see bullets hurtling towards you? You truly witness a dark dot growing larger, flashing by in an instant, too fast to react. Fortunately, I kept my head low, and by some stroke of luck, the bullet struck the gear shift in my hand. With a resounding bang, shards of the shift flew into the air. Instinctively, I closed my eyes as the debris grazed my eyelids. At that moment, I felt nothing, but the next second, a sharp pain throbbed in my EY. In that critical moment, I couldn't afford to linger on anything else. I aimed for the densely packed crowd and charged ahead. Simultaneously, the zombies at the entrance finally breached the prison, and the bullets directed at me diminished by more than half in an instant. Finally, I found a brief respite and quickly scanned the internal structure of the prison. It was unlike anything in the women's prison. This infuriated me. I could not comprehend why, despite the differences between male and female structures, a decrepit prison had to impose such distinctions. Was it really necessary? I cursed, but I had to act, especially against those barbed wire walls. Not a single one could remain. I turned the vehicle around and began to rampage through the prison until all the wire fences were flattened. My vision beginning to blur. The chaos around me was deafening. Wails, curses, and desperate cries filled the air, some even lamenting their fate. To this, I could only retort, to hell with it. I no longer cared to look. Were it not for the bulletproof vest of the SWAT team I wore, I would undoubtedly be a civ. While my vital areas were shielded, it didn't mean I was free from injury elsewhere. Just moments ago, my adrenaline had kept my spirits high, and I felt little pain. Now that my task was seemingly complete, my resolve waned, and I became acutely aware of every ache in my body. Southern City Prison, remember me. I am Xingtian from Haicheng University. I laughed maniacally, fully aware that death was imminent. Yet, my laughter was perhaps a release, or a final protest against the unfairness of the world. Why must the surviving students from various universities be torn apart, meeting tragic ends, instead of uniting to build a better home? Why could a group of convicts manage to support one another? Damn it, I refuse to accept this. Given another chance, I would not heed the advice of the leaders. I would save those who survived in the school, because then, Haicheng University would not be a lamb to the slaughter. Clinging to the last vestige of clarity, I drove the bulldozer out of the prison. I knew the fool would be waiting for me there. If I didn't go, he would wait until death claimed him. As the bulldozer halted a short distance from him, I mustered the last of my strength to tell the fool to flee before I lost consciousness. I in the dormitory of Haicheng University. The gunfire echoed like a relentless drumbeat against the walls, doors, and tiled floor. The entrance on the first floor was shattered by a vehicle's impact. The reinforced bedboards could not withstand such a collision. In the lobby of the dormitory, a group of middle-aged men took cover behind a car wedged in the doorframe, frantically clearing the oncoming horde of zombies. However, as the number of zombies surged and the counteroffensive within the building began to sharpen, they found themselves increasingly fatigued under the dual assault. Son, watch me hit the mark, and I'll send you to the pinnacle of ecstasy. From the second floor, the leader's voice echoed through the dormitories. Each time he opened a door, he would select the best room and hurl a Molotov cocktail or grenade, leaving those who had just ascended the staircase in disarray. Dude, can't you throw with a bit more precision? The second in command, clad in a black trench coat that was clearly oversized, had the hem dragging on the floor, resembling a lab coat, with dark sunglasses perched on his nose and a toothpick in his mouth. He bore an uncanny resemblance to a certain character. Don't you think you should be ready to go? If you don't hurry, I won't last much longer. The sixth, hidden in another dorm room, shouted while firing his weapon. You little brat, I was just getting into the groove. Your shouting has thrown me off, the second in command retorted, and with a stylish spin, He prepared to recreate a classic scene with dual pistols. However, the trench coat was too long. Tripping over it, he fell headfirst out of the dormitory before he could even take a step. I've had enough. I now fully understand why Xingtian is so irritable every day. With you cheerful idiots around, anyone would be driven to madness. Sun Zheng's voice rang out from the stairwell on the third floor, his rifle firing down the staircase. I can't agree. You can ask the third. If it weren't for me, he would have been taken down by his ex-girlfriend. The fourth produced a Molotov cocktail and hurled it down the second-floor entrance. I in the lobby, ninth brother, don't worry about those lunatics. The zombies outside are multiplying, and we won't be able to hold out much longer. It was no wonder the people from the Science Museum hadn't managed to overtake the dormitory after all this time. With over 100 of them, aside from the initial ambush that gained some advantage, they had been trapped in a pincer movement ever since. More than half were stuck at the entrance, fending off the zombies behind them. What should we do then? We can't go up, and we can't retreat. Ninth brother shouted in frustration. Why don't we hide in the first-floor dormitory? A man suggested. Ninth brother pondered this and found it somewhat reasonable, but upon glancing at the mountain of zombie corpses piled at the dormitory entrance, he shook his head. In a way, today's zombies feel different. Even if we hide in the dormitory, it would be a dead end. We can't afford to keep taking hits. Our ammunition is running low. While the two conversed, ninth brother's phone rang. Upon answering, his expression soured. I'm barely making it myself. How can I take care of you? To hell with it. Fend for yourselves. After hanging up, ninth brother smashed the phone in frustration. He glanced upstairs. It was clear that reaching the second floor would take time. The corridor from the first to the second floor was nearly blocked with chairs and benches, making it a strenuous task to ascend. Enough of this. Let us go down, kill the zombies, and charge out. Ninth brother shouted fiercely. Chapter 103. Operation These Fools Intend to Flee? Do they think they can escape? Watching the crowd willing to abandon a dozen people to save themselves, Sun Zheng picked up a sniper rifle from the bed in the nearby dormitory. Amidst the relentless pursuit of the zombies, Sun Zheng fired with precision, aiming not for a perfect kill but simply to incapacitate, knowing that any downed zombie would be swiftly devoured by the horde. Observing from the sidelines, the fourth grinned slyly. Once they run, they'll be back with reinforcements to take you down. That's not devious at all. Sun Zheng shot a glare at the fourth. I'm merely stating you are doing well. Old North, on the road, a moderately tall figure trudged along, carrying a blood-soaked person like a gory sack. The fool, drenched in sweat and panting heavily, was far better off than I, who was gasping for air. Brother, don't sleep. Wake up, I can't move anymore, the fool whimpered. Not receiving any response, he assumed I was still angry with him for not persisting. Biting his lip, he pressed on. The zombies lining the roadside, hearing his footsteps, began to follow, their murky eyes devoid of focus. It seemed I had once again become akin to them. After a while, the fool could no longer muster the strength. He painstakingly set me down by the roadside and then plopped down beside me. Gazing at my bloodied form, he shed tears, but swiftly wiped them away. Cry, cry. All you do is cry. Can't you think of other solutions when faced with a problem? He recalled my earlier admonishments. Alas, why is the third so irritable? He is just a child. One must guide him gradually, he lamented, recalling my leader's mocking smile. The leader pointed at the latex doll beside the pillow and said, Fool, look at her. If she were a zombie, she could still be of great use as long as she doesn't bite you. Think carefully, what purpose could she serve? Huh? Why the hell are you taking off your pants? Who among you dared to use my Zhixian in front of the fool? As he reminisced about the scene where the leader was chasing after the fourth, the fool chuckled innocently. He glanced up at the several zombies circling around us. And he finally achieved it before long. One zombie was carrying me, while the fool happily jingled a small bell in front as he walked along. I in the dormitory. Did we get through? The leader anxiously looked at Li. No connection, Li replied, tears streaming down her face, her voice trembling. Xiaoxue, didn't you say we could contact them at the onset of battle? The second brother looked toward Mu Chengxue, who was tearful. I'll go find the third brother. The sixth brother stood up, ready to head outside. The leader quickly grabbed him. Where are you going to look? Don't you know the zombies have evolved? Before you find him, you'll become a snack. Thank goodness the zombies have evolved and aren't afraid of fire. Otherwise, we would have been done for today. Liao Ting muttered beside them. without firing a shot. Xiao Ma, with your skills, even if you moved into the armory, you'd just be decoration, the fourth brother scoffed. The moment the big sister spoke, the room fell silent. Even the few girls who had been sobbing in fright closed their mouths. What was that sound? The leader suddenly asked. Who is it? Which fool is hanging wind chimes in the dormitory? The second brother cursed loudly. It's the depths of winter. With the windows shut, the wind chimes can't ring without wind, Liao Ting retorted. Upon hearing this, the room erupted, and everyone rushed out of the dormitory. Chi and several other medical students, while sobbing, clumsily cut away my clothes with scissors. Damn it, where the hell has this useless brat gone? The bulletproof vest is almost torn to shreds. The leader choked back his emotions. Jiangyi looked at me, stripped bare, her face as pale as a sheet, trembling but still standing resolutely by the side. With over 30 gunshot wounds, most on my arms and legs, I had lost too much blood and needed a transfusion. Who knows what blood type Xingtian has? Chi anxiously asked. Type A, Type B. Both the second and sixth brothers responded simultaneously. Is it A or B? Chi shouted. A, B. It must be B. I remember clearly. The sixth brother insisted firmly. You must be mistaken. Even if it's not A, it has to be AB, the second brother asserted. Who cares about A, B, or AB types? At this point, just draw my blood. The leader rolled up his sleeves and stepped forward. Nonsense, Ming, hurry and get the test strips, Chi shouted in despair. After testing with the strips, Chi rolled her eyes, realizing I was type O blood. Fortunately, among so many in the dormitory, 3 were also type O. 2 girls from the medical school went to draw blood, while I became the meat on the chopping block. The 3 novice surgeons, who hadn't yet qualified, trembled as they began to cut into me, extracting over 20 bullets and a piece of glass shard. The other areas were manageable. The major arteries had been stitched and bandaged. However, there was one gunshot wound on my thigh that no one dared to touch. Chi warned that there was a major artery there, and one wrong move could mean the end for me. What time is it? Don't dawdle. The third brother is in danger too. Hurry, the elder brother urged. Chi nodded firmly, but when it came time to make the incision, her hands began to tremble again. I can't do it. I can't bring myself to. She hesitated for quite a while before finally standing up with trembling hands. I am utterly frustrated. At the critical moment, not a single person can be relied upon, I muttered. Just as I finished speaking, the second brother walked up with his cleaver raised above his head, with everyone looking on in horror, unable to stop him. Lying on the ground, unconscious, I mumbled a few words. This utterance not only halted the second brother, but also bought the sixth brother time to grab him. What did the third brother say? The second brother asked, struggling in the sixth brother's embrace. The leader, beaming with joy, leaned in to listen. What did my husband say? Lu Yimei on the bed asked excitedly. The leader stood up straight, his expression forlorn. The third brother said, Second brother, hurry up and get the hell out of here. Chapter 104. The funeral hall? The bullet lodged in my inner thigh was eventually removed. And the surgeon was neither Chi nor the second brother, but rather my sixth brother, At that moment. Everyone was at a loss, and only my sixth brother stepped up. With his left hand pressing on my wound and his right hand steady with the scalpel, he listened to Chi's improvised explanations while focusing intently on my injury. To be honest, even though I was unconscious, I could still feel immense pain, excruciating pain, but it wasn't from the bullet. It was from the grip of the sixth brother. He was undoubtedly nervous, which I could understand. But why the hell was he squeezing my thigh? Logically, such pain should have jolted me awake, but unfortunately, I couldn't open my eyes or my mouth, enduring the grip that felt like a tiger's claw, digging into my soft flesh. Just as I was engulfed in despair and helplessness, unable to express my pain, a tear of despondency rolled down my cheek. With a clang, the sound of metal striking tile echoed. Then I felt the pressure on my leg ease, and after a brief silence, cheers erupted around me. It turned out that my sixth brother, in his nervousness, had tightened his grip on my wound, ultimately forcing out the bullet as if he were squeezing a pimple. Incredible, sixth brother. All that time squeezing pimples paid off. And now you can even expel bullets, brother. I am proud of you. Hearing the leader's exclamations, 2 tears of despair streamed down my face. I truly wanted to plead with them. Please, just let me die. I've had enough of living in this life. Meeting you all has been both a blessing and a curse. Let us part ways here, and may we not meet again in the next life. That night, after successfully receiving a blood transfusion, I was surrounded by 4 worried girls. Unexpectedly, among the 4 was Li Weixiao, who replaced Lu Yimei. Li occasionally stretched her delicate fingers to check my breathing. Is there still life? Mu Chengxue asked, wiping her tears. Li nodded, her eyes red. It should be okay. My husband's recovery ability is strong. The key is whether he can hold on tonight. I believe as long as he has breath in him, he will be fine. Jiang Yi sat on the bed, hugging her knees, her expression blank. Li Weixiao gently embraced Jiang Yi's shoulder, her eyes also reddened. While the girls were speaking, the dormitory door was pushed open, and the leader entered, looking forlorn. Sisters, why aren't you sleeping yet? He asked in surprise. Big brother, why aren't you sleeping at this late hour? Mu Chengxue inquired. The leader, carrying 3 bottles of alcohol, approached the bedside and placed them on the table where I usually climbed up and down. Your second brother said that the third brother can't sleep, so he asked me to come and drink with him. And where's the second brother? Li asked. He went to the storeroom to find some snacks. The leader replied as he sat down on a stool. Just as they were talking, the dormitory door opened again, and the second brother entered, carrying a pile of food. No snacks left, just filling stuff. Ham sausages, bread, chicken feet. Make do with this. Saying this, he piled everything onto the table. Sister Yimei said we would be moving tomorrow. Can you 2 men stay awake? Jiang Yi asked with concern. Upon hearing this, the second brother sighed. The third brother has made such a mess. How can I sleep? I couldn't help but be puzzled. Where had he gone to create such a ruckus? While they were idly chatting, the dormitory door swung open again, and the fourth brother entered, cradling an incense burner. Here we go, calming incense. This wasn't tea mixed by me. I bought it online. It's beneficial for the third brother. Huh? Big brother, second brother, what are you doing here? The fourth brother was surprised to see the two. You heartless fool. You can't sleep either? The leader chuckled. Even the biggest fool in the dormitory knows to care about others. The fourth brother chuckled, placing the incense burner beside the bottles of alcohol. Well, no matter the jokes, at the critical moment, we should still be there. All right, as long as you've grown some heart, it's worth it. It's not in vain that the third brother fought so hard to keep us alive for so long. The leader nodded appreciatively. After chatting for a while, the second brother stood up to get the alcohol, and just then, the dormitory door opened once more. Sisters, you haven't eaten dinner yet. I cooked some instant noodles for you. Eat while it's hot. The sixth brother entered, carrying a pot of noodles. Upon seeing the room full of people, he was momentarily taken aback. Then he surveyed the scene. I lay in the middle, surrounded by Mu Chengxue, Li, Jiang Yi, and Li Weixiao, some sitting, some kneeling. The brothers from the lower dormitory were all present, each with a worried expression. But that wasn't even the main point. The focal point was the table in front of the bed, piled high with 3 bottles of alcohol, bread, ham sausages, chicken feet, and an incense burner emitting fragrant smoke. With a crash, the noodle pot slipped from the sixth brother's grip and hit the ground, tears streaming down his face like a river. He rushed to my bedside, fell to his knees, and cried, "Third brother, when did this happen? Why did you leave without waiting? I didn't even get to see you for the last time." His outburst stunned everyone in the room. The leader raised his hand and slapped the sixth brother on the head. "Are you out of your mind? Do you think this is a funeral hall?" With a face full of grievance, the timid Lao Lu hesitantly extended his stout finger and pointed at the offering table before him. Lauda glanced at it before turning to Lao Er, scolding, "Are you out of your mind? Are we supposed to take only 3 items?" Lao Er, bewildered by the reprimand, shot back angrily, "And you have the audacity to say that? Didn't you also take 3 bottles of liquor? You useless brat. What are you showing off for with that broken incense burner in the middle of the night?" Lauda roared in fury. Observing the 4 brothers bickering beneath the bed, the 4 young ladies atop it covered their faces, unable to bear the sight. Just moments ago, they had shared a bond of brotherhood, and now it seemed they were ready to turn against each other with weapons drawn. Lying in bed, I remained oblivious to the unfolding events. Yet tears streamed down my tightly shut eyes. If heaven were to grant me another chance, I would undoubtedly refrain from attending this university. Would it not be more fulfilling to remain in my hometown, nurturing young students? Why endure this exhausting journey both physically and spiritually tormented. Chapter 105. A brute accompanied by 4 fools. The following day, we relocated our dormitory. I was astonished to find that, in my absence, everyone had united to complete the move. Fortunately, the truck that had transported bananas was still parked nearby. Otherwise, given the current zombie-infested outside world, finding a vehicle would pose a significant challenge for this group. Before our departure, Lu Ye's drone ascended into the sky, surveying the surroundings to ensure no one noticed our exodus. Such meticulousness brought me comfort. Truly, she was the woman of Xingtian, thorough in her endeavors. Upon arriving at the Huanshan villa, each person assumed their respective roles. Sun Zheng took Liao Ting to the mountainside to set up traps, while Lu Yi directed the drone to barricade the entrance with a pile of zombies. Currently, only the mountaintop villa was secure. The others were overrun with zombies, yet due to the bulletproof glass, the undead could only watch helplessly as we moved about. That evening, as everyone sat exhausted in the spacious living room, the lingering shadows of the previous day began to dissipate and laughter filled the air. Now that the move is complete, we should reevaluate our situation. The food we have should last for several months. What does everyone think? Mu Chengxue suggested softly, holding her laptop. We should lay low. Until the third brother recovers, let us avoid drawing attention, Lauda replied first. What about the ammunition consumed in yesterday's battle? Lu Yimei, sitting on the nearby sofa while receiving in 4 drip, inquired. We expended nearly 1,000 rounds, and we have 60 grenades remaining, Sun Zheng reported. Lu Yimei nodded. For now, we seem to have sufficient weapons. There's no need to scavenge. Are there any updates online regarding the characteristics of evolved zombies? Lu Yimei asked again. Zhang Yi shook her head. Currently, all that is mentioned online is that zombies can break windows and that their speed has decreased. Just as everyone was rising, Lu Yimei's phone rang. Hello, Hua Hua. Was the Science Museum you're doing? The excited voice of Hua Hua came through the line. The Science Museum? No, we were attacked by the Southern City Prison yesterday. And my husband was severely injured. Southern City Prison? Oh dear. There is no Southern City Prison anymore. The Science Museum was the one that attacked you. Hua Hua exclaimed. 2 nights ago, the Science Museum stealthily took over the Southern City Prison, sending its occupants to the Science Museum. However, unexpectedly, the zombies evolved, and all those people perished on their way there. Upon hearing this, Lu Yimei's eyes widened. Is this information reliable? Today, we captured a survivor from the Southern City Prison. And he confirmed it himself, Hua Hua replied cheerfully, her mood evidently bright. And then, Lu Yimei pressed. Then I secretly dispatched a team to the Southern City Prison, only to discover it had already fallen. The gates were collapsed, and it was teeming with zombies. They likely all perished. How could it have fallen so suddenly? Are the evolved zombies that formidable? Can they even scale such high walls? Can they climb stairs? Lu Yimei appeared perplexed. Upon hearing this, everyone turned their gaze toward the room where Illa White and away. They exclaimed in unison. What do you mean? No way. Hua Hua asked, puzzled. He, by himself? Don't be ridiculous, Hua Hua scoffed. You don't understand. Our plan yesterday was. After hearing Lu Yimei's recounting, Hua Hua lit a cigarette, standing by the bed, incredulity etched on her face. Are you saying he intended to create a diversion? At that moment, everyone present felt a mix of pride and concern for Lu Yimei. They could hardly fathom what it would be like to face dozens of guns alone. Would there be despair? Would there be helplessness? Would there be resentment for their own inadequacy? For the first time, Hua Hua refrained from contradicting Lu Yimei. After a brief silence on the call, Hua Hua spoke gently. From what you say, it must have been him. He possesses a certain fierceness. What are you implying? Lauer was the first to object, raising his voice. What do you mean by that? In Lan City, everyone knows the organization that survived. It's a brood accompanied by 4 fools. I'm merely stating facts. Whoa, whose friend is this woman? Is she asking for a beating? Lauer was furious. Calm down, Ergu. Hua Hua, can you please speak less? Lu Yimei retorted, exasperated. Yimei, it's not that the eldest is nitpicking. Your friend is out of line. Calling the eldest a brood is one thing, but how can you label my 4 brothers as fools? Lauda interjected earnestly. Oh, spare me. The biggest fool among us is you. Han Bin, who had remained in the background, finally spoke up, unable to endure it any longer. He decided to stand up for himself. What you said is not entirely incorrect, but calling my brothers fools is simply intolerable. Lao Si waved his robe dramatically, creating an effect as if the wind had stirred. "I can't take this anymore. I'm going to bed," Sun Zhang said, covering his face as he turned to leave point one by one. The others followed suit. Lao Lu scooped up Lu Yimei, disregarding the three brothers who were red-faced with anger, and ascended the stairs. Hearing this, my eyelids flickered slightly. This subtle movement did not escape the notice of the girls, who cheered joyfully, believing that I was signaling my impending recovery. Unfortunately, that was not my intention. I heard Lu Yimei's words and wished to scold her, yet I could only helplessly roll my eyes while keeping my eyes shut. Chapter 106. The idleness of the gentleman. The ensuing days were marked by a tranquil coexistence. During moments of idleness, the remaining occupants of the dormitory began to seek tasks for themselves. If I had been awake, I would have undoubtedly taken a bath, changed my clothes, and lit incense in gratitude to the heavens for their mercy. With the unique qualities of fools, these four individuals, along with Sun Zhang, began to clear the villas down the mountain. To everyone's astonishment, the eldest had actually kept a zombie alive, confining it within one of the villas for reasons unknown. When questioned, he merely wore a mysterious expression and refused to divulge his intentions. Eventually, everyone chose to ignore him, assuming the eldest was merely entertaining himself out of boredom. On the first day following this revelation, the eldest, accompanied by the fools, strode out with various weapons, excitement etched on their faces, much to the astonishment of the onlookers. Throughout the morning, the mountaintop echoed with the wails of zombies and the eldest's gleeful laughter. Had it not been for Lao Er, who trailed behind, shaking his head in disapproval, muttering about the brutality of it all, many would have suspected the eldest had gotten himself bitten. Curiosity piqued, the group pushed open the door of the villa housing the zombie. What greeted them was a horrific sight of blood, flesh, and shattered bones. The zombie tied to the dining table appeared utterly miserable, lying motionless, eyes glazed over. "Could the eldest have toyed with it?" Lao Si murmured, surveying the gruesome scene. "How disgusting," Lao Lu remarked, before exiting with the others, who were equally appalled. That night, the three brothers convened in a room, plotting who knows what. The next morning, the trio emerged, carrying a space heater, a quick iron, and a curling iron. Upon seeing this, the others once again felt compelled to investigate the villa. To their amazement, the pitiful little zombie they had encountered the day before had miraculously healed. Though remnants of its previous injuries still marked its body, now overshadowed by new wounds, as the door creaked open, the zombie slowly turned its head toward the entrance. Witnessing the creature's shy yet expectant expression, Han Bin shivered involuntarily. "These three fools aren't actually planning to?" Lao Lu's voice trailed off. "How disgusting," he echoed, prompting the group to exit the villa once more. On the third day, the trio set out once again, this time with Han Bin surprisingly trailing behind. The four donned white lab coats, carrying an array of electric tools as they departed. The girls in the villa hesitated to follow, save for Sun Zhang, who could no longer contain his curiosity and stealthily followed behind. As the door swung open, a soft moan escaped the restrained zombie within. It sighed, sending chills through all the girls present, observing the zombie's helpless yet hopeful gaze. Lao Lu bit his lip, remaining silent. Surely they weren't planning to play with the zombie, were they? Fei Fei, the second eldest, stood there in a state of shock, muttering a rather exclusive phrase, "So disgusting." This time, however, the sixth elder remained silent. His bovine eyes fixated on the zombies within the room. "Can't be," Lui murmured to himself. As for others, I cannot say, but with the eldest present, anything is possible. Nana, now Han Bin's girlfriend, suddenly interjected. The girls exchanged incredulous glances at Nana, while the sixth elder merely snorted and turned to leave. The girls, witnessing this, assumed it was because they had mentioned the eldest brother in front of him, which had displeased him. Yet, on the fourth day, early in the morning, the sixth elder was already waiting in the villa's hall, then followed the eldest and the others, carrying only a laptop as they stepped out. "What on earth are the eldest and the others up to?" Lu Yimei inquired from her spot on the sofa. The mischievous sixth elder blushed, scoffing lightly. The more he acted this way, the more curious the girls became, but whenever they attempted to question him, he wore an expression of shyness, clearly reluctant to speak. This only intensified the girls' desire to explore the unknown. Finally, Lui took the lead, tiptoeing toward the villa, quietly peering through the window to catch a glimpse inside. Inside the villa's hall, several boys sat neatly on the sofa, while a zombie, tightly bound, was wedged among them, unable to move. In truth, even without being restrained, the zombie was incapable of motion, for it was utterly engrossed in the laptop on the coffee table. Meanwhile, Han Bin, holding his phone, was recording something about the zombie, mumbling under his breath, though the girls could not hear him. "What are they doing?" Fei Fei whispered. "And what about Han Bin?" Mu Qingxue asked. "Probably taking notes." Li replied. "Should we go in and take a look?" The archery girls tentatively suggested. "Is that wise?" Li countered. When the boys noticed the doors suddenly swing open, there was an initial flurry of panic. But they quickly regained their composure. "What are you all doing?" the girls exclaimed as they rushed inside. Upon entering, the girls were immediately greeted by the scandalous sounds emanating from the computer. The boys wore expressions of embarrassment, none daring to speak up. Only Han Bin, who was recording the zombie, nonchalantly remarked, "What a significant discovery. The zombie actually displays emotional reactions while watching a movie. It shows no response when viewing Japanese films. But as soon as it's a Western one, emotions flood in." His words elicited awkward chuckles from the boys. However, the girls, covering their faces, turned and left, not out of shyness, but rather in disbelief that these men had resorted to watching adult films with a zombie. Such behavior not only baffled those uninvolved, but even left the group that had cohabitated together in utter astonishment. Just imagine, in this day and age, such actions, who could accept it? Who could believe it? Who could comprehend it?